season.
Private, thank you so much for that. I'd love to share. For the NACT fall season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Steph Weezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Steph Weezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, Yue. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking down all the intense matches that are to come. Yue, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is Yue, and the NACT 2023 fall season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, Yue. Hi everyone, this is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Sina?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing community. Hello everyone, it's Sina Lily here. For this season, let's make it a memorable one on and off the stage as we build a sense of camaraderie and sportsmanship. For the NACT 2023 fall season, let's embrace this journey together and make it an unforgettable one in esports history. I can't wait to share this adventure with you all. See you guys all soon.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. Bloodthirsty Kings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship, and you never know, it might be you that announces the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, and especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody. Good luck.
Right. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISL, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LLBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Tefel, and here's the thing: we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, alright? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, alright? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment
When you find something in life that speaks to you, then you win that thing. 8 teams. The dream for each team. Take their place on this trophy. Who's gonna win this baby and go on to M5? If you want to hoist this holy grail, then know this: you will never be forgotten. Now it's your moment. Come and get it. It lasts a lifetime.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the second day of the North America Challenger Tournament fall season, where the best teams is going to M5 in the Philippines. I am Stina Lily, your host for today, and I'm joined by our amazing casters.
Hey y'all, what's going on? I'm trying to rush in here.
I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. Welcome back, everybody, to another season for the NACT, and we're just glad to be a part of history in the making.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what we have in stock for today. We have a lot of very interesting matches, so I'm excited to see where everything will go today.
Yeah, super exciting stuff. Yesterday's matches was super fun to watch. But before we go through all of that, I want to go through our tournament format. We had 96 teams join in the qualifiers, but only 8 teams remain.
Hey, what's going on, Boo Boo? Y'all had me fucking cracking up yesterday.
First regular season will be a single elimination, which is this week, and will move us.
I loved y'all's
to our
interview.
second and third, which will be double elimination.
Oh, dude, there's no rest for me either, dude. I have to
that is awarded on how each
take
team
notes on this because I got a podcast
The
I'm trying to
top four
debut
will be
next
going on
week,
to the
and
that's super
I
exciting.
want to
news,
do a
and
recap
4
of the
them will be
matches,
going
so I
to
have to take
California, the live
notes.
event
I
this
gotta
time
do
around.
graphics in the background right
But
now. I'm
this
stuffing
week,
my
the
face
grand
with
final
food.
winner will have a huge leg up going forward into stage 2 and 3. Will it be the fated match between the Ohio brothers versus BTK? We shall see. Steph Weezy, can you run us through the brackets real quick?
That's right, guys. As we did see day 1, with 4 teams moving forward out of the top 8. TOB taking down Area 77, Bloodhounds taking down Night Horde, BTK taking down Knights of Fates, and Avalon taking down Aggravate 1, all in best of 3s. And now moving on, we are officially on the semifinals for regular season 1. Series 1 will be TOB up against Bloodhounds. Series 2 will be BTK up against Avalon. The winner of both of these series will move forward to the finals in a best of 5. The loser will drop down to the bronze match to battle it out for 3rd place.
Absolutely. Now looking at these brackets, they look very interesting, and I know all of you guys out there are really interested for this so-called final match, but we're gonna have to see if it goes to that point. But aside from these brackets, I know that you guys are always curious about what's on the line, right? We have an amazing prize pool. We have first place of 10,000 diamonds. Now, if I had this money, I'd use it off to pay off my college tuition. But for this year's NACT, no matter what place you place, either 1st or 8th, you are taking something home. So you are going to take a little bit of something home, as well as get that amazing recognition for your hard fight for this year's NACT. And now I'm excited for all of this. And I know that all of you guys, and especially the host and my caster, is excited for this year's NACT season.
Yes, I am super excited, and I'm excited to give our viewers a giveaway. Right there on the screen, you can see 30 giveaway codes. Put that code in right there in your phones right now so you can get that P Fowls Dance Farsa skin. Only 30 will be able to be redeemed, so make sure you put that in real fast, or else you're gonna miss it. As far as a fan myself, I wouldn't want to miss that. What do you guys think on all of that? But, it seems like our predictions are ready for the Ohio Brothers versus Bloodhounds. Let's see what our casters and hosts think. It seems like the Ohio Brothers has the win for all the casters and hosts, but Yue, the oddball out, thinks Bloodhound's gonna win. What do you guys think about that?
What's this 4-0 thing?
Wait, loving to be the unicorn out of all the casters, right? The only one to defy the odds. But hey, you got to root for the one rooting for the underdogs, right? So definitely going to challenge him on that. But looking at the prediction so far, I mean, you guys see even the casters have a prediction rating. Currently, me and Eunice and Zena Lily tied 4-0, all voting for TOB. I guess today we're going to see who can keep that perfect record.
Oh, Weezy, you're not going to go all the way today for this caster prediction because last season, you know, I reigned queen of the predictions. Now, I'm going to try to keep that reputation up for this year's NACT, but looking at the predictions, though, UA being kind of the underdog is going to go ahead and vote for that other team, so he's kind of like the oddball out, but looks like everyone's predictions, majority the same, so looks like TOB might take this win today, or is UA, the one that voted for the underdogs, going to go ahead and take the win, which is going to be Bloodhounds.
Now that I'm included in that, I think I'm going to give you a run for your money, but let's go through the roster real quick, guys. The Ohio
It got
brothers
real
has
toxic in
Milo,
live
Best
chat. What do you
Player,
mean? What happened?
Poon, Zia, and Shark on their team this time for this round. And then Bloodhounds has Easy Peasy, Sleeps, Bokarosco, Dino, and Kopla. Do you guys think about these players on the team?
So in case you guys missed it up there with the predictions, it has been settled. I will be casting next week, but I will be casting with I'll be casting with Gemic. If you guys don't know who he is an EU sensation that is currently actually in Asia. I believe, if I'm not incorrect, he has a ton of analyst experience, as well as being a pro player, as well as being a coach / analyst for teams in PH as well.
Done it. They made it one step closer to that M Series talent that they're looking for, but they got to jump over this hurdle and be able to take down TOB.
Now, there's a lot of roster changes. I know some of you have been kind of sneaking around, doing a little head poke for a lot of these teams, but this season, there's a lot of changes. So are they able to keep their team synergy and take it on to grand finals and make it for M5 and see if they can prevail for the rest of the seasons, as we're only just in season
Those
1.
chats are not fun, are no
Yes,
fun.
we're
The
only
live
just
chat,
getting
doesn't seem so bad.
guys, but August
I wish
Starlight
we'd
Skin, guys,
allow
I
the
want
live chat to
remind
spam
you,
or
we have
whatever,
not
but
got it
and
yet.
not
Yes,
just
Yin's
the negative
Eternal
comments, I
Guardian
guess, can be
skin
kind of
is
bad.
out to
But the
grab.
only thing is,
And if
for
you're
me,
not big on Yin, there are 10
the policy
returning
that
Starlight skins as well,
C server
and
has
the new
for
Starlight
chat
Socket
is, as long as chat is
Silly
moving, they're just going to keep it on there.
You
They
can
don't
get all
care
this
unless
with
it's
the
like
Starlight membership.
something like super uber
300
racist.
diamonds, you
I
can get
wonder
over
if that kind of
1,000
affects, or if
diamonds
that
worth of
has an
rewards.
effect here in North
First
America,
Starlight
because we're
purchase will
very
give you
stringent
1,700
on
diamonds
negativity
worth
in
of
our
rewards.
chats.
And you can get the
Or
weekly
in the,
diamond pack to
NACT
make sure
chat.
you get all of this quicker. Keep an eye out for all these Starlight exclusives. You don't want to miss it. And now we are ready for the match. The Ohio Brothers versus Bloodhounds. Casters, let's get into the draft.
There's no way they let a Valier and a fucking
Damn,
Martis
here
get
we
away
are,
here.
straight into the draft, not wasting any time. The match we wanted to see, right? How will Bloodhounds go toe-to-toe with TOB? TOB is
I am the only one here, Inalu Jaha. I'm sorry, there's more people on Twitch as well, and this chat carries over. So if somebody talks on Twitch, you'll be able to see it on your chat in YouTube.
They need to make a statement here.
Absolutely not. Everybody knows of the team, the Ohio Brothers, so we're kind of expecting those traditional picks, traditional bands coming out. But I want to talk a little bit about Bloodhounds, right? They have been in the scene a lot of times, and this isn't the first time they've made their appearance, even just in simple qualifiers. Now, I do know a little bit about these players, and some of you might know as well. Bloodhounds is run by Bokarosco, is a mid laner, I believe, for Bloodhounds, and he has a lot of pocket picks from what I've been able to see for qualifiers, and now in the top 4. So congratulations to whoever is now representing the top 4, and I'm hoping that you guys take away the series today. But Sleeps, Dino, Easy Peasy, Coppola, and Bokarosco. Now, just like yesterday, I know UA, our other caster, did talk about a little bit of these players, and if you guys know them well, they do know they have their own play style. And speaking about play style, let's talk about these bands real quick. We're going to see a Kadita and Uranus band coming in from the Ohio Buzz. Now, that's a very traditional band, and that is kind of banning out the mid laner, and Uranus right now is such a menace in the entire land of Dawn and Fanny. Respect band coming in from the jungler side, which is going to be the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, you are seeing a lot of traditional, typical bands for North America. I mean, recently Angela has been kind of prioritized this early in the phase. We've been seeing
I
Florian
don't want you to
banned
be
out as
alone
well
in here in
day
YouTube.
one of,
Dude,
NXT
don't worry about it. It's
so
nice. I'm watching this chat. I'm watching other chats. I have to take notes
Do they let the
on
suppression walk? Now, there is assassin
on
players
things as well.
on the side for TOB. We know best player kind of profits on those assassins, the Ling, the Hayabusa.
Oh, wait,
the
is my
Fanny,
camera up? Hold
but
on,
he can
let me get
definitely rotate it around. Maybe pull out that
There you
Martyrs
go,
or something
camera.
of that caliber. But will Bloodhounds bound it out? I love how you mentioned Boca Roscoe being the captain for their team. I mean, he was a supreme mage player back in the day, so he was definitely a menace on that Sicilian. And he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeves when it comes to that mid lane matchup. So really want to see what they'll kind of go in for the final bans. There is something on the table that could still be profited as well. The Kaja and the Valentina is who I'm keeping my eyes on.
There we go.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're going to look at these bans, and it's going to be finished very soon on the side of Bloodhounds, and we're going to be looking at the first couple picks. Now, in the meta area,
Yeah, I'll be casting next week with Gemic. He's a Frenchman. I believe he's French. If I can tell his accent properly. He's from EU, but he and a former pro player. I forgot for what games he was a pro player as well, but he was a coach in the PH for Mobile Legends at one point, if I'm remembering correctly. I might be completely speaking out my butt. I only have like bits and pieces to go off of about him, but apparently he's very smart and very analytical mind when it comes to this. So I'm looking forward to it. And he's got some casting experience behind him as well.
Definitely an option. Can be picked up here. Could be a problem since it did walk through the draft, and I think TOB could pick that up. Now, Bloodhounds, we have been seeing them run a little bit of that.
So really interesting is they took away the Claude, which tells me that there might be a Faramis pick coming out here from the side of Ohio Brothers.
Nighthawk had better execution, but when it came to the early game presence, the Martis just made up for Bloodhounds to keep them pushing through those games. So maybe they prioritize the Martis and Tarizla nice and early. I could see that.
I think they're gonna throw something out here that's gonna counter the Martis right away.
They can get very creative, right? I mean, they're a top caliber team, and speaking of creativity, Arlot has been slotted on the board for TOB.
I mean, talking about Martis, right? I'm pretty sure Bloodhounds was the one that got the Savage.
I don't even know what beats Arlot.
Matches, right? Was the first one to unlock that Savage for the NACT Season 1 season, but looks like Arlot is going to get picked up first, and I would like to see a direct response from Bloodhounds, trying to see if they can get anything through for the response towards Arlot. So we are seeing the Tarizla pick, just like you said. We also see a Yve walking around.
Server chat is making the competition alive. What do you mean?
It is banned, so they might end up trading that out, but we're gonna see.
What do you mean C-Server is making the competition alive?
Now, Uranus is usually the one that is meta right now, but maybe an Esmeralda works very well. But here it goes, just like you did Wish a Genie in the Bottle.
Tarizla. It's not a bad pick, actually.
Tarizla being picked up and actually opting in for an alpha. Now, alpha
Bro,
has
didn't
been
they
very
try
good in
an
the jungle
alpha,
area,
a double
the reason
sustain
I feel like
composition
Fighter is not as
in their
good
loss
right now,
against
not
the
because
Night
it's
Horde?
not meta, it still definitely is. The healers are what makes the tank fighters push to their absolute limits, right? You can have a good set.
So next pickup needs to be a Florin.
I would like to see
it needs to be a healer of some sort, some type of sustain hero, either the Angela or the Florin.
Yeah, I mean that's a good point right there. The Angela and the Florin picked up.
There it is.
Could be an answer, and you just manifested it into reality. Super Shark is going to go ahead and lock that down. One of the best roamers in North America, and you put that with an Angela, who everybody's just been fearing across the land of Dawn. Who would have thought we ever would have seen this, right? But Super Shark picking that up is definitely.
I almost feel like Angela is Super Shark is wasted on an Angela. He's so mechanically gifted that like I don't feel like Angela is really has a high ceiling for a skill cap.
I think it's a very good option, but I've also seen a lot of teams lately because of the meta.
So we're gonna go with a Florin.
Happen in MPL. They actually take Angela mid lane and take an actual tank. So we could be seeing an Angela mid lane. Now the thing is, when supports get taken down that mid lane, it is a good support, right? It just gives that extra little
that's
boost
exactly
to the team, right?
That's
But
exactly
now
why
my issue
I
is
think
there's
that.
no really good sustained damage, magic damage mid lane, right? You see like the common picks like Eve, Kadita, Valentina, there's some good burst and there's some good sustained damage, but with that being drawn in, you're gonna have to have a lot of CC in order to continuously chain your damage, because all I'm seeing right now really is physical.
Oh my god,
damage.
they didn't go for the
Angela
Florin?
is not a sustained
I'm so
magic
confused.
burst damage dealer. So we're gonna have to see what they opt in to maybe slot in, if it's gonna be an actual mid laner.
What does
or if
Leslie
it's actually
counter?
going to be a roam Angela.
Why are we
with a good sustained
like?
mid
Isn't that just
damage?
going to be
Let's speak
food?
about
A Leslie going to be
bans.
food for fucking
Easy, talk me
Arlot?
through the bans right now.
Yeah, you are seeing the Kaja taking off, trying to limit some of the suppression. I mean, there is still a Hayabusa available on the table. Something that could slip through the cracks is the Hellcurt. Definitely being an option for the jungle, the Lancelot as well. But when I'm looking at this draft so far, right, you know, I feel like Bloodhounds could ban out a Diggy here. I mean, you ban out the Diggy, you could go Minotaur or you could go Atlas, but then in hindsight, I guess if you go ban the Diggy now, then if you take Atlas, they take Minotaur. If you take Minotaur, they take Atlas, so probably not going to ban that out right now, but they're going to go ahead and take out the Faramis for Bloodhounds, and that is going to finalize their side of the bans, and TOB still having another option before we jump into the second phase for picks. Now, looking at what their teams have, right? Bloodhounds has frontline sustainability. You have Easy Peasy on the Alpha, will be the jungler. You have Dino running this Rizla, who we've seen just dominating with that penalty zone, just instant 5-man sets if everybody's grouped together. And then you have Leslie, who can play from afar with the ultimate sniper to give some vision when, you know, TOB is trying to hide for a possible gank on the side lanes, and also can spike up with that damage for the mid to late game on the single burst. So I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. For TOB, they have frontline presence, but they need a little bit more CC to finalize this draft.
And it looks like TOB opted to actually ban out all the suppression heroes, which is actually really good, which means it prevents any junglers, especially the squishy assassin jungles, to be able to freely farm in their jungle and actually not get punished for it. As you know, suppression really takes a big
Whom do you think will win, BTK or TOB? Right now, judging off of what I've seen between both of those teams, I think TOB. I don't think there's a way that TOB loses here.
Eve is also banned out, so I was talking about Eve, but it actually was banned out. So
if TOB loses, it's going to be a fucking, it's going to go all the way to 5, I think.
I want to slot here because all the good meta mage picks are actually banned right now.
Last time that TOB and BTK met, I forgot what tournament it was. BTK got swept.
Put in that Navaria into the hands of Bocarasco, one of those mages who we haven't really seen slotted too often nowadays. It's not really banned out as often anymore, but it's also not picked. We always like to say the Navaria is like a 2-for-1 combo, right? You can basically have 2 jungles on your team because of the damage you can do with the Astral Recall. And then you also have the Astral Echo to be able to slow down everybody in its field by 50% and also mark them and give them additional hit markers or expand the hit range for you to be able to basic attack them and use your skills. So this is going to be interesting. I think, ooh, wait, there goes the chill. So, and not even wasting any time on the draft. Wow, that's going to be the final draft for the Ohio Brothers for game 1. They're going to go ahead and pick up that Joy. How do you feel about that?
So now, I did mention that I'm pretty sure that Angela is definitely going to be ran in the mid lane.
I feel like Bloodhounds aren't maximizing their draft here.
Chow that's going to be running into that roam position. But
I like Eunice and Wheezy, but still a Yonfest. I'm not going to lie, dude. I absolutely adore Wheezy and Eunice. Like, talking with them, they are super charismatic. They have a lot of fun. Sometimes, though, I feel like the energy kind of doesn't carry over. Wheezy, yes.
Is what's really important, right? It gives the entire vision over to the entire map and was able to see where everything's going. It's kind of like an Aldous ult, right?
But it's not that Eunice is boring. It's the inflection of her voice to go up and down.
So we do have a little bit of damage.
Wheezy does the same thing too. Like they stay at a subtle. They stay at the same tone. Wheezy always has this super hype tone, and I've told people before, if you're super hype all the time, then none of it is super hype. Then that just becomes the default.
You should go towards that clock to do a lot of burst damage.
I like their casting though. I don't mind it
because she is known to do that. She's a little bit sneaky around the map. She's able to, you know, hop some walls, go around the map, do maybe a little 360 and come back to land it down. But what are your thoughts? Drafts are finalized, Wheezy. So
hey, what's going on,
which
Frog?
side are you really harping on right now? Because honestly, early game, I'm gonna give it to Ohio Brothers, but late game, I think I'm gonna have to give it to Bloodhounds.
Eunice does like to dominate
that, right?
the analyst too.
It's gonna also boil down to execution between these 2 amazing teams. I do like the Minsathar pickup. Actually, I wasn't really thinking about it, but now that I do a little bit more in-depth look at these drafts, the Minsathar is a answer to the Joy pickup, right? He can slow him down. You have the King's Calling as well as that Spirit Glory when he does have all that mobility. So I like what I'm seeing. I think both sides have answers to the table as we are now jumping into the land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ohio Brothers up against Bloodhounds in the semifinals. Best of 3.
All right, I gotta start taking notes, guys. I'll still keep watching chat and I'll respond to it.
Absolutely, and I'm really excited for this match. This really will determine, but we're actually seeing a really good rotation.
It's kind of like what we were talking about yesterday when they're like, are you guys excited for this match? Yes, I am so excited for this match. I can't contain my excitement in my body. It's about to burst out.
You are seeing Bloodhounds playing a little bit more passive, grouping together. You know, they did have a little bit of a struggle when they were going up against Nighthorde when it came to execution of the neutral objectives yesterday, but
everybody has their pluses and minuses for casting. Like I know my energy can be too much sometimes, especially for like boring points. I can get a little bit, I can get hella repetitive. I've been trying to work on that this season.
That makes too many mistakes.
So I just work on what I can do, better. It's gonna be kind of a shake-up using playing with. I haven't practiced with Gamic. I've never casted with him before, so it's gonna be very interesting to see how that works out.
I'm definitely gonna have to
I don't think I'll have a problem with synergy, but we'll see. Okay, easy peasy. Comes in, he's got to use that ultimate to get away, and is still gonna get caught up there. Best player actually taking a heap of damage. Does go down. Nice.
Jason Coppola draws first blood, finds best player, 1 kill for Bloodhounds.
136 first blood. 136
execution coming in.
Blood
kind of noticed
for
and kind of felt that the jungle was going to start that rotation early, which already puts you higher at a disadvantage. Turtles coming up in about 5 seconds, and we already
not bad.
The rotation starting.
The only problem is we don't have an answer. Oh, I guess we do have an answer for best player because we have that King's Calling by Coppola.
Hit her beats on time to make the record play and have that most damage. But if we look at the map right now, Shark is still not level 4, but we still have the heart guard coming in from Hoon. So whose heart is he going to be guarding for this turtle fight?
You are seeing Shark pull the aggro of the turtle, forcing the reset to buy some time. That's a 200 IQ play.
What do you guys
right
think?
There.
Do you think Bloodhound get a victory off of the Ohio brothers, like a single win,
right?
or do you think it's just going to be a sweep?
Definitely having their eyes on the prize, but Bloodhounds does have the aggro now, and they are going to go in for it. You did mention Shark does not have level 4. Just got to that mark, and it looks like they will possibly try and contest. I mean, Milo is in position for it. Turtle has been reset, so it's definitely going to boil down to who can
I was laughing because in chat, in the NACT chat, okay, we got first objective here.
Both marks are on the bottom side, and engagement going down. You are going to see the execute strike out. The hard guard activated on the best player. The use penalty zone for the knockup. Bokarowska finds him.
What?
Coppola finds Milo. That is a 2-for-none trade. 3 kills into the hands of Bloodhounds, and now
what sloppiness is this?
Yeah, just like I said, right? The early game, I actually gave it to Ohio Brothers as they had a little bit more sustain, a little bit more mobility.
What am I looking at? 3 minutes. First objective.
Easy coming in on this alpha 0-3 right now. The lead is starting to be the favorite. Bloodhounds. This is what I wanted to see, right? I was a little bit worried about the Novaria in the early game, but she does have that clear. But because of the
a little bit of a misplay there.
She is able to give
the only thing is, as we move into late game, Alpha's not going to be as effective, especially without a healer.
Team fight that could have happened from the side of Ohio Brothers, and here it goes. Novarius gonna keep sniping these bushes, and Shark already gets a read for Zia, and they gotta do something really quick, or else this is not going to be a fun game for the Ohio Brothers.
Craziness.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just keeping my eyes on Bokarowska right now, right? We've been seeing him run.
Oh, you think they're gonna get a victory for sure? That's awesome.
Common for him. It's definitely a comfort pick, and when it scales
I would love to see that.
It can hit very hard, so you have to be careful. They already have the early game advantage that they were looking for, and
I'm still
TOB,
dubious.
They need to find a way to kind of turn this around. They already lost the first turtle and lost 3 members of their team so far, 3-0, and untraded on top of that, right? So looking at best player, I mean, he's already a little bit behind, and when it comes to the farm, Easy Peasy definitely rotating around a little bit more, has a little bit more gold in his economy. They're still both level 7 though, so it's still working in their favor. I think it's still interesting to see how Sleeps and Zia both are tied in gold right now, even though they're up 3 kills and a neutral objective.
Oh, here comes a rotation. Are they gonna do it? No, they're not. So I'm a little bit worried right now. The only Ohio Brothers does not have a lot of CC as I wanted, and even if they do, Arlot is gonna have to be there with his final slash in order to give that lot of CC, right? We have Angela, which Heartguard does give a little shield, a little bit of that attack buff, and that shield whenever anyone decides to go in.
Wait, it doesn't give an attack buff, does it?
You're not going to be able to do a lot with what you can do in the way of the dragon. It is only an AoE CC that is for very short, but we are looking at Bloodhound's dragon.
You're going to make me look up Angela.
Alpha charge, AoE CC, but also the penalties for that's huge. But if we look at the team fight potential right now, the Higher Brothers, it's not too much in their favor. So I feel like more of a pick-off comp than going to a full team fight is the advantage right now for Higher Brothers. But we are looking at Turtle Dance. Best player doing a little dance around the turtle, but it's easy.
Ooh, damn, they dove hard on Easy Peasy. Where's your fucking team, bro? There's an objective coming. That's a 4v5, boys. Decide if you want it and go in. Oh, nice pull on Milo. Best player still wins that retry battle. Like, that's the problem, too. Why were you even fighting the turtle for that? You needed to go for the actual team. You were not going to win that turtle.
TOB able to take
what did I say?
next turtle.
5:45.
Yeah, kind of harped on what I said. You kind of need Milo there to get that ground CC.
I think Milo? Is it Milo or Milo?
Objectives, right? Gonna go ahead. And the first turret is going to be taken away from the Higher Brothers.
Tables turn.
Bloodhounds, but looks like the direct trade is going to come in from the Higher Brothers, taking that bot side turret as well. We are seeing the gold lead is kind of the same neck to neck right now, and we are seeing Novara starting to slowly.
What team did Basic join? Basic joined Team Avalon along with one member from Empire and Arvel, former Gosu member.
Leslie's gonna throw a big hit when it comes to there, and if there's no response to that, if there's not shutdowns coming in from both sides, and Beatrix also throws a pretty nasty hit towards that mid to late game as well.
What am I looking for? Support.
Might just check the wrong bush.
Nice! You're still on top. That's all I like to see.
Check out his bags at the lobby. That is going to be 4-2 so far on the scoreboard. 6 minutes in. Both teams having a turtle and also taking a turret.
If Ohio Brothers lose, I might fucking have to change my predictions for the finals.
Zia did pick up the Blade of Despair. Berserker's Fury into the hands of Sleep, but looking at the mid
Bro,
lane,
where the fuck is Angela? There she is.
They are focusing on the Spirit Glory.
Alright, I don't need to see this whole skin fucking thing play through. Heart guard.
Both teams trying to find a way to open up the map in their favor.
It gives you a shield the last 6 seconds. After channeling compete, she attaches herself to allied hero for 12 seconds, during which she can cast skills. Angela can cast skills again, cancel. No, she doesn't give an attack buff at all.
Beautiful kill on that.
Yeah, that was kind of a misspeak, I think. She only gives defense. She only gives a shield and then her normal abilities that she.
Milo's gonna go ahead and get that set potential with the final slash when it comes to this turtle fight.
And right now, I'm just keeping my eyes on Zia, right? He was able to take that kill and also able to take the turret in the top lane, which means TOB has the pressure on the map. And also, Zia is leading in terms of gold and also is out leveling Sleep. So when it comes to these 5v5 engagements, he's going to be the one to deal more damage. So Bloodhounds needs to find a way to even up the odds, right? Get Sleep, the economy he's looking for. His best player is going to claim the turtle for TOB, slowly starting to climb up in the lead, right? They were down in the beginning, but now up by 2,000 gold, 8 minutes in.
Yeah, but you can't
2K
Bloodhounds yet, Weeds.
from an 0-3.
Yeah, we have a lot of late game coming in towards Bloodhounds, but the only issue is can they get there, right?
Eight
Leslie,
minutes
all she needs to do is farm, right? She only has 1 death on the board with 2 assists, but assisted by Shark. Zia is leading in the kill score right now, 2-0, perfect KDA, but we also see Hoon always on.
Zia's 2 levels. You gotta focus on that shit too. Zia's 2 levels ahead of Sleeps right now, and that's despite. Oh yeah, because Zia was actually able to get kills rather than the actual assists that Sleep got.
This team fight perfectly and avoid.
They're starting to get pushed in, and they can't handle their rotations. This is the difference between amateur teams and teams that have been at this level before. Like being able to bounce back. Like for teams like Bloodhound, how are we doing? How are we doing? Nope. Jesus, look at that damage. Boca. Okay, good.
On to best player, keep him alive, and now dealing some damage on to Kopla, destroying the electrifying beats and mobilization on Kopla as well. It's the final part.
Dino, that was bad. That was bad. Nobody was going to be there. Back off.
Backwards to sustain himself. This is going to open up the opportunity for TOB to take the first turret in the mid lane.
Beautiful fight executed by TOB, but the goal lead is about 3K right now.
Yeah, with I want to say with like really with teams that like I want to say top 3 NA teams, when it comes to bouncing back, they still have it. They remain there. They maintain their composure. When teams are kind of new and they don't have that type of experience, it's usually very hard for them to come back from behind. Once they lose their lead, they start making mistakes. They get frustrated. They do fights they shouldn't. They make sets that don't benefit their team, things like that. Like hiding in that bush. There was nobody else really around when he was coming close. He should have abandoned that bush right away, because even like what was the best case scenario there for you when they come towards that bush? You're not going to be able to get a set. If you get a set, you're basically putting yourself in the midst of a 1v5 with the rest of your team not around.
they don't have the gold or the economy to fight that out, and the next Lord goes
And you're about 6K behind,
really
you know,
want
so like
Bloodhounds
even
to
if it was like a fair fight, it'd be not in your benefit to do a 5v5 clash.
Calling and penalty zone. Now I want them to team fight together, right? But Roscoe.
Dragon goes down. Zia picking up another 5 kills unanswered. The man is a menace, hasn't fallen yet, and climbing up this ladder, who's gonna knock him down? I mean, when it comes to trying to close this out, he definitely can do it. He's a one-man army on this Beatrix so far, but in the mid lane, Alpha Charge goes down. Best player with the electrifying beats and the hard guard activated. Final slash dropping down from Milo. Picking up a kill is gonna find Kopla. In the midst of all chaos, they are still going in for another. Zia is gonna claim the tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, just like I said, I really do want the kit to be used.
11 minutes,
maybe
first
if Dino
Lord.
and Kopla time their ults together, this could be a huge issue. And Flicker ult misses from Dino, and here comes Shark.
Yeah, not gonna hit the penalty zone he was looking for, and now gonna be punished. Zia finds Easy Peasy, gets a double, finds Dino. Ticking time bomb. Man, they need to find a way to defuse this bomb, or they're gonna blow up in the next few seconds as TOB is trying to close this out with an
Jesus.
12 minutes in, double. G-Kundo, best player, is going to find Sleep. An amazing set from Super Shark, but finds himself an early grave as Kopla is going to find that kill with the assistance of the base crystal damage.
It looks like Shark is a little bit heartbroken as he did get taken off the board. Looks like Hoon's Hardcore wasn't enough. And we are seeing the top inhibitor turret getting pushed in as well. And talk about the ticking time bomb might just explode here.
Bro, I really need to use Arvel and figure out what his range and shit is, because that shit's always surprising to me.
Still seeing a lot of bodies drop. Zia is going to find Dino for a legendary kill. Easy Peasy finds
12
Zia
minutes,
spawn.
wrap up.
It's a double, finds Zia. Mega kill. Easy Peasy is going to fall into the hands of Milo, but Sleep is going to shut him down. That is going to be a 3-for-2 trade in favor for the Bloodhounds.
Beautiful fight coming in for Bloodhounds. Looks like the Ohio Brothers ticked their bomb off too early in their base, and Bloodhounds actually has the advantage now, and I want them to take everything, right? Take their buffs, take their farm, and get ready for this next lore fight. Guys, they have all the potential. They have the King's Calling, they have the penalty zone, and I want them to use it to their fullest extent, right? They have everything.
Where the fuck is focusing mark?
Everywhere. So I want them to make sure that they win these team fights, and maybe this team fight might be the next one. But Wheezy, if we're looking at the board,
the attack buff is from focusing mark. Ah, that makes sense.
And maybe Bloodhounds can take from here and out, because right now they did have a comeback. They did have their backs up against a wall, but they were able to flip some cards and make the Joker into a king and make it in their lawn right now. But what really has to happen for them to potentially
Just mixing up.
Definitely keep an eye on Moon, right? I mean,
just mixing up idioms.
Keep everybody alive when needed. I think finding a way to get to Zia is also an option, but it's not going to be the easiest thing to pull off.
They had the king and they flipped it into a Joker, and now that's on their lawn. Why are you playing cards on the? Why are you playing cards on the grass?
Dynamic combination, rushing in. Kopla is going to find best player. Final slash goes down. Going to set the whole team of Bloodhounds, and it's going to cause a separation for TOB, who still is providing pressure in this jungle. For the
we're looking at about a 3K gold. It's not fucking completely out of the woods for them. I mean, they can do it.
Here comes the pressure coming in from the mid lane.
But you need to watch out for fucking Shark, dude. I've been waiting for him to use a Cho for a while now.
And he's the only one that got marked, but this Lord is getting chunked down pretty fast. But Wheezy, you might have to hold your breath for this one.
Hey Liz, what's up? Liz, am I saying it right? Liz or Liz?
Easy Peasy is going to pick up the Lord for his team. This is what they were looking for, a slight advantage, and they found it. 9-14 on the scoreboard. With the Lord in their hands, though, they may be able to open up this map in their favor.
English is so hard. I can't neg on people for their English. I just find it funny sometimes. But like deep down, bro, like a lot of these people, I think I'm pretty sure Eunice knows more than one language.
Also have a ticking time
and I barely speak English.
So we are only at about a 1K gold lead, but they're trying their best to defend this mid lane. And Sleep's coming online. 1-3-3 didn't have the best early game, but Leslie does pack a punch towards that mid to late game. So we're
Who's the underdog in NACT this year? I believe the underdog would probably be Aggravate Ones.
They're gonna go ahead and clear this Lord, but rotation coming up to that top side.
Novacore was actually the winner, and they beat Aggravate Ones. However, Novacore was not able to come because they didn't have their paperwork on time, or there's something wrong with their paperwork. Either they're just ineligible. I don't know the specifics, but I'm gonna assume that somebody's ineligible, doesn't have their visa, isn't old enough, something like that, and they weren't able to compete. So they got disqualified, and Aggravate Ones got their spot. So they're basically trying to fight to prove that they belong here. You know what I mean?
You gotta wait for TOB to make the aggressive play and wait for that mistake to pop out. Take advantage of it by grouping together and getting that solo pick off, and that is how you start to turn this
It's
around.
the same for me.
Absolutely.
Don't you
now
speak
we
other
are
language, Liz?
seeing the setup,
Liz?
however, coming in from a higher brothers, they were able to clear
I'm gonna
out
say
the
that
Lord
1,000
well,
times.
But Bloodhound
Liz,
wasn't able to
Liz,
respond
lies,
with
Liz,
the Lord
lies.
together. So
Maybe it's
we are
lies.
looking at a little bit of an issue once
Lies?
again, backed up against the wall from the side of Bloodhounds, and Bloodhounds needs to do something right now, and I'm a little bit worried.
Outplay
Right?
and get
Sleeps
knocked
is
out
doing
easy.
Good scaling with this Leslie, but they have to.
Well, this is
watch
North
out
America too,
for
dude.
Shark.
So
Shark
there's a lot of different.
landing all his way.
The
Dragons
competition
took
is a
his
little
place,
less.
was able to put Sleeps at a
What's the word?
disadvantage, along with Boca Roscoe, running
Boisterous,
Novari. Usually
as it is in
Novari shouldn't
other
get
countries.
caught out, but, you know, once he did get caught out towards the top side, this already put a huge disadvantage. But
I'm from
already
Argentina,
getting
so
vision.
Spanish. Oh, Argentina.
Vision with the ultimate sniper. Bloodhounds now trying to make their way.
Okay,
into
we
the
come in there.
purple
We got
buff.
King's Calling.
But it looks like they weren't able to
Beautiful.
get
Are we
it.
able to take him
That
down?
player
Big
grabs it, but
suppression
down
on
trap
him
to kick on. Uses
is
the winner
not going to be
punch
able to
that he just
protect
picked
best
up.
player.
Sleeps is gonna
Good
take him
job
down.
landing that. They
The process is
overextended. They got
jumping for
greedy.
TOB
All right, but
falling.
can you capitalize on it? You've got lanes pushing, but you have no towers. What are you going to do here, boys? What was that? 640. We're going to call that
The later this
1640.
game gets, though, the longer the respawn
Time
times will
check,
be. So as long as they can get
1640.
pickoffs, that can still work in their
Did we turn
favor
the
right
time?
now.
Nope.
Picking the pickoffs.
I don't even know if that's worth mentioning.
Dragon, drop it down on a Dino. Echo. And you're
Oh, he's gonna get away!
Strike for the damage. Dino gets
Oh,
out of
Zia.
there, able to sustain himself.
Nice, Milo!
Finds Milo, but no, easy peasy.
Look at
to find
Super Shark.
It looks like Milo will be able
What
to
was
escape and
that?
recover
That was
back to base.
17. We're going to call
Yeah,
that
Weezy,
17, 19.
Remember what I said earlier? The late game is
17,
into the hands
19.
of Bloodhounds.
Fucking the
Ooh,
bodyguard
that-
over there,
ooh,
Super Shark.
Brenner's empathy.
And
Landing a beautiful
I
shot on Boca Roscoe,
will
but because of his
always
mobility, he is able to get out. Lord is going to go into the hands of
Shark
Bloodhounds, and this is another
protects
table's turn. But look at
player
how higher brothers,
17,
look at Zia
19.
and Moon right now. They are able to pressure up a lot of these lanes, kind of
And
prevents Bloodhounds
BH
from
turn
pushing
the
up anywhere.
tides.
And this is what I want to see. But however, Bloodhound's actually responding well. So look at the minions getting.
Who's gonna win
focused on
M5
that
this year?
bot side,
Ooh,
and they're gonna
man.
go ahead and sync up these lanes. And here we go. TOB loves to guard their mid lane.
I
As
don't
mid
know.
lane is usually
Honestly.
one turn that you really want to guard as it opens up too much map advantage.
I'm kind of hoping.
But
I'm kind of
Lord still
hoping
being unresponsive from the side of
that
TOB, and maybe they need to do
Indonesia can
something
take
here.
it.
And Bloodhounds can look for a potential fight as
just
Lord is
because,
stomping
you know,
down
I mean,
their top
dude, it gets kind of, I'm not gonna lie, it gets kind of boring if like you're just like, okay, the Philippines are always dominating. As a viewer, like I want to have some type of like suspension of disbelief that like other teams can actually make it. So I'm looking for Indo to do it. Ooh, nice, they're on sleep. Oh, that's a lot of damage, bro. He's down quick.
Finds the ADC, Sleeps, finds Super Shock before he falls. The Lord is gonna crash into the inhibitor and drop it
Ooh,
down. Zia
Boca
isn't quite
run.
easy peasy in the process. Lord is still intact and nobody's defending it. It's
Boca
now made
tried.
its way into the base for TOB.
Yeah, they had to go ahead and defend that, and their inhibitor.
Not bad,
turret has
dude.
been
Boca's
taken off,
slippery.
And Novaria was able to get very lucky and get. And
I'd have
stay
died 3
alive,
times there
and
already.
the beat wasn't enough, and the record wasn't too loud enough to take him off the board. But we are looking
16
at
to 12
trade,
right
1-2
now.
Trade. Bloodhounds was able to execute that fight in the early stages, but unfortunately, some buys did get taken out, and one of them is Sleeps. And I do not want to see Sleeps getting taken off the board anymore. He needs to be online and active.
All right, they took a
and
blue
make
team
sure that
turret.
he is
Not
doing
bad,
all
not
his
bad.
damage
4
for
more
the
turrets.
side
You
of
just got to do that
Bloodhounds.
4 more
And
times,
he has
boys.
all the
4
potential
more
to be able
times.
to one shot and throw a punch saying, hey, I'm here. This is
Hopefully
my
NA
game.
will
This is
win
my land.
M5.
This is my
Ah,
land of
dude,
dominance. As
I
we
wish.
move
I
down
feel like
for this
North
first
America
series, but
needs
we are
to,
looking at 3-minute
for
game.
us
Our
to
spike
win
is starting to
M5,
go. We are
a
looking
team
at
needs to
goals.
win this
Everyone's pretty much
NACT.
even, and now
Well, not M5. I feel like for us to win an M series, we need to win one of these, go to the M series, do however we do at the M series, come back and stick together through another year. We have too many teams that don't build enough synergy, because as soon as they lose, they want to leave the team and try something different and go to a different team, because it's obviously the team's fucking fault. I.e. fucking Basic, who fucking like I really feel like despite OP's performance at MSC, if they had stuck together, they could probably have been something magical for M5.
In a lot of local tournaments, and now going head to head up against TOB, and it's pretty much an even game. TOB is usually a team that's undefeated. Every time you see them go,
there's two things. It's not just Basic who is the problem because he left. It's Yureshi who doesn't have his fucking visa. So I mean.
It's definitely letting us know that there's other teams out there ready to play at that caliber, and I love.
There's just so many little tidbits. Okay, all right. How are we gonna be able to do this, guys? Oh my God, we're tied up too. All right, we're looking. Where's that penalty zone? Are we gonna find a penalty zone? We're trying to get to the back line. You can see best player trying to go to the back there.
Whoa! Pressure from TOB just shoved Bloodhounds away from the Lord.
Dude, how much of a bait? Best player just runs through, completely capsizes their attempt to try to go for this Lord because they go chasing after best player.
But still failed to mark Shark. Best player or Milo, which
they need Kupla. Kupla needs to be able to find best player and nail him down with a King's Calling.
Back to go ahead and clear those waves on the top side.
Yeah, so at the top, bro, this is why I fucking hate Angela, dude. Her split pushing ability when it comes to pro players.
Here soon, if Fospa takes subjective, Dino is in position for the vision. Copla's there, easy peasy.
They're not going to be able to win this. They're not going to be able to win because fucking Angela is going to be able to come in while you see Boca Roscoe up at the top. I feel like they need Boca Roscoe in an engagement. Oh man, Boca, no!
16 to 12, almost 22 minutes in, 66k gold leading. But the way the Dragon
just a little bit of
flex of power, trying to keep Boca Roscoe at bay as this Lord has been reset.
Shark just used his ult and flicker, which will be automatically disadvantaged, but best player is gonna have to.
All right, there goes the ultimate from best player there.
No damage.
Big pull by Coppola. Pop up though. Yeah, the Lord screwed them. And there goes the immobilize, and he's down. Milo's gonna take care of him quick.
Fall. Can he get out? Looks like the immortality has
immortality. He's gonna. Oh, King's Calling. He can get able to get a stun.
Is gonna find Zia though. That is huge. Taking down the marksman for TOB. This is the time to engage. Best player is gonna find Coppola. One member dropping for both sides. Will they be able to claim victory in this battle?
Dude, they're not doing bad. Okay, incoming best player. Oh, nice!
Take him down.
Push by the marksman.
Super Shark and Hoon all by themselves
but
against
they can't do anything because they're so far behind. Look at because this is the pressure. This is the problem when you have all of your towers down. They can't capitalize on it.
Talk about Lord, they're gonna go ahead.
Are they gonna go push with this? 21 seconds, 30 seconds.
And the Hydras are gonna get some turrets taken off their board. This is not looking good at all, but look at that bot.
There's zero loyalty when it comes to NA teams. Yeah, exactly.
But they have a minion left. Shark looking.
And they don't understand. They don't understand that stuff is needed.
Any of these members from the Son of Bloodhounds?
No, I think kind of take your foot off the gas and go for the Lord. They do have a little bit of time.
How about the Valley? Nah, the Valley. I knew the Valley was never going to work. Never, ever, ever going to work.
They're going to focus on these objectives, and that is what you have to do, right? This is next level gameplay when it comes to the top 8 teams in North America.
While I feel like the Valley at some point was better,
speaking of Bloodhounds,
if you're talking about just base stats, the Valley versus the Ohio Brothers or OP, I feel like the Valley was better based on raw skill. However, I feel like the Ohio Brothers, aka OP, had a higher potential that they could reach together. Like I feel like they could have gotten a lot better, and I feel like they could have gotten better than even BTK could have if they would have stuck together. Nobody wants to admit or like come into terms that one of the biggest reasons that BTK was so successful was not just because those guys were mechanically gifted. It was because they stuck together for 2 years and like
advantage,
they
though. They do have
knew
the
each
Lord,
other.
and
They
you
had
gotta make
synergy,
something
like
happen. You have to make a
unbelievable
play,
amounts.
clean up these waves, push through with the Lord, and try and close it out. But you
Nobody
are seeing
wants
on the
to build
bottom side,
synergy with
Milo
anybody anymore.
clearing out those minions, which means they will only have the mid and the top side to work with, but they are going to go in and try and claim an inhibitor. Can they do it though, right? Everybody.
Jesus Christ, this game is taking forever.
24 minutes in. If anybody falls, they'll be out for at least 40 seconds.
Yeah, it looks
Bro,
like
they can't even
Hi-Fi
get...
tried to delay some waves, but Z in a lot
Oh
of
my
trouble
god, are they
here.
gonna get a win?
Trying to go
Nope.
in for the finish. Was this the right answer? The way the Dragon Pump Shark catching sleeps.
They
Very
got
low
a
immortality
fucking
being
win
proc, but
on the
Bloodhounds
Ohio Brothers,
is
bro.
gonna claim victory in game 1 against TOB in the semifinals.
25-minute mark.
Beautiful game taken in
What
by
an
Bloodhounds,
upset,
and
dude.
that is the game that we wanted to see. And this is the first game that's been taken away by TOB.
I want to change.
That
I'm going to
is
go
a
tell Dave
very
right now. I want to change
interesting
my...
round introduction, right? Bloodhounds did take a win against them, and now we're looking at 1-0 Bloodhounds. And if they are able to take away this next match, and hopefully we might see a little bit of an upset, this will be a very interesting game for the first season of NACT.
I know UA's out there just smiling somewhere, right? He's the only one voting
UA,
for
where are you?
the underdog
I know you're
team.
smiling.
Is this
I know
Lee's?
you're able
Bro,
to
I'm
get
going to tell you right now, I
all we can
hate
say
that
is
fucking
possible, right?
Discord.
They've been working so hard
25
to get to
minutes,
this level, and definitely credits to them to take game 1.
TOB
need to find
loses.
some answers,
Was
right? I mean,
Lee's,
I like
Lee's,
the
are you
draft
still in this
both
chat? Are you
sides,
the one who just
but when it came
contacted
to
me? I
execution,
hate that
Bloodhounds
Discord
was able
now
to kind of play it
covers
all
the
into late
name
game,
of the
which they
people
needed for that Leslie to
that
come
talk
online
to
with
me.
sleeps and to pull off that victory. I think Zia was kind of caught out of position a couple of times and falling early in these engagements, which opened up that opportunity for them to close it out with that first game. So this is a best of 3. We are inside of the semifinals. Keep in mind, guys, this is a point system, right? So this is a battle for the top 4 placements out of all top 8. So hopefully we can take this all the way to game 3. That's what I love to see. I don't like seeing 2-0 sweeps, but game 1 going to Bloodhounds.
And just like I talked about, Bloodhounds does have the late game advantage, and they were able to secure the deal, seal the package, and ship it off with their first win. And this is a
Name
beautiful
starts with an
introduction
L.
coming
Oh,
in.
dude, fucking
And
Discord
let's look
annoys
at the
the fuck out of me
post-game stats
sometimes.
right now. 17-15 game,
Adding
25-minute
credit
game.
information.
This
Oh, I
might
just
be one of
asked
our
Nami
longest
about
matches
this
so
too.
far in
If
the
I
first
needed to
round season.
put
We are looking
stuff
at
on
the gold lead. Unfortunately, Bloodhounds was able to take
Let me see.
that.
Hold on, I need to
lead
edit
in
my
that
titles and
mid-game
shit.
to late game,
Apparently,
but early game they were struggling a lot, and the Higher Brothers was unfortunately unable to carry out that game. And we are looking at these turret trades, this Lord fights, and Bloodhounds just took all of that away from TOB. Now, if they are able to execute this perfectly the next game, Bloodhounds might be able to take this win away from TOB, which will be a very interesting rest of the series. But Wheezy, how are you feeling right now? This isn't something we usually see.
Well,
usually
I'll tell
see
you
it's
what,
called
I
an
think I'm feeling
upset.
the same thing that Bloodhounds is feeling over there, right? Anything is possible as long as you put your heart to it, and that's what's being shown today, right? TOB, you got to kind of get your ducks in a row, right? I mean, this is the semifinals. If they get knocked out here, they don't move on to the bronze match. They're just done into the next regular season 2, which will be next weekend. So I gotta see a little bit of changes, right? Find a way to close it out when you have such an early advantage. Bloodhounds waited.
I already
to that
have
late game power
NACT
spike
regular
to come
season
alive,
stage
and they didn't
1
make too many mistakes,
watch
right?
party.
Zio got caught out of position of one unlucky play, and they were able to kind of snowball off of that.
I have to have the live streams in there too.
QQ turret in the mid lane, and then they closed it out, right? Who would have thought they would have been able to finish
Control
it that
C.
fast? And
We're gonna throw
credits
that.
to them. Now jumping into game 2, what I'd like to see from both sides is a little bit more
Control
focus
V.
on the objectives, right? When it came to Bloodhounds, they were kind of falling a little too early, and TOB was kind of starting to snowball. But then it turned around, like I said, when Zia got caught out of position in the late game, that's when they came alive. So nonetheless, I'm excited to see where this goes as we are jumping into the post-game stats. Looking at the side of Bloodhounds, I mean, just look at that damage dealt, right? They were under damage dealt, and that was actually TOB who dealt more damage than they did. When it comes to damage taken,
Do I have the right
same
hashtags? I'm
thing.
pretty
You
sure
are
I
seeing
do, right?
Bloodhounds taking more
Mobile
damage than them
Legend, blah,
as
blah,
well.
blah.
It's
Where's the
just
other
like all over the
hashtags?
board, you were seeing TOB. Look at the
Bro,
bottom.
why
The rich
send
guy
me
to
the
carry,
hashtags
the
I need in a
sandbag, and the
picture
forgotten
instead of
one
an
with the
easily
TOB. So when it comes to post-game
copyable
stats, it looks like this was a
Mobile
TOB game, but no,
Legends?
Bloodhounds turning that light on and being able to close it out.
And look at how close the stats are for the
Bang,
damage taken,
bang.
right? 468,000 compared to 466. We were only talking about a 2K difference,
NACT
but it came all from easy
2023.
peasy sleeps, right? Bokarosco was able to land some snipe shots from that backside, give a little bit of the sustained damage towards that mid to late game, and
Killing
this
me.
is what I wanted to see, right?
All season.
Early game, I was a little bit skeptical of
This is kind of
Bloodhounds
why
as they
I
didn't have
fucking
an early game sustain, but
I
late
would
game, they
rather
executed that perfectly, right?
just
A little
watch
bit of
this stuff stuff in my Discord on my own with my small community.
Get online, throw some shots, and really show them who is winning this first match, and it was Bloodhounds. So, Bloodhounds, my question to you is, can you take this out perfectly at the same time?
NA qualifier.
Focusing on can they
Holy sweet baby Jesus! I think that's it.
Huge, right? I mean,
update
I
all.
want to say when it came to the odds and everybody voting, majority of players out there and viewers.
I'm actually gonna need to keep these too, huh? Because I need to put that in YouTube. Control C. All right, hashtags are there. Update all.
Seen them kind of grow through their journey with Boca Roscoe, amazing Twitch streamer, and also the captain for their team. He's just been such a huge in their success, and definitely credits to them. I mean, I've seen them compete in a Night Horde tournament. I've seen them compete in NABA, and they've just been everywhere, right? These are guys that are playing each and every day. When it came to TOB, there's a moment in time where I really didn't see some of their players around outside of Hoon. So now looking at the replays of that amazing battle that was on the way, we saw Sleeps find Zia able to get that pick off. This is where it looked like it was in TOB's favor, but that's where Zia fell, right? We said he fell a little late in the game, too early for them, and this is when Bloodhounds took the advantage.
Yeah, look at the execution coming in. Bloodhounds was able to flip the card around and make them show, you know, you can't be fighting in my side of the area, right? This is my area, my farm, my land of Dawn. You're gonna have to respectfully back off. And they were able to secure that team fight and take it up into their advantage. But a lot of beautiful plays, though, coming in from that late game, right? I really have to give credits over to Dino. Yes, he did miss a couple penalty shots here and there. We were a little bit skeptical, but he was able to pull up and show what the Turizla is really made for. Same with the King's Calling coming in from Coppola, and Sleeps being able to use a lot of his bullets to be able to knock him off the board for the side of Ohio Brothers.
And I gotta say, for Bloodhounds, they've just been having such a great start, right? They were the first ones to open up the door with the Savage in day one. And now, speaking of Bloodhounds, next draft is on the way up against TOB. They do have the advantage. This is match point. If they claim victory on this game, then they win the series and move on to the finals and keep TOB at bay, not able to hit the mark for a top 4 spot in the first season.
Yeah, Bloodhounds likes to traditionally go for that late game, I believe, right? They're more team fight orientated, not really doing too well in the early game. Now, I feel the difference between TOB and Bloodhounds is TOB is more of an early game focused team, so they take a lot of prio mid.
How are you going to say that Bloodhounds are not good in the early game when they've dominated the early game in basically, I want to say, 3 of 5 matches that they've played? No, 4 of 5, because they did dominate the early game against TOB. It's just that mid game went to the Ohio Brothers, and then finally the Bloodhounds were able to find their traction and get going.
Both teams. If Bloodhounds just goes with that late game draft and is able to execute that perfectly towards that mid to late game, maybe work on their early game just a little bit, be careful on the micro macro, this might be an easier exit for TOB if Bloodhounds can take the execution well. But if Bloodhounds falls in that early game, is not able to execute anything perfectly, prevents the marksman from
Leslie was not feeding in the early, and that's a thing.
TOB's game. And honestly, I just feel like both of these teams, it just depends on their early game, right? Bloodhound's a little bit weak on the early game, but TOB is strong in the early game. Mid to late game, Bloodhounds does have that really strong punch team fight, but the TOB didn't have the right response.
To not agree.
Which is why Bloodhounds beautifully took away that first game away from TOB.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there, right? You got to find some answers on the table. I mean, you know, Bloodhounds having a great advantage jumping into this one win under their belt. Just seeing this one closed out. But looking on the side of TOB, we got to look at what do they do from here, right? Possibly Boca Roscoe and
add these hashtags
ran in on that Navaria. He was able to kind of
stream.
keep himself afar. Only fell like 1 or 2 times in that entire game. And did the damage necessary.
Bro, if they ask me about a freaking delay on my stream again, I'm going to let them know that I have more of a delay than Aiko does.
That's not going to be the easiest thing to do. Boca Roscoe, like you said, a Supreme Mage definitely has
I just talked with Nami, and she said my delay was fine.
To be there. So looking at the draft so far, as we are seeing the bans for the first phase almost be finalized.
These details make me not want to stream this stuff.
Alongside the E.
Because I got so much work that I have to do in the background for all the streams, for the research and everything.
Fans and the respect fans are actually
what am I doing here? Okay, we're going here.
Right? Who's known for the global Valentina,
go to the YouTube stream, edit
whatever mage you pretty much name it. He can play all around the map, but his most comfort picks are going to be that Valentina and Eve. But speaking about late game, right? I already see a Claude getting picked up. So just like I said, Bloodhounds like.
I'm kind of wondering why they need to ban out the Claude. Is he just that strong of a hero?
Now I know Weezy's thinking right now as I am speaking on these picks right now, and he's doing his little thinking face right there with his hand on his little mustache over there. But we are looking at these trades though, however, right? Claude is actually one of the 100% pick or ban rates actually in MPL. So we are seeing a lot of good Claude players, and Sleeps is going to be the first one to lock it in for us for the side of Bloodhounds. But in response, I did look for a trade, so Milo's going to go ahead and
what am I looking for here? Where is the tags? Oh, here we go, tags.
Which is probably going to be played by either Hoon or
the next
Shark.
tag?
They can be ran both ways, but Weezy's, Weezy's having some thoughts right now. I already know he has his So what do you think? Ooh, the Martis Weezy. Talk about that Martis Weezy.
Kasha, but the Lolita can be picked up from TOB right here, considering, right? I mean, you have Milo on this R-Light who can profit off that. The shield can definitely block out Sleeps on that Blazing Duet. I think it would be a great answer if they did want to pick it up here, but if they do want to match up suppression, I mean, you can do that too, right? You can pick up the Franco. That's definitely an option to kind of go toe-to-toe on that Kasha.
I think I'm done. Save.
Easy did run this Martis though. I mean, he does have a slight advantage when he uses the Mortar Coils because you're looking at a heavy CC combination from the Ohio brothers, right?
Why is it delay if they are already delayed? I have no idea. That's what I asked Nami before I started streaming this. I'm like, do I have to have a delay on this? Because I'm gonna tell you, dude, that's
dashing in, profiting from the CC provided from
that's
best
kind of annoying.
Well, not best player,
she's like, it's already delayed, so
be a problem. But they're gonna go ahead and pick up their marksman instead, trying to get Zia something comfortable in his hands. It's gonna go ahead and pick up that Beatrix.
All right, boom. We got this.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking right now, and you said that you wanted
Liz, am I saying that right?
Picked up, right? But my issue is the Mortar Coils coming in from Martis, immune CC, but Copla can actually
the Claude, yeah, Claude always wrecked the Cult Altar in the first place. He because once you activate Cult Altar, like the health that they get is very minimal. It's almost like, here's the thing too, Claude makes a Cult Altar benefit him. He turns it into a stun, basically. You know what I mean? Like he almost turns it into a petrify. So the enemy Cult Altars, he goes ahead, does his Blazing Duet, and because his damage, the Cult Altar doesn't give them the full health. The Cult Altar gives them like a very minimal amount of health before they get reset. It's basically a stun because he can fucking burst it down. Boom. They all have to stand still and reset with the Cult Altar, and then once they come back up, you're free to do as much damage to them as you want. Given they do have like their health pool reset, it's just it's kind of interesting, you know what I mean, how it works, the dynamic of it.
Claude already counters Fairness with the Blazing Duet, so maybe they could have opted in for another ban. Maybe they could have opted in for maybe another mid laner, really, prevent Bokorosco from picking any mages, or maybe take him out of his comfort zone, take him somewhere where he's not comfortable. But instead,
I miss Old Promise. A lot of people do.
Mages, so the Novaria is getting picked away.
You know what I don't miss? Weezy, old freaking Kufra.
I'm trying to think of.
I was talking about this yesterday. People don't remember when Kufra
got picked up. So
like this Kufra, when Kufra had 25% more range on his.
What are your things right now? Because literally
on his Tyrant's Revenge. Holy crap! That dude used to come from across the map.
Well, they need something early, right?
And slap you from a bush.
Which can make up for that, I guess, if they can get him low enough, he can hit the decimation. But the Claude is going to be more late. There goes Super Shark picking up that Kufra. Excellent read on that. I think it would be a great decision here, especially with that bouncing ball when that Claude goes.
Wait, does his bouncing ball stop Mortal Coil? Right? I don't think so, right?
Revenge, hit that Tyrant's Rage. And you also have best players, so there's a lot of team composition oriented playstyles from these heroes.
Man, really, I think it's really ballsy of Bloodhounds to keep letting Arlot through.
Oh,
there it is. There it is. He's putting up that 100% win rate. He's putting it up.
Talking about the Valir making that comeback and
you're fucked, dude.
Off-guard picks that can change the entire meta.
Oh man, I don't like a best player on an assassin for something as that lacks as much movement speed as a freaking Valir does. Oh my god, Boka's gonna be fucking hurting, dude.
Where if you finish and kill a minion with your first skill, it gets
Here's
reset.
a question.
The CD is automatically reset, or if you
The
hit a
shadow,
hero,
the
I
shadow
believe, the CD gets
imprint
reduced.
that
So he is able to spam that
Hayabusa
first
can
skill,
put
but a
onto
lot of
somebody,
early game damage
can
coming
that
from
be
Bloodhound.
cleansed
But
by
same
a
with the Hybrid, we
purify?
have a lot of mid lane prio with the Kufra and the Kudita being
Or
paired
by
up,
Vengeance
but I
Flame
really want to
from
watch out for the
Valir?
mid
Can
to
that be
late game. This
cleansed,
can be
or does
another
that
20,
or does
30
that
minute
kind of
game
stay
coming
on
from
you
both
no
sides
matter
with
what?
Bloodhounds. This is their only game they need to take if they want to take it home. But TOB has a lot on the stake. But Wheezy, take me in and take the
It can't, you
viewers
tried.
into the second
Poor
game.
Strawberry.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, NACT fall
Tried.
season, game 2 of the semifinals,
Hurt.
regular season 1,
Alright, let's go.
Bloodhounds
We're gonna
up
go to
against the
game
Ohio
2.
brothers in this best of 3. Game 1, we did see Bloodhounds close it out with that 25-minute game, but now will to be able to take the series as this is match point. They need to be able to close this out and move on to the grand finals, but TOB, can they build up the resilience and find a way to shut them down and even out the series?
And here we go. We already see all that mid lane prio coming in from Hoon and Shark, but look at the rotation already happening from Bloodhounds. They really like to trade that EXP level 2, and they like to share that so that they can have a little bit more pride with the early game. But whoa, Sleep's already getting a lot of pressure from Zia and Shark, and this is
Yeah, they're gonna pressure the fuck out of a fucking Claude.
They need to prevent Sleep from scaling anywhere, anytime. But Milo is already doing a lot of damage on that top side, putting Dino at a disadvantage already.
Dino actually might get killed. Dino's gonna die up there. Can we get some eyes up there? Dino! Okay, he flickered out.
Careful.
He's still being chased. Run, Dino!
Easy peasy running this Martis, right? He has that decimation already. He is level 4, and this is where Martis kind of profits. And not just any Martis, right? Easy peasy Martis. We've seen him pick up that Savage in day 1.
Why are we not focusing on this fight up at top, dude?
Bloodhounds, and maybe they are able to take the game. And
I can't believe. Oh, he's so fucked. There's Hayabusa, dude. Get out of there, run!
To use that mark and get potentially another Savage and take it away from the higher brothers.
Dude,
and First Blood is going to go ahead.
What are we doing?
The hands of the higher brothers on that
What
top
was going on
side.
in bottom lane that we had to stay down there?
That's so welcome, but looks like your presence is back into the land of Dawn, and that is a little bit of a lead right now for the side of the higher brothers.
Yeah, I mean, best player picking up that kill, especially being the jungler, will kind of give him an advantage.
I don't even remember their names. I think it's like an Emily, and like a Todd. They have like super regular names in Discord.
Notice, but Coppola is running this Kaja, which is a direct
I can't scream out
counter over
"Go"
there.
anymore.
So his positioning is definitely going to be critical on these neutral objectives. But speaking of critical, Boone finding Dino yet again is gonna fall. Easy peasy will claim the turtle for Bloodhounds.
And Dino already been taken off twice on the board, and Easy Peasy is gonna go ahead and pick up another one on Shark, and looks like Easy Peasy
I was distracting them, sorry.
Good start. He's little dancing around, is able to get some turtles, and look at the rotation coming from the bot side now.
Thanks,
Zia
I
has to
can't
be
even use
careful
that as a
the
clip.
rotation is all focus on
So it's
Zia.
no use
This
even taking that
game
number
is
down.
Really about all the marksmen, the positioning. The
Maybe
gold
see here by
lead
the
looks like
items.
it's roughly the same, only about 100 gold difference, and Zia doesn't notice what's going on, so go ahead and respectfully
The
back
only
off.
thing I feel
But
like
now
they need to
Bloodhounds
improve on
really turn their
is
attention
definitely
more
they need to
towards
improve on the
marksmen, but
items.
Shark
When that
trying
thing
to
comes
set
up, man, you
the
should be
roster
discussing
stun
what
is
they're
preventing him
looking
from
at
being
for
able to
as
jump
far
in.
as items. You can see that the mage Hoon already has Crystal. He's working on his
Who's going to be able to lead the way in the
Clockwork.
early game between these two powerhouse teams? Bloodhounds, who did have a great start, taking game
Clockwork.
1.
What the
They
fuck is it
are
called?
having a little bit of momentum behind them to be able to close this out. TOB, though, a little bit of a surprise to the world on their debut.
Clock of Destiny. I'm dumb. Clockwork. Clock of Destiny. I don't know why I was thinking Clockwork Orange for some reason.
Bloodhounds, that was just too overwhelming for them to deal with. And speaking of overwhelming,
Ooh, Zia. Are they able to get him? No. Oh, nice. They got him. Can you finish? Can you finish? Bro. Woo, they shut that down quick.
Takes out the jungler for Bloodhounds.
Yeah, usually the marksman getting taken off this early is not something you really want
I don't think this is gonna be the same type of game.
Good, right?
I think
But here we go,
this is gonna
looking
be
for
a
another engage
wash.
Here, but looks
We're gonna
like
call
he
that
is going to just go
340.
ahead and back
340.
off and reset the rotations.
340.
But Shark
Failed
will
gank.
take up Coppola.
Failed gank
Does find
on
Coppola. Shark just rotating around,
lane.
showing his presence. With Coppola out of the game,
No,
they
actually,
don't have suppression.
it wasn't a failed
Maybe
gank,
chance
it
to
was a
shut down Sleep
successful
to the
gank,
bottom
so
side, and there
success-
goes Tyrant's Revenge onto the wall.
Failed
But wait a
gank
minute, gonna
on
path over to Milo for a
bottom.
second. How you doing? But Sleep's hit with the Mirror's
Costs
Passion.
them
He's gonna be
jungler.
MI out of there, but this opens up the opportunity for TOB to stack up some gold on this
Then
turret on the bottom side.
opens.
And it looks like
Up
we're not done.
tower
Weezy Mile
push.
looking for a little bit more. Here we go.
Milo, one-man army, make that 2v3 as you are going to see best player join the party.
Oh boy!
Shadow kill doing a lot
That's
of
that.
damage.
That's the
to
mechanical
Dino.
ability I was talking about, dude. Oh, and he gets popped up. It's over, dude.
Take it. Oshizadi going down with the rough plays on Easy Peasy. Very low. The stun though on the best
they
player.
are
Everybody
diving for
joining
Easy
the
Peasy.
battle for this turtle. Hoon finding Bokarasco. Massive damage all the way from Milo.
Yeah, we're gonna call that 440, 435.
Turtle Pit will be able to claim this objective.
435. Sitting at 4-0. That is already
Easy,
a beautiful
Easy
lead coming in from the side of Ohio Brothers, but I can't count out Easy Peasy. They get taken off the board, yes, but he is actually doing really well in his jungle as well. Bokarasco sitting at 0-1, but Dino, you're worried. He's sitting at 0-3, got taken off so many times in that early game, and he needs to be able to sustain a little bit as he is running that Grok EXP. He is in charge of giving that set potential.
Nobody gonna check those bushes? Nobody gonna check those bushes for your jungler?
Once again.
Put a lot of damage. I mean, look at Easy Peasy. It's like 10% HP. Definitely has to go back to the base. I mean, looking at Hoon, right? I mean, he already has the arcane boots, and he went in for that Clock of Destiny for some sustainability. But best player is going to find Bokarasco, Blazing Duet going down, trying to fend off the Ohio Brothers from claiming this early objective on the bottom side. TOB did take the turret in the top lane.
Bro, last game, I'm not gonna lie, last game Zia had a 2-level lead on Sleeps, and they still lost, so I wouldn't count Bloodhound out of this.
So looking for a little bit of a response.
There he goes. Was he able to get it? I think he was. He was. Nice. Oh, big pop-up. Perfect. Milo's down. Are we gonna be able to get best player? No, you don't want
Milo
this!
goes for another decimation on the best player, but Hoon, for the denial, is gonna shut down Easy Peasy.
How many times are you gonna get caught? Hoon has your freaking... Hoon is 5-0 right now.
Looks like I'm gonna go ahead and trade out this turret, but ooh.
Poka, you're about to lose your Valir win rate, boy.
Side for Zia and Shark, but just like I said, no one's responding to
Hoon is wrecking them on this Kadita. That was a mistake letting that out. There's a reason Kadita is so sought after when it comes to like the banning phase.
Will be needed, right? Bokarasco again running this Valir needs some time to scale and is able to provide the CC, but how much can he provide for them to go ahead and maybe shift over the lead so Bloodhounds can be in the lead once again when it hits that 10-minute mark?
Looking at you so far, TOB able to claim those two turrets to open up the map and also lead the way in terms of gold, right? They took one of the turtles, other one went to Bloodhounds in the battle on the way for the mid lane, trying to open it up even more. I mean, they're leading in the economy as you are seeing that Blade of Despair picked up from Zia to deal some massive damage, especially when they get below. But Turtle does spawn in.
When they get what? What happened?
The aggro, best player with the quad will rotate around.
All right, we got to make something happen here. We got to make some magic. Watch out for Valir. Oh, no. They know Valir's there. Here comes the Tyrant's Revenge comes in.
Super Shark.
Turtle's going to go over to
all
them.
the damage and the whole team of Bloodhounds. His best player
they're coming in
claims
there.
the Turtle for
Mortal
TOB.
Coil is out. Dino goes down.
Finds Dino. The turret is
Super Shark is down. Hoon is down. It's even fight. Not anymore.
His best player takes down Coppola. But Zia picks up a double and finds Easy Peasy. That is a 3-for-3 trade in the turtle pit.
I love how Bokarasco just shoved high up. Look at that. That is disgusting. Bokarasco's just shoving people out of his face, and he's
I'm not gonna lie, Bokarasco makes Valir look super agile and mobile. He really saves those abilities very well to deal with the Hayabusa. Like Hayabusa should not have a problem getting to a fucking Valir. Like this should be, but he is just on it. He waits for that shadow clone to come out and immediately pushes. He's got his reactions down so quickly.
But ECP is gonna go ahead and pick up his buffs and restart these rotations, and look at Shark's position.
What was that? That was like an 8 minutes full team trade.
Takes him down and claims the turret for the mid lane. Hoon is the one to pick that up for the side of TOB. Easy Peasy trying to clear out these minions with Mortal Coil. This Coppola is going to go ahead and find the turret on the bottom side.
That is a beautiful camp coming from Shark. Usually when we see Shark running any room, right?
He's a real Valir user.
Response. We've seen it yesterday. He's just in everyone's face in the jungle towards that mid to early mid game. But whoa, I look away for 1 second.
The problem is though, the problem is that even the greatest Valir, I mean, you're talking about a freaking Hayabusa, dude. A Hayabusa and a freaking Kadita. I mean, there's only so much that Valir can dodge.
Milo has been taken off the desk twice, but looks like he is
6 to 14. Who are we looking on the side of Bloodhounds to be able to carry us?
Well, but
Easy Peasy's being held down. We're looking at hopefully for Sleeps to be able to do something. He's a level behind Zia. I'd love to see the gold lead that he has right now because we're looking at about 6K gold lead, 5K. 5K for the Ohio brothers right now. I wonder how much of that is on the marksman. All right, we're coming in for the gank. We're going to fail the gank, but we're going to push this tower. So they succeed. They get the tower. We're actually doing all right. It's 2-3 when it comes to towers. I'd say we're still very much behind.
The dynamic trio with Hoon, they're leading the way for TOB right now. All of them just stacked on kills.
We need a great set by Dino.
Their kills are in the hands of Easy Peasy running on this Martis jungle,
my problem with the composition from Bloodhounds right now is we have a composition that works against itself. On one hand, you have the Kaja here that is basically a dive in and pull somebody out, and then you guys dump on that. On the other hand, you also have Dino, which is like a big set. Okay, see, now we have this. Now we got the stun on him. We're able to get that on the Super Shark.
Yes, he does. As Easy Peasy finds the decimation.
Yeah, and
but I feel like they both do different things instead of benefiting both of them.
Easy peasy, but Sleeps hasn't died yet, so he is still able to farm everything.
Like one person snatches a person so that your team can burst him down. The other one has a full team set potential. So it's kind of interesting because if everybody works together, I feel like one of those guys is not going to be doing what they're supposed to. Okay, we got the shadow kill out there.
Have to go ahead again.
Whoa! Best player picks up that kill. He just dived into the full team of Bloodhounds and takes one away. Is going to find Sleeps in the midst of all that chaos. Divine Glade picked up from Hoon to deal some additional damage as we are now at that 11 minute
best player coming in. Koopa's actually going to be in a little bit of trouble if he stays out there. He's going to have to back up. Zia's going to be putting on the pressure on the bottom tower.
Trying to show his presence with the advantage of gold that he does have. Looks like they're trying to crack open the base for Bloodhounds.
Weezy, how you doing? Can you breathe? How you doing? This looks like a pretty intense game.
I think we should ask Sleeps how he's doing because that play from best player right there to be able to go in with the quad shadow, mighty impressive.
Mighty impressive indeed, but we still can't count them out yet. Hold your horses, Wheezy. We are looking at a 7-15 kill score, 31 to 38k goal lead. It is in the favor of TOB, but Bloodhounds, if they are able to capitalize any or even kill any member of the side of Ohio brothers, they are able to flip the script around. We saw that in last game. They can do it again, and we are looking at the win conditions, right? Bloodhounds needs to get a specific pick off, maybe take any one of them out at this point to go ahead with their team fight. They are team fight oriented comp, but I am really worried about
11
Dino,
minutes,
right? He needs to be able to set with the wild charge and maybe go for that backline, get Zia off the board, get Hoon off the board, maybe Milo to prevent any
let's see what we got. I'm looking for a big fight here that I can use for a clip.
It's the wrong bush. This might be a little bit of a messy fight, but look at Milo. Milo's just sitting there behind everybody.
In chat,
he has read on
do you guys know, is it Milo
but
or
looks like they're gonna go ahead
Milo?
and try to siege something here, but here we go. Here comes the full 5 siege. Are they gonna look for something here?
Yeah, they're definitely
what was that?
Around, trying to do some recon.
5 players emerged from a bush without a fucking a conceal. It was like, okay, we're just gonna, okay, so we're gonna, at least we still have our conceal now, right?
Now 12 minutes in.
Oh, they stunned him.
Oh,
Easy got it.
Wow. Find the Lord. Coldplay is gonna find best player. Bloodhounds finding answered. Super Shark very low. Zia is gonna find Bokarasa. Blazing duet from Sleeps. Hoon finds Dino. Zio finds Easy Peasy. Coppola takes down Super Shark for a double kill.
Oh, you get it, but you're gonna lose this. Coppola, run!
Is gonna find
Zigzag.
Coppola all
Kick
by
some
himself.
dirt at them. Pocket sand.
Bloodhounds was able to take that Lord.
That was a lore picked up by Easy Peasy. Beautiful red tree, actually. And actually, more credits towards Dino there, right? The wild charge stunned best player, preventing him from taking this Lord. But this might be the end of the game. This might be a bomb that just exploded a little bit too early.
Yeah, looks like they are going to try and close it out, try and even out this series, but the spawn in time, the searing turn from Boca Roscoe just needs to clear the minions, but not enough time. And TOB takes game 2 to even out this series against Bloodhounds.
Game
last Lord.
Looks like TOB's execution was a little bit better. Bloodhounds, and we are looking at a tight score,
Lord,
1-1. Now we are at this everything's at stake right now, right?
Wipe.
Bloodhounds can take this game. TOB can take this game.
And what is it?
I'm actually really curious to see who will
TOB
take it because both teams now have an advantage.
able
They're
to
both doing really
push
well.
despite
This game looks like TOB was able to snowball towards that early game just a little bit earlier, and just like I talked about, I was a little bit worried towards that early game to mid game chats as Bloodhounds like to struggle just a little bit, but TOB likes to take that advantage and snowball right deep.
Is it
and that's
Milo?
what happened? Story to tell itself. That's all she wrote. TOB does take this game for the second match.
Yeah, I mean, it was an impressive finish. Too.
So it's
about, like,
Milo.
13
It's Milo,
minutes to be
right?
able to close that one out. As we are moving on to the post-game stats, looking at the gold 45K into the hands of TOB, taking 7
No more
turns to
100%
2
win rate on them.
Bloodhound.
Yeah, Valier.
Yeah, 9-9.
Sad day.
Kill score game, looking at about a 14-minute game, half the time that it took last game. And we are looking at Turtles. Looks like TOB was able to capitalize on
not
that
gonna
as
lie,
well.
this
Same
doesn't
with
look
the
good for
Lord fight.
TOB.
I do have to give credits, though, however, to Easy Peasy and Dino for that last Lord fight. They were able to take that away from TOB, but unfortunately, the fight did not
Like,
turn into their favor. And it looks like
maybe
TOB did
if
pull a
this,
king
if
card
the
this
first
time
game
and was able to
was
capitalize and
a
end
case
out the
of
game.
a shark
Now we are looking
being immature like he usually is and
even
fucking
score right now,
around,
101,
which
this is
happens
anyone's game,
a
so
lot
is on the
when he
line.
plays on these
And
teams.
If this happens again, for
Then
any
maybe.
side, I just need them to
But
play
if this
how they
is their
played
strongest,
the first
like
game and
if
how
like game
TOB
1
played
and
the
game
game
2
the
are
second
basically
game,
the
right?
same power
If they
of
play
them,
how they
and
played first
that's
game for
basically their
Bloodhounds,
strongest, they're gonna have
this is
a
their
lot of
game.
trouble with
This can be
BTK.
anybody's game right now. It just depends on how they play, right? So, I don't know. I kind of
let's go
want
to game
Bloodhounds
3.
to take this win, though. I really want that upset. Maybe I should have changed my caster prediction. I don't know, but I'm
All
looking
right,
at
let's
this match
try
right now,
to
but post-game
keep,
stats
let's
need
try to
break
make it
down.
look a little unbiased.
Looking at the stats, right? Rich guy going
Eunice.
into the hands of best player, the carry, going for Zia, Super Shark taking the sandbag, and the forgotten one. Super Shark as well, right? Having most total assists and damage taken. I think overall it was just more of a game into the hands of TOB. Very few mistakes, and Bloodhounds.
Who's the
just not
MVP?
able
It has to
find
be
that
best
rhythm
player, no?
that they had in game 1, right?
I didn't even look at his
TOB on
stats,
paper, they're just
but
able to
I kind of
execute
felt
a
like
little
he did
bit
he did a great job there.
smoother
25%
than
damage,
Bloodhounds
26 on Zia.
And I
Ooh,
think
Zia
maybe
actually,
as we
maybe.
jump into the next
Let's
game,
take a look at these
Bloodhounds
kills, can we?
possibly
I don't
trying to
remember.
find
No.
something that he can kind of thrive on in the early game, right? You're relying on him getting to that late game power spike.
Gold per
to be able to
minute,
deal the damage
846 for best
necessary
player.
with
Damage dealt,
5
Zia.
block gauge. Just
Damage taken,
staying there,
Shark.
right? I think game 1,
Total assists,
they were
Super
able to pull
Shark.
it off, but jumping into game 2, it wasn't the same story, right? Sleeps traditionally when it's him and
Just
Zia,
a little.
we're starting to see Zia, a pattern repeating. He's always leading in gold and he's leading in levels. So I think maybe jumping into game 3, going for an early game marksman could be an answer, or something that could directly counter Zia and give him a slight advantage for that phase.
Yeah, and even if we give that early game advantage, right?
If they had
it
gotten
just
to late game,
depends
they
on
would have
how
spiked so
well
hard.
they can
I don't
take
think
that
so.
snowball and execute it towards the mid
I
to
think
late game. No matter how
if you're
good your
losing
early
with a
game is, if
Martis
you
and a
can't
Villier
execute it
in the
well
early game, you've
towards that
lost a
mid to late
huge
game, it's going to be a
part
huge
of the benefit
issue.
of that
And look at
composition.
this Lord fight right here. Look at Dino
At the
doing a
end,
lot of
you're
work,
looking
and
at a
Easy
fucking.
Peasy
You would be looking
coming
at a
in
best
with
player
different
that can. Okay,
mechanics,
let's take a
able
look
to
at here.
take away that Lord,
514.
but
Yeah,
look at
definitely
Zia's
best player was the
damage,
MVP for
and
that game.
Petri coming in from Hoon was able to take away people one by one, and TOB did turn that fight into their favor and was able to close out this game, even though Bloodhounds did take away that Lord. But I still have to give a lot of credits over to the EXP laners, as right now EXP laners is actually pretty meta. It really depends on how well EXP laners can control the fights and how well they are able to set for their team. But we are looking at a lot right now. I'm kind of nervous. I want an underdog team to come up. That's what I really want. Okay,
Jesus, we got it.
TOB everywhere. It's written everyone's faces. I get it, but I really
Tell
want
me
an
how.
underdog
Tell
team
me how.
to win this match.
How
And taking away that first match
do
already was enough.
The
Now,
Bloodhounds
they
come
know they
back.
can do it.
What do they
So
need to
I want them
change
to do
in
it.
this
So,
game
Bloodhounds
to make it more in favor for them in the next
can
game?
draft beautifully well, but same goes for TOB as well. So we're seeing a lot. But Weezy, what are your thoughts right now? I know you're on the
I think
SGC,
you can't
'cause you're casting all of this. You
dig
did
into
play-by-play.
that
You might have to get a
Martis
whole
Valier
oxygen
well
tank next to you for this last
too
one.
much.
Who's about to get
You were able to have
50%?
success with the Martis, but if you take a Martis with the
Jumping into this
Valier, you're
draft,
going to
though,
have problems
right?
because
This
there's
is
no
game
way
3. That's
that
what I'm
Ohio
excited
brothers
about, right? I
watched
like
the
seeing
games
people
yesterday and
kinda
don't
fight
have
it
a
out
plan
all the
for
way
that.
down to the wire, and this is what we're having today for the first match of the semifinals for regular season 1. TOB and Bloodhounds. Bloodhounds was able to take game 1 with that late 25-minute finish, but Bloodhounds was able to take it. TOB for game 2, able to finish it off with around
Also,
13
I kind of
points
feel
in
like
game. But I think
while he's great on
something
Valier,
that's kind of
Boca Roscoe's wasted on a mage that doesn't require a lot of
When it
micro.
comes to early game prioritization,
Give him somebody who can do some movement, who can get around the fucking map.
Faster. We're often seeing
Barja
fall for Bloodhounds into the hands of TOB, usually the gold lane and the XP lane falling before Bloodhounds can claim one.
Shumi, I will be casting next week. I start casting next week for the NACT. I cast with Gemic.
When it comes to TOB, they have all these objectives in their hands, but sometimes it just slips through their fingers, and that's where Bloodhound starts to
They
make
were a
the
bit
most
greedy,
of it.
over-investing. Well, yeah, and that's the problem is when you have a Martis, you need to capitalize on the early game or you're wasting your pick. So they were trying to, but the problem is that they weren't looking at their surroundings enough to see that a lot of these were baits, especially with Hoon on Candida. You can't let that pick go through.
Kind of create that power spike to get sleeps online, because that's really what I want to see is how do you get
really interesting. They banned the Leslie on here with the Candida.
It looks like they banned out that Leslie, so they are not looking to go ahead and deal with Sleep's bullets towards that mid to late game. But Candida also getting banned out as well. We are seeing an Eve ban and a Fanny ban as well. It looks like Bloodhounds is really trying to prevent Hoon from grabbing any mages that can potentially turn this fight around, which is not something that Bloodhounds wants, and they do want this win. So they're going to go ahead and respectfully ban out all those heroes. And
I don't think that's so much a respect ban for Hoon rather than a ban for the meta. You're not gonna ban Hoon out. You're never gonna be able to ban out all of his great mages. You just have to ban out the meta mages that you don't want to deal with. You're taking out Valentina here. I think the Valentina here is prefacing a Faramis pickup.
Respecting the mage players, right?
The Valentina ban. I think we're gonna have a Faramis pickup by Bloodhounds.
Arlott getting traded out potentially, maybe a tank jungler that easy peasy likes to run the Martis or the.
So you've got what? You have to pick up an Arlott, right? That's the only other thing that can compete with a Terizla. Because you better not let an Arlott through. That's going to be a great jungler.
Again, but just like Weezy said, I kind of want to see that early game damage.
Do they even have an Arlott player on their team? Does Easy Peasy play Arlott?
They don't really have too much early game, so maybe having a little bit more utility, a little bit more damage was able to do that. And just like oh my god, Weezy, I'm on food today. But looking at Coppola is going to go ahead and lock the Grok. This can be flexed in the EXP or the roam area, so this is definitely a flex pick for the side of Bloodhounds.
Yeah, it's a little bit of that three-dimensional drafting, kind of. I would say three-dimensional, but since Bokarasco locked in this Martis, I mean, we're pretty sure that's going to go inside of the jungle, right? So, you know what is on the table that they could still pick up, and it's a comfort pick for Bokarasco is the Navaria.
So right now, you still have Faramis out there. You have Arlott out there. You have
right? You have the
Claude is still out there,
and Franco actually.
And Franco, so there's double suppression on the table, and I think this would be an excellent way to kind of start this off. And then they're also going to pick up their marksman, so there goes Franco. They are going to pick up that suppression to work in their favor, and they're going to get Zia comfortable, right? Pick up his kind of prioritized marksman, and he's going to go in for this carry. And I love the carry pickup here, right? You were able to kind of soak into the frontline composition that Bloodhounds is starting to build up right now, right? You have this Grok who can get pretty beat. Then you also have the Martis, that traditional fighter jungle. But when you put up that carry,
you're still gonna go for a fucking carry, dude. You're gonna get they're picking an assassin. There's no way best player. You're gonna have a Ling. You're gonna have a Lance. You've got fucking Hayabusa still out there, bro. I don't like this.
It's a late game hero. I know, but Bokarasco was actually known for his Sicilian. Like, it's really, really, really good, and it's his
Sicilian is boo-boo. That's why he doesn't play it.
It's too late game, so they're gonna go ahead and not pick it up. But Valier really gave best player
What's up, Saruku?
Actually, Z as well. You saw that in that late game, in that mid lane.
Hello.
Shoved both of them out of their face and
hey, you're in here.
turret pushing in that mid lane. So maybe he wants to do that once again. You know, throw a wall in their face and be like, no.
I don't get to hear when people come in and out when I have OBS up.
And we saw that yesterday, right? I don't know if Valier is being played in MPL, and I'm pretty sure it's not, as they
didn't want to intrude.
Involve other meta mages as well. But this is kind of like that one pick. It's like that cheese pick, right? It really depends on how they decide to use this Valier and play it, right? And with the Valier ult, it's a free purify. So any CC is going
I
to
don't
be
think
taken
anybody
off the hands of
would have
Valier as
pictured
long
the
as he
Ohio
has his
brothers
ult.
going 2
But
and
let's
1
look at
against
the bans right now. We see a Minotaur ban and a Beatrix
Or picking
ban
a high
taken
lows.
off by a TOB, but Faramis
So weird.
and Ling getting taken off. Now Faramis does counter Grok with the wild
I
charge.
like that they took out the
So
Ling and the
definitely a
freaking
good read
Faramis.
coming in from Bloodhound.
I was worried
We
about those
are
picks coming
looking
up.
at the pick phase. And Weezy, what do you want to see in this last game? We are looking
The
at this
problem
last
with
game
the
a lot.
Ling
That's it.
ban
What do you want to see
is,
coming in for
bro,
each
you
player?
still got some great assassins that best player can play.
He's comfortable on, but they're giving him
Yep.
like the bare bones when it comes to these picks, right? I mean, he's last in the draft, and he's not gonna have the
Wait.
biggest selection.
Eunice
They
is
did take
rooting
out
for
the Leslie, they took out
Bloodhounds.
Beatrix,
Did something
so we're gonna
happen
have to
between
find
her and
something
best player? I thought they were a couple.
on this
Ooh, trouble in
Mario one.
paradise.
He's gonna go for something I
Oh
didn't expect.
God!
Sleeps to
Again!
pull out, and that is,
Again!
the 1-1. And
Damn.
Barza does get slotted in. Looking at this composition,
What would you
it
pick
can work, right? I
about
mean, you have Martis who can
in this
definitely
situation
disrupt that feather airstrike.
against that?
Same with Coppola, maybe even
Against
Easy.
that?
So it may be
Well,
a little
the
bit
problem
of
is
battle
because they picked the Valier, and like it's just so susceptible to a lot of things.
Barza, this is
My
the
problem
first
with the Wanwan right now is we don't really have great CC to like Wanwan works so well with Bloody Hunts because you hold them still for a bit. Wanwan can go get her stacks. Boom, you have your crossbow Tang.
Ooh, a Kai. I haven't seen a Kai.
What? Dino?
Wait, actually,
I'm so confused. Dino's the XP laner, right? So this is an XP lane Kai? They're going outside the box. I like it. Sure. Let's see how it works. The problem is Dino is going to have to be surgical with those heavy spins. He can't use it like so many Akais end up messing up a good gank because they move everybody out of the way. A great Akai can pin people against the wall, and that is exactly what Sleep is going to need to be able to get those ultimates off.
And that's going to be very complicated because you have Akai and Valier, both of which can move the enemies out of sight of your teammates.
Might put Zia in a very uncomfortable position. But
How rude of me. How are you? You said what, Soroka?
Talk more about this draft, Wheezy. Take me into game
that you have
3 where
Valier and you have
everything is
Akai,
on the
both of which have
line
skills that can move around the enemies of the range of your teammates. So that's something.
Regular season 1 NACT fall. The Ohio brothers up against Bloodhounds, who will be able to claim victorious as they are both tied up 1-1 on the scoreboard.
We are seeing both types. Look, oh my goodness, look at Valier. Look at all that damage.
Dude,
and that
Boca
bottom
Roscoe.
line already getting chunked off less than half. And just like I said, Boca Roscoe running this Valier, that early game damage is a lot coming
Farsa
in.
incoming.
What does she mean? Like she said, she was just. Didn't she just get done saying about how they always have bad early game?
Looking at Bloodhounds, I mean, I'm kind of questioning this Wanwan pick, right? I mean, Wanwan has to get the crossbow Tang off to really profit, and Sleeps hasn't really been the sharpest tool in the box so far when it comes to these 5v5 engagements, and it's going to be a little bit of a challenge.
Coppola's
as you are
dead.
seeing Coppola dealing
Flicker,
getting
flicker,
a lot
flicker.
of damage, and will be the possible sandbag as best player is going to draw first blood in the hands of TOB.
Oh my God! 1 minute.
Giving them the slightest
1 minute.
advantage.
Look at Boca Roscoe.
First blood.
Just walking around with full HP
I mean, they're too
everywhere.
big.
But I really want to be,
Bloodhounds.
you know, everyone knows how Shark plays as Franco, right? He
No,
played
nothing.
extremely well in the grand finals of NACT last season and is now bringing it out once again for this match. He really wants his pick to be prevailed and known. And Wheezy, we need to ask the viewers and yourself, what's the hook rate on Shark's Franco?
Oh, I think we'll find out today. Do we see the scaling of Franco in the making? As I mean, look at the drafts, right? There's a lot of damage when it comes to TOB, but Bloodhound's playing more of the defensive nature, right? You have
Interesting.
Grok
Grok in the
heavy
middle
on the Martis,
to stop
you have
Franco's
Dino.
advance.
Both of all three of them gonna frontline the damage, but not able to
Coppola
dish
actually
it
has like a
out
great clear
back
on,
to the
or
side
Grok
of,
has a great clear.
TOB. It's gonna be into the hands of
Mhm.
Sleeps and Boca Roscoe to really do that, and more Sleeps than anything. And there's not really anybody to keep them at bay. I mean, if you can get a heavy spin on the wall.
Hayabusa abusing the turtle. Uncontested.
It's not going to be the easiest thing to take. And Zia already
you
finding a
able to
kill.
get
It's going to take down
Smoola?
Sleeps as we are talking about this. And the turtle is going to go to TOB. But wait a
Wow.
minute. Chase on the way. Heavy spin on the wall for Milo, who does flicker out. back
That's
to
what I was
safety
talking about. If
inside
he
of
would have
the
been
turret.
pinned against the wall, he wouldn't have been able to flicker.
A bit of a risky fight, but Milo
Yep.
was actually able to go in really well, but Feather Airstrike taking Bokarosco very low, and this might be the
Close.
answer, right? Take Bokarosco off the board, take away that damage, but look at top.
I would like to know his hook rate too. I don't really care for his. It's not the making for. Oh God.
Looking at that goal lead on that top side.
This is a
and
complete
Dino
domination right now.
off the board to side of Bloodhound. Sleeps is not really having a good time up here.
Yeah, not having the easiest time. I mean, being able to take him down.
Ooh, Zia might be caught.
The power spike he's looking for. Speaking of power spikes, wild charge on the wall onto Super Shark, looking for across the chain.
Down goes Franco. Good job, good job.
The decimation to take him down.
Ooh, easy peasy. Don't get too greedy. You got Hoon here. Remember what happened last time.
Trying to even it out.
Are we able to do something here? We got 4 members. If you guys can't make this fucking happen. Okay.
Deal the final hits onto Zia to shut him down. 2 to 3.
And this is what I was talking about yesterday. Having that pincer, having people behind the tower so they have nowhere to run. You can't just 4 people bum rush the tower. They're needing to cover their escape. Good job by Bloodhounds. What was that? 3? We're gonna call that 330.
I feel like the answer right now is just to keep Bokarosco alive, right? He is the one doing
Maybe
the most
340.
damage right now.
Maybe 340.
Oh, it's just so I can find it again. So if it's within 10 seconds of what I say,
a head
it'll be
poke
fine.
coming
Pincer
in
attack.
instead of a high brothers. Turtle's coming up in 20 seconds, so we're gonna have to be really careful. But Sleeps again getting chunked off like crazy on that top side. Sleeps really needs to come online, or else this might be a one-sided story for the side of Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, Ohio Brothers already able to take.
How crazy would it be if
first
Ohio
turret,
Brothers
possibly,
lose?
But no, the denial just in time from Cobra. Credits to him, as that could have turned out really bad for Bloodhounds, losing that within the first 5 minutes. As we are going to see this turtle spawn in. Now, looking at both Carrasco, this
Okay,
Valir
now
pick
they're-
is
Oh, there goes the hook.
Oh my goodness! Snatching his solo iron hook on a Bokaro. Moon is going to pick up that kill, but the amazing hook provided over there by Super Shark. But Milo, penalty zone dropping down, executes strike as well. Best player finds the backline, takes down Sleeps yet again, dropping down. Finding his second death within the first 5 minutes. It's heavy spin on the wall onto Milo, but pulled back by the iron hook of Shark. Easy peasy is going to find Milo. Hoon is going to find Dino. And the turtle is going to be reset, but easy peasy now trying to get back to safety.
Another hook,
at about
another
a
hook.
quarter of HP. Super Shark, one more hook. Not going to hit the mark, and easy peasy will be able to
Close.
regen some HP.
Yeah, it looks like Shark was able to take away the main focus, which is that Valir. Bokarosco just got hooked and just stole his life away, which is something that we want to see coming in from Shark, but Easy Peasy getting the lead, though. He's trying to get a little bit of vision here. But looks like they're still wanting this turtle, so we might see a little bit of a dance happening once again at this turtle. But the question is, who's going to take this turtle here?
Yeah, both teams trying to take this first objective. I mean, TOB
You have
leading
5.
You got the numbers in your fucking favor. You better be able to take this turtle. And then make something out of it. Do something. What are we doing? We're just spreading out. Okay. We don't want anything.
It's what they needed,
You
right?
lost the
But they're
tower
still
for
down
it.
to
Yes.
1,000.
2 towers.
And you're blue.
The best player was able to
Oh, you're
deny
purple, sorry.
Wait, okay, so
Damn.
Bloodhounds just took turtle, right? And then that is a turtle into their hands, a little bit of gold, but Zia just
Is that
pushed
worth
off that
it?
bot side,
1 turtle
and Best
for
player
2
was able to
towers
deny
and a
buff,
blue?
But looks like a trade is going to
No,
happen on
not
that
at all.
top. So Sleeps and Coppola doing a good job visioning off Milo, so I'm gonna go ahead and trade out a turret as well. So we are looking at a, I wouldn't say the best trade, but you know.
Oh my god.
Now for the suppression, Boom picks up the kill. Zia with the speedy light will chunking in that
Abuse.
damage. Trying to claim this tier 2 turret for the bottom side, but Easy Peasy will rush in last minute for the denial. But again, TOB just finding a way to kind of take these turrets faster than Bloodhounds. Again, like the other matches, able to take 2 turrets before they take 1. Easy Peasy.
Okay,
is
that
the
far
first
sub
shut
just
down,
had it
activating
coming.
That killing spree, and it looks like they will be able to take that tier 2.
That was
on the
weird.
bottom side,
This
and
is
also
okay. It's not
take the mid
terrible
lane as
right
well.
now. There's a
2 for
3K
1
gold lead,
combo.
6 minutes
Both
mark, but
jungler
Easy
are actually neck to
Peasy
neck,
is
so
still 3 and 0.
well.
They're still
3-0-1
feeding him, so they
coming
need to
in
be.
from Natalia, best
Ohio Brothers need to be super
and
careful.
Martis, Easy Peasy.
But Akai was
Oh
so
my.
low.
Hook landing on Coppola, but unfortunately hooked the roamer, so not really worth using any of the ults there. But we see a little bit of a skirmish that could possibly happen in this mid.
Yeah, these guys need to start learning to move around in bushes. You can't just sit in the bush and wait. Shark will find you. Like right here, Easy Peasy. Gonna be caught? Okay, there he goes.
These minions to be shoved in, and which gives no choice but for Bloodhounds to answer him by making sure that.
You see that already. Martis, Easy Peasy already building up the
Yeah, and I mean, again, a similar story. Sleeps versus
Oh my god,
Zia,
I already
right?
forgot what the fuck it's called.
Zia
The
is up by
brute force
a lot of
breastplate.
gold and also up
So
by
he can start
2
having to speed.
levels.
He's not just going damage, so he's kind of nerfing his damage in the early game.
This 1-1 start to profit, right? He has the crossbow ting. We mentioned it may be a little bit harder to pull off, considering he is going to have almost perfect placement to be able to do that. And with these iron,
Oh, are we gonna be able to cut Shark?
It looks like he doesn't plan on letting that happen. He does flicker out.
Okay, that was
Do we
close.
still have it? Oh, they got Shark. They got Shark. All right, we didn't even use our ults. We used one ult for him.
Not going to be able to get out
Good
of that
utility.
one. is
All right, now what are we doing on the other side here? Milo comes in with a penalty zone. He's getting hung up by Dino with that heavy spin. They all dive in on him, able to take him out.
For the airstrike dropping down, Sleeps is going to find Milo, but there goes the crossbow ting. And you also are going to see the Ouija shadow kill go out from best player as well. Nobody will fall in that engagement, but
that's kind of crazy.
On the Ohio brothers, as they do claim that turtle.
What's crazy to me is that they have 3 players and they're still able to fend off 5.
Ult, his Shadow Assault was able to immune
Even
all
though
of that.
Carry is lacking
It's a
the
little bit
damage,
unfortunate
yes.
for Sleeps. Maybe
Shadow
he
Assault,
thought
she
that
means Shadow
Constantine
Kill. Shadow
wants
Assault
more
is
and be able to do a lot more
Karina's
damage,
ultimate.
but we are looking at the goal into favor of a higher brothers, and I need Sleeps to go ahead and come online with this 1-1, right? You said
Good
earlier
feedback.
you were a little bit confused and a little bit skeptical about this 1-1 pick, as her kit is really the crossbow tended to do the most amount of damage, but look at the collapse. Here we go.
The airstrike dropping down.
Oh, did we get it? Did we get it? Did we get it? Did we get it?
For the double knockup, flickers away to safety as Zia finds Sleeps. Easy peasy.
Dude,
finds
come
him, starts
on, bro.
rolling
You
the
gotta be
ball
better
both
on that
sides.
freaking
A
Akai.
marksman for a
Okay,
roamer as
okay,
Dino
okay.
finds a marksman of
But you
his
cost
own.
your team. We lost one.
Favor for the Bloodhounds.
Yeah, look at Easy Peasy. Might just check
Oh,
the
you're
wrong
fucked
bush.
easy. Do you have? Oh no, you have brute force. You're good.
Good. Buff denied.
And
Here
you're
we
now
go.
you're near your minions.
Shadow kill going in, but I don't think he'll be able to pull off that kill. But may force Easy Peasy in an uncomfortable situation. Does he go in for the contest on this purple buff, or does he go back?
Okay, he doesn't have his ult there. Boca Roxio's fine. Easy Peasy's a little low. What you doing, Dino? What you doing?
Finding it out on this purple buff. This is almost looking like it's a Lord battle with how heavy both teams are focusing on prioritization.
Oh, look at Milo.
for it, but Milo very low, hip bursting fireball from Boca
Nice.
Roscoe and the
We got
stun
Milo,
while
but we have a
charges
suppression.
Bloody Hunt trapping. Him and his tracks is covered.
Are we
Ball
able to make
Zia. That
something
is
out of
a
those
1-1 trade.
kills?
Milo dropped in that engagement.
Bloodhounds, you're
12,
being
9-9
held
on
out. You don't
scoreboard.
have a. Well, you have one
That is
tower.
the EXP lane traded out for another EXP.
Oh,
as
Boca
well,
might be done.
but they are
Boca might
trying
be
to shove
done.
Up something in this mid lane, but for the airstrike coming down, doing a lot of damage towards that back line. But the Lord is up. Both sides.
Damn, what do we have as a
are-
backline
it's
dive?
even
I don't think we have
4-4.
anything.
This can
Kupla
be
maybe
a
to
very
charge in.
one-side story, but Shark
From who?
doing a good job zoning out.
From
and looks like Turtle is going to be
Bloodhounds.
full
They have
first
no
by Cyber
range and no
Highlight.
backline dive.
That they are going to be able to pull that, or maybe able to take this objective.
So
but
1-1
no
is
contest.
failing, it's his
Bloodhounds
job.
Way too far to be able to do anything about it. And best
Well,
player
it's not just
will wrap that
1-1
up,
because
giving them
nobody's
an
going to stand
advantage
still for
possibly
1-1. You need
snap
somebody that's going to
even
pin
more in their
the
favor as
people
it is
down or
leaving
stun them or CC them for 1-1 to, to really be successful.
Has to find a way to turn
That's
this
why you
around,
see a lot
right?
of 1-1s
Slowly
with
but surely,
Francos.
TOB is trying to close this out and make their mark into the grand finals.
Bloodhounds has her backs up against the wall, and they have
Haya
to look
trying
for
to
something
split pushing.
and at least deny this Lord getting pushed up their bot side. But conceal play coming from Coppola.
Yeah, it does
Dude,
go
I don't.
in,
I feel like the
but
team.
does he find the opportunity
Was that a
with
conceal play?
Lord?
Because that shit
No,
was
it's not
sound.
gonna
That
use
shit
wild
felt
charge.
slow
He
as
only
fuck.
had Shark in his headlights.
All right, we just wasted a feathered airstrike. Took so much damage. What was that?
Top
Zone
side,
on the 3
best
members.
player, the backdoor
Boca in
play.
trouble.
They know he's
Spin.
there. They're able to hold him
Milo
up.
goes
Nobody
down.
can
What a
recall. Boca Roscoe now
misplay.
trying to get back there.
Bro,
Looks like he
nobody
wasn't able to
dove
take
into
that
the back
inhibitor,
line
though,
with
as
that
the
beautiful
minions were
penalty
stopping
zone.
him in his tracks. Zia falls, Shark falls,
Oh
and
my
Milo
God.
11-20.
picking up that
Yeah,
kill.
11-20.
That's gonna be 3 members
I was
falling
just
to
about to
TOB,
say
and down goes
11-20.
Lord.
Wow, I was watching the whole fight
Penalty
happen,
zone?
and that Bata easy peasy against who was
And
it?
Haya doing
No
backstab.
HP, so that is a couple lives saved there. But you were mentioning a backdoor, but I don't think the
what
backdoor
am I
is
saying?
happening yet. Weezy, but
TOB
he's going to go
lose
ahead
3.
and capitalize on all the buffs here, get them
Alright.
away from best player.
Can we
but
get something on the items?
here we
Anybody
go,
talk about
mid
these
lane.
items?
Lane is on the way. A little bit of a battle, a
Nope.
skirmish. for
they
that first
they
turret, and
absolutely they did this last season
TOB
too. They
not
absolutely
letting it
refused
fall. I mean,
to talk
they
about
focus
items.
so much on wave management. It's definitely showing 12 minutes in,
But
and
what-
they're still
why-
standing
why do you
strong
think
for the
is
entire
that?
mid lane. But when you look at
'Cause I don't think they know the
Bloodhounds,
item
right,
names.
They're almost down to their inhibitors. That tier 2 turret on the bottom side is hanging.
I don't think they know
by
the
a
items names, and I
thread.
don't think they know
9
what
to
the
12.
items do
Bloodhounds is leading
to help.
in terms of kills, but down by
You know what I mean? I don't
2K
think they
gold.
they are that
You're able to see
knowledgeable.
Toby take one
when
turtle
it comes
away
to
from
stuff
them,
like that.
so far. So
Yeah, the race positioning behind them.
When it comes to target prioritization and wave management, it's definitely going to TOB, and the Iron Hook connecting Bloody Hunt.
Damn.
Going in for a possible kill. Feather air
Ah,
shot.
come on. Franco doing ult for no reason.
Big pop-up, but we're on a tank right now.
With the wild charge onto Super Shark. He is going to flicker out with the heavy spin.
That's
Flicker
super
in
unfair.
for the stun onto Super Shark. Immortality being procced. There goes the crossbow tank on a Hoon from Sleeps going in. Easy peasy is going to find Shark. Milo.
That was super unfair.
Get away.
No.
Dia is going to find Copla. That is going to be
Look at Milo tanking
so
4
far.
fucking
Dino
members, dude.
He's
looking for some damage here. He gets pushed out by
in the mix, but best player with the backdoor play yet again. Not focusing on all the
oh
members
yes,
of TOB.
Hayabusa doing all the job.
Onto the
Nice.
Easy peasy will be denied the recall, and the game
And
has
GG.
ended as TOB with the backdoor play from best player claims the semifinal 6 Bloodhounds.
Wow. Yeah, I called it, man. An 11-20 you saw Haya doing top with no one caring about that lane at all. And then he does it again in the mid lane while everyone else was fighting. Nice.
I gotta give credit to you. I apologize. The backdoor did happen for the side of TOB, and looks like the win is going to go into the Ohio brothers.
Hey man, best player. He's slippery when it comes to those backdoor plays, and you have to keep your eyes on him, right? He wasn't in the first engagement right before that, and then the second one, he went right back to doing what he was doing before, taking these turrets and trying to close this game out, and that just shows you when it comes to map awareness, when it comes to target prioritization, TOB just leads a little bit more than Bloodhounds, and that means that TOB will claim the first spot into the grand finals for today, and Bloodhounds will be stopped in the semifinals. I can't wait to see where this goes, but definitely credits over to TOB on that amazing best-of-3 series, able to win it 2-1 against Bloodhounds.
All right, what's the next one? It's going to be BTK versus...
We are looking at 13-minute game, 11-14 kill score. Even though the kills were into the side of Bloodhounds, they did have a goal lead at some point. It looks like they weren't able to execute it out further.
Spirit has a good point for feedback. The camera that was taking all into account missed the win.
Macro, unfortunately, for the side of Bloodhounds. And Lord also getting picked up by TOB. Turtle, yes, they did pick up one, but looks like TOB.
That happens almost every single time with new camera people. They will always miss a split push.
Perfect,
and it will happen usually at the most it happens once, because you know what, I can guarantee you guys aren't the only ones that notice, and Dave is probably screaming at them right now.
Execution, not too many stakes for TOB, and you know, that's the TOB that
is there any tool that Moontoon gives you that can put like a side camera or something?
Just not able to hit the mark that they were
what do you mean?
for, as you are now looking at the replay.
Like when you're watching a battle or team fight in a tower, and then you have someone taking Lord, and you can see the Lord being taken in a side camera.
The way that happens is 2 people are in the same match as a viewer in the production team, and one of them is watching certain spots on the map, and that will come up in a little picture-in-picture. They do it. I just don't know how flexible they are on the spot, on the fly, to be like, you know, are you capturing that split push? All right, go to camera 2. You know what I mean? Like,
this is only just the first season, so nothing is over yet. We do see a lot of damage dealt coming in, especially from Zia. In
the post-game statistics, it appears like they were showing the battle, and in the side camera, you saw Hayabusa doing the backdoor.
I want to say that happens almost every... I think it's almost like a rite of passage for every single camera person to miss that. I don't think there's ever going to be a new camera person that does not get fooled by a big fight and misses the fucking split push. I mean, you're talking about fucking 5 players on a team who missed it.
Mid to late game, and they were able to turn scripts around, and look
like
at
you
that.
have one job and just one mistake, one time, no more.
Here. But,
yeah, I get what you mean.
The same story doesn't tell itself twice, and they were unfortunately taken off the board. Same with this game as well, Weezy.
Yeah, same with this game as well. You're just seeing both of the teams trying to fight it out, but overall, the series went into the hands of TOB.
Yeah, it was very large. I didn't even notice Haya until I want to say Tarizla was tanking all the damage, and I'm like, why are they stalling here?
Spin them off. There goes that crossbow tank. A little bit of that sneak peek at that final game.
Right there, right there. 1250.
Like they were gonna have the advantage.
You can see 1250.
Finding Coppola,
Everyone doing their job.
And then keep your eye on best player. For
And
the
Haya
play,
doing
right? Looking at
nothing but
nobody
pushing.
there for the contest, and this is where it kind of started on
By the
way to
book.
kind of close
That was
this out.
beautiful.
I mean, look at him already chunking that base down to about half HP, and only one member was able to get there in time, and that was Dino, but it was a little too late to the party, and it looked like best player was able to close that out, and definitely credits to him.
Yeah, I definitely would have to give credit to the team.
Look at that. Beautiful smile.
704, he did a lot of damage.
Show us them teeth.
All the kills and
Show us some
objectives were in his
teeth.
hand, but looks like the team wasn't really able to execute that out. But that is a beautiful
I told her I want to see her teeth.
She's
got a beautiful smile. She just doesn't know it. There it goes. Oh, she's doing better. I love that she's doing better. Before she wouldn't even open her mouth.
Rest of the series today, which is going to be up next, BTK versus Avalon.
That's a very good
which
feedback.
A lot of people
Smile
are
more,
waiting
but
for. So,
teeth out.
Zena, take us away.
Yes, even with the Ohio brothers doing the most, they fell short the first match, but their burst in the second. Wonderful series, but congrats on taking the win and the back door. Our MVP.
Yeah, congrats on taking the back door. Woo woo.
Well deserved. What do you guys think on our MVP?
And he was all over the place, right? Best player, always focusing on the objectives, and that's what separates him from a lot of players in North America.
BTK versus Avalon. A lot of people are saying this is going to be an even match. I have a feeling Avalon's going to get fucking mollywopped.
Then the game. I mean, if anybody was back there for the denial, we would still be casting right now, going over these fights, and definitely got to give him credit where it's due.
You know what?
It looks like this is his second MVP. He got it yesterday.
Like this is kind of the thing that happens with against BTK before, and everybody was giving shit to best player and fucking basic during the finals because they were trying. They were trying this, but they were getting caught, and that's what makes. And that's why I tried telling people, I'm like, dude, this is a double-edged sword. If fucking it had worked, people would have him on his shoulders, like cheering how great of a play it was. But that's the risk in a play like that. Like Hayabusa, they could have seen Hayabusa pushing, immediately backtracked and fucking mollywopped best player, and then took the rest of the team.
Yeah, but the thing is that it worked. Wait, what happened there?
We're going to a break. We're waiting. Oh wait, we'll be right back. Oh, it was three games, huh?
The only way they win.
Oh, there goes 5 minutes.
Okay.
Tonight we'll be crowning the North America champion.
Yeah, they are kind of sleepy today. I guess that's Sunday attitude for you, right?
This is game 1, going over to the valley. Without further ado, we step into game 3. Oh my God, this might be it. They're not even gonna
But I understand that you say the back door is for cowards. I understand that ideology, but sometimes it works. Yeah, performed correctly, it works, and it is a legitimate way to winning. And others, like Private was saying, that if you get caught, then you're screwed, and you're blamed.
It's been a match and a series full of surprises.
The problem is the Valley, they're just monsters, man. And I don't know if I see the Simpsons coming back to take a reverse sweep here.
Are they going to be able to stop it? Are they stop it? Oh my, it's
All right, I gotta go throw out the trash. I'll be right back.
Okay.
This isn't just any rivalry. This is the rivalry.
Coming at you live once again from Las Vegas, guys. HyperX Arena. We're here to see the grand finals. Guys, it's been weeks. I flew from the Philippines here, and now we're here. How you guys doing?
It's a nation divided right now, man. It's like the civil war of MLBB NA right now. 2 teams, but only one.
Oh my God. What are you talking about, Frisita?
And that is a huge play, ladies and gentlemen. Outplay has done it. They've evened out the odds 2-2 against BTK. To all the people overseas that have maybe just just woken up. Your dreams have become reality because this is 2-2. I mean, it's insane. And now we're jumping into game number 5. Here we
Nice.
go. Zorbaz trying to pull Basic away.
Nice.
Basic, one hit to it. He's down. They're still defending. BTK doesn't want to go out today. They're not down and out just yet. The Lord is here. It's a base race right now. BTK trying to end this. Ladies and gentlemen, that's match point for BTK. Oh my goodness. Match point. You can hear the crowd.
Well, you have a point there. It's funny.
Not quite yet. Minions haven't finished it. Crystal finally goes down. And this is what everybody wanted. Game 7. I'm tearing up because, hey, we got a game 7. It's not a sweep. I've never seen this before. They got 2. ISO gonna lock in. Can he do it? 50%. 30. No, wait. 2 more hits. Just finish it. ISO can't quite do it. But that is it. The bloodthirsty Kings defying the odds. What a series. BTK. Nobody.
Yo, watching that trophy, it reminds me of the F1 competition where people were so excited. They were agitating a champagne bottle and they broke the trophy. It was so funny.
We got some fresh faces joining us in the caster teams, bring in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking of exciting changes, Drex, I heard you got
It's
some
always
news
cool.
to share with us about the prize pools.
But Swole.
I couldn't have put it any better myself.
What does that
Liz.
mean?
What's up, guys? You already know who it is. Trex here with the beard this fall season.
Swole.
Now, we've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the only
Oh,
update.
buff.
Private Dancer, isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
I don't know. Has he been going to the gym?
I, the Potato King here, Private Dancer, bringing back that unique voice and unique sense of energy to each and every
Nice.
match. But this
Then
season,
I
we
think
are
it.
raising the stakes.
We can ask him.
The tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive.
He could be lying. Classic.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Sina Lily here. I'm going to talk to you guys about the August Starlight skin. If you guys are a Yin fan, Yin's Eternal Guardian skin is this month's Starlight. And for those that are not Yin fans, there are 10 returning Starlight skins and a new Starlight shop exclusive, the Killing Notification. You can get in on all this for 300 diamonds and to get over 6,000 worth of rewards. Your first Starlight package will be 1,700 diamonds worth, and if you are impatient like me, you can get the weekly diamond pass, which you can get all your things sooner, unlock everything sooner. So keep your eyes out on these exclusives, guys. Now let us hop into the round table, guys. I want to kind of see what. Oh, sorry, we're hopping into our predictions actually. Guys, we are going to see BTK versus Team Avalon. Are you guys excited?
Oh, Yui.
We have right now are BTK. Oh, Yui's always the oddball out. He's going for Avalon now. What are you guys' thoughts?
Well, I'll definitely say UA definitely full of surprises. I mean, he was almost right with the Bloodhounds one, though, so I don't know. I think he's on to something. I think as we progress through the regular season, UA may be able to be the one to surprise everybody and outdo us on our prediction rates. But hey, I mean, I know you see the numbers. They don't lie. Xena, myself, Eunice, Private, and Jimmick all sitting with
New
that 5-0,
photo.
100%
Nice.
win rate when it comes to predicting
All hail
these victories
Private.
so far.
Oh,
But
yeah. I cut it and sent it to her, to the Lauren lady last night.
They're able to take one game, so I will say there is definitely some promising things there if they
Dude.
just keep their focus on the objectives and on the prize. But speaking of the prizes, I'm still excited for the future games that we will be seeing for the remaining battle.
Yui doesn't give a fuck. He votes for friends.
Absolutely, Wheezy. And speaking about those brackets and the predictions, right? I'm actually pretty excited. And Yue literally was almost right.
Dude,
But
I watched the fucking video yesterday.
So I'm not losing my
that one of the
spot,
former
but maybe
casters
I
made.
will
Oh,
take guys
dude,
too.
I'm so disappointed.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I still got that
Oh yeah, we
vibe.
were going head to head.
Why?
No, I'm the queen of predictions.
Somebody just released a video trash talking Dave, and because they weren't selected as a caster this season, so they were super upset.
Excited! I can't believe Blood.
That's not the attitude, man.
Yeah, well, it's the thing is like the whole thing was based on first of all not being invited to Las Vegas, even though he went to Las Vegas. All this stuff that he doesn't realize happened to other people too. He went to Las Vegas and he worked the stand. I was the only caster that was working a stand. Xena worked a stand too. Xena also did a cosplay. And like it's like, bro, like Ben wasn't invited either. Just it's so much like woe is me attitude that really disappointed me. The cream of the crop though of the video was them trying to take credit for and say that they're an analyst for Avalon. That I'm gonna be doing other analyst stuff and tried to say that he's an analyst for Avalon. But we see all the receipts in the back of who the roster is and who their manager and stuff is in the background. He's not an analyst. He's just saying he is. He wants to take credit for if they're successful.
Right into the land of Dawn. BTK up against Avalon at the King of Kings.
Also, I think gratefulness and honor, humility goes beyond comprehension when you compare that to just arrogance and pettiness.
And that's the thing too, is that they don't realize how common what they experienced is. It's just that they feel it's unfair. Like one thing that was a culture shock for me when working with Moonton and stuff like that is you don't really get told if something is not happening. So your best bet for something is to push and ask, send tapes. When Dave first took over, dude, I was beyond myself trying to get in touch with Dave, find out, let him know, hey, I'm available, here's some of my tapes, I've done NASL, I've done this casting, blah, blah, this and that. Just to fit in. It wasn't even just Dave. I was hitting up Trex. I was hitting up Aiko. Yo, have you talked with Dave? You know what I mean? Like I was doing all of this stuff, and then I continued doing it until it was basically a for sure thing that I'm going to be invited every season. What people don't realize, and if you have talked the way that this person claims to have talked with any other caster, especially Naisu, Mirko, Gideon, Wolf, all of them, the one thing they say in that is common is you will never know that you didn't make it until you see the screen and you see somebody else casting. You know what I mean? That's what they've all said that. Like nobody's gonna tell you, no, sorry, we didn't pick you because of this reason. You're gonna find out when you watch it and somebody else is casting.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very common that way. They never tell you that you didn't make it until you see other people in the top or in front of a camera or doing stuff. It's just like that in every place. It's very stressful for the people that are applying because they live in a bubble, thinking that they are going to do something, and at the end they are just expectating.
And it's not really a pick or ban
it's hard.
For Angela.
It hits hard.
And the sad thing is, and I've tried telling them, and this is something too that I've tried to get across to Ben, and when it comes to stuff like this, like we're lucky. I am super fucking lucky because like talking with Naisu and all them, he tells me like, dude, you would not believe how many casters there are in the Philippines and how many people are trying to make it. You know what I mean? And 90% of the time, you can be the hardest worker. If you don't have the look that they want, if you don't have the sound that they want, then it's all for nothing. Not just that, but then it starts taking work and stuff that goes into it. And
as they did
It's
to
just,
respond back to the Eve. So I am
No,
looking
I
at a lot of
understand your
respect
feeling
fans, but
completely.
potentially
It is
we
like
could
that
use a
in
lot
every
more
aspect that
BTK.
you
Let's go
said.
Valentina open,
You never know.
Uranus open,
Homing was saying
Arva
that
open,
the
we're
jobs
seeing
when
a
you
lot of
apply to
picks
them
right now, so
and they decline,
Lindsay,
they never
what do
tell
think
you
the
why
last ban is gonna be over there?
or the reason, and even
Looks
they
like they're
they
gonna
not
go ahead
even
and take
tell
out the
you
Moba-
like
Moba Fred.
you don't get it.
As the Frederick
You
does
just
get taken down, I mean, it's no
stop
secret
receiving
that Moba's
notifications or something.
Yeah.
It's very awful.
Mobile Legends Bang Bang
Yeah,
across
and
the
that's
world,
what I'm kind of and like there's just this whole fucking like thing trying to go off about all of these things that that was rudely done to him, and I'm like, bro, this like you weren't the only Ben wasn't invited to Las Vegas. Xeno was only invited because she could man a desk, and they paid her. They didn't pay her for her fucking cosplay. They only paid her to do the to run a booth and something, and she was hosting. You know what I mean? Like, and she didn't get mad. She didn't release a fucking diss track because Dave hosted and she didn't.
Yeah, we are
She fucking because they didn't or because they didn't tell her or anything like that.
Well for BTK, right?
Like
In
she'll
the
talk
previous
with
season,
me
we only
about
seen
stuff,
T.
and that's where it goes. Like she'll be like, I'm just, and she's not even disrespectful about it. She'll be like, I don't know if I have made it. I don't know if I haven't. And I'm like, yeah, it's just the nature of it. The only thing we can do is ask Dave and be like, yo, hey, am I going to be hosting? Am I not going to be hosting?
This might be a very interesting game.
And you have to ask him straight out, and that's what the other part of the video that really kind of irked me is because he didn't even ask Dave until well after the fact of what was going on. And then saying that Dave never gave him an answer. Like, Dave will tell you straight up, if you're like, Dave, I need to know, am I going to be doing this or not? Dave even helped me out last season because I had an opportunity to cast. Oh, and that's another thing too. He's talking about all these. He's like, "Oh, I'm a pro caster because I've done international stuff, and I've done this, and I've done IESF Africa, blah blah this and that." He doesn't realize who gave his fucking name to them. Like that's the real slap in the face for me. Is that like all of us, me, Trex, Dave, we were approached. When I got approached, I had to actually talk with Dave. I'm like, bro, no disrespect, but I have to know if I'm going to Las Vegas because if not, I have another opportunity that I can do, and I would definitely turn down this opportunity to continue working with the North America stuff. And he just let me know immediately. He's like, yeah, we're gonna have you in Las Vegas. So then I had to tell these dudes, I'm sorry, I can't help you guys.
Is already a menace, right? Is able to cut lanes.
But you have to ask. And then like be respectful about the answer that you get. Dude, that's just it infuriates me.
Kills himself, but Yato's gonna
It's common
opt in for this
sense,
Valentina,
and
Zayn
sadly,
opts
it's the
in
less
for
common of
the
all
Margus,
senses.
And he is the
Yes.
king of those fighter jungles.
It just makes me
Yato
angry.
running this
It just dude.
Valentina, yes, it does give draft pressure.
And then
but
and
so
then
far,
the
Don't
end
worry.
of the video was basically
really
him saying that he's an
benefit
analyst for Avalon. I'm like,
out of
bro,
anyone right now.
God
The
damn
Blazing
it.
Duet, right? It's still
It's
not
it's like
physical
building a
damage
house
as
of
much as
cards
it
and
comes
blowing it
directly to
yourself,
Vaughn.
literally, because
Tito,
you put in
the
front
knockout
of the
strike,
camera
still
all
not
the
really
things
into
that you have
Valentina's
done,
favor,
and then
and
you
the
just
alpha charge,
throw
right?
water
Might be
on
able to
them.
provide some
It's
CC, but not
sad
really enough
to
to
see
do a lot
people
of
being
impact.
petty because
But
of
they
stuff
still
like
have
that,
two
man.
more spots
Trash
left. They
talking
still
Dave is
have
an everyday
the
thing
mage
now.
position open, and they still
Dude.
have their roam position, so they kind of have to be careful with how they draft because Yato,
I'm not going to
running
get
this
too
Valentina,
into it,
is able
but
to
there's
copy a lot of
another
this
caster
ultimate and
that
put it
got in
into his
trouble.
favor.
If you
BTK
guys
is
have
gonna
been
go
part of my
ahead and ban out
community for a long
Novaria.
time, you know who it
Avalon's
was,
actually gonna ban out
and
West.
it is the initial reason I got the push I did is because this other caster got upset. They trash talked Dave, they trash talked the mods, and they were doing it
especially when you don't know exactly
very
where you're gonna
vocally,
profit at. You're gonna try and do a
and they
blatant
still
sweat
won't
rush
admit
into
to it this
background,
day.
but yeah, Martis would have
But they ended up getting their days removed. Dave came to me like at midnight one week, and he's like, "Hey, I need you to pick up like 5 more days for NACT casting for the semifinals and finals." And I'm like, "Oh fuck yeah!" And they told me like, "Oh, there's something happened. Somebody like he had to talk with somebody about their constant bashing and stuff like that." And like,
probably not something you typically see.
I hate that people act, and that all got kind of, it all went super duper hush hush because Dave doesn't want to make more drama out of it. It ended. He talked with them. They lost their days. Punishment happened, and that's it. You know what I mean? Like that's the end of it. And they still cast now.
And
So
definitely credits to him.
They're honorable about that.
But yes, but the other side of that sword is that now people act like, well, I'm doing the same thing. I'm just trash talking. No, nothing happened then. I'm like, yeah, something did happen. You guys just didn't see it. Like it wasn't made into this big public drama thing. It happened in the back, and that's kind of the reason that some of that like kind of
and Lowly is still open as well.
And people still act like try to act like, oh, I'm allowed to say whatever. I've had opinions, and it takes so much for you not to be like, yes, you had opinions and you fucking got reamed for it for being disrespectful the way you said it.
Yeah, and they
like
did
it's
ban out
just
the
I don't know.
So I am looking for.
And that's what they use as like a standard for like newer casters or people with egos like that. They use those incidences like and hold them up as like it's a standard. Like nothing happened to these guys. Like yeah, something actually did happen. And the sad thing is they're not speaking up about it, and they should. But they're actually sitting there like behind him and be like, yeah, I don't know why he's not a caster anymore. Blah blah this and that. Even he's a great caster. Blah blah. I'm like, dude, if you're gonna be disrespectful, like this already proves the point. And you know what? The shitty thing is, if he had not burned this bridge, he would probably be here casting with me next week.
Up against Arvel on the clock.
No, maybe ISO has to color.
But times teaches people equally.
But Beatrix is not a bad option.
That's the biggest thing I found so hilarious about it because in the back, well, you guys already pretty much know now. Ben is not going to be casting this season. He's got personal reasons and things that are going on with Moontoon that he no longer feels comfortable with the casting or stuff that's going on with that, and doesn't want to cast anymore. So we've been kind of a rush in the background to find a new caster. And in the midst of looking for this new caster, the Bash video came out, and I'm like, wow, because I was already mentally preparing that I was going to have to cast with this other person. I was like, oh, I'm going to have to cast with him. I'm going to man up. I'm going to be the better person. And then this video came out. I'm like, well, you just burned that bridge, bro.
I dodged that bullet.
Who does have that divine judgment to go in. If he can get a set that single target suppression.
Wait, what's happening?
Next to ISO,
oh.
it's going to be an instant,
I'm not going to let Ben tell you, but like as is already put out by this show, Gemick is going to be casting with me on Saturday. I'll leave it up to Ben to kind of tell you. He's got his own reasons for it, but he won't be casting this season.
Ball coming in from Arvel on this Cooper might be a little bit of an issue when they do end up in a team fight, so ISO can't get really up too close into team fights. But Wheezy, take us into the first match of the second series.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, as we are now jumping into the semifinals, the second series. Bloodthirsty Kings going up against Avalon in a best of 3 for regular season 1 NACT Fall. Who will be able to claim victorious? Will it be Mobazane and BTK, the reigning champs from the spring season, or will it be the new and upcoming revamped Empire, now going by the name of Avalon?
I don't think Alpha has been as successful. Has he? I don't remember. I don't think he's been as successful this whole weekend.
He has been banned most of the time, so I couldn't say.
Oh my god, did we just charge in here? ISO. Alright, ISO, you're okay.
Yeah, already taking a
Damn,
lot of damage.
Basic up here, dude. Come
very
on.
Comfortable, but may find himself in early grade. He's not careful on his footing. RCBTK trying to find an early objective kill.
I'm actually very eager to see how this happens here too. Former teammate, they were supposed to be on the same team, and then basically decided to make his own team with these guys.
He's gonna do exactly that and find him. Takes down the kill and draws first blood for BTK.
Beautiful deny coming in from Yada, putting basic on the
going
line.
For BTK here, yeah, me too.
First blood
I don't think there's a chance in hell that BTK doesn't take a dominant win over Avalon.
With this Claude and
but I said that about Bloodhounds too, so shows how much I fucking know.
Which gives an automatic advantage for BTK. But look at bot side, Chicken already giving a lot of pressure on Totenak.
The emblem seems pretty balanced.
They are
is it Totenak or Totnak?
Deny on that top side, but I literally just said easy peasy, thinking ISO used to go by easy peasy. But look at bot side, Chicken already putting a lot of pressure on Totenak.
Who's on VC right now? This is Soroku.
Trying to take the advantage. Chicken running.
Hello.
On, and that is definitely going to be the strongest. As you are going to see Zane pulling the aggro for his turtle, maybe able to take this. As look at the positioning from Fallen, he's nowhere near distance to be able to contest it.
They don't know me if I'm not singing.
This objective for BTK, but we
So
gotta kind of
sad.
jump in on what these teams are fighting for so far, right?
They don't know you if you're what? If you're not singing? Is that what you
Whoever
said?
wins here
Uh-huh.
move forward to the grand finals
me for
to
my
fight
voice.
it out, and they are battling for points, right? The top 4 teams inside of regular season 1 will have an advantage in being able to move on to the playoffs possibly. There are 3 stages when it comes to this competition. And then after the grand finals today, we will have a battle of the bronze where you'll be able to see the teams fight it out
After
for
the
third
grand
and fourth
finals? I
place,
sure hope it's
fighting
not
for that
after. I sure
70 and
hope
60
the battle of the bronze is
First place will have
before the
100
grand
points, which is a
finals.
huge advantage going into regular season 2, which will be next weekend. It is a new structure, and we got to make sure everybody is moving
That would be
with
super
us,
disappointing.
as there's a
Who
lot
wants?
to
Who's
intake.
gonna wait?
Speaking of intake, items now on
Like
the
who
board, and
watches
you're
the
already
finals and then like,
seeing
okay, now we're going to
where
settle
they're going
third
with
place.
this, right? Arcane Blues picked up from the Farza alongside
Fucking
Elegant
viewers,
Gym for
fucking
Savannah.
fuck
Looks like
off.
Farza's trying to deal some early burst damage.
It looks like ISO in this 1-1 is already in the lead of gold, as Basic got taken off pretty early in the first minute of this game, and now 1-1 really needs those core items to do her power spike with the crossbow Tang, but topside skirmish.
Yeah, a little bit of the skirmish on the way,
Whoa.
but BTK not going to be afraid to take this fight that Avalon started, and is going to make them retreat out of that engagement. I mean, they already got first blood, and they also got the first turtle, now leading by 1,000
Curious
gold,
and a question.
we're only
So
3
can
minutes
Kaya
in,
like
but nonetheless, look at
trap
Basic still
and
coming,
drag
trying to
Farsa
play ISO
while
on the
she's
top
ulting?
side, and I think that's
Yeah,
where
nothing
the
stops
focus
that.
needs to be for Avalon, right? Shut down ISO.
Okay.
Basic already being comfortable. If they can find a way to get
Nothing
the
will stop,
ABC,
stops the
they
divine
can
judgment.
make this game work in their favor, but if not, BTK
Interesting.
may have the advantage. All Joy Bosch has to do is hit that divine judgment alongside.
And by
you know, that
divine
ISO on
judgment,
the
you
1-1,
mean
and that's a free
the
crossbow
Kaja's
tank.
ult, right?
I like
Yeah.
how everyone's playing this slow.
Okay,
right?
okay.
Both sides
Yeah,
are
it's
just taking their
unblockable,
time,
unpurifiable.
farming, not really committing too
You
much
can't stop it. If you
to
get
these
caught,
team
it's
fights, but
over.
Chicken already
Unless
trying to
unless he
bully
gets stunned
the
while he's
blue
doing
buff
it.
over there for the side of
And
Avalon
the
and
shield
Fallen
that
having a
Hanabi
hard
has,
time being able to
or
grab
any
this
shield.
blue, and Paquito getting
Yeah,
completely
it's not going to
zoned
do
out
anything. She's still
by
going to get
Chicken
drugged.
on this Uranus, and Zane's gonna go ahead
Okay.
and pick
Okay.
up the
That's why when I
turtle,
usually
and
face
basically Avalon
a
might be in
Franco
very
or a
tight
Kaja,
situation as they are
and they're getting within, they're getting, oh,
Yeah, there goes the
Do we
blazing
have
wet.
anything
ISO
around?
taking
Nothing?
a lot of that damage, but does not fall with the Tyrant's Rage onto the wall, onto Joy Bosch.
They
out
were
of position.
waiting for him.
Looking for Pods and
Damn.
Marvel. He's gonna go ahead and take down
Okay.
Joy Bosch.
Okay,
That was ISO
bitches.
requesting that pod, so all around the street in the mission. This is a great time to kind of talk more in
440.
detail about what they're fighting for today, right? I mean, this is
Who
the
was that?
battle
Baj
for the
got
second
caught?
spot in the grand
Yeah,
finals. The
Baj.
first one
I
went
think
to
what
the
won-
Ohio Brothers,
1-1.
shutting down Bloodhounds in a 2-1 finish, and now BTK versus Avalon, both of them
No, but
fresh
1-1
off of sweeps.
type in
98
the
getting
old chat,
taken
I
down
think.
from
That was
BTK, and
a breach
Avalon
of
taking down Aggravate 1
something.
to get to where they are today. But who will have their record tarnished? Who will be able to move on forward to the grand finals?
Yes, you're seeing the potato next weekend. I will be casting with Gemic. Oh, you're from the Philippines, Princess. Do you know anything about Gemic?
It would take really long to scale, but it really depends on who is really team fight oriented and who can execute it out the best. But we are looking at a Blazing Duet versus a Crossbow of Tang, right? The Blazing Duet is able to partner up with Dexter and do AoE damage to the whole entire team, unlike 1-1, which is ISO running it. It's a single target sustained burst
4,
damage, right?
3,
So is he
2.
able to knock down the entire backline with the crossbow Ting? Will that be enough damage when we come to the mid to late game? But the scoreboard is still
He's
really
popular in
even.
MPL.
Gold
Okay,
is
what does that mean
slightly
though?
up
For
hands
what?
of
Why?
BTK. We are looking at about a 1k gold lead, but everything still seems very slow. But mid
Maybe I should look him up on the
That
Wikipedia.
skirmish on the way, but I mean, we gotta give credit to Mobile Zane
Maybe I
so far,
will.
right? I mean, he's gotten both
But
of
I
the
gotta do
turtles
this
that have
first.
spawned on the map so far, and falling a little short on the mark to be able to get there for the contest. I mean, they're not even contesting it or trading. They're just allowing them to take these neutral objectives. and
Okay, I
if you're not
think they
careful, you'll
paused
find
the
yourself
game
with a snowball that you can't
because
stop. So
ISO,
snowballs
the
down
1-1,
goes
type in
the
the
turret on the
old
bottom
chat.
side.
I think.
Pressure of
I'm
Chicken
not
and
sure.
Mobile
Yeah, they
Zane,
put
I could
the
be
P.
wrong.
dynamic duo that
They
we've
put
seen
P.
time and time
Pause.
again in Mobile Legends Bang Bang 4 North
Oh,
America.
okay.
Yeah, Totenak being forced to use that flicker on that bot side. Looks like Zane and Chicken's pressure is a little bit too much, but here comes the mid lane pressure. Arvel, Basic, and Demo working as a trio to put a lot of pressure on Yato to prevent him from pushing up any
Okay,
of these lanes.
Baj.
Destroy Baj.
Is gonna possibly go in.
Good rotations
but
by them too.
no, he is
Working
gonna
as a
still
3 so that they don't
keep
get
his
caught.
distance, right? I mean, looking at
4.
what's been achieved so
Look
far.
at
2
fucking
turtles
Joy- is that-
and 1
no, that's not
turret for
Baj.
BTK. Nothing
Fried
answered back
chicken,
for
dude.
Avalon, minus the 1 kill that they're able to pick up. up shutting down Joyboj. So, I mean, that's what you want
Yeah,
to
going
have.
in
Taking
I
hard.
mean, everything's been won so far from BTK. as long as they play patient, they can continue to increase this lead. But for Avalon, it's not out of their hands yet. I mean, it's still the early game, 6 minutes in. A very slow-paced game, though.
They just took your bottom.
You
don't have your top.
The last matches that we've been seeing, about at this mark, we've had at least like 8 kills on the board for both teams combined. So I admire
this is going to start getting worse and worse.
Sides, but when it comes to playing the
fucking,
game,
what's his name is farming up hard. And they're starting to take Avalon's jungle too.
Yeah, both teams are playing very macro focused.
Yeah.
We're only seeing
same.
1-1, right? In the previous games, even yesterday, we saw a lot of kills on the board, a lot of kill-hungry teams.
Are we going to be able to take this tower?
They are looking for a trade on this bot side. Chicken has to be really
There's
careful.
absolutely no...
Uranus is a good sustained hero, but how much can he sustain when going to lose that
They get a tower and they make them pay with... Or they get a turtle and they make them pay with a tower. Okay, now we have a fight. Are we going to be able to get out of it?
Can't kill Uranus anymore. When you put the brave smite on him, he's literally unkillable. Mobzane is going to find Fallen with the decimation. ISO is going to take down Totenak for the airstrike going down from Yato. For the 5x5 zoners, but Mobzane in the middle of all the chaos.
Oh, that was nice. That was a nice flicker. Baited him into the fight, then flickered into the bush. Wait, was that a flicker or was that a... I think that was a BMI.
Scoreboard 3-3.
Chicken didn't have to
the monkey...
Yeah, battle mirror image. That was a BMI.
He's really just
we'll call that
a big chunk of metal
715.
walking around. No one's touching him, but Demon might just be caught out here.
Ooh, you're right.
Okay.
Yato gonna seal the deal with the additional damage provided from ISO, and that will open up the opportunity for Yato to take the mid lane, and Chicken will finally fall. Totenak is going to pick that up with the assistance of Basic.
Damn, but they don't have any. They're not able to transition any of these kills into a tower.
Allow BTK to open up the mid lane.
Yeah, objectives are
plays coming from BTK. Good zone
the
is
last
coming
thing
from
in there.
Chicken. We are seeing a little bit of a goal lead coming in from BTK, but Claude and Wanwan are scaling very well. Claude is able to get his 2 core items, but Wanwan ISO is able to build 3, also locking in that Wind of Nature to help with the sustain against Fallen.
Dang.
Totenak,
Marksmen are doing really good. They're built up, but fucking Wanwan ISO is doing really good.
Avalon to the top or mid
turrets. They're farming.
They need to be able to trade those
like nobody's business.
It's too late. Lord is coming up in 20 seconds.
I'm just wondering how we get this. Okay.
Yeah, Totenak is going to flicker out.
It's going to happen? No.
Did he have the ult? I think he had the ult.
Judgment and also ISO.
That's what that thing above his above. No. Wanwan had ISO had the ult on Paquito, right? He could have used it.
Is going to pick up one for himself. Finds Fried Chicken.
Isn't that what the skull above their head means?
But on the bottom
no,
side,
because you need to have like at least 3 marks or something, and
yeah,
it was not.
I thought that, but when you get the 3 marks, the skull goes above there. I don't know with some of these skins, they have different markers for things.
A lot of fighting.
Okay, let me go back and I'll tell
today,
you.
But you are still seeing BTK leading the way in the early game.
They are leading the way, but Avalon just pushed up BTK's turrets all the way to their inhibitors, and Joybot.
Oh, there's the ult.
Feather airstrike 2 down. Yato finds Demon. Crossbow tank activated from ISO. Takes down Totenak. Chases Fallen. Trying to sustain himself. Trying to hit the creeps for some additional HP. Knocks Joybosh
he was available for the ult.
The Divine Judgment just in time. Catches Arvo. Blade Duet from Basic. Trying to catch Joybosh, but not able to take him out. Does he get away? No, he doesn't. As Basic will take him down.
Zigzag.
And now Basic trying to escape the wrath of ISO. Will be able to get the separation he was looking for, but look at Yato trying to wrap around.
To your question, yes. He had the skull over his head.
Basic really had to run half a marathon to get out of that crossbow tank. Even though Zane just got taken off the board, they do get their hands on Lord.
Let's call that a 9 minutes.
Be a Lord into the hands of BTK, and Avalon needs to look for a response. Basic is scaling pretty well, but he has 6 assists. All the kills are not into his favor. Unlike
and
BTK,
then
ISO sitting
950
perfectly at 2-0-2, and the lead is still into the hands of BTK.
Yeah, definitely in their hands.
Only about 2K though. This is anybody's game.
Half the kills in his favor. 3-0 and 2 KDA. Best KDA on the playing field so far. Can still play from Joybosh.
French guy plays in EU. Joy used to coach for EVOS, as he claims. You say as he claims. Was there any
Avalon,
truth to that?
Down in terms of objectives, they're still able to kind of keep the scoreboard even. They're down by 2,000 though, and with this Lord, I'm expecting BTK to try and increase this advantage by taking the tier 2 turrets to the mid and top side.
I know he's a streamer.
ISO already trying to push up these turrets with the Lord coming down on that bot
I've
side.
heard that he used to coach for a team before. But I've always been dubious of it because I've never found any proof of it, or I don't know how that works. Because
ISO does pick it up.
Why would the Philippines go for an
the
EU
inhibitor
coach?
on the bottom side? The base has been cracked open
that's really
for
weird to me.
Avalon. BTK putting on the pressure, not letting their foot off the gas anytime soon. As down goes the tier 2 for the mid lane, and minions crashing into the
Congrats
base.
to him if that's for real. I've just never.
From
I don't know
basic,
him.
trying to fend them off, but Chicken to shut him down. But minions do fall, and the inhibitors for the mid and the top side stand strong.
And look at Yato doing a lot of damage.
That was
with the
close.
Feather Airstrike using the IMU. Gonna go ahead and zone out the back line, but they know BTK is very disciplined. They're not gonna stay there for too long. They're gonna go ahead and back off and take a lot of economy away from Avalon to prevent them
Discipline.
from any scalage, especially
Okay.
Basic running this squad.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, looking at Basic, right? I mean, he hasn't fallen too often. I mean, he's only had 2 deaths and 6 assists,
really-
but when you're looking at ISO, he's profiting.
If I can critique
thriving on
one
this
thing
1-1,
about the
defeating
pair,
on Frozen side,
is I
Prolific
really
Roar,
feel
and
like
a Win of Nature
it
in
felt
his
like
hands.
they were
Basic
saying
did pick
different
the Win of Nature as
things.
well, so I mean, they can both negate the physical damage
Like
for a
one
short
person
period
was
of
talking
time,
about this,
but when it
somebody
comes to overall
else
farms,
came
you
in
are
with
looking
like
at
a
ISO
different
leading by
point
2,000
of
gold, but a
view
request for a
or
pause
something that they
does go
noticed
in
out there.
from
It kind
Yato.
of feels sometimes like they
Three
cover the
intermission, 8
same
to 7
thing.
on the board. What does
They're
Avalon have
pushing
to
into
do
the
to turn
base
this
and
back
then
around?
they're gonna be
And they have
safe
to
and they're gonna go
be
ahead and
careful,
back
though, however,
off.
right? Basic
And
still
then
has
Eunice will
time
come in
if
and be
they
like,
do-
yeah,
if
they're
they're
gonna
able to
back off
hold
and
out
not
for a
really
little bit
push into the
longer,
base. And I'm
Basic
like,
does- can use
you know,
all
like,
those core items and actually put in forth the damage, but I'm a little bit
Put
worried, right?
themselves in
Because
the
they
same
have a lot
page
of
before
pressure
they're
still from the side
talking.
of BTK Chicken.
yeah,
Kind of
well,
Still being able to
I'm
pressure
not
up the
sure.
field.
It's
Yasuo
sometimes
sitting
it's
at a
like it's not
perfect
them putting themselves on the
3-0-2,
same page,
is
but
able to copy the Feather
like,
Airstrike and make it his,
oh
and
man,
he's able to
I fucking
zone
when
out the
I cast with
entire
Emily
back
once,
line
Exaya,
of Avalon, which
it was
means
my
Claude
favorite
and
person
Fallen,
to cast
and
with
especially
because
Demon on this far side, they can't lock up. So I feel like it's
she
a
had
battle
a
of
different
whoever uses
perspective on
Feather
everything.
Airstrike
Me and
first
her
lowers them down
never
enough
saw
for
the same
marksmen
thing
to do
out on
their
the field
damage, but
ever. If I
ISO
noticed
is
one
doing
thing, she
very
would
well
notice something
scaling
on the
right now,
opposite
right?
side of
With
the
a couple
map.
Joy Bots on this
Or
Kaja.
if I
Single
had
target
a
suppression
point
works
about
very
this
well for
about this
1-1,
working,
and is
she
able
had
to
a point
trigger the
about that
crossbow chain
working
very
and how
fast,
it would come
which
back,
I
and she
feel
would
like
always
is
like
BTK's advantage,
quote
but
unquote
once I feel
fight me.
like
She
Joy
wouldn't
Bots is
like
taken
not
off
like a
the
fight
table,
fight, but she
or
would
even the
counter
mage
any
Yato
like she
is
would
taken
counter
off,
points and I would
Avalon should have
counterpoint
a
she
bit of
did,
an
and it
easier
was like it was the
time
funnest
to be
cast I've
able
ever
to
done
flip things
because
around a little
there was
bit,
just
but
so
I'm
much
not
to be
seeing
said,
too
and
much
none of us
of his Paquito
really
being hidden,
like
right?
said the
Yes, he
same thing,
has
so it
these
didn't get
punches, he is able to
redundant.
throw, but not enough CC to be able to root
But
any
she
side
didn't
of
Like
the
complementing
game.
each other.
Yeah, well, we filled in each other's. It's like it's almost like not even complimenting each other. It's almost like
One inhibitor
we both
standing
fill
for
in
Avalon
different
right now, and
aspects
BTK
of it, which was
knows
just
if
really
they can
good.
push in with this next Lord, they can close out this game. I mean,
Exaya is coming to LA Finals. She said that about the Las Vegas ones. I don't believe her anymore.
And they do have Joy Boss with suppression. And speaking of suppression, does grab Totenak and a crossbow tank maybe on the way, but no, Mobazane is going to hit the decimation to secure the kill.
Yeah, she's very careful about where she goes and stuff like that. She did, last time I talked with her about going to Las Vegas, she didn't want to because she had no real life friends that were going.
Lord, and yes,
And I never even thought of that.
Avalon
Like
can't really
a lot of
step
these
too
people
much
don't
out of
know
their
anybody
race,
out
right?
there,
They
so
are
it's
at
kind
a
of
very
like,
big
you know, you're
disadvantage
just
right
this
now,
random
and looks like they're gonna go
person
ahead
that's going out
and
to a
take this
different
now.
state,
Avalon has to
you know,
be
with like no
careful.
real
Faster
support
up against
channel,
the wall,
which
that's
for a
Demon's
guy
favorite
isn't
thing to
really a
say.
big
They have to
deal,
be careful.
but I have to imagine like for a woman it's it can be
But BTK also
terrifying.
has to be careful, right? We are known for them to play a little bit aggressive when it comes to these last minute plays, and they are very aggressive to be able to throw sometimes, right? We've seen it a couple times in the previous season as well, and we have to see if they are disciplined this time to make sure the ticking time bomb goes off.
There was another pause, the second pause. It was 12:10 for your note.
Yep, and Illuminous
The
Lord makes
pause?
his way
I don't need the
through
pause. I just
mid
need
lane.
the good plays.
This is where BTK tries to close
Oh,
it
okay,
out,
okay,
right?
okay.
You were looking at Zane on the bottom side already.
So what I'm doing is I'm taking notes because I'm going to create a highlight during a podcast that I'm doing, and I want to create very quick statements about the match. All right, beginning of the match, BTK was up, able to do this and that, but then it was turned around here, and then I'll have the actual timestamps that I can show during the highlight.
Distraction, but ISO is going to find Fallen. Crossbow tank has been activated onto Demon, who does make his way back to the base for some regen. Or does make his way into the base Crystal at about 25%. The Terrify does go down, but not enough to stop them. It's the Bloodthirsty Kings playing game 1 against Avalon in the semifinals.
Looks like
1-0
a pretty quick
for now.
game coming in for BTK, but both teams played very macro for the entire game. So we are looking at a very low kill score, but it was played very well by both sides. So I feel like BTK did execute that. The mid to late game was also very good, very disciplined to not throw like sometimes how they usually do. But they did use that time bomb and ticked it off at the right time. So the first game goes into the hands of BTK. So well played, BTK. And Avalon did do very well in that early game, but fell off a little bit mid to late game. So they're gonna have to think some strategies out, and I do believe they can take away a game away from BTK. They have all the potential. So Weezy, break down these stats for me.
I mean, just looking at the board, right? BTK, even though this was a very passive game, they were able to take the objectives before
3
Avalon,
turtles,
right? 8 turrets in their hands,
2 lords,
3 for Avalon, 2 lords, and 3 turtles.
8
no
towers.
Turtles went to the side of Avalon at all. They didn't even take a single lord. All
Advantage
they took was
in
3
all
turrets.
cases.
And I think that's just where it started, right? They're playing very passive. BTK had an early game composition. You mean, you're looking at Mobazane running this Martis alongside Yato.
I'm so good at this. Strawberry, you actually would be good at it. You don't need, see, the thing is depending on what you're doing, you don't need to actually do, there's separations in seats on the desk. You don't see it here with Eunice and Wheezy. It's kind of a very bad example of separation of duties and what they're supposed to be doing. But in a perfect team, people are filling out specific roles. How it's supposed to be is Wheezy should be the only person that is telling you play by play what is happening on the field and being the hype man for it. What Eunice is supposed to be doing is telling you why that happened, how the items helped them there, what the power spike that did it, what the positioning was, and how that's amazing, and you know, things like that. Here, I want to say both of them, they both bleed into each other's jobs a lot, so it's kind of hard to kind of use this as an example. But like what you would probably be doing would be like analyst or color. Color would be more of a creative way to say what was going on, instead of like just telling me exactly what you just saw as a like step by step. Like you're not explaining it for people who are blind. That's my job, is to do that, is to give the play by play and make it exciting. An analyst or the color would be the person that is adding the flair. The color is the one that adds the flair to a bunch of that stuff. Like, man, they just got mollywopped, and you can tell by the gold lead that like there's nothing that the enemy team, you know, shit like that. The cool comments in the back and stuff like that.
Charizla, as
the
well.
analytics.
We want to see more of those sustainable EXP laners to help with those team fights.
Is casting a good
I mean,
income?
when you're looking at the composition, I didn't really see any
I
two
will
heroes
say
that I was like, okay,
NACT. I would not be able to support myself on what they pay me for casting. It doesn't happen often enough for me to make a living on it. It's cool for a little side gig and as a hobby and stuff like that. Pro casters probably make a lot more than a lot more. The problem with casting for Mobile Legends is the base pay, and it's almost cheating. What I make for Moontune in North America is what most people in the Philippines and Indonesia make max. Like, I probably make what Naisu makes per day over there. Over here, however, over there, the pay goes a lot farther because the dollar is worth a lot more over there than it is over here.
The exchange.
Yeah, like I think I saw Mirko. He had a stream once that had at the bottom like help me pay my monthly bills as a donation goal, and I did the math for what the peso or whatever, I forgot what the dollar or whatever the thing is called over there, and it was like $200 for the max for the finished donation, like for him to pay his bills at the end of the month, and I'm just like, wow.
I'm sure they get on VC after
like,
all this is over.
That would not carry me in North America.
That sounds like a good place to live.
Need to kind of implement that type of play style.
Live in Indo like a king.
Mobazane, you have to find a way to deny him in the jungle.
Yeah, there was really no denial coming in from
oh yeah,
the side
Strawberry
of
was
Avalon,
saying,
right?
or I don't know, I don't remember if it was Princess. She was
evading
saying
vision,
that
always
if
trying
you
to take
were
away
going to,
any last
if
bit
you have been
to
going
make
to
sure
the
the
gym
jungle doesn't
and if
scale
you're going
too
to
much in that
go
early game.
to
But
cast
in these
very
games, right,
swollen.
We saw a lot of macro plays, right? They were being really careful. They're playing very slow.
Oh, I haven't made that great of progress. I go to the gym now to make sure it's a habit, and I have to kind of probably get better on my food decisions.
All he literally does is just farm, take objective, and dip. Right?
I'm probably gonna be hitting it harder in the next few weeks.
If there's a fight, he'll contribute, right? But he really just takes objectives.
Yeah, my first goal was to just make sure that I do it every day, and I've been doing it every day for like 2 months.
Snowball is really carried.
Or not every day, but every week I go at least like 4 times.
Kind of shoving that.
You have 1 week to get fit.
You have 1 week to get fit. Go.
Same with Joy Boss, right?
Fucking do that fucking damn, what was it, Christian Bale diet like he did in what was it, The Machinist?
Aja, Franco, and Chow. So maybe
Christian
look
Bale?
for a more
he did a movie once. I think it was called it was either The Mechanic or The Machinist, where he played somebody who was like anorexically thin.
Yeah,
and he like had like this crazy diet.
For both sides.
Yeah, I mean, I love how you mentioned the draft. I think that's where it starts, right? I mean, looking at Avalon.
Only tuna cans and water, not even the tuna, just a can, like a fucking baby goat.
Mind you, Uranus was available. The Valentina was up there.
Lapu, Esme.
Lapu. Well, I guess Uranus wasn't there because BTK had first pick. So Uranus was
Armlot.
gone. But they could have denied the Uranus from being picked up at all. You could have banned it out and allowed Fredrin to walk. They banned Fredrin in Uranus's place. And then I'm like, okay, fine. You ban out the Fredrin, right? And you give them Uranus. And so I'm like, okay, in theory, you can profit somewhere, right? You can pick up a Valentina, or you can pick up something that we traditionally see on the North American scene.
The trades.
For teams that are more successful in the regular season. But no, they go in for a little bit of an orthodox type of pick, right? You go for
the only decent caster in the PH table is Leo. I find Leo very entertaining. You guys have to understand too, when it comes to casting, it's not enough to be good at casting because at the higher echelon, everybody's good. Everybody knows how to cast. Everybody knows what they're doing. The issue and the problem comes from setting yourself aside, making it so that when people hear your voice, when they hear you casting, they know it's you.
And I can't say this enough. We said it in our last
Mirko,
season
when you hear him cast, you immediately know it's fucking Mirko. He's fast, he's loud, he's energetic. He's very eloquent with his words. When Wolf is casting, when Gideon is casting, the analytical ability is absolutely off the charts. When Leo is casting, you can tell he's funny, he's charismatic. The dude comes up with terms that are absolutely unbelievable, and they get stapled. They get like trademarked, you know, like when a freaking damn, what the fuck is her name? Who was the Matilda? Like when Matilda would use her alt, and he would be like, "All right, it's Matilda Airlines taking off," like shit like that. And that's the thing that a lot of casters have to kind of get for themselves, and it's very hard because it's not something you can force. It's something that you kind of fall into when you settle and you relax while you're casting.
Been a lot of
And
changes.
that's why I say, like, I hope that mine is different. There's a lot of people that I take from, that I look at how to cast, but it's super important that when you're looking at other people casting, especially professionals, that you don't try to copy their style. You don't try to do what they do. You have to see what makes them successful and see how comfortable they are, and create your own thing from what works for you.
First place gets 100 points. Last place will be 60 points.
Couldn't have said
you
that
are seeing
better.
A 10-point differential in between from fourth.
You nailed it, bro.
First. Playoffs will be double elimination, right? You are seeing the brackets right before you, all the way down to the grand finals, which will be the top 2 finalists fighting it out. But there will only be one team who can move forward as the champions and claim their spots.
Oh yeah, technical glitches, that's a big thing too. I don't mind that. Some people have like big issues with that, dude. I could, like, I'm gonna tell you, when I was in the military, Thursdays were something that we called sergeant's time, and the leadership, us as sergeants, were supposed to give classes to the students. And a lot of times, none of these idiots had anything prepared, and that shit would fall on me because I could handle like I had no problem bullshitting for like the 3, 4, 5 hours that we would be doing Sergeant's time. Like we'd load everybody into an auditorium and then they'd give me a PowerPoint slide that I wouldn't know anything about. So I just look at it and be like, all right, so this is on the M16. So we're doing Sergeant's time on the M16, and then like we'd go for the first slide. I'd read out the slide, then I'd explain to them what all of that stuff meant to them, little bits of knowledge and stuff like that, and then we go to the next slide. Like it comes with like bullshitting, and like I got really good at that in the military just because like every single Thursday it was, hey, Sergeant Pillow, we're gonna need you to do a class on NBC, which is nuclear, biological, chemical attacks and stuff like that. I'm like, ugh, whatever, sure, give me the slideshow.
Just like we talk about the wind conditions, Weezy. Go ahead and recap.
Private is on the spectrum, so it helps.
Yeah, I mean, looking at when it came to the draft,
Strawberry keeps calling me retarded.
BTK won that
I'm gonna
early,
fight
right?
her.
They had
Aw, man.
answers that could just tear Avalon apart, right? I mean,
Oh, you're going to fire her. There's someone that it's in line for the post. Yes, yes.
with the Valentina in the early game.
The first ban, it's Fredrin.
That is where it kind of started, and then you gave Chicken the unkillable Uranus, which I know he was just jumping up and down for that one. So.
Wait, Sergeant Pillow.
Game 2, I feel like that's where we start at, right? Getting them uncomfortable in the draft, right? Where
But real, recognize real.
the weak points.
That's why I say you would probably not be bad at this, Strawberry, because you have a very quick wit. And it would just take like a little bit of training. It would need to see how you do as far as like speaking in front of people or like getting over some of that initial embarrassment of like talking public speaking, and then like I don't know. There's a certain charisma and there's a certain wit that you can't teach. That if you have that, I feel like I could teach anybody how to cast. If you have that first part.
I mean, we've been talking about it. Like, is the Angela?
And you're funny.
I mean, BTK and TOB are the only
for
teams
real.
So far that
You are funny.
It's surprising to see
when
them banning it as well, but I don't know. I mean,
when you talk about
maybe
stuff, you are funny, and that's something that it's very charismatic. And you're not mean when you're funny. So that's point. And I am
I
talking.
feel like Zane shouldn't be the big focus here, right? That's not really the issue, right?
Like,
Zane can always run something else, and I feel like
No
Avalon
joke.
needs to understand that there's still a lot of tank junglers open. There's still Bane. He's run that before. He's run the tanks a lot. We've seen
No,
that
man.
I mean, if you compare me to my dad, how my dad was, he was super sarcastic. My dad was the biggest sarcastic fuck in the world. But he was so much nicer than I was. Mine, you say I'm not mean. I think that's just that might be a train thing because I can be kind of a dick a lot of times with some of my comments.
And you saw that last game, right? TOB versus Bloodhounds.
You can misunderstand, and there's a very fine line between mean and funny. And
I think that the difference for me is because I was in the military and because I dealt with like the leadership of the military, I learned tact. I learned like I'm gonna tell you like right now when I first got into the military, I had a fucking problem. I had a chip on my shoulder. I like all those little things like when you're in an argument with somebody and you're like those little things that you get away with, like trying to get the last word in. Like that's not what they said. What the fuck did you say, soldier? Or even little things like doing something like that. Boom, push-ups. Talking back. Boom, push-ups. Cussing. Boom, push-ups. Like it was just, dude. They wrecked me the first few years in there.
Avalon could have took the Uranus, but they banned it out instead.
And after a while, it took a lot for me to be able to learn how not to say stuff and how to be able to say stuff that couldn't really be like used against me in a way. I don't know, just to be more tactful about how I said stuff.
Man, you could have had the Uranus in your hands.
Yeah, but there's still a Franco on the board, right? It's not the end of the world with these suppression heroes, and knowing that Uranus just got banned out, the Arla, I was just about to harp on the Arla, so there was the
Nah, you're not mean. You just have thicker skin, Strawberry. I've noticed. You're one of the very few people, and that's why I like playing with you because you don't take things personally or anything like that. When I talk with you, and sometimes like I'll play with some people, and if I say something, a critique or like what the fuck was that, like I can tell.
Yeah, and
they get hurt. And like I imagine like a single tear coming by because they get quiet, and I'm like, oh god, did I just hurt somebody's feelings?
Valentina can terrify with the shadow step. She can pretty much CC you.
Maybe that is being a dick.
Time. And if you have Arlott right next to you, he's gonna get those.
But you're being yourself, and that's something very important.
So those two alone just
that's something very important.
So well. But
and I think that's another thing too. Is like and I don't want to like pat myself on the shoulder because I have fun with it. I'm very like the big thing like, and that's why me and Xena are friends. Like she's a genuinely nice person, and like she's always been super selfish selfless when we've been dealing with each other and everything. Even being outside when we first met, she's like. The reason I like her as a friend is because she's so what's the word? She notices things about other people. Like if she doesn't just talk to hear herself talk. She talks because she wants to hear your opinion on stuff, wants to know about you. When you're taking pictures of things going on, she's like the first one to volunteer. Do you want me to take your picture in front of that? Or just like it's a weird. It's hard to explain, but it's how you tell like a genuine person who is always considering other people with their when you're out and about. It's I don't know how to explain it, but it's like something I learned in the military when it comes to like separating from like people who just are kind of selfish, or from people who actually like are genuinely nice and like having a good time and stuff like that.
You would find people like that in Colombia.
I've noticed that from countries like that, and it's very weird too because that shit was a super big culture shock for me leaving Chicago, going down to the South where people are genuinely the default for people is genuinely nice, and to like start you off as like a super even strangers like they're super nice even to strangers, where in Chicago it's always like keep to yourself, and always strangers like you always start not trusting them because you can't trust anybody. And it was a huge culture shock for me going to the South of the U.S. Dealing with people like that.
But it's the same thing for Basic. He can go in and try and take down Mobazane with the Divine Judgment, or at least suppress him. So they can
I'm from the South and I'm super nice.
Yeah, I'm looking for maybe a Franco ban, and the one reason why I'm saying that is because oh wait, no, they do have a roam. So no, they don't need to ban a roam. Okay, because I was gonna say Joybotch is known for those single suppression rooms. So I was trying to see maybe if Avalon bans out Joybotch's suppression roams.
You have to be a dog dying in a movie for me to cry.
Actually, it didn't click in my head. It got picked in last minute.
Or the beginning of Up, bro. That shit gets me every single time. I can't even watch that, dude. I have to step out of that shit. I'm like, all right, hit me back when the old man is here, because.
But do you hear that? They are trying to do Up 2.
Nah, I don't want to watch it. I don't care. I don't want to watch that
for
shit.
Zane to run. So no matter how many heroes you ban out, Zane's gonna find an answer, and that's what BTK
Arabs
is
too.
known for.
You know, that's I've noticed, and I am very ashamed to say that I was not able to take advantage of that. Not advantage, but I was not able to really kind of feel that when I met most of the Arabs that I met, like especially on deployment, because I was so wired during deployment and like what's the word, paranoid of everything and all my surroundings, watching everything, never letting your guard down, that like even conversing with people. When I look back on it now, I'm just like, oh, dude, like I could have been so much nicer to these people. Like they'll offer you tea, they'll let you sit down in their place. They were so nice, but like it was like so like just the mental.
Now to Edith is
mental state.
The way you have, the mental state that you're in while you're out there, it's like you're not able to take advantage of any of that stuff. You're like, I remember our I forgot what the fuck their name, the chaplain, the preacher for our unit would come in and be like, hey, Sergeant Pio, we got some people going outside the wire. They're gonna be going to a church and stuff, and blah blah blah, giving out I don't know, I forgot the fuck it was. Was it food or or Christmas gifts for the kids and shit like that. Like, you trying to go? I'm like, fuck no, I'm not trying to go outside the fucking wire for any goddamn reason. What? You don't like kids? I'm like, yeah, I fucking hate kids. I'm not gonna fucking get my ass fucking blown up outside the fucking wire, handing out fucking Christmas gifts. And, you know, it was just some fucking, you just are like constantly on watch, and I feel bad like now when I think about stuff like that, because I probably could have.
No, but the way
with people back then.
No, but the way you approach the country, it's also a big thing, because you weren't going there because vacations mentality would have done something else.
Jungler, so we are looking at more of those team fights, but
Alpha Private was like survive.
Getting a bit zoned out already.
Dude, yeah, man.
My dad was a former Chicago cop. Bro, when I first joined the military, the first advice he fucking gave me was, bro, he's like, dude, I don't care what the fucking rules of engagement are. You shoot first, you find a knife, you put it on them, blah, 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 this and that. I was like, Dad, calm down. This isn't the fucking mob.
Yeah, but I still feel like Beatrix would win that early game, but Basic's actually getting tipped down a little bit, and usually Beatrix has that early game skillage, and actually we talked about
it's so crazy too, because my dad was the nicest dude in the fucking world too, but when it came to like the cops and stuff and stuff like that, yeah, it was just a different world.
The safety, the security,
yeah, and especially because I was his son, he had no fucking, he gave two shits about anybody else. He's like, you shoot first, you find something, you put it on them, tape a rock to their hands.
Side. Zane and Fallen, both
you have to protect your family.
So they can go in for this first neutral objective. A little bit of a different situation from game one, when we've seen Zane pretty much just getting all these objectives uncontested.
Actually,
but you are going to see Fallen go to
the winners always read the
wait out
history.
The timer, which is an excellent chance for Zane to take this objective uncontested.
Yeah, we already see both.
What's happening here?
Going in, but look at Chicken's
waiting, seeing Zane taking it, doing really well in Alpha. Or I have a message.
Do you see how fast that turtle
Okay,
melted?
I think that was uncontested.
Yeah,
2 minutes 15.
But again,
it's not even really worth me.
First objective going to BTK.
Like, I want stuff that counters,
what do you
that
trade
sets
in this,
the
right?
tone
You got your purple buff, but you
for,
just allowed Shield to go to the entire team of BTK to give them an
Hellcurt,
advantage
it's
in
there
every
waiting.
single lane.
Very close.
Guardian's Barrier is going to drop down. You already see the Finished Rage as well from Basic. Crash from Echo. Not going to find the mark. Only going to catch Joy Boss, but nobody will fall in that skirmish for the top side.
No, nothing happened.
Still looking
False
for a
alarm.
response. Going to go ahead and take the Divine Judgment. Now, the thing is with
Arlott,
Valentina, you kind of have a copy of Avalon's, one of their teammates, right? So now he has another Kaja, right? So we are looking at another fight. Here we go. Is he going to go in? Ooh,
Yeah,
Arlott taking that really low. Oh my goodness.
It's just funny looking at Chicken. Like, look how far behind enemy lines he is already. He's just having a heyday over there with this Edith pick matchup in the hands of Totnak, right? Not even worried about him.
They're taking the enemy's jungle.
That Landshaker and
Damn.
having an easy time, and this just shows you he gets what he came for, right? Proxy these minions, rotate around, and get into team engagements. And with that being said, speaking of team engagements, you are starting to see some heavy grouping in the mid-river, possibly a battle.
Dan, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream.
Nobody has fallen so far, but in terms of gold, BTK, 3 minutes in, leading by already 1,000.
Yeah, and ISO's having a very good time being able to poke out Basic on this Beatrix.
Dude,
and
Avalon needs to make something happen, or BTK is going to, not even slowly, but quickly start creeping up.
The power spike really comes from these marksmen, and also the EXP as well.
Yeah, time waits for no man.
But just like you said, Weezy Chicken's just having fun
3 of them
right
going
now.
top.
Is definitely having a
Whose
blast.
ult does she have?
XP lane. Not really too worried about Totnak down there, but Zane is just climbing in terms of the farm. He is 2 levels ahead of Fallen, and Fallen hasn't fallen.
Valentina?
That's a little bit of a pun, right? He hasn't
Kaja's
fell
ult.
He hasn't died, but he's not hitting the farm. He's
Sure
not
does,
even
yeah.
contesting
Sure
the farm.
does.
He's just falling short when it comes to these objectives, but may be able to change the situation. Zane is going to grab the turtle for BTK and may be able to get a pick off. Albatross goes down, and Yad secures kill, draws first blood, finds Fallen for BTK.
Yeah, looks like Dark Knight Falls really called his name right there, put him back on the desk, but look at Joy Baj, and this is what Weezy harped on, right? There's always a moment in their face, but oh no,
against one.
Damn, they missed the perfect opportunity while Fallen is using goddamn Hellcurt to be like a Dark Knight Fallen.
Looks like a little bit of scrimmage coming in that mid side, but I'm still a little worried for this Hellcurt pick. But ISO, so I'm go ahead and trade out this top side as basics and go ahead and potentially take his first turret.
Looks like he will be able to get it. Some great positioning from
three
Arlo.
against three.
Of course, ISO away
Tower taken.
from defending his lane, and with that being
And
said,
Arlot's
the
going
first
to
turret
take it
does go
out
to
tower.
Avalon, but responded back on the bottom side as you are going to go ahead and see a clearance of that first turret for BTK. You are going to see
ISO really standing out this series. Yo,
Yato
I don't want to throw some shade out there, but bro, if it's not actually T, because ISO took the place of T, because T did not get his paperwork in time, or he's not eligible to be on the team. So now they had to put in ISO. I have never seen T perform this well, and right now I'm just like, why? If ISO is this good, has he been sitting on the bench all this fucking time?
Was picked up from ISO, right? So ISO will be able to tip down the tankier HP heroes, but Basic will be able to.
I don't think at the bench, but
damage. Speaking of damage,
yeah,
battle pursuing
they have not taken advantage of such a good asset.
They are going to go back to their side of the
because every single game I've seen with BTK, ISO has been like absolutely amazing. Oh god!
They've claimed one on the top side.
Kaja's all taken.
Giving them an advantage, leading by almost 2,000
Oh, he flickered
gold.
and he just wasted his flicker, did not get anything.
Looking for someone right now before this turtle fight. And looking
So
at
now he doesn't have his flicker for this turtle fight.
Right now, BTK has a very good sustainable
120
draft,
seconds.
Look at Novaria,
wasted.
not really able to respond to anything. Still one assist on the board, but she is.
So right now, Avalon is split up. You've got two at the bottom. You've got three up there by the turtle. What are the three doing up on the turtle? Like trying to get vision. Oh, and there goes.
And he's gonna go ahead and suppress Arvo, uses his ultimate against them. ISO takes the kill.
Crap.
Dark Knight falls in. Mobazane is down.
And Basic for the shot finds Mobazane and sends BTK running in the mid lane.
Ooh, Toadnak. Is he looking? Is he looking? He is not. And Demon, his combination with Fallen, the Dark Knight Falls was beautiful, right? Was able to grab onto Zane on the turret, take him off the board with Bosch, but ISO.
Gonna rush in, Blazing Duet seals the deal for Demon. Is gonna go ahead and take him out the playing field, 2-4. BTK leading the way in terms of kills and also up by 3 turtles.
And we are looking at the lead right now in the win conditions. Right now, BTK is looking at a very steady lead. Avalon looking still to scale towards that late game. But Wheezy, I know you are dying to cast, but both of these teams are playing that really slow game, more of that macro play. I think this is the only game we've seen with such a low kill score.
Yeah, definitely a low kill score. BTK
punishing
the
Fallen
on the board. But speaking of the board, Astro Echo goes down. Landshaker connects for the
Nice.
finds Chicken, but they still try and fight it out, trying to claim the advantage.
Was that Primal Rage? I think it's
ISO
called
will
Primal.
find the turret for the top side uncontested.
And that is
Primal
also
Rage
a
from
turret
from
lead
whom?
into the hands of BTK.
Isn't
Once
that what
again,
Edith's
Arvo just
ult
keeps
is
getting
called?
poked out by Yato, but wow, Demon is actually
No
scaling
idea.
on this Novaria, trying to do
Time
some
to go
work,
to the
but
fandom
Novaria
page.
Also has really good clear speed, and I
iPad.
feel like it's one of the advantages. But conceal play, are they going to play down here?
I think they tried to look for an advantage, but they just want to
it's list
Mobazane
of
to be able to get back to
heroes.
safety after
Okay,
contesting, trying to take that orange buff, which he did secure,
Mission
denying the
called.
farm from Fallen, who is falling really short in terms of his rotation compared to Mobazane. I mean, Zane is 2 levels
Primal
above him the
Wrath.
entire
Primal Wrath.
game,
I think it's called.
right? Needing to find a way to kind
Skilled
of
ultimate.
catch up to the king of the jungle.
Primal
if he wants to have
Wrath.
a chance in terms of the
On
economy,
point.
right?
Yes.
And he's not really taking trades. He's just letting the turtles go into Zane's hands, and you're not able to take a turret or get kills off of it. I want to kind of see them as we progress through this game, try and find some pickoffs or some answers. Instead
Okay,
of
take advantage
free.
of
Speaking of free,
punishing
Basic
Joy
finding a
Boy.
kill is going to take down
Ooh,
Joy
fried
Boy, but
chicken.
now
The
the return
chicken.
response chicken
Top
very
Mac.
low. Toadnak is going to take him
Nice.
out.
Able to get away.
Toadnak does get away with barely
Now we're
any
gonna go ahead and
HP.
start this, or we
look
have
at
to
ISO.
because I'm up at the top.
Basic, but
We
ISO
are
on the top
losing the
side
tower.
doesn't even care. Is going to
Yep.
claim yet another turret for the tier 2 in the top lane. Zane finds Arvel
Kaja got
and maintains
15
the
alive.
Why
score, but
start
no,
on the
he is
Lord
now
if
gonna
you
rotate
all
back to
aren't
his
going to
farm.
help
This just
out?
shows
And then you
his
just
IQ when
lost
it comes to rotating
Arvo.
around the jungle, right? He doesn't want to miss the opportunity for the gold. He doesn't want to take the Lord. He wants his team to be able to reset. And ISO will do the Blazing Duet in the mid lane and possibly try and punish and take this turret.
Looks like Novar is going to do a good job trying to take away some of those minions, and Basic is also online there, defending that mid lane beautifully, but Zane's going to go ahead and take that aggro onto Lord, and this might be an uncontested Lord once again, and every single time there has been a Lord dance, Avalon hasn't been able to find a response to anything.
Dude, they've gotten these turtles pretty much free this entire fucking game. There's been like no fucking clashes.
Right? It wasn't that high, but
like, what are we doing
slowly
here?
but surely, BTK inches their way up the map.
Playing a mental game. In my perspective, they are playing the mental game. They are putting pressure and appearing at the map at the right time and making them go back. Because or they are scared or they are unavailable because teams split. They're playing a mental game.
More focused on those objectives, right? Zane playing that tank jungle is going to be able to get a lot of those most important ones. But with that being said, there's a lot of sustain coming in. That's what you get for going a tank jungle, right? Unlike Avalon, you need kills to scale. Fallen still looking for an answer. 1-1 right now. Yes, his farm was there, but not enough to match up Zane. But
Oh, wow.
Tier 2 for the mid lane. Basic finds Yato. Wait a minute. One member falls for BTK. Do they pull off of this push? Looks like they will. They're going to focus on the farm in the jungle and reset. But Avalon, trying to seize the opportunity for a pickoff, is going to dive in onto Joy Bosch, but not the member that you can be able to push down that fast, especially
Only
being
a 4K
the roamer
gold lead
for BTK. And you could just tell they're very comfortable. Avalon, as you say my favorite words, backs against the walls. You are looking at them trying to formulate a strategy to turn this around. Is it impossible for them to pull this off? No, it's not, right? You just got to group together and find a way to get to ISO, get to the back line, and play passive. BTK could make a mistake, and you just have to wait for the opportunity.
Right now,
an opportunity,
ISO doesn't need to be there.
Wild charge into the wall with a double knockup, and the Earthshake onto Fried Chicken, very low. That's what they needed. Basic finds him, takes him down. Can still play cold in. Basic will regen some HP by killing these minions to stay in the fight. Tomac very low, but the Divine Justice suppression on Zane fallen. With the Deadly Stingers is going to take him down. Remember falling for BTK. We said it, right? Wait for the mistake, and there it was.
Wait, did you see how low Totenak got, and all of a sudden he was able to flicker out and save himself? Did you see that? The wall.
Big brain plays.
Oh yeah, big brain plays indeed. Now here it goes with
BBP.
the trades.
It's a trade market.
Oh yeah, absolutely. This is a trade market, but we are seeing Avalon start and capitalize.
He said
on
trade
macro
mark
plays
it,
and go ahead
not trade
and start
market.
Exchange some things that were really played out for that early game. They are playing a little bit of slow gameplay here, but they're gonna go ahead and start sieging as much as they can before BTK comes to step their foot back. But
because everybody, yes, because I'm not gonna say, I'm not gonna lie. If I say flied, it fucks up my mouth for some reason. It fucks up my tongue. My tongue gets confused. Like, oh, are we retarded today? And then it will continue trying to say other words like ridiculously. So I just say fried.
Avalon always has a read on Arvel.
Fried.
The rest of the team.
Yeah, if I'm and fried chicken, like my mouth like just doesn't recover fast enough. It's like, oh, we're retarded right now. Okay.
For them to push up a little bit, but Yato was really the only one that's been getting pulled, and Yato is sitting at 1-2,
fried chicken,
and Chicken sitting at 1-3. And Arlot is a good CC EXP with that final slash, but is it really worth it? But Joybosh, look at Demon.
Okay, Alpha top, Edith bottom.
Yeah, I mean, definitely need to be careful on their footing so far, but Avalon, with the mistake made from BTK, has found
He did not applying pressure
footing,
at all.
They seize the opportunity and go a little bit further.
Kaja alone.
Right? Zane already pulling the aggro for this Lord. Arvel in position. Zane does not know he is there, but he is doing some damage. Arvel just taking the hits and just handling it. But there it goes. Darkness Falls goes in. The silence on the Joy Buys. Numerous passion dropping down with the immortality. Wow. Wild charge for the 3-man stun onto Avalon. Basic will find Joy Buys. Lord does fall. No, we're still in. Todak is going to find Fried Chicken. Yato finds Basic. ISO takes down Fallen. Todak finds ISO for a double kill. As Arvel is going to claim the Lord for Avalon. But wait a minute. Does he get out alive? Zane, not going to let him escape for free. Is going to take him down. 4 members falling for Avalon. The 3 members of BTK. They still have Yato. They still have Zane. Demon getting out alive to defend.
4.
4-2 trade for
Team
the
fight.
side of Avalon versus BTK, but they got the Lord, which is coming down the mid lane, which
They
is
got
going
that
to actually
Lord.
prevent them from pushing up. And now they're going to have to take care of this Lord, which buys enough time for Avalon to come back and take away some of the members of the team potentially.
Ooh,
Zane, so
Wow.
Damn, you're just gonna sit under that tower.
Overstayed his wall because he just got chopped down so low, fallen.
Yo,
Where you gonna
they're
go?
definitely gonna try and take down Moba Zane. Overstayed is welcome, but the deadly stickers from Fallen falling short onto the king of the jungle, and he does sustain himself. Pretty much topped off all his HP in a matter of
And
seconds.
the recovery of that alpha, it's just absurd.
Absolutely, and looks like that was a little bit unfortunate. The Dark Knight Falls wasn't able to do enough to go ahead and take Zane off the board, and he's still back to full health. But the minions are actually pushing forward on Avalon's favor, and the gold lead is now almost the same, which means BTK has to be careful
Hellkurt
because
with
they're not
sprint would
trying
be
to
scary
ruffle
as fuck.
anyone's feathers, but Avalon is looking for death right now.
Hellkurt with sprints, that's a jungler. Definitely not scary as fuck, though.
On the opposing side of the map, right? We thought this would have been a BTK game, but slowly it's slipping out of their hands and going into the favor for Avalon. The later this game gets, it's not going to matter
the
how many
things are
points you
just
have, it's gonna
evening
matter
out.
how you play together
Kinda.
as a team for the pickoffs. And with the respawn timers climbing up, this may be what Avalon needed all along to even out the series.
We are
Damn.
looking at
That was a hit.
Good trade. Avalon still a turret down, and BTK has a turret in their favor. They are only at inhibitor turrets for the side of Avalon, and they have to be careful. One mistake, it's pretty much game over as they only have inhibitors, and BTK still has 2 of those turrets up in that mid side, so they still have a little bit of time to spare, has a little bit of room to make a small mistake.
They don't know Joybaj is there. They're going to try to go in on this marksman, and they're going to get fucked.
And show them who's
Yep.
really king.
Yeah,
They're
definitely
not
show
taking
them who is
advantage
king
of
as Silky
bottom.
was called out from Joy Boss, but checks the bush and gets knocked downtown as
Oh,
Demon is going to
nice. They
find the
countered.
kill.
They were patient.
Home falling for BTK, putting them out a little bit of
1640.
disposition. They are going to pull their punch, not the fight they want to take.
And looks like Lord's coming up in about 20 seconds. Brock is off the board right now, and just like Weezy loves to say, the death timers are climbing up right now, which will make them a huge disadvantage. If Avalon does take this Lord, BTK might have to look for a trade or a response, but look at Avalon, they're trying to push up this top side, and ISO might be in trouble.
Yeah, may be in trouble as we are going to see the Lord spawn in, and Avalon, for the first time in this game, having the advantage. They almost caught up in gold. We're like 50k, and BTK up by 400, but Avalon leading in terms of kills and almost catching up in terms of turret. Yes, they didn't claim the turtles in the beginning, and that was what was giving BTK the early advantage, but now it is moving toward Avalon's favor.
They started Lord.
Lord
They're going to do something.
Falls and go ahead just to use that to
Okay,
go ahead and protect
yours.
himself from picking up this Lord. Avalon did end up taking that uncontested from BTK, which means this is going to be a huge advantage for Avalon, as this is not just a regular Lord, this is a Luminous Lord, enhanced Lord coming down for the side of Avalon, and BTK is going to go ahead and try to micromanage these waves to be able to take off this Lord before it gets too close into their base, as now this is a ticking time bomb to see which fight is really going to be the king of all trades here. We do see lanes coming down, and Lord is going to come down that top side, and Avalon has to play this very carefully.
At this point, production just needs to stop showing the items.
Like, still, they are looking for a response on
Unless
that
someone makes a
mid-side.
change.
Is going to get pushed in. Beautiful zone
Just stop showing the items. They're going to continue to ignore you.
Someone's in that bush, Totenac in the last pressure. 5-man siege might come down that mid side.
Yeah.
Lord is still unresponsive from the side of BTK. It looks like there might be a huge clash coming in from the side of Avalon.
Just assume they have
and
all
Joybot
boots.
just got a read on the rest of the team. And is this the end that we're about to see, Weezy?
Maybe a possible ending. 12-9 so far on the scoreboard. Lord making his way
What
on
was-
the top
what was
side.
this-
At
what
the
was this
19-minute
ultimate
mark,
for?
BTK this time at the disadvantage, and Avalon pushing through, trying to even out the series. Dives in all for trying to close this game out, but the
Damn.
Bloodthirsty Kings able to fend off the Lord.
They're trying hard.
Joy the top side, but a huge stun. The wild charge
Four
for the knockup.
knocks.
Their shaker goes down. Fried Chicken
They
finds
took
Steven. Yato
advantage of
finds
that.
Fallen. He remembers dropping. Mobile
Dead.
drops down. Totenac. Arvo very low. On the
Wipe
engagement as
out.
well. A full wipeout as ISO
Damn.
takes down
The play
Arvo,
was
and Avalon is not able to push
15.
through and ended a slight mistake on their over-aggression, and BTK
GG.
triumphantly pushing through the mid lane to close out this series looking like they're walking down the red carpet right now, as you are seeing the BTK emotes on the way. Down goes the inhibitor, and nobody to defend from Avalon. And they will be able to close out this series and move on to the grand finals.
I hope we get a replay of that.
In the semifinals
That
of the
fucking
NACT
wild
fall
charge.
season. A well-played game.
How did he get that close to them? Because the angle he wild charged that was ridiculous. Even with a flicker, he shouldn't have gotten that close.
No, he did what you suggested. It was pincer attack. He went behind, he flickered in, and he crashed into that rock, knocking 4 people out.
Does Steph Weezy have a fucking tanning light on right now, or what is this?
From BTK, able to close it
I think
out.
this happened to me last time too. At some points at night, my camera has problems with the white balance. It won't go proper, and then I have fucking production in my ear trying to tell me turn on more lights, do this, do that. I'm like, bro, how many lights do you think I have in my apartment to turn on right now?
Finals, which we'll be able to see them going up against the Ohio brothers.
I think it has something to do with the brightness of your screen. Sometimes it increases the brightness at night.
Now let's look at the post-game stats. 12-14, 20-minute game, and it looked like it was so neck to neck, but that one play coming in from Joybaj really sealed the deal.
What's up, man? Welcome to the YouTube channel.
Leading towards BTK.
Joybaj.
Same with the turret trades as
need
well.
to see that
Amazon ring light. I have a
only
ring light.
off the board
I have like a
once,
cheap
and I
ring
feel
light.
like
That's
the
what I
focus
use for my
from
potato and
Avalon
for my normal
was to
casting
really
and stuff like that.
premise-stun chicken
It's
over
just
there
that when it
on
gets
that
super
Arla, but
late
looks
at
like
night,
they
I don't know
focused
if it's the
wrong
artificial
person,
light that doesn't
which
do it
caused
for them.
Iso to
Hey
do a
Google,
lot of
turn my
creative
bedroom lights to
damage the rest
100%.
of Avalon, which gave a lot of wiggle room for Joybaj to go and set the rest of the team with Avalon. So beautiful
But
game.
I think
played by
the problem
BTK.
is that my
Congratulations
camera
on the
settings,
2-0
the automatic
receiving
white
grand
balance
finals,
starts
but
tripping
let's
out
take a look at
pretty
this
bad at
replay,
night. It
Weezy.
goes light, it goes dark, it goes light, it
look
goes
at
dark,
that.
and it
Here we
won't
go.
stay. And
From
that was
Joybaj
a 9.
with the wild charge
Yeah.
and the power of nature. Fried Chicken finds Demon. Yato finds Fallen. This is what decided the game. The fate for Avalon on a slight mistake with the over-aggression when they had the advantage and the Lord at their disposal. Yato finds Basic. Iso finds Arvel.
I need to go back
and
now.
it was a full
I only need the
wipeout.
19-minute mark.
Shut down, and
I'll go back
BTK
at tonight when
walking
I'm
down the red carpet for
writing my
their finish
script.
and their seat inside of the grand finals.
Okay.
For the regular season 1.
Wow, he did make a conceal.
Look at these
He
post-game
went
stats.
behind their back.
Concealed.
Not even,
In-depth.
yes,
Avalon
not even
had
flicker. He was
damage
concealed.
taken more towards BTK, right?
Damn.
A lot of those hits in the face when he was checking those bushes really felt bad. The sandbag should have. Look at that.
What am
The
I getting
sandbag
texts
is
about?
towards Joybaj.
Did I not
but
already get my
look at the
grocery
rich
delivery?
guy Iso being able to farm up as much as he can. The carry is going to definitely go into the hands of Basic as he did 33% damage, and Arvel coming in with the most amount of assists. Actually, this time 100% KP participation for the side of Avalon, but looks like they fell a little bit short in those team fights as Joybaj's wild charge really did prevail compared to Arvel.
I honestly think Avalon did not do a bad job. They try.
They didn't do a bad job. They just got out. They got out. I don't even know. Outmaneuvered. Yeah.
They got
Game
outplayed.
just saw the battle in.
Yes.
The Lord Pitajato finds Basic. All members falling for BTK. There was a 3-for-2 trade. Tonak finds Iso for the double kill. Arvel finds the Lord.
Either way, I think that this is either
possibly having a chance to win this
I guess at this point I'm gonna have to say that Avalon and Bloodhounds are a lot stronger than I think. I can't keep talking shit about BTK and the Ohio brothers because every part of me wants to say this was super lazy by BTK, but I mean this was super lazy and then TOB was super lazy. Maybe I'm just not seeing it right, and these teams are stronger than I first thought. We're talking about the top 4 in North America right now, I guess.
Yeah, it was a beautiful game played. Actually, a
I'll have to
beautiful
analyze it
series
more
as well. And actually,
at the
a
end
lot
of
of
this.
these series that we casted, they were pretty neck to neck. And now the underdog teams coming out.
There's also a lot
they're
of
complaining to Wheezy. They're complaining to Wheezy because he's getting upset. He's getting frustrated. I can see it in his face. And he doesn't know how to fix whatever this camera fucking issue is. That shit happens to me too, dude. I fucking hate when like mechanical issues are happening in the back, and I've got people in my fucking ear trying to tell me while I'm trying to talk to people.
30-minute games, even in the first round. So I'm excited. How about you, Wheezy?
Oh, I'm definitely excited. But speaking of exciting things, let's go ahead and move on to our
Okay.
Lily for a special guest in today's stream.
Hello, everyone, and I am back with the beautiful Kat. I'm super excited to chat with you today. Can you introduce yourself a little bit for everyone?
My name's Kat, better known as Houdini. I manage wildcards that recently participated in the NACT.
Seems nervous.
Oh, I see that your team didn't make it this time, but as team captain of wildcards, how do you support your team?
Oh, I just encourage them, you know, give them like prep talks, have meetings here and there, check in on them, you know. Just
Typical manager
the
stuff,
typical
okay.
manager stuff.
Bro.
You keep your team organized. That's good.
Yeah.
So, do you think you guys will be prepared for next NACT?
Hopefully, you know, we have some stuff going on, practice. I believe in my team, so
Why is she moving so much?
you better watch out.
He's probably nervous.
You play Mobile Legends?
Yeah.
And what got you into becoming a manager?
Oh, they actually asked me, and I used to play
I was
Mobile
just about to
Legends,
say
but
they
I kinda
probably
suck,
asked her
so
because she's a
I
female
stopped.
and they wanted to keep her involved
I'm
somehow.
better at managing, so yeah, I just stick to managing. That's it. The game, I suck.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
as much about it anyways as you're going to manage it, so you still have a part in the game. So, which team is your favorite in the NACT outside of Wildcards?
Outside, I would have to say Alpha because Gina's in it. What?
Oh, I see.
This is how I be getting me nervous.
And Nighthorde.
Oh, and Nighthorde. Okay, so you like Nighthorde
Probably
and
worse.
Team
Nah.
Emma. We'll see who makes it.
You gotta try
Will
it
you
first.
Will we see
Dude, she
you at
has to
the
live with a
NACT
guy.
Finals live?
Like in LA.
Why you say that?
Yeah. Will you be in LA?
Because of the size of the weights behind her.
Yeah.
The fucking handles are bigger than her fucking
I'll see
arms.
if I have time.
Like, there's no way.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Kind of shy.
Oh, you're kind of shy.
45
We all
pounds.
are in a little
Yeah.
bit of
You
weight.
have
That's
good
the lowest
eyesight.
one I see there. That's the smallest one I see. I
For
think.
letting me interview you today. I learned a thing or two about being a manager.
Oh, I have
So,
Is it?
what?
Sorry, is
You
it
have
possible to?
Look at her
Is
guns.
it possible to like give a shout out before we wrap it up?
Oh yeah, for sure. Go for it.
I just want to like shout out my team. Ispa, Saku, Tonka, E, Sen, and Spade, and Avisu and Jane.
I hip thrust 45s.
Oh, you're so cute. I love it. There you go. She shouted out wildcards, guys. Bye-bye, Kat. Thank you so much.
I thought you're supposed to like the girls that I see at the gym are usually hip thrusting like what's 45, 45, 90 plus 45 is what,
And
135
say
at
congrats
the least.
to BTK for taking the win 2-0. I just wanted to also say our MVP.
Are you hip thrusting
for
45s
today,
like for a
you guys have
1,000
clue
reps?
It is our sharpshooter, ISO. What are you guys' thoughts on
ISO
this,
MVP.
guys? And Gopher, what are your thoughts on this, guys?
And MVP, definitely not the easiest thing to pull off, but overall, it was just such a great performance, right? From BTK, 2-0, undefeated. Congratulations to the MVP.
At
I
least
think everybody
135.
on their team deserved that, though. Just the execution boiling down from the beginning of the draft, able to find all these compositions that just work
Gito,
together.
are you
just
having a stroke
shows
over there?
how
What are you
powerful
saying? I see
BTK is, and I'm excited
M.
to see them today in the grand finals going up against the Ohio brothers.
Yeah, they were
For
doing a lot
barbell,
of
it's
work
200 right
balance.
now?
I feel like because of those intense
So then what are you
matches,
doing
every
with
single
dumbbells?
player has their own MVP somewhere.
Her arms
in
did
that
not look like
match,
she
and
does
ISO, congratulations
curls
to you.
or
You did
anything
very well
with
in those
45s
series
or
and was
higher.
able to carry out a lot of damage for your team to follow up and do the rest of the
Warm-ups.
killing. So congratulations, and once again, congratulations to BTK for securing that grand final spot. And look at this, he was able to carry it out with 1-1, and Claude looking at really good KDAs this time.
ISO?
4-0-4 in the
Of
first
course,
game,
yeah.
4-1-4 in the second, was able to do a lot of damage and proved actually Weezy and I wrong for picking up that 1-1 in that first game. So we have to watch out for your 1-1 next time when we do cast in the second season.
I suppose with dumbbells it gives both legs more control. No, with hip thrusters, I'm pretty sure your back rests against the bench while your feet are planted on the ground and you thrust up, holding the weight in your center or near your core.
I will say,
if I
just
know
looking
what
at
hip
BTK,
thrusters
they're
are,
just
that's
a
what we're talking
very
about.
Strong team, right? I mean, they're undefeated. TOB is not undefeated, right? We've seen them take a loss today. So when it comes to looking at both these teams going head to head on paper, right? BTK has a little bit of a stronger chance. I mean, it's no secret that both of these teams have what it takes.
Now I have to look it up. I think you're just making up words now. I'm just kidding.
Make it to the top of the ladder to fight it out, and it always is like the gods flipping a coin on which side it'll land. So being able to see BTK and TOB in the grand finals.
Oh yeah, that's basically like
fun,
hip thrusters without having your back against the bench.
A lot of things.
It's basically having your back flat on the floor.
Right? You're going to see the finest in North America fighting it out and showing them exactly why they had their spot in the top 8, right? These are the only 2 teams out of all 96 who didn't have to compete in the qualifiers because they already had a seeding inside of the top 8, and it goes to show that they earned it, right? When it comes to the top 8, they're again at the top of the ladder in the grand finals.
It's kind of amazing to me because
they all did an amazing job, but
in the
next
military,
up we'll have
the biggest
stage 1 of
injury
our
or the
bronze
biggest
match.
issue that
We'll have
women
Bloodhounds versus
or
Avalon, and
like
they
women,
aren't
especially
counted
women
out
that I
yet,
had as
and
soldiers
still earn a bit
and
more
trying to
points
like
to
coach
boost them
them
up for
and
stage 2
go
and
through
3,
gym
so make
routines
sure
and
you
stuff for
stick
them. The
around
biggest
to
issue they
keep it
had
on.
was their hips and like a lot of women have different inabilities to do certain hip range of motion exercises, whether it's squats. It's not an inability to, but they can't do it like a guy because their hips are kind of set differently because they're made to have babies, you know. So like their hips are just kind of set up in a different, and sometimes they get hurt or something happens. But with that said, the amount of exercises that women have for hips is actually kind of crazy to me with all of the issues I've known that they have with their hips.
Isn't there a few things you want to tell them about the tournament rules?
They have more range of choosing.
No, well, it's like I would imagine that there would be more upper body exercises for females, but I guess it's more of a what do you call it when it's a appearance thing? It's more about
pain.
No,
vanity.
No, not vanity, but it's more about like looks for females. They don't work out. A lot of them don't work out to get strong or something like that. They work out because they want a bigger ass or they want better hips or they want, you know what I mean? They want a better shape or something like that.
They want to tonify the body or
we
be
carry
ready
more
for
weight
something.
downstairs.
Speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
Have you ever had that, Strawberry, issues with squats and stuff like that?
And we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, Yue. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking down all the intense matches that are to come. Yue, I believe you have some exciting
I guess the guy has more interest.
Well, no, because that was like the most challenging thing as a sergeant, like being over females, is like because it's really hard for me to kind of like for guys, I understand. I can if they're having a problem with this, I know that bro, they just need to push. They need to push it out. They'll be fine as long as their form is correct. I know what they're doing. With women, it was so fucking hard because I don't know what they go through. I don't know what kind of challenges they have when it comes to like lifting a certain way or squats in a certain way or range of motion that they have with their hips. And I am not like, I can't tell if their form is right and if they're going to hurt themselves or not because they're set up differently than I am. You know what I mean? It's I don't know how to explain it.
Yes, because when you're performing an exercise, the form that you do it with, it's very important because if you do it wrong, you're going to force the body to do a movement that it's not used to, and then you're going to get hurt. Yes.
hyper mobile though. Oh, so it is going to be third place first, and then we go into the finals.
I'm gonna get some water. Be right back.
Yep.
When the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our live stream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. Bloodthirsty Kings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT.
And we are back with halftime here at the NACT.
Why do we say all Ritz? What happened?
Before we get into our caster roundtable, I wanted to remind you one more time about the August Starlight. It'll be Yin's Eternal Guardian skin. And if you aren't a Yin fan, we also have 10 returning Starlight skins and a new Starlight Shop exclusive, the Killing Notification. You can get in on all of this with the Starlight membership of 300 diamonds to get over 6,000 diamonds worth of rewards. And the first Starlight purchase will give you a bundle worth 1,700 diamonds. And a weekly diamond pass will get you to unlock things earlier. So keep an eye out on this Starlight exclusives. But now let us hop to the roundtable. Steph, Weezy, and Eunice, talk a bit about our 8 amazing teams.
That's right. I mean, day one was crazy, right? Everybody trying to find their place in the top 8, but only 4 were able to move forward in regular season 1. TOB, Bloodhounds, BTK, and Avalon. Today, we hosted the semifinals and just finished that with TOB and Bloodthirsty Kings moving forward.
So it's kind of amazing
in the grand
because if you look at it,
in the point system,
we're looking at what is going to be in Los Angeles, basically. The Ohio Brothers, Bloodthirsty Kings, Bloodhounds, and Avalon are all going to be at the live finals, potentially, if they keep on with the same,
with the 70, 80, and 100. First place will have 100
win losses and stuff like that.
Second place will have 90. Third will have 80, and fourth will have 70. Which will give them the advantage as we jump into regular season 2.
I definitely want to see how Knights of Fate stack up against Bloodhounds, though.
Waiting for those final matches, TOB versus BTK, but hold your popcorns, hold your drinks. We are going to get there in just a little bit, but we do have to figure out who is going to be our 3rd and 4th place for our bronze match. But I do know that the finals match is kind of history.
That they call it the bronze match.
Last NACT, it's something everyone's been waiting for with new rosters and a familiar face.
It's like they might as well call it the losers match. We do have to see which one is the bigger loser from our losers match. Let's go to the losers.
You're doing the play-by-plays today, and you have been doing an amazing job. So how excited are you to cast the bronze match, and how excited are you to cast the grand finals?
How excited are you to cast the bronze match? I could not be more excited to cast this bronze match, guys.
I guess we can kind of just sit and talk about these teams and what we expect from them. Bloodhounds, they kind of lack in the early game, but they sometimes make up for it. And they also have a lot of luck that works on their side. They're the first team to ever pull out a Savage, right? Avalon, they're kind of stacked with former champions or finalists, I guess I should say, with players from The Simpsons.
You think the orange is messing with his camera? He did move his stuff around. You can see now. You can see part of his bed.
Spring season for 2022 last year up against the Valley, right? So it's definitely interesting to see them back in action again. But I think I'm just more excited for Bloodhounds being able to finally make it to top 8, right? I like to see those underdog teams who grind each and every day. You know, I host the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy alongside you. We're in there all the time developing teams and upcoming talent, and they are one of those teams who are actively in there running scrims when there's the off-season of NACT, and it just shows that their efforts are coming to fruition, and here they are in a top 8 position, not just top 8, but made it all the way from top 8.
He's even got like a little orange in his skin tone too. I want to say he's kind of got like a mocha complexion.
So I think for the bronze match between both of these teams, it's going to be a
his
close
fucking
call,
wall
right?
looks orange right now.
Down to execution, but I can't really say it's one-sided, and that's what makes me the happiest about this. I know last year, or not last year, even last season, right? The difference between top 3 and 4 was a huge gap in skill. And then everybody after the third place of teams was just such a big skill gap. But now that gap has gotten very close to where you see the Ohio brothers taking a loss in their debut for the semifinals. Like that's not really heard of.
It looks
right?
like a creamsicle. Strawberry.
They were undefeated pretty much the
You
entire
talk shit
time.
about
They
me
took
when
one loss,
I'm
that was
dressed
a
up too.
match in the spring season, not a series. They already took their first match loss, and we're only on day 2 of the fall season.
Oh yeah, so we have a lot in stake right now. There's a lot of things that we have to look out for, and knowing that a lot of these teams, especially if I want to talk about the bronze place, right? We are looking at Bloodhounds versus Avalon, and just like Wheezy stated, right? Bloodhounds was always kind of that underdog team that kind of got knocked off in the early game stages, but now they're actually in, right? They're not knocked out completely yet, so they're gonna have to fight for that spot. But if we're talking about the grand finals, we're kind of neck to neck with those teams, right? A lot of good players, overseas talent players are in those teams, and I'm really excited to see how
Overseas talent
go.
players?
And this is just
What?
history repeating itself from last year. But my question is the grand finals are going to let itself repeat who really takes the win from last NACT, as BTK did win NACT last season, but is that going to happen again? What are your predictions, Wheezy?
All right, look, I'm going to tell you it's 50-50. I'm not on either side. It's straight down the middle, and I'm going to tell you exactly why, right? I mean, like I said, we've been hosting the majority of the local tournaments in North America. NABA was the first one to finish, and the Ohio brothers
If you look
dominated.
janky, I will comment on it. I'm gonna come up there looking like a scrub.
Second tournament was the Nighthorde, and
Just to
BTK
fuck
came
with
back and
Strawberry.
shut them down. So now here we are, the third tournament on the way, and the biggest one, the fall season, what they were working toward. It can be anybody's match, and I'm excited to see where it goes.
Yeah, I'm excited too, and now a lot is at stake, so I know that all these teams are really wanting to fight for that spot. So I really want to see who is going to end up taking that M5 place and representing North America over there in the Philippines, where everything is held and where everything is at stake. And not only are they doing their best to fight here, whoever goes over to M5 to represent us is going to have to go through a lot again over there. So as much as they can, pull out your cards here, make sure you get everything you can, everything you need from us, and make sure you guys play at your full potential. And best of luck to all teams that are currently in the bracket right now representing NA and to fight for the #1 spot for the M5.
And, you know, speaking
A
of
sweater
things
vest
coming
and
in
a
the distant future, let's
snapback.
go ahead and swing on over to our charming host.
Can you see me right now? No, I'm just kidding.
Hello,
Dude, I'm not gonna
guys.
lie.
I am back with a giveaway for
I
you
dress
guys.
up when I'm going in
The
public and stuff
giveaway
like that.
codes
I
are on
never,
screen right
I never try to look fucking janky in public. But bro, when I'm off, when I don't have anything to fucking do, I'm in like jammies and like I look
on the
homeless.
screen right there. And a tournament chest. So Dark Rose, Professor of Hell, Glass Blade, Space and Shadow. Only the first 40 users can redeem this, so be quick about it or else you're gonna lose out. But as we get in to the bronze match,
Adam Sandler at home. Yes, dude. I think even the jammies, I think these ones have like a hole in the side pocket.
It seems that
Fucking
UA
Yui.
has things to go against us always. What do you guys think about this?
I don't know. I mean, we're only on day 2, and he's already 1 to 5 on his prediction right
Yui
now.
is 1 for 5 right now. He don't give a fuck.
Everybody else going with pretty much a unanimous decision for Avalon. But again, as we mentioned, the progression from Bloodhounds, I still feel like there's a chance for them to kind of take it. The only reason I didn't give it to Bloodhounds.
Oh, did they change Gemmick's
players
picture
on
again?
Avalon have just achieved more lately, right? We've seen them more on the.
This isn't the same
scene,
picture that showed up
thriving in the
before.
top 8, whereas this is Bloodhound's first debut in the top 8 scene.
Yeah, but Bloodhounds actually took a match away from TOB, which can actually happen again if Bloodhounds really keeps up with their work and their draft.
Who the fuck is Gemmick? He is a former EU. He's French, and I think he's currently in Asia right now. He's a former pro player for Mobile Legends. Somebody said he also used to coach a team, Evos, in Indo. And this is all going. I don't know much about him. I know he streams, and he used to be a pro player, and he's a big analyst, or he's big on analyzing the game and stuff like that. Oh, he's got a thick French accent, Strawberry. I'm already planning on like trying to listen hard when he's fucking talking. His accent's really thick. He's super French.
They do so much practice and everything. This is amazing.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. I mean, when we're looking at Bloodhounds, right, they didn't have the easiest time taking down Night Horde. Night Horde, we thought they would have closed it out, but some slight mistakes in the first Savage went to Bloodhounds. Nobody else has gotten a Savage so far, so hey,
just like that, Strawberry cheating on me.
Able to kind of set history so far and the tone for his team in the fall season. Not the easiest thing to do. When we look at Avalon, though, there's not really anything that I've seen them do that's really setting the tone above other teams. So I think this will be a really good chance for us to see this. But speaking of,
did Weezy not watch any of the qualifiers or anything for Avalon? Like they're a super strong. Easy Peasy is out for Tempest. What?
Now, Easy Peasy, man, he's a powerhouse when it comes to Avalon. They definitely focus around him, and you could definitely tell he sets the tone.
He's in for
the pace
Tempest
in the game for them. But when it goes, to
I'm
going
so
up against,
confused. Who was
a
just
team
playing?
Like Bloodhounds and Avalon, like both of them, I feel like they have to prove where they sit.
Wait, who was
standings.
Easy
We know where
Peasy
the
just
Ohio
playing
brothers
with?
sit
Easy
at. We
Peasy
know where BTK
is
at.
on
We don't know
Bloodhounds.
who's the number 3 and who's
Are
the
there
number
2 Easy
4.
Peasies? Am I
And
losing my
that's exactly
goddamn
what
mind?
This battle's about to be for the bronze, 3 and 4th place.
Yeah, and we're about to find out who is going to take that win over for the third
They
to
just
fourth
said
place.
Easy
It really will
Peasy
set that
is
tone
in
of
for
who's third and who's
Tempest.
fourth, right?
All right, y'all
Obviously,
are
there
gonna
are
make me
another
look up this
chance
goddamn
to
roster.
go ahead and fight again in the next 2 seasons. This is just season 1, guys. We aren't over.
Maybe
This
they
isn't the end
made a
yet.
confusion
We have to
or
see
mistake.
every team's full potential to be prevailed in the Land of Dawn, and they have a lot of chances. And for this season, we are using that point system. So this time, it's not really about how many wins each team has. It's about how many points they have to see who takes the advantage over and give them a higher chance to be seeded for the M5 and show who really is the king over there for NACT. But let's toss it back over to Xena, our beautiful host.
Yes, we are ready, guys, for this match between Bloodhounds versus Avalon. Let's see who will take it, guys. Super excited to see.
And speaking of excitement, here we are. Avalon up against Bloodhounds. The bronze
Are they playing for
battle,
third
bronze
place?
match inside of stage 1.
Yeah, this is for 3rd place. Avalon, Arvel, Basic, Demon, Fallen, Totnak.
Now this is where the points come into effect.
Yeah,
on
fucking
a higher level,
Easy
right?
Peasy isn't
Everybody that
even
has fallen
on.
today
Wait, who
outside
the
of
fuck?
Avalon, Bloodhounds, BTK, and TOB all have 60
Bloodhounds.
points. Now this is where you have a chance to get those.
Easy Peasy
have
is
the
in for
advantage of moving on
Tempest.
to the playoffs, the semi and grand finals.
Tempest is
Right
already
up
the sub.
Los
What are we
Angeles. So
talking about right now?
this is
Or
where
are we saying that
you
Tempest is
make
in right
your
now?
mark, and honestly, whoever wins this game, it's still a huge advantage for them. Even though it's 3rd and 4th place, it's just the battle.
Okay,
the
they
difference
messed it
in
up.
points that can lead
Tempest
the way.
is
I mean,
in
even
for
last
Easy Peasy right now.
season,
He's being
right?
switched out.
What was it? Fallout fell.
Oh, this is a
or was able
loss
to
for
claim
Bloodhounds.
their
I'm
spot top
sorry.
four only because of series wins.
Oh,
It's kind of a
that
similar
sucks,
situation.
dude. That's
You could see
that's
a
their
team slide
main
by into the
fucking
semifinals just
like
based
that's
off
the game changer for them. That's
like
who's
you
been
said, whoever
been
wins
running
here
this
will
stuff. There's
finish
no way
off with
Tempest comes in and
70
fucking like shits on them.
And 4th place will have that 60. So I can't wait to see where it goes as we are now jumping into the draft. Avalon, Going ahead
His
and
accent
being a
isn't
little
that
more
bad.
Traditional. They're gonna go ahead and ban out this Fanny.
Yeah, I've
alongside
watched
you.
a little bit of him. I've even had small
With this
conversations
match right
with
now,
him.
It doesn't really matter if they win or lose for both sides. It's not like the point system that we did last NACT, where like if you lose,
Why they
depending on
sub?
the
Maybe to
system,
give him
you get
practice.
knocked out, get completely eliminated. And also last year NACT we did double round robins, which took a very long time. But this time we're gonna start with a single elimination.
Templates can
move
pop
on
off
to a
as well.
double
I mean, we
elimination, which is
could.
what's happening right now. And this
But
time,
why
you have to get those points or just to seek better in the next
why
season,
mess
right?
with what's
So
working?
we are looking at that third, fourth match. They are also
I don't know.
on
We'll
a
see.
battle for
I
points
don't
right
I don't like
now.
shaking
Not
things
only
up.
are
I'm gonna
they-
tell
they're
you
not knocked out yet, so they
historically
kinda have, like, that
with
reassurance of, hey, we're not knocked out
when
yet,
it
we're
comes
still-
to
we're still able to
teams in the
compete.
NACT,
Nothing's over yet.
historically
have
teams
points
that
on the
switch
line
around
right
their
now. So we are
rosters
looking
or
at
have
fans right
members
now.
that fill different roles throughout the seasons and don't stick to one
trying to
role
pin out
or have the same
Carrasco, I
roster
believe, and now
typically
Kaja is also
do
getting banned out
worse
as well,
than
same with
teams that
Valentina
stick
and
with the
Eve.
same roster and have people
Incoming
filling the
bans,
same
but
roles.
I feel like
And that's
Bloodhounds
where
have
my
banned
judgment kind of
themselves
comes
out of the
from.
Matrix, so I'm kind of confused.
Sure,
But
there's always exceptions to the
Konak is
rule.
gonna go ahead and pick up that Tarizla. Very good first pick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that was a bad decision, right? I was kind of looking through the
Sinistry?
bands and I was like, okay,
Sinistry?
the way this went, and it's a great pickup for
Isn't that the
Avalon.
group in like the Harry Potter movie?
You got to see how Bloodhounds kind of responds, right? I mean,
The
Arya
Sinistry?
is definitely on the table if Bocarasa wants to go.
Don't correct her before she
Kaja
comes and
has
finds you.
banned out, so they don't have suppression. The Valentina was taken off the table. as
Whoops.
Well.
Let me
So
hide
they are
myself
trying to
for a
limit some
while.
of these picks that are available. We know Bloodhounds traditionally has been running with the hardest.
She said the
and
Synasty.
it works in their favor.
Synastry.
No, they're going to go into something else that is known from Bloodhounds drafting, but I haven't really got the chance to see it because usually it's either banned out or they just don't pick it. But the difference today is that Templess is playing in hand 4 easy peasy, so he is
I
gonna
did
be
not do that.
running on at this export. I think it's an
Synastry.
interesting decision, right? You have that true damage, you can go in and you can be a problem, but the only thing about Xborg is you have to win the early game. If you fall short in the early game, then
Synastry.
Xborg is not the
Comparison between
Now I see Fallen picking up that
The
lead,
horoscopes.
and
The
now
horoscopes
Fallen
of
did
2
play
or more.
lead
Did you look it up
yesterday
too?
in the first series of games, and he did
Yep.
beautifully
Not a
well.
goddamn
I
person
did that
believes,
too.
believes
Control
fucking
and
destruction.
set the tone for the entire game, but they gave Leslie over to Sleeves.
Give me a
And
moment.
we
I'm
see
gonna
what
look for you.
happened
Hey, Google.
with the TOB match, right? Sleeves was
What
able
does
to get
this
on
word
the
mean?
and start taking down members of TOB one by
Strawberry
one.
trying to
And
BS
let's
us.
hope for the side of Avalon that
Yep.
this history doesn't repeat again. Coppola's gonna go ahead and pick up this Grok, and now, just like Weezy said, there was a little bit of substitution coming in the side of Bloodhounds, easy peasy, getting swapped out for Templars, and now Weezy did set the tone for Bloodhounds, kind of set that game, kind of give that driver over with that
Damn.
Martis, also gave that,
That
first
pick.
grand opening with that Savage, right? But we're gonna have to see how Templars plays, right? Substitutions aren't something you can't just really do on the edge. It's not something you can really do last minute before your team kind of synergy falls apart. And we did
I
talk
said
about
what I
this last
said.
NACT, as we've seen so many swaps happening.
regret nothing.
And this was a little bit of an issue
Where's
for
my
some
drink?
teams.
Oh, here we go.
Hopefully, they did get their training done. I know these teams have been practicing so much outside of NACT, picking up these scrims one by one.
Yeah,
but
what did I miss?
Demon locking in this Novaria. We did see how well
Templars
he
is
played
in for easy
Novaria
peasy.
in
That's basically
the
it.
last game against TOB.
Okay.
But Kadita getting
Nice.
banned out. Very
So I
good
did not miss
ban.
much.
Melissa and
Okay.
Kufra in response for Bloodhounds.
Yeah, and I mean, Demon on the Navaria, I feel like Navaria picking that up, he didn't want Boca Roscoe to have it, right? They're just trying to limit
There was a
Boca
time.
Roscoe's picks, 'cause
I don't
Demon
know
is a
if it
minute.
was in the
He runs
Chinese
a Navaria, he's not going to be
or
as up in your face
another
and
Asian
aggressive, right? You
country
typically see the
that
Navaria
they
far, just try and hit them with the Astro Echo.
they
because
used to
just
play
damage
all
snipers off,
members
so
as tanks.
you are going to see a little bit of a more of a passive play style.
And it was
Lane
very
Menace
weird
Demon
to
on
see
Avalon.
all
When
tanks.
we're looking at Bloodhounds, I
but
mean, they still
it
haven't picked
suddenly
up their mage.
worked.
Boca Roscoe trying to figure out
Very
what's going to
weird.
slot in. I mean, they do have a Fars on the table, but I don't know if I'd pick it up because...
Lunox?
Yeah, possibly Lunox. And the reason why not the Farza is because you have that
Why are
Teresa and
we?
you have that
Why
Lane
even
that can
Lunox?
definitely soak in and deal some
Explain your
damage. So
reasoning.
not the biggest options on the board for Boca Roscoe. They
Goodness,
kind of
don't
limited his
just
heroes.
holler out
They
a
took out
name.
that Paramus. They took out that Kadita. But something that has been known for Bloodhounds, kind
Avalon
of picking this up, they are going to
versus,
go ahead and slot in that Hylos
Bloodhounds.
for that Roam position. And Coppola's going to be running the Grok in the XP,
Amen.
which is going to be interesting to see him going toe to toe with the Terizla. But something I will say is, They
Again,
got a
high
lot
lows.
of frontline presence, right? And I think they have good damage when it comes to 5v5 engagements. But
Is
it's
high
just
lows a
gonna boil down
counter
to
for Ling?
execution, right? I mean, when we're looking at Avalon, they need somebody to kind of chip in and soak down the tankiness of the high lows.
Maybe he can stun. He's got
You know who's
CC.
on the table that has not been banned out? The carry. And I think that could be a wise
yeah.
decision from Avalon.
I was gonna say that. Yeah, Carrie is still on the board, and actually Claude
I feel like a
is
Franco
still on
would have
the
been
board,
better.
But just like you harped on Wheezy, Basic is gonna go ahead and pick up that carry. Arvo's gonna go ahead and run the
No.
mid
I
turret.
was
Now,
asking
we've seen
Strawberry
Hylos
to
before. This is the second
for
appearance.
her
We
explanation
did
about
see
Xavier
Powerless
over
run that roam
Novaria.
position with the Hylos, but gonna be a joy.
She just likes
So,
to. She likes to do the sniper
I'm
game with
guessing
everyone.
This is
okay.
Joy mid or is this Joy
Very interesting.
EXP? Or
Yeah,
it could
but
be
Xavier
Wait,
is a
this
bad
is
pick
mid.
here,
It's
especially
mid.
against the Ling.
It's mid.
You
Okay,
hang out in the
Hylos-
back way too far
Hylos-
back,
I've seen
and
Hylos run
Fallen
EXP
gets a hold of you.
couple times,
Like,
but I
what are
don't
you
know if that's gonna be
doing?
slotted
Screaming your ass while you run in
I
circles
would like Grok
under
to actually
a.
put in as a roam position as he gives more CC advantage.
Damn,
over
that is a
CC,
Tempest of
uses
Blades.
CC with his first skill,
That's
but is able
two
to do a wild
territory
charge once he hits that
CCs.
level 4 spike faster. So
Terisla
I do
and
feel
Minotaur.
like maybe they're looking to put a Hylos in the EXP lane. I mean, roam
No,
isn't
I
bad
think it's
either.
mid. I think it's mid because the draft is done and Boca Roscoe still has it. So this
It's a
may be
Hylos mid.
It's a Hylos mid.
That's super weird.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be an XP lane Joy. Templess running the X.
They went super tanky
and,
with a carry
very
picked up by Basic.
unorthodox.
They have no burst. They're going to need burst and hope. They have to hope that this marksman's going to be able to pay off. I think they're all fucking playing different roles right now.
In the stage 1, the regular season of NACT.
I think they're compensating for the fact that Templess is in there. Is that what's going on? Let's see.
Bloodhounds fight it out. Who will be able to hit their mark?
Or maybe they want to play the late game.
Alright, Weezy, I'm gonna have to see how this Hylos works out in the mid lane because I have yet to see a Hylos ran in the mid lane. But oh my god, wait, it's already being a menace towards Fallen's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, he could definitely harass Fallen on the purple buff to try and deny him from getting it, but he didn't stay that long, right? I feel like he should have applied a little bit more pressure to not allow Fallen to get that buff that he's going to rely on for these early pickoffs, but he still is able to get it, doesn't really deny him
We're just going to call this an unorthodox pick.
He's one step closer to getting that level 4 and starting to rotate around and create that bridge in the early
Yes.
game for his team.
Very
I'm seeing
weird.
A very interesting rotation coming in from Avalon, and they did start this actually in MPL. So Marksman and Roam starts clearing the mid lane actually, which already gives extra
They
gold
have
over to
speed
that gold lane, and
with
they start
Joy,
working the way
and they
down.
have
So basically already
lethality
level
with
3
Leslie.
ahead as well
But
from
that's
sleeps. But they still do the same rotation for Turtle, where Roam also gets 4 EXP.
Immobility,
and also
it's
rotates back.
all
So
Avalons.
this is a very interesting rotation. They did that last game when they went against BTK.
Well,
but
hopefully they're going to be protecting this
this
Leslie because it's
rotation
literally
works
the
well. I'm
only
pretty sure
target
a
for
lot
Ling.
of people are going to start to use it, but the issue is can they execute it properly for them to be able to carry on with the early game snowball.
And you know what's interesting? Templess is running in the XP lane, so Dino is taking the place of Easy Peasy in the jungle. So that is a little bit of changing in lanes too. So that's a huge dynamic when it comes to synergy on the side
Yeah,
of
see, they
Bloodhound.
had to completely adjust. Dino is now the jungler. Templess is now the XP laner.
Speaking of plays, the battle in the Turtle Pit for this first neutral
They had to
objective,
completely
Bloodhound
adjust.
looking like they may be able to take this uncontested as Fallen decides to go in for
Damn,
the
easy
purple buff
peasy.
of Bloodhounds.
That is a good trade, right?
But
It's
do we
a
know
buff
the reason
for
behind
a
it?
Turtle.
Or it's
And
just...
it's deny it, but Fallen now
Okay.
has Joy's blue, but Joy is also dependent on this blue buff for the damage that needs to be done. But look at Basic doing a little bit of damage, but actually it's going to get outpoked by Sleeps. Good read, Boca Roscoe just getting sniped in by Novaria, and Novaria is doing a lot.
You see, Eunice
of
is
good
starting to do
poke
play-by-play
damage.
right now.
Takes down a lot.
When she should be doing the analyzation. They just work differently in how they go off of each other. They don't, because of this is what they do in the MLSA, I guess.
A
And
piece of a core item on the side, so I feel like that's also a good idea. But there's no damage right now coming in from Basic yet.
Not yet, as we are now at the 3-minute mark, and Bloodhounds able to take that first neutral objective and leading by a little bit of gold, but it's still anybody's game, right? Nothing has really
Leslie's dead.
fallen that is a huge critical piece for either side, but that may
Nope.
change with that big Minoan
wrong.
Fury for the triple set onto Bloodhounds. Sleeps is going to be able to get out just in time. They do bait out his flicker, though, as he will recall back to the base for some regen.
Now Absolutely. Now, Sleeps got pretty lucky with that one. The Minuing Fury did land on Sleeps, but Basic, just like you said, can't do enough damage, but Fallen.
What are you doing?
Is he gonna
What are
make
you
a
doing?
move here?
No.
He's looking, he's sitting on the wall, but here we go.
Let's dive in with Finch Pose. It's going to drop down with the tips of blades as well.
Did he say Finch Pose? Finch Pose is when he goes onto the wall, right?
On the chase, winding up that power of nature, but gonna go ahead and cancel it out. Now Basic with the speedy light wheels, dropping Dino low and secures a kill, draws first blood for Avalon. But they are not done yet.
I don't
Glorious
know.
Pathway goes out from both Roscoe. Coppola is still in the midst of chaos. Is gonna use a wild charge, knock up Sleeps. Sleeps will find a kill though. Takes down Basic. My goodness. Great engagement so far early in this game. 1-1.
Guardian's Barrier.
Well, Sleeps put Basic to sleep by taking him off the board. Looks like he overstayed his welcome just a little bit. But if you rewatch that play, Sleeps macro when Fallen landed his ult on top of her, Leslie actually kicked him out from his Tempest Blades. So that is such a really good play. Prevented him because he knew that he had no flicker on his own end, so he wanted to make sure he stayed alive. But looks like a little bit of a turtle dance here.
Boom.
That's right.
Fallen.
The first one did go to Bloodhounds, but now the contest from Avalon. Can they claim its objective?
Jeez.
Knockup. Fallen claims the turtle for Avalon and now be able to claim some bodies. Totenak finds Dino. We've already seen Templars pick up a kill with the fire
Double
missile.
kill
He's going to shut down Arville.
or a
Totenak
turtle?
in a bad situation as Templars gets a double and kills him as well. 3-2 Bloodhounds leading the way, but they lost that turtle.
I feel like Avalon's doing good with these team fights, but they just can't finish Bloodhounds off. Every single fight that's happened so far, Bloodhounds has dropped so low, but there was just no follow-up. There's not enough damage yet, right? Demon needs time to scale. Basic needs time to scale. The only person that can really do that damage is Fallen and Totenak, but mid lane.
We are seeing Boca Roscoe trying to get away, but Fallen will find the kill. Man,
She's a lot.
just
She's
some
lost.
early aggression, right?
She's
I
alone.
mean, we were watching the BTK game,
Oh,
and
it's
it was
a
like
lot.
1-1 for a
Oh,
while.
here it goes
Now it's
again.
3-3, only 5 minutes in. Tips Blades drops down for the knockup.
Okay.
Demon is going to find a kill, is going to shut down Sleeps.
That was
Dino is going to join the party.
very bad
Trying to get
placing
away,
of the
trying to
wall.
fend off their turret from falling. Looks like they will be able to push back Avalon. A close call, though, at the 6-minute mark.
Oh, Dino just got blocked from Coppola with this wall. Wasn't able to completely dash through, but I've actually seen Dino jungle a lot lately, and I've actually met him a couple times in ranked. It's kind of funny. He's actually, his other role is jungle, and I didn't know that till I really saw how he played. And templates being ran in the EXP lanes sets a huge different tone. Now for the go lane, looks like Avalon has a little bit of the advantage towards a macro play, but micro, when it comes to these one-on-ones, Sleeps does have the advantage, but we're gonna have to see what happens here. Arvel might be called out here.
And the turret is going to fall for the bottom side. Avalon taking the first objective on the map. We'll be able to have that in their favor. They're now leading by 1,000
The
gold.
NACT chat. What is she even saying? And then the chat gets deleted.
Penalty zone in the execution strike. Fallen, sealing his fate, is going to take him out and be able to pull the aggro for that
Oh
turtle.
my
But the
goodness.
battle in the mid lane for the Minoan Fury. Double knockup onto the Bloodhounds, but they are not letting off the pressure. Fallen is going to find the turtle. Sleeps is going to find Basic. That is going to be Fallen finding Dino as well. Killing spree activated. 2 members falling to 1. Make that another falling, and Bloodhounds is just trying to get out. Coppola is going to find Fallen. Basic falls, Sleeps falls, Dino and Boca Roscoe alongside Fallen. So that is a 3-for-2 trade.
Yeah, and just like I said, Avalon just really couldn't find the answer to close him off, but we are looking at that 8-minute power spike where Lord is going to come up in just over a minute. And this is what Avalon needed to start doing it, but I feel like both teams need to slow down just a little bit, right? There is a lot of clashes. It kind of looks like I'm watching Brawl right now, especially in the mid lane and the bot lane, right? A lot of tussle, as I love to call it. And they're ruffling each other's feathers a lot. We are looking at 8-5 compared to our last game, BTK versus Avalon. They know their discipline, right? Avalon also knows as well, but it looks like whenever advantage Avalon can find, they will definitely use. And Fallen already invading Dino.
No
It's gonna
punishment.
take away his blue, and
So
Dino's going
hard.
about it, but
It's
another
so
fight.
hard to pin down lane.
On the way, Glorious Pathway drops down from Boca Roscoe. You're thinking he's the roamer, but
And
he's
then
the
you get
mid lane
punished for it.
high-lows. Putting in that work. But, I mean, looking at the map so far, Avalon is winning, right? They're now fighting it out. Gonna catch Boca Roscoe off guard. Basic is gonna secure that kill. 9-5. This is slowly slipping out of Bloodhound's favor for the early phase. Avalon finding their mark and showing the world that they're ready to claim that number 3 spot.
Yeah, Basic sitting at 2-2, and his power spike really comes towards that mid to
Hello,
late game.
Xena.
We are already in
Hi,
that
Xena.
phase.
How
And
you doing,
Sleeps,
girl?
I feel like Leslie takes a little bit more time than Carrie does, right? She needs to be able to pick up at least 3 core items to really start doing some true damage. And Bloodhound,
How you feeling? It's
needs
been a
to start
long night
slowing
for
down
you.
and
You got
think
one more,
really carefully with these fights, and she
series
is
to
throwing
go.
punches right
Well,
now,
at least
but
we got this match and another
might
match.
just be caught out by Dino
It's been a
here.
long night for you.
Yeah, maybe caught out. They're all fighting it out right now.
You look gorgeous out there. You're doing great too.
That is going to be 1 kill for Bloodhounds, but over on the top side, a little bit of a mirror image effect as you are seeing them fight it out.
I got Sirocco in here.
Potential from both teams, but with this Lord spawned in, who will be able to seize the opportunity on this?
Well, I mean, Toadknack just fell down off the board, and Toadknack is the EXP lane with the most CC potential aside from Arvel running this Minotaur. So I feel like Avalon's gonna kind of wait and kind of chill until Toadknack really comes back to be able to set towards that back line. Because if Arvel, right, the Mignon Fury, he's been doing beautiful, being able to set sleeps. If that were to fail, there's always Toadknack right behind his back to be able to set for the rest of the team. And Basic and Arvel always staying together, but Dino
fighting it out. Basic is going to take him down for his
Damn.
pathway in the bush. Huge knockup though with the Minoan Fury. Toadknack finds Bokarasco.
The punishment
Not
is
having
very
the easiest
severe.
time on this Hylos, so has already died 4 times within the last 10 minutes. And you are going to go ahead and see Avalon take advantage of the opportunity to be able to claim this Lord uncontested.
Yeah, really is not having a good time, but that's what happens if you ban out all of your mages, right? We only had a couple mages to pick from, and he opted in for the Hylos, and they're doing a good job trying to defend
Hylos
this mid
is not
lane.
doing great.
Mid lane is your biggest priority as it opens up way too much vision, but look at Demon, beautifully gliding around walls on his Novaria, being able to give a lot of vision, especially with the Echo, marking everybody.
I feel like there had to have been better mage picks for him to go with, especially something that would be able to CC a Ling.
And Toadknack, that penalty zone just got thrown off the board there,
let me
but should be
see.
back pretty soon for the next clash coming in with this Lord.
That's right, with this Lord marching down the bottom side and the mid lane about to open up. Basic is going to claim the tier 2 on the top side. Blade's dropping down, falling on the chase, but very low. Ultimate sniper going down. Demon for the denial is going to snipe Sleeps for the defense, but on the top side, huge battle on the way. Basic trying to find the distance, trying to create some separation. Look at him, sustaining himself. Arvel jumps in, Bokarasco falls. Templess Immortality has been procced, and Basic is able to retreat back to safety.
Beautiful region coming in, but Weezy, you're not done yet.
Oh no, it's Templess once more. Last Sanity does drop. You are seeing them still fight it out. Penalty zone dropping down with the execution from Toadknack. Finds
Ling.
Templess, but Dino will take him down. A crazy skirmish for the
And
top
with the
lane.
configuration that they are
Weezy,
playing
last game,
I was thinking the same thing, Strawberry, Eudora, but Eudora doesn't really have a great kit to deal with team fights and in pro
How are
play.
you doing? You catching your breath?
Aurora.
Doing good, but Avalon doing better, right? 14-8, able to claim 7 turrets, losing none in the process. They have
We have
all their turrets
Aurora,
still
we have
intact
Odette.
with minimal damage. Even looking at the gold difference just from the junglers alone,
Maybe Vale.
all in at 10,000 gold. And when you look at
All right,
Export,
Xena,
or
take
not even
care.
Export, when you look at Joy, right, over there in the hands of Dino, he's only at 6K. Fallen almost has double the amount of gold.
Yes.
Yeah, he has been farming since that early game, and he is really driving the tempo of that snowball, and he is doing a beautiful job at it. Now, Weezy, we do know that Dima is running this Novaria and Sleeps is running this Leslie, but who really is the ultimate sniper this game?
Yeah, I really don't know actually. Now that I think about a mage, I
Leslie?
feel like there's other people on the team that could have probably
Yeah, that's
maybe
definitely the
facilitated
million-dollar
it.
question right now. Now, looking
I
at
don't know,
Bloodhounds,
Franco.
right? They have to find a way
Cyclops, I
to
don't
get back
fucking
in
know.
this game. They are grouping up
the
together.
mage
Esmeralda
They
would be
start,
like.
It's just a very awkward
Well,
situation. We
honestly,
mentioned
you
the
have
export, right? It's an
fucking,
X-factor, but then they also
you have a
threw in
mage as
the
your
Hylos in the mid
jungler.
lane for
You could
Bokarasco,
put
and
a
he's been having
physical
very hard
damage
time,
in your
and this is the
mid
most deaths we've seen
like
him
a
have
fucking
this entire
saber.
season. As Basic is going to find
Since you
Dino,
still
so
have the
jungle
magic
Bloodhounds
damage.
in the battle of the mid lane as they are
Oh
trying to.
I do that
the
sometimes in
inhibitors
ranked if we
for
have
Bloodhounds, and they're just not
if I have to play mid. And I don't like my CC, like I need somebody like they're like we're playing
How
against
far
a Fanny.
just got deleted, but another brawl situation. Here we go, Weezy.
Right. Speaking of
Yeah,
Delusion,
they're
control,
taking
alt,
advantage.
delete,
We're
Fallen, open up
just
Task Manager and
punishing
shutting down
very harsh.
Roscoe. That is going to be 2 members falling for the Bloodhounds.
positioning.
Avalon still standing tall with all 5, taking down the inhibitor
That's
for the mid lane and the
horrible.
top side. And now the base Crystal and 3 members of Bloodhounds left to defend. Is this the finish? Do they close it out and claim game 1? Keep your eyes on the base Crystal, still standing strong. Sleeps is going to find Totenak. Basic is going to find Dino. Blades dropping down. Final kill. Fallen gets Coppola. They need to do damage to the base Crystal, though. And here it goes. 50%. 25. Sleeps is going to find Fallen. Avalon has
that
done
Hylos,
it. They've
man.
shut
The
down
pick of
Bloodhounds
that
for game
Hylos,
1
that was
in the
super
Bronze.
weird.
Looks like the control C and the control V didn't really work out for the side of Bloodhounds. Unfortunately, they got taken off the board by Avalon. And first game of the Bronze Series goes into the hand of Avalon. So congratulations to you on the first game, but there's still potential. Bloodhounds really still has that potential to be taken out by Avalon. They had a really decent early game. And this is what I'm talking about. Bloodhounds slacks a little bit in their early game, but does really well towards that mid to late game. And we did see a lot of sustain coming in, but Basic really did pop off on that carry, especially that top side. Wheezy was more surprised than I was. I'm just watching, you know, trying to figure out what's going on. The sustain coming in, and Minotaur's healing actually saved Basic right there, with Hylos kind of, you know, running it down on him, making sure he doesn't get too much out of there. But 19 to 10, 14-minute game. We're very close to a 15-minute game. We see the goalie into the hands of Avalon, and look at the stats. We are seeing Demon perfect KDA, 4-0-11, not being taken off once, wasn't being able to get a response for Demon, as he was able to go kind of fly around the map everywhere freely,
Yeah, Templars was
sniping
not
people.
a
Looks
good
like this
change,
game, the
man.
ultimate sniper was into the hands of Demon, and Sleeps fell a little
I don't
bit
think it
short.
was. I don't think it was
the
intentional. I think it was
bullets, but
forced.
looks like
I think
Sleeps
Easy
did
Peasy
a
couldn't.
lot of damage.
He had something
also
he had to
leading in
do.
gold as well, but looks like Joy fell a little bit short. But Wheezy, let me know about this replay.
Yeah, looking at the replay so far, Avalon just providing that pressure, Fallen taking out Boca Roscoe. A one-sided story, right? I mean, look at the turrets on the map. They didn't lose a single lane. It's just a difference in terms of execution. Bloodhounds being very risky in their draft, right? When you see Boca Roscoe pull out this Hylos, it can go one or two ways, really good or really bad. And I think this is the situation where it goes really bad, right? 0-6 and 6 KDA, not having the impact he was looking for when you pick that Hylos in the mid lane, and maybe not going to slot that in again against Avalon, as it was just a complete domination. And I think that was the deciding factor on how Avalon was able to execute that victory.
Yeah, and speaking about victory, let's take a look at these very micro stats here. We do see Avalon really taking the lead for the damage to the players, turret, and the everything when it comes to objectives as well, right? We do see damage taken was mostly by Boca Roscoe running this Hylos, and was really the sandbag, as you can see down there. Boca Roscoe taking 151,000. That is, wait, that's literally almost 1/4 of the entire score from the side of Bloodhounds.
Trying to put me in the dog water. You know what? I'll do it.
Fallen being the rich guy, getting a lot of goals in the early game pace, and Basic was able to do the most amount of damage and take away a lot of members off the board for Bloodhounds. Now, I really hope Bloodhounds is able to do the same story like they did with the Ohio brothers, and they can. And I do believe that coming in from Bloodhounds, they just have to make sure they take care of their draft just a little bit. And it could be because, you know, they don't have Easy Peasy, and it could be because of a little bit of that player change, because set the tempo a little bit differently. But Avalon did a very good job controlling more towards that mid to late
Adorable,
game.
man.
Once Basic spiked, that's where their full potential went to go through. But enough of the last game. We're already in the second phase, guys. This is BO3, so we are looking at
my water bowl matches what they're wearing.
But if Bloodhounds take this away from Avalon, we are looking for a third match. And Wheezy, look at the respect band coming in from Bloodhounds.
Right, I mean, Fallen, right? He's just known for
the balloons change.
Nice. When he pulls out that lane, and so they are going to go ahead and take that off.
Yeah, the colors change with what the people buy with my channel
roster
points.
change with Templars jumping in, Easy Peasy dropping out,
Very
Dino
cool.
rotating into the jungle, Templars
And
running
also,
into the XP.
it's not red, it's blue.
Then not to mention
Thank you for
Boca
the
Roscoe
follow.
not pulling out a mage, but pulling out the Hylos. Just so many dynamics that they changed.
You don't have blue.
And you could just
I feel
tell
cheated.
that like it was just a little jump in the gun, right? You need to, even though you do a roster change, probably playing a little bit more traditional, as it just didn't work in their favor. So hopefully this time around, they're not as experimental and go for a more.
Thanks for the follow, Lucy.
Maybe they'll have an easier time. That was a one-sided story. As much as I don't want to say it, that's what it was, right? So as we are jumping into game 2, I'm looking for Bloodhounds to provide a little bit of draft pressure and also play a little bit more original when it comes to the drafting. For Avalon, I think they did what they needed to do. They were all across the board and they were able to execute.
Yeah, you gotta load the gun before you pull the trigger, right? So you gotta be careful before you really take note of your draft. So we are seeing a lot of bans, but
they're red.
I really feel like Avalon's main focus is nobody except Bocarasco, because they know that Bocarasco has a really good mage mechanics, right? He is known for a lot of his mage picks, but once he gets cornered like that into a rat's hole, you know, he has no choice but to pick something out of his comfort, which already gave a huge disadvantage for the side of Bloodhounds. But since they have first pick this time, Bocarasco should lock his mage at least a little bit early within the first stages before Avalon.
I have a question.
Wants to take it
So
down a
when
little
you were
bit more,
competing
because
against
if we
each
saw
other,
the previous
and
game, right,
you have
the
first
first
pick.
3 picks,
So do they
Bocarasco's
know
mage wasn't
who is
picked at all.
picking first?
It was in the second phase, and they just kept the band
What do you mean?
out and out and out, and here it goes.
Like the name of the
First
person
mage
that
pick is going to be
gets to
Valentina.
pick
This
first.
is what Bloodhounds maybe
It doesn't
needed,
matter.
right?
The entire team
Bocarasco
is
has
in
to
there,
go a
is
very
in
comfortable
comms
mage,
right now.
or at least a mage he knows
Okay.
100% my
So
mechanics
if
for.
Boca was the
Now,
last on this
Weezy,
list,
you're thinking again,
they could pick for him if they
for
want. If
scaring
they
me
want,
every time you
they
make that face,
prioritize who they want first. It doesn't matter who's
You're
picking.
I think it works. Yeah, it's
Because
funny.
the whole
like,
team's
even-
talking to
even
each
when I
other, so
play
they're just gonna
on stream,
tell
like, and I'm
Dino. If
sitting here
Dino wants a
thinking
certain
through the
pick
draft, like,
first, he's just gonna tell Bocarasco pick this.
pictures out there.
Okay.
Of the deep thought
Thank
pose. But looking at what I'm seeing so far, right?
Draft
When I'm looking
pressure.
at Bocarasco, he is locking in this Valentina. Now, Tarizla and Kaja are still on the table.
Wow.
And that may be picked up from Avalon. But no, they're going to go in for Kadita. And actually, I like that even more. I didn't even see that one be an available option, but it did walk through. But wait a minute. Now they're getting a little creative with the draft. Avalon is going to pull out the Edith. But Tarizla's still on the table.
Trisla and Rock.
That is true. But I feel like Toadnak is more comfortable in Edith. He did play well actually in the last
That
bracket.
is a
So,
heavy
I feel
CC
like now they're going more
comp
for
from
their
Avalon
comfort, because
already.
They know what's on the line. It's either we take this game. For Avalon, it's we seal the deal and take it home. But for Bloodhounds, they're on the chopping
That's the
block.
charge from
You know,
Edith,
Gordon Ramsay
the
doesn't
knockback,
want to take any random
then
person
the
on
knockback
MasterChef
from
and just cut them off the
Karita.
chopping block, right? We've seen that many
Those are
times,
3.
but we are
Yep,
looking
the
at
knockup from
Bloodhounds
her,
in
and
the
then
next
even
series of picks. We are
Totnak
seeing
is just
Valentina
the
go with
fucking
her
Edith
draft
is just
pressure.
a
I
CC
can already see
machine.
that
She's got the
Valentina
2
is
from
taking
her
rough plays
abilities,
away
and then she's got the 1 from her
Karita
ult.
over there on
That
mage.
turns one of
We
her
are
abilities
seeing
into a stun
Fredrin
as
being
well.
locked in, and this time Sleeps is gonna lock that
Nice, they
Leslie
countered with
one
some
more
decent
time.
CC.
And I feel like Leslie is Sleep's most comfort pick on that marksman, but I'm still scared. Bloodhounds doesn't like to capitalize their early game, and Avalon loves to prioritize their early game, so we really have to see where Bloodhounds wants to go with the rest of the draft.
Now, I mean, looking at the Leslie, it's not the worst option, right? I mean, you have the ultimate sniper, you have some vision, especially when Fallen tries to hide in that bush and take you down with the Kadita pick. So I think that's his plan right there, is to play a little bit safer, right? Know where they're at all times.
Lancelot.
Now, with this Fredrin, right, you are going to have some sustainability. You're going to have strong frontline presence to be able to stay and fight it out in those neutral objectives, right? That walking petrify that we've seen time and time again is still a viable option. Bocarasco picking up the Valentina, right? I mean, he can profit off of Fallen, which could be possibly who he's going to be focusing on during this game. So it's not the worst option. Is it the best? Definitely not. But I mean, there's still that draft pressure that he's providing, as we're not finished with all the picks. We don't even really know what 2 of the other options will be. A marksman still can be slotted up against Sleeps to give him a harder time. So I want to see where this goes. I mean, Sleeps has been not having the easiest time in the gold lane, right? I mean, when he was matched up against Zia was just tearing him apart and out
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Avalon may have that
They
same
block
plan
Mino and
for Basic
Grok.
to do the same thing. Both marksmen who have international experience at the same time, you know, so not going to be the easiest thing to jump into. But
I wonder what they're
thinking
going to
about
pick up.
jumping
Maybe
into
a
games, the jungler has been shown for
Kufra.
both sides of the
Are they
board,
trying
as
to
Avalon
aim
is
for
gonna
them
go
to
ahead and
pick
take
up a
the Lancelot.
Kufra?
The Fredrin
Because that's the
still could be
immediate
flexible
person I would
picks.
pick up against a
Yeah,
fucking
and
Lance.
Lizzie, you know what's kind of weird? I haven't seen a 1-3-1 draft yet coming in from any team. Because,
And
you know,
now they have
Avalon
Kufra.
Before, when they used to be named
You
Empire,
called
they
it.
were known known to run that 1-3-1 with 2 fighters, and we haven't seen that. Maybe another team might be able to pick that up in another series in the next season.
Who else is there?
That might be the new winning condition. Who knows? Nobody used it yet.
There's
But
Atlas.
we are looking at the 2 double bans for
Atlas
Avalon.
has a super weak early game. People don't like using him in these competitions anymore.
This is actually really interesting. So Bloodhound's
How
gonna
about
go ahead
Glue?
and ban out 2 of literally the most suppression heroes, and then
I
Avalon's
don't know
gonna take
why
away
Glue
the
fell
2
off the
most
meta. That's really
AOVCC
interesting.
roams you can think of, which is going to be Grok and
There's a
Minotaur.
Tarizla.
And your
So that tells
Tarizla,
me Fredrin is going to be the jungler, so we're
Fredrin
looking
is going to be
for
picked into
a
the
fucking
jungle.
roam right now.
Sleep's gonna run that Leslie once again. Kopla.
You see? Diggy?
He's gonna run a Diggy. Ooh, which means
That's
no
not bad.
set
What?
potential possibly for Arvel and Fallen.
If they
It's not
can
the worst
execute
thing.
it.
I mean, I guess they have enough CC to make up for it with Dino and
Because
Simplest, but
the biggest mistake that
I don't know
teams
if I
make
would've
when
did
they
it
pick
myself.
up a
But I think it
support,
can
when they
work,
pick up
right?
a
But
Diggy,
Diggy
is they
can
don't have a front line to protect them. And then you just have nothing but squishy heroes running around doing nothing. They have a Fredrin, they have a Tarizla, so I do like the Diggy pick. It just depends on how well he can be with his placement.
Clint.
Yeah.
With the draft being finalized, yes, Clint
Very
has to slot it
accurate.
up, can give the Leslie a little bit of a harder time in the gold lane, trying to kind of out-farm Sleeps. Is going to be his game plan, and his keys to
Dang, I haven't
victory,
seen a
as we will
Clint
be
in a hot
unlocking
minute.
the Land of Dawn, but Avalon has
Mhm.
match point. If they take
That's the
victory
first
in this,
Clint, actually.
They will be the 3rd place team for stage 1 of the regular season for NACT Fall, which means they will be sitting with 70 points, giving them an advantage up against everybody who has fallen today.
I don't think we've ever seen a Clint being slotted before, have we? Even in last year's NACT, we haven't seen a Clint, and Basic is going to be the
There was
first
definitely a
person
Clint last
to touch
year.
Clint and bring it on
Last
to the Land
year,
of Dawn.
but
But
not
Weezy,
the-
take us
not in this
into
season.
the potential match point for Avalon, but potentially BO3 for the side of Bloodhounds.
Someone's
That's
hungry.
right, as we are jumping
I'm
into
just exhausted right
the
now.
Battle of the Bronze. Bloodhounds up against
7:01. We
Avalon.
still got,
Match
like,
point
an hour
for
and a half.
Avalon to close out this series. Bloodhounds
No, we
eager
still got, like, 3
to even
hours,
it
I
out,
think.
but can they step up to the
Oof.
totem pole and claim
They
their
already
spot?
probably fall
The
out.
battle for top 3, Bloodhounds and Avalon.
Yeah, Bloodhounds
she's taking a
definitely
nap.
has a lot at stake right now. They can't lose this, or they will be taking their early exit home today for the 3rd place spot, and will be placed 4th. But Avalon really has to take this game
Ouch.
home if they want to secure that early point game stage. But Basic is already getting poked out a little bit by Kopla on this Diggy. It's gonna have a hard time being able to get a hold of his minions, and looks like Arvel is gonna get a good read coming up to that top side. But I love how both teams right now are playing very safe,
Basic's dead.
not doing too much.
Oh
early
my
game
god,
blitz.
that was so
Kopla
close.
getting dropped low, but Basic might
Wow.
be. Ooh, Basic had to use that flicker
was
out.
so
and
fucking
Leslie
close.
Sleeps doing a lot of work there.
Yeah, Basic almost falling, but no, he is going to get out.
Have 3.
In the midst
And
of
he's
all
gonna
of
lose
that,
his
very
farm for
low
that.
HP. That could have been a very big power spike for Bloodhounds, especially this early inside of this game, as they need this victory, right? They need to
Okay.
be able to take this on to a game 3, and they may be able to pull it off. Looking at, what the matchups kind of provide, the Diggy from Kopla is going to be huge for Bloodhounds, but he has to kind of
There
wait
is Let's getting
and use
punished.
that time journey at the right moment.
Wow.
To engage the Group CC provided from Avalon. But speaking of Group CC and the knockup, Dino put on a
What are you
trampoline
doing?
from Demon and Totenet combination and forcing him to recall back to the base.
Wow.
Dino was just perma CC. Oh, here he goes again. Dino and Basic, both members
Okay.
being dropped down so dangerously low, also being able to bring out their flickers as well. Drop them down and put behind a little bit behind now gold, but looks like
Boys, we need
Avalon's
to start
gonna get
getting
a
on these
hold
fucking
on this
objectives. We
turtle.
can't
It might be
keep letting-
uncontested for the side of Bloodhound.
Yeah, it looks like it will be uncontested. Avalon may be able to take this objective. Fallen does secure it, and now going in, trying to take out Kopla, immobilized in the turret for the mid lane.
So
Demon diving
close.
in, but taking the turret damage. Possible misplay on the way, but no, able to get out and regen
That's just absurd.
75% of his HP.
Very close call over there, but it did bait out the Diggy ult.
Uh-oh.
So now we already know there's a lot of pressure coming in, but Sleeps taken down very low, and here we go, Arvel.
Uh-oh.
Oh, with the flicker
Okay,
in, but the flicker
okay,
from Sleeps to respond,
okay.
and the kick back onto Arvel.
Nice.
Taking a lot of damage from the turret and Sleeps. Very low.
3
Tempest
minutes.
joining the party.
First blood.
Seal his fate and draw first blood for Bloodhounds.
a little bit unfortunate for the Tyrant's Rage locking in on Arvel was missed
Yeah.
a
They tried.
their land, and that would have been really
They try
good.
hard.
Set the tone for Avalon, but Sleep's
And
go
they
ahead
took
and get out
advantage of
this
that.
situation, but Arm and Basic still looking for a response, but Demon, what is, I can't keep up, Wheezy.
Gonna find Dino. Fallen is gonna find Coppola on the top side. 2-for-none trade for Avalon, trying to kind of keep the pace and rhythm for this game. They took the first turtle, and they're now leading in terms of kills. I mean, we're looking at the matchups, right, with the goal difference, and you're already still seeing them kind of slowly leading the way. But speaking of leading the way, the battle for the turret in the top side on the way.
You know what? It's very interesting. If you see what Fallen has bought until now, it has no consistency. It's just the need. Very interesting.
Sleep's gonna kill oh my goodness, Basic left at 1 HP once again, and ooh, did Coppola just? Oh, here we go.
4 minutes.
Coppola able to use the reverse time and take out Basic. You know, maybe it was that evil he did on his way out. A little bit too much of that overconfidence was costly, and they were able to take down the ADC for Avalon.
Yeah, and looks like for both games though, however, Basic's been taken off pretty early, and that's not a really good tone to set for the side of Avalon, as they are going to lose that first turret.
He might not have even expended that flicker if you wouldn't have taunted. He looked like he was about to let you go. And then the taunt came out, and he's like, all right, fuck it, flicker.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to go in for the denial.
Reverse
Arvo
time,
winding
you're
up
dead.
the tires of Vince, but Kodak dealing some damage. Bogarosco very low, immobilized, needs to get back and fend himself. Dino is going to find a kill, though, finds Toadnak
So
falling.
1
claims
kill
the
for
yet
a turtle.
win for Avalon. 2 turtles in their hands to none for Bloodhounds.
And took advantage of that. Nice.
For both games.
But
this
he's
is
dead.
Brawl. Here you go. Your turn.
Right, the kills are climbing as Sleeps is going to find another. Finds
Wow.
Coppola. Basic is going to find Coppola. Actually, Sleeps takes down Demon, so that is a 1-for-1
Bro,
trade.
fucking
Venom
Lance players.
Fallen's
Nice.
Nobody to block the shots. Very low. Thorn Rose not able to save him, and Boca Roscoe is going to take him down.
Ow.
Yeah, this is a very fast-paced game, and looks like they're gonna go ahead.
They
and
are
look for
now
Warrior
doing
Dino
a
already
lot
doing enough
in the
damage on
beginning.
Basic already chopped down halfway, as there's no response. And early game, Basic kind of had that
Ouch.
early game lead. But
Ouch.
Here we go, Sleeps.
And at the side of Avalon trying to fend off the push from Bloodhounds onto their turret in the bottom side. Toadnak is going to find Sleeps. The dive in from Demon trying to get Dino, but he is going to flicker backward.
The amount of CC,
but
it's
stunned and knocked up with the land shaker
exhausting.
and immobilized. Basic is going to find him, draws the kill, and forces Bloodhounds back into their turret. But Toadnak wrapping around. They are not done. They're going in, trying to seize this turret. They are going to proxy off both members of Bloodhounds, knock them down with the CC, and Basic picks up a kill, finds Bocarosco and Coppola for the double.
That was a beautiful flip of fight right there, right? It kind of looked like Bloodhounds was in the favor, but Avalon was able to turn it around. Demon doing beautiful work on his Khadija. We saw it with the Ohio brothers, right? Hoon running in with this Khadija was able to do a lot of pressure, especially with the petrified and rough waves, but Fallen
is taking some damage, trying to path out. Does get back to safety. Toadnak diving in to do some CC onto Dino, able to protect his jungler from falling on that chase from Bloodhound. 6-7. You're still in the early game, but the kills are climbing between both of these teams. This is not
Leslie taking
we usually
advantage
see
of
what we
the
see in TOP and
silence.
BTK plays. Kind of the opposite, right? They're just going in and having a great time, trying to find any kill that they can. But when you're looking at the map, right? I mean, both teams
Cadito
have played
providing
turrets, but
vision.
Avalon is leading on the map, and they're also leading in terms of turtles. But Templess does draw the first turtle for Bloodhounds, is able to secure it uncontested.
Yeah, Dino also looking for a little bit of response on that top side. Basic's gonna go ahead and take down that turret. Good response coming in from Avalon, but Fallen's gonna try to look to defend this bot side, but looks like he is gonna have to give that up. Beautiful rotation coming in from Bloodhounds, but they did lose their mid lane turret. And I feel like Bloodhounds doesn't like to
so
capitalize
scared.
on the mid lane turret as much as Avalon does, right? They like to guard it with everything they have, but Arvel charging up.
He's gonna wind up, but gonna cancel it out. It looks like they may be able to take this tier 2 for the top side. Basic working on it. Dino for the denial. Bocarosco trying to get around, but the proxy is too much for them to handle. And it looks like Basic will be able to secure that and get back without falling. And that means Avalon, again, is just maintaining the pressure in terms of the map, right? They are up by 2 turrets against Bloodhounds right now and still up by 1 turtle, leading by 3,000 gold.
Absolutely, and I feel like Bloodhounds can't really keep up the pace with Avalon, right? Avalon likes to move things very quickly. Once you take the objective, you can fight, they'll fight, but you know, having a fast-paced game, Bloodhounds has no choice but to, you know, kind of counter
They
that.
move like a fan from top to bottom just to take advantage of the situation, and they are going to take the tower.
Building that mana regen to make sure you get a little bit of
They are playing with the Bloodhounds. They are playing with the Bloodhounds.
Route, actually. So he's going to be doing that lance damage instead of the tank slot that we saw a lot from the last season and previous seasons of NACT, but Totenak
Gonna rush in, do a little bit of damage onto Dino. Took about a quarter of his HP, as they are trying to not allow their map to be opened up even more for Avalon on that attempt to seize the tier 2 turret for the bottom side. I mean, just looking at the advantage so far that Avalon has built up, Fallen is up by 1,000 gold over Templess.
That's punishment.
Basic is up by 1,000 gold over Sleeps right now. He went in for that endless battle alongside the Berserker's Fury to be able to sustain himself and do crit damage, as he does find Dino and take him out. You are going to look at Bloodhounds trying to pick up the pieces, trying to put some band-aids on their wounds, but can they do it, or will we see those cuts dig in a little deeper for Avalon as Basic finds Copla, the monster kill activated, Thorn Rose dropping down, Ultimate Sniper as well. Templess is going to find Demon, that's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. Basic finds Templess, 3-for-1 trade. Sleeps is going to find Basic to respond, make that 4-for-2, Totenak Sleeps. The fight is not over as Fallen is going to end it and find Bokarosco. A full, pretty much wipeout for the Bloodhounds as Dino spawns back in to fend off Avalon, but they do claim that tier 2 turret on the bottom side.
That was a mouthful, Weezy. We need to get you we need to get you a new record label for that one, but that is that is almost a full wipeout for the side of Bloodhounds, and Avalon really setting the pace right now. We are looking still 8-12. Avalon still has that really huge gold lead, at least for right now. But what okay, I can't even talk, Weezy. Go ahead. Go ahead, Weezy.
They're definitely not going to let up any time as this game is getting closer and closer to a finish. Bloodhounds trying to pick up the pieces, trying to stop Avalon from closing out this series. Avalon have the advantage, though. They're leading in gold, they're leading in turrets and turtles as well. Bokarosco is going to find Demon, though. That is an answer. Trying to shut down Avalon and make this work in their favor. Fallen is going to find Bokarosco, though. Totenak finds Copla.
The positioning of Arvo, it's very cool.
Dino and Basic picking up the kill from that amazing
and Sleeps
assist.
takes advantage of the
4-for-1 trade yet again. Make that almost a wipeout as he tried to path in to take down Sleeps, but a little too overly eager, and Fallen will fall. Sleeps draws that kill, and there was a Lord in play, so I don't really know if I agree with that from Fallen trying to go for the wipeout instead of going for the turrets and the neutral objective on the board.
Yeah, but it looks like Bloodhounds is very behind, so Avalon knows their limitations when it comes to these players being able to dive in for specific people, right? And Fallen's gonna be back up soon, so Avalon definitely has the advantage over there. Sleeps using the ultimate sniper to do a little bit of bush checking and vision checking, but we already see a Lord dance. Bloodhounds doesn't want to give this Lord up, but Lord reset, and we see Demon and Templess going at it in that mid lane side. Arvel trying to get some good position in that back side, putting Sleeps and Copla in a very difficult situation, but Totenak's really doing a lot of work, going into everyone's face here on that Edith, making sure nobody trespasses and touches any of the members of Avalon.
Yeah, just trying to create some separation, trying to take advantage for this Lord pit. Avalon already in position. Bloodhounds making their way into the pit for the battle. Reverse time goes out, and the rough wave. Sleeps is going to find Totenak for the shutdown. Has enhanced. Basic finds Bokarosco for the killing spree. Ultimate sniper going out from Sleeps, but
that was beautiful
to sustain Basic. But both of them very low. The backlines for Avalon still going to join this fight. They are not going to pull back. They don't want this objective to go into the hands of Bloodhounds. They have been able to seize the opportunity so far, leading the way inside of this game, and they know if this objective falls in Bloodhounds' hands, they can turn this around, and they're not willing to let that risk go. And they are going to go in for the punish. Arvel is going to rush him with time for Bins. Dino getting a kill, finds Fallen, finds a jungler, and Templess secures a retribution for Bloodhounds, and takes down Arvel. A buy one, get one free. Bloodhounds get out of jail free card, able to turn that around in their favor.
Make that buy one.
That's actually a nice way to use the flicker. So Leslie was pointing out someone
has a Bloodhound. So I guess
targeting
this is a buy
someone
one,
out,
get
and
three
he
free,
used the flicker
as they have
to
the
just
advantage right now. They are pushing down
bypass
mid
the
lane
one
side,
that it's
trying to
blocking
protect
the
his minions
shots.
as they are
Very
getting stomped
interesting.
down, and this is a huge throw for Avalon right now. Gold lead is the same, and one mistake from Avalon, this could be a tie, and we could be looking at a third match for this series, Weezy.
Yeah, it looks like they are having that same plan, but can they execute
it's not a throw
it, right?
for Avalon.
They have
it was
the
just a
advantage
great
now.
play
They were
by
kind of struggling in
Bloodhounds.
the early phase, but Avalon now making a lot of mistakes, and Bloodhounds is punishing, as we are going to see this enhanced lord crash into the inhibitor for the top side, but we bursted down from basic to fend off Bloodhounds from opening up their base, but they will shift focus and drop down the tier 2 turret for the mid lane. And no, they're going back for the inhibitor. It will fall.
What, Strawberry?
And they have opened up the base for Avalon.
I like what Bokarosco did there. Bokarosco used the IMU, copied Edith's ulted to take down the turret. I feel like that was a really smart idea.
Leslie.
Damage dealer with him that does the turret pushing, just sleeps. He did that himself. He's like, nope, I'm doing it. I'm gonna push down the inhibitor turret. So
I hit
we
enter
see
too
all
fast.
3 inhibitors are for Bloodhounds, but only 2 for Avalon. With that, both sides of the mid lane turret is actually pretty low for the inhibitor turrets. But one mistake right now can cost both sides, and they both know what's at stake. So it looks like both teams.
Again, the items are out, but we're gonna go ahead and ignore it.
Slow, and they're slowing things down just a little bit to be able to make sure they make the correct play to take the win home.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the goal difference between the marksman, Sleeps was able to catch up to basic. Now able to pick up the Berserker's Fury, the Blade of Despair as well, picking up that Legion's sword to do some additional damage. This is what I like to see, right? Sleeps was falling short.
Hey, congrats. I think that's the first time they've actually mentioned the items and stuff.
Basic,
good job, Weezy.
Looks like he was able to scale through the times and find his rhythm and his groove.
But he referred to the sword like that sword.
To even out the series. This is anybody's game. An eye for an eye. On the way, we do see the score spawning in the next 40 seconds, and right now Avalon leading the way in terms of wave management. Bloodhounds needs to find a way to open up the opportunity, and it looks like they're going for that, right? They cleared up the lane on the bottom side. It looks like it's a mirror image effect.
That green sword they picked up, followed by the red sword.
Bokarosco finds Fallen roughly on his way out, taking the IMU and making it drop it for himself.
That crit item thing.
Able to get out and takes down the jungler for Avalon.
Did she pick up a second
Basically might just
POD?
be caught out. Ooh, nice. Second skill out there to make sure Tempest doesn't get in his face. But we are looking at another Lord, but Fallen is taken off the board, which means Bloodhounds has 100% advantage over this Lord. And that might be a little bit of a misstorytelling coming from Avalon. They had everything in their favor, but now Bloodhounds and get their first touch on Lord by Tempest.
Yep, they may not be able to get it. They may be able to get some
clean.
Instead, as
Did you guys just give
this
game to the Bloodhounds?
5 seconds to Fallen spawns in. I'm not even sure if he'll be able to make it there in time. I mean, the lore is about 25% HP, so that should go to Bloodhounds. Totenak trying to deny it, may be able to get a knock up, but no, Tempest is going to claim for the Bloodhounds. Another objective going in their favor. Turning this game around, Sleeps is going to find Totenak
as well. Sloppiness, Avalon?
There's going to be 2 members falling for Avalon, and Bloodhounds securing this
Imagine basic loses with 10 kills on a Clint. Yeah, that'd be fucking heartbreaking for him.
Did lose 2 of the inhibitor turrets during that entire Lord fight, so this might not be the best situation for Bloodhounds, but they were able to take down 2 members of Avalon, and maybe with this Lord they can potentially call
That's the second one.
We are looking at 16 minutes. Everyone is at
both
their
have been an upgraded one.
At least for the marksmen and the mage players, they have to be careful right now. They aren't
Sleep's got the
up
ultimate
that
Leslie
bot
build
side
going on.
turret, so we're gonna have to
Yeah,
look at an
those
early push
BODs.
coming from Bloodhounds, but this might be the mistake. They should have synced these lanes, but look at Arvel's positioning. We have to watch out.
The Arvel.
Right?
The positioning, bro. The positioning.
Right? Teams try and push it in for the finish, and they make the mistake, and then the other team kind of profits and closes it out. A reverse Uno card may be effective if Bloodhounds is not careful in how they try to close this out.
Man, they spotted him.
The Lord does get bursted down, but the
he could have got it. He could have got it right there. Slapped them against the wall.
Still a chance for Avalon to
his
pass
team
around,
could
but
have
Arvel caught out of
capitalized.
position is going to flicker away just in time, but Bloodhounds is going to circle around, try and close them out. Reverse time drops in.
A marvelous play.
Too much damage, and
like the Grux one.
Is going to activate a killing spree and take him out.
I think Arvel was a little bit hesitant. He had such a good position in that tri-bush by red, but looks like he didn't. The conceal play didn't work out because Bloodhound's minions were.
They were all on that
nice set
wall.
Kind of repeating history of what
BOD, Berserkers, Endless, and Steel Underpants. It's not called Steel Underpants.
Far behind enemy lines.
Strawberry, but the rest of that's
through,
spot
but hit
on.
by a brick wall. Immortality, not enough to save himself.
Steel
and Dino
Underpants.
secures the kill. way too far out this late in the game. And Bloodhounds seizes the opportunity, Conceal plays over there and takes him down. This is what they need. You can start to see Avalon kind of fumbling through the cracks right now, and they need to find some glue and kind of put it back together if they want to stay in this game. There is still a chance though, right? The Lord does not spawn for the next 50 seconds, but you cannot continue to be pushing out solo.
Yeah, it looks like
I'm gonna call them steel underpants though, now from now on.
Wasn't able to execute that perfectly, but
Legit.
Look at Demon.
Second
He's
that.
Just sitting in the corner over there on the side of Bloodhounds, making sure if anyone were to walk through there, he was able to get a successful pickoff. But looks like Bloodhounds have to push through, and Demon knows what's at stake right now. He's going to have to recall back. Is this the end that we're about to see?
Two. They
maybe
took
not.
advantage of
Both
that.
rounds go fall,
Wow,
takes
he
down
just
Sleep.
doubled
A double
on them.
kill in the blink of an eye. Everything working into the favor of Avalon. Bloodhounds wondering where they went wrong. Immortality proc from Copel, but Fallen for the triple kill is going to take him down. It's only
that's a
Template,
fucking
it's only
throw.
Dino, and the full team of Avalon pushing through. Lord has spawned in, but they don't even
Wow.
need it. The ADC has fallen for Bloodhounds. They can close this game out.
They don't
Look
need
at
Lord.
the bottom side. Template's not able to push out, as you are going to go ahead and see Dino
Wow.
fall in the process for the mid lane, and this is all she wrote. Is they're boxing him out.
That was
can't
so
even
close.
recall back to the base, and Avalon's
That was so close.
able to turn it around in a matter of seconds. A slight mistake from Bloodhounds, and they secure third place in the Battle of Bronze. A huge victory. What a game!
Beautiful game played by both
Yes.
sides, and it looked like Bloodhounds had it
They
in them,
really
but
looked like they'd
Avalon
had
was able
something
to
going
flip the
on.
script around and turn the game into their favor. When we thought,
My
Fallen
friend's
being
inviting
so
me
far
to
out
Los
of
Angeles
the
to watch
map,
NACT
we
finals.
thought that was such a
That's a
huge
long way to
mistake, right?
travel for a friend to invite you. I'd be
Everyone
super
needs to be
careful.
alive,
If you
but
do come in, let me
because of that
know,
one small
because
play,
I'm snatching
Fallen
up fucking
looks like he
May.
got pretty pissed and literally killed the entire pack line of Bloodhounds. But congratulations, Avalon. You do take that third place series. Congratulations to you. But Bloodhounds, they were just at the edge. They had it. And then looks like the tides have turned. And Avalon. Congratulations, Avalon.
Yeah, man, a close game indeed. I mean, it could be
Slight
either
mistakes.
side,
Come
but
on,
some
man.
slight mistakes.
You can
happen,
call
and,
them
I mean,
like they
credits over
are.
there for them to be able to close that out. Bloodhounds was so close to being able to hit that.
Yeah,
third
that's
place
the
mark, but
one
they
critique I
still
really
have
have is they
advantage from
never
hitting
really
up before, right? They
expand
have
on stuff like that. They said like they had it,
all the other teams
and
that
then they
fell
let it
today.
go. And it's like,
Give
can
them
you
that
explain
advantage as
how
we
they let it
jump
go?
into
What
regular
specifically happened
What
that they
post-game
fell
stats,
apart in?
It
And
was an explosion from both sides of the table. It definitely wasn't a one-sided story.
two BODs
Yeah,
out.
it really
Yeah.
was. And we were looking at a 20-minute game, 18-21. Goal lead is
They couldn't
practically
capitalize
almost
on the use
same.
of Diggy
Look at everyone's
as
goal.
much as
Everyone
I
is
would want it
literally
to.
at their power spike, but looks like Fallen
power
spike. Positioning-
and was able to secure and execute out 3 members of
The positioning
Bloodhounds,
of
which
Leslie
caused them
was
to fall a little bit
flawless.
short, and Arvel doing a good job
They were
zoning
at
out
their power
Templates on
spike.
the
Leslie.
spreader, and
Leslie only
going
needs,
back
so
to
now
base,
you
but
guys know,
Basic-
Leslie only needs 14k gold and
Basic
2
had a
BODs to
really
hit her
rough
power
early
spike.
game, but was able to turn things around.
Oh, don't
And
forget
he
the
is
steel underpants.
literally
Don't
the
forget the
carry
steel
for
underpants.
for this match. 10-6.
Yeah, just a beautiful game from both teams, but Fallen coming alive right there, right? Able to hit that triple kill in a matter of seconds, and Bloodhounds, just a slight mistake costed them everything. As we're now looking at the post-game stats.
Well, the
carry
problem
was Sleeps, right? He had the
with
most
2
damage. Delta was
BODs
sandbag, taking the most
is
damage.
I feel
Coppola,
like
forgot
in the
one,
time
having the
you
most
could have
assists.
used to get that
You know,
to get that
everybody kinda
second
overlooks the
BOD,
assists. They
you could have
definitely
gotten another
factor,
item
but the rich guy,
quicker to
Basic,
come
Mr.
online
Hollywood,
faster.
Get the most gold minutes, and overall able to
don't
close
know.
out that series alongside his team.
Interesting.
Yeah, Saves was able to do 40% damage, but
These
fell
are
a
the
little bit
hallmark,
short
the
compared
hallmark
to
signs of a
Basic.
throw is
Him
when
doing
most of the
37%
stats are in
damage,
favor
but
of your
Fallen
team,
also
but you
running
still
up with
lost.
24 was able to do a
That's
beautiful
that's,
combination of damage to
sad.
go ahead and take down Bloodhounds. Sleeps being the carry for this one as he has the most amount of damage. Template being the sandbag on that Frederian for sure. And Coppola coming in with the almost 100% KP, which is kill participation for the side of Bloodhounds. But looks like Avalon was able to execute that well, but Weezy, break down this fight for me.
Yeah.
That's right. As we do a
I
blast
think
from the past, and you're seeing
what
these amazing
Strawberry
highlight reels
called
on
in
what
the
led
first
ultimately
place
to
was
Avalon
actually what
going
happened.
to finish in
All
third place.
of that will
has
have
shown
passive
their
stacks on
pressure
damage.
through all
Really?
these amazing fights. Bloodhounds was able to take a victory.
Didn't she already have all of it?
Avalon
She didn't have
was able to kind
wind.
of close it out, but had a close call, right? They gave him a run.
She
for the
might have
money.
though. That's the thing
why I
too,
say
is because she
keep
was
your
rich
eyes
enough
on
to have
Bloodhounds.
2
They definitely are gonna
BODs.
be a problem
So
as
I'm
we
going to go
get
ahead and
later
assume
in
that
the
she had
season as they scale through
wind
time.
already and had
Kinda
used
hoping
it
for
and
it. But
bought another
Avalon,
item.
congratulations.
She was at 14K. I
on
think she was like the
victory.
highest gold on the
Basic
team too.
just showing the world he is ready to kind of set the tone for his team, right? This is the first time we've seen him separated from the powerhouse teams such as BTK
Yeah.
and TOB, and able to hit 3rd place in the first stage of the NACT Fall is something definitely to be proud about. But this is where it all changed. Fallen just going in, a problem. Dino, Templus, and Coppola all splitting like ants right there, trying to find a way back to their base.
What's
but
going on? It's
they were
called
not letting
Welcome
their
to
foot off the gas,
the
and they
YouTube.
executed exactly when
We're
needed
streaming
to be
on
able to close
Twitch
that
as
game
well.
out. And credits to them.
So you should be able to see the chats back and forth. Oh, it's a long night, dude. I don't feel like yesterday lasted this long.
That is going to be Bloodhounds. Avalon is going to go ahead and move forward.
If there's enough time, I might snatch up a shower in between
That
this
means
one.
Bloodhounds will have 60 points and Avalon will have 70 points. And now we're going to be
Next one's what?
battling over that
BTK
100 and that 90. Actually, my bad.
versus
Avalon is going to
TOB.
go ahead and have 80 points. So it's going to be a battle of that 90 and 100 points now between the powerhouse teams.
It's
as we are
freaking
gonna move
hot.
on into the grand finals, right? TOB and BTK. I can't wait to see which way this goes because all of these teams have been competing. Like I said, we've been hosting so many.
Yesterday was more fun, so it didn't seem long. Why do you think it was more fun yesterday? Honest critique.
And all these teams we see today pretty much have been there, right? I mean, Bloodhounds has been there, BTK, and TOB.
Honestly, for me personally, I feel like it was
we'll
more
see
fun
where it
because I
goes.
wasn't
Now, joined
streaming.
on the disc are
Like
amazing
here, I have a
teams.
lot of stuff to manage. I have to keep checking
What a
chat. I'm trying
matchup,
to take
guys.
notes.
Avalon controlled the map in round 1, causing Bloodhounds to respect his
Memes in
lane.
chat.
And that did not work because they had more up in their pockets. So
Memes in
congrats,
chat.
Avalon, for taking the win. Our MVP for the night of this series will be Avalon's jungler, Fallen. Tell us how he got it, guys.
That last minute execution with that Lancelot definitely went in, and I think that's where he got beat because they almost lost the game. But to be able to pick up that triple kill in a matter of seconds, it just turned the tide in their favor, and they were able to close it out. So really put the team on its back for that finish.
Yeah, and Fallen really being able to drive that first snowball with the objective claiming, the farming. That's why I feel like Avalon really depends on Fallen to drive that first push, to drive that first team fight, and Fallen kind of being able to be like, hey, I got this all under control. So you guys do.
Why are you
guys
not
need to do.
casting?
I'm gonna make sure
We have
that I am the
3
king of jungle right
pairs
now. That's
of
all that
casters
matters. And
that group
harped on it
together.
earlier. At
It's
one point, he
Steph
had
Wheezy and
10K
Eunice are a
gold,
pair.
double the
Trex and
gold
Yui
of
are a pair,
somebody's
and I am a
jungler.
pair with
All the
Gemic.
junglers actually
So
for
I
every
will be
single match that he
casting
played.
next
So
week. Only
I
2
really
pairs
feel
of
like he is
casters
the
can
MVP,
cast every
but
weekend.
like I always
So
love to
I
say,
will be casting
everyone
next
is
week.
the MVP in their own role, and they did have their moments. It is your fight, your moment. So congratulations
Eunice
to
out
Fallen.
private
I
in.
think that's the second MVP series he got. I think he got it yesterday as well. So congrats to you.
Nah.
Yes, everybody is the MVP because every player matters, right? So
I express
be
myself
sure to
better
stick
with
around,
memes.
guys.
Girl,
The
you're so
graded match
fast with
between
these
the
with the
Ohio
memes
Brothers
too.
versus BTK will be stage 1's final matchup.
They're
Grab your
so
snacks
funny.
and get back to your seats as soon as you can because we're going to take a quick break.
Ooh, look at Xena with a little bit of sass. I love it. That was sexy. I like it.
Hey everyone, this is Liz. Are you ready to witness some exciting changes this season? We got some fresh faces joining us in the
7
to
minutes.
bring in new insights and perspectives. Now, speaking
Oh,
of
Is that
becoming a
long
little
enough
close for a
shower?
shower? Like in the military, that's a good shower, but
I'll be right back,
yeah.
That's what we called an airplane shower.
We've reconstructed our prize pool to reward more teams than ever. And that's not the
Yeah, we're actually going to go ahead and long enough for a game of Brawl. I actually might be able to. I'll be right back, guys, because I'll be back before the game starts again. BRB!
Okay. Baby wipes.
But this season, we are raising the stakes. We've revamped the tournament rules, aiming to make sure that each and every experience for you guys is more intensive, more captivating, more awe-inspiring for you, the viewers. But that's not it. Steph Wheezy here can tell you about what we can expect from the caster team this season.
so much for that. I love to share. For the NACT fall season, we are elevating things to newer heights. Steph Weezy here. I can't wait to see you guys on the desk. But speaking of the desk, we also have some brand new faces. Ben, why don't you go ahead and introduce us to our new colleagues?
With pleasure, Steph Weezy. Hey, I'm Ben, and we're delighted to welcome outstanding new talent to the team this season, Yue. He'll be joining us and providing exciting commentary and breaking out all the intense matches that are to come. Yue, I believe you have some insight about how this season is about more than just gameplay, right?
Absolutely, Ben. Hi, this is Yue, and the NACT 2023 fall season is not only about showcasing the talent and the dedication of North America's top teams, but also about creating a vibrant community. Eunice, as the final voice in our lineup, would you like to share some of your thoughts on the upcoming season?
Absolutely, Yue. Hi, everyone. This is Eunice. This season is set to be our most exciting yet, with fresh faces, an updated rule set, and a restructured prize pool that's more inclusive than ever. But at the heart of it all, we're building a community. Isn't that right, Cena?
That's right, Eunice. We are making an amazing community. Hello, everyone. It's Cena Lily here. For this season, let's make it a memorable one on and off the stage as we build a sense of camaraderie and sportsmanship. For the NACT 2023 fall season, let's embrace this journey together and make it an unforgettable one in esports history. I can't wait to share this adventure with you all. See you guys all soon.
Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT.
Now I want to sing.
Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final
You asked
was
so
held,
nicely.
taking
Yes,
the
of course.
tournament
I
to a
will.
whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas,
What should I
USA,
sing?
creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. Bloodthirsty Kings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its
It's
growth,
super effective.
evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
Okay, there's this song that it's called El Rey, or The King. It's a Mexican ranchera. That sounds like fun.
World Championship, and you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going
Actually singing without music, it's very weird, but okay.
Good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared
Yeah.
to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international.
Yo sé bien que estoy afuera. Pero el día en que yo me muera, sé que tendrás que llorar. Llorar y llorar. Dirán que no me quisiste, pero vas a estar muy triste y así te vas a quedar. Con dinero y sin dinero, yo hago siempre lo que quiero. Y mi palabra es la ley. No tengo trono ni reina, ni nadie que me comprenda, pero sigo siendo el rey.
I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
This feels so weird.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko.
It's very fun too.
Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this.
Una piedra en el camino me enseñó que mi destino era rodar y rodar.
Support M5 BTK.
Después me dijo un arriero que no hay que llegar primero, pero hay que saber llegar. Con dinero y sin dinero hago siempre lo que quiero. Y mi palabra es la ley. No tengo trono ni reina, ni nadie que me comprenda, pero sigo siendo el rey.
Hello, everyone, and
Okay.
welcome back again. I wanted to remind
done.
you one more time
done.
about the August Starlight skin. Will be Yin's Eternal Guardian skin. Be sure to get that.
It's just a
as
bit
well
hard.
As 10 returning Starlight skins, a new Starlight Shop exclusive.
It all
with
depends
daily
where you learned
notification.
from.
You can get all this with a
It
Starlight
changes
membership,
with
which is
the
only gonna
countries
cost you
and the
300
continents, and
diamonds to get over
it's very
6,000
different.
diamonds worth of rewards. The first Starlight purchase gives a bundle worth of 1,700
Yes,
diamonds.
it's
and
pushing
don't
very
forget,
hard.
you get everything super fast with the weekly diamond pass. Keep
Hope
an
you
eye
like
out
it.
for more Starlight exclusives, guys. And now we go into the brackets. So right now we have the Ohio Brothers versus Bloodthirsty Kings. What are your guys' thoughts on this?
Thank you.
It'll be definitely a powerhouse alongside BTK, and I can't wait to see which way this goes, as we are going to be paneling over to the predictions for this amazing battle. Best of 5 to close out stage 1. You are going to be seeing, it looks like a little bit of a split decision, but still more in favor for the Ohio brothers. Trex and Yue standing tall alongside myself. I don't know how I feel about being on the same team as Yue, but I don't know, maybe Yue will get his big number 2 on being correct today. But for you guys voting for the Ohio brothers, it's definitely going to be a battle of that 100% prediction rate, right? Where I'm 7-0, Eunice is 7-0 alongside you, but one of us is going to be wrong today. Who's it going to be?
You. I'm just kidding, no. We
Okay,
shall see,
Zena.
though. BTK
Phone
has
doing
been doing an
whatever it
amazing job.
wants.
I'm kind of excited to see this matchup because they did take it in the spring season, right, guys?
They did.
They definitely took it, and it's just a battle of the greats, right? Like I said, we've been hosting a lot
They
of
are the
tournaments
greats.
on the off season, and it's been, like I said, the gods flip a coin and it decides who wins the series. So, Eunice, I'll tell you one thing: you're going down today. I'm gonna get that 100% prediction rate this time around.
Oh, really? Is that how we're doing things now? I thought we were cast to do. We're supposed to be on the same team. What happened to that?
Hey,
What happened
shout
to
out
that?
to Dave is separating us on these predictions, right?
Causing a
Causing
divide.
But everybody definitely place your predictions as well. I know it's out there on the YouTube poll, so I can't wait to see which way it goes.
Shoot, this one's gonna be really tough. I don't even know. I had a hard time choosing myself, but super excited to see it happen.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. I will say BTK, TOB, I mean, they're powerhouses, right? These are the only two teams in North America who didn't have to go through the qualifiers. They had an automatic sitting
Strawberry, do you speak
side
French?
of the top 8, and it goes to show they made their way up into the top 2. So, I mean, even if they're in qualifiers, they still would have made it all the way here. So, credits to them on the amazing things that they bring to the North American community. I mean, you have Moba Zane, you have Yato, you have Joy Baj, So Chicken joining the screen in T, but on the opposite side of the table with TOB. I can't wait to see what they bring to the table.
Yes, it could go either way, but going on to the final stage of stage 1, which will be the best of 5. We're going to have the Ohio Brothers versus BTK. Let's see the clash of the greats, guys. Let's see how this spring finalists will do today.
We are jumping straight into the draft. A good mark, right? The spring finalists. I mean, it was outplayed. Now back to TOB. BTK, the champions from the
Something about a bagel?
Still in effect. With pretty much the same roster. The only difference now is that T is not here and Chicken is, right?
My phone
Chicken
is
has
white and
international
racist.
experience. He didn't compete in the spring season, but he is now back and ready more than ever to kind of take the opportunity.
But for real, do you speak French? I know you're from Canada. I know there's a large population of them over there that speaks
take out the fanny and a response back
that
from
speaks
the Ohio
French.
brothers,
Because I want to know a greeting
Yeah,
that I can say to welcome Gemick to the cast or to welcome him to the event or something like that. And I would like to be able to learn it in
history
French.
repeating itself for you guys who are new.
The only thing I know in
and
French
doesn't know
is
much about these two teams. BTK is kind of the team from the
omelette
very
du
east,
fromage.
and the Ohio Brothers is mostly prevailed in
Yes,
the west.
in
but
French.
there are
He's
some
French. I'm
East
pretty sure
players,
he's French.
and
He's got a
everybody
thick
here on
accent.
the
If it's not
board,
French, then I'm an idiot.
except for best player. Actually, no. He now has experience. Has overseas experience. So every single member right now that you see on the table is, well,
Like what?
some members we're supposed to have overseas.
Welcome
I'm
to
not gonna serve anything here, but
this
literally
event,
everyone
my
has
friend,
overseas
or something like that,
experience. So
or
we are talking
properly
top of top,
how you would
king of
say
the
that
king,
to
two
somebody.
teams that are going to go up
Because I want to
against
be
it
able
with
to
each
say on
other.
behalf of North
And
America,
like
I want
last
to say
NACT,
like,
these are the same two
but in
teams
French,
that
like,
literally
welcome
fought
to
it
this
out
event,
in
my
grand
friend.
finals. But this ain't this ain't the grand finals yet. We're only in the finals, so there are fighting for that 100-point
Very considerate
spot.
of-
So we aren't
very
really looking
considerate
for how many
of you.
games won. We are fighting for the points. So someone today's gonna take away the 100 points.
He's French as fuck.
Someone
Okay,
today is
I
gonna
was
take away
wondering.
90,
I don't.
which will
I'm
give them
like
a
I'm
huge
American first of all,
advantage
so
for
like
the next season
I don't know
when we
other
keep
languages.
tallying up those points.
I'm kind of
And
ignorant.
something interesting about the Ohio brothers is, I mean, it's Milo now fighting this out. It's not Yoreshi. Well, Yoreshi wasn't even in the spring season grand finals, right? It was Promise, but now we're going to be seeing Milo jump in here to kind of fill that void.
Like my
We're gonna
ex
see
used to get
exactly how it
upset
kind of
when
pairs
I
off.
would say
Will that be the
that when I
deciding
would
factor?
confuse like Bulgarian and Russian accents, even though like all Eastern European accents kind of sound the
BTK, I
same
mean,
to
it's
me.
the same thing,
It's really
right?
hard
Both
for me to distinctify.
XP laners are different, right? We have Chicken, we have Milo.
Even their
Yeah,
alphabets
they're very-
looks the
I
same,
guess
but
you could
it's
say
different
Hindsight
letters
has
that they mean.
international
It's so
experience
crazy.
behind the scenes for the Valley.
Cyrillic, yes.
Funny story, his older brother was the coach for the Valley back in the day. So
Yeah, but you're gonna need. I want the whole statement, and I'm gonna need you to like go over it with me to make sure that I'm saying it correctly.
But he's going to be going up against Chicken, right? Chicken's known to be possibly the best XP laner in North America, or one of them, at least top 3. And Milo, you know, he wants to try and claim his mark and earn it.
Is it
Well, so
bienvenu?
we're going
Bienvenu?
to be looking at a battle between the XP laners, but as we are getting through the draft, we're going to be able to see that.
I don't just want to say welcome. I want to say a whole statement.
Uranus, Arlot being slotted first up for BTK.
Yeah, and these are high elo teams, so you're gonna see their draft be a little bit more thought out. So we're looking at more of that longer draft phase compared to the rest of the teams that we saw today. Not saying that they are any less of players. Everyone here that has qualified is literally one of the top of the top. So congrats to you guys for making it to NACT and getting a spot. But we are talking about these two teams that have fought it out in grand finals, and some of these members
Only
are going to make their way
Bienvenu.
over to ISF
Very-
that is coming up around the corner.
Only
Bien,
Bienvenu
as well
sounds
has
very-
gone to MSC
Is
and
it
has
Bian?
experience
Like,
as
am I
well.
saying it wrong?
So
Bian?
we are looking at very, very good players.
Bienvenu.
But I already see a trade
Bienvenu
coming out. So you're going to see
all
a Uranus
the
getting banned out, Triz getting
Boo.
banned out, but in
Ew.
response to that is
Boo.
going to be the Arlot. We're going to go ahead and take
Boo.
away the
Oi, oi.
Fredrin and the
Yes.
Kadita.
Let's-
Taking away
Ami.
Zane's Fredrin is one, but
Bienvenu
Zane's
à
going to claim his
Bru.
hero back and go
Bru.
for the Baksha pick.
Yes,
And
let's,
now
mon ami.
Zane has actually done
Alright,
really
you're gonna
well
spell that
on this
phonetically
Baksha,
now.
right? Even on his streams, and he's been doing great on these tank fighter jumpers. And he is literally the
Okay.
king of fighter, right? And he's gonna go ahead and
Bienvenu.
walk in the Baksha, which
Euro.
gives
Oh.
very
Euro.
good clear speed.
Euro.
And I know
Bienvenu.
Weezy, you know how
Euro.
you know Mobazine is. You know, if he runs a Fred, he's the man
Bienvenu.
that walks around with a hand in his pocket. You know, kind of putting away pixie dust all around the floor wherever he
Bienvenu
walks. We used to
a
always
Bureau.
make that a good statement, and he might do it
Bienvenu
again
a Bureau.
today. But
Arla and Baksha for a trade for Frederick.
You know, and I'm wondering
Des
if Milos
roulettes,
is going
mon
to run
ami.
the XP lane, still open up the opportunity for the best player to run an assassin. You're going to see Yato pick up this Rammus, offering some sustainability.
Roulette is the
He
same.
does have the cool altar. Definitely
it's
a great
roulette.
decision. I mean, he can also pull heroes back to provide
Roulette,
that
mon
CC
ami.
that Chicken's going to bank
Bienvenue
on
à
to be able to rush
vous.
in, get those kills. Dane
Bienvenue.
getting comfortable on this Basha. You are right. He's been running this a lot, and he's been profiting. He's been winning 2 hits on it. So
Roulette's mon ami.
be able to see him pull it out again.
Pull the R
That's
a
more
little.
of like his bread and butter now.
Roulette's.
Focusing on his
I don't know. Dude, I've got a Hispanic tongue. I don't know how to lightly roll my R. That shit comes out hard. It's like roulette.
Yeah. Actually, if you put
lightly rolling my R.
Backline and do a lot of damage. I think it was possibly the best XP lane option since the Uranus was taken off the table. But now, looking at the first phase of the draft,
okay, hard
finished,
roll.
it is going to go ahead and secure the marksman.
Bienvenue mon ami.
Yeah, Zia has been really comfortable on this Beatrix, and we saw in the first game towards the mid to early game, especially against a game against Bloodhounds, he was able to get that early game. He was at 5-0 at one point until, you know, things have turned around just a little bit in unfortunate favor of the Higher Brothers. Now, I already see the read coming in, so Higher Brothers going to go ahead and ban out that Kaja, ban out the 1-1 as well. 1-1 is
I sound like I'm
Aisu's
speaking so
one-trick
slow.
marksman. He has
I'd have to hear
played
it naturally
in NACT
too.
Grand Finals, and he's also been playing it very well. We did see him play it against Avalon, and we were both worried actually, right? He literally played it right into a Kufra, which is one of his biggest counters. But banning out the suppression is a good idea, which also prevents Joybosh from being able to play suppression heroes, because he has
I like
literally
roulette.
been
I like
spamming,
roulettes better,
you know,
just because the casting
Kaja,
sounds like I'm
Franco,
speaking
and Chao.
Frenchless.
Last game, however, he did
Frenchless,
play
English,
the drop,
French.
the wild charge, and it was beautiful. He executed it very well. So maybe they are able to.
Well, yeah, I know, but it sounds tacky if I
BTK
use
is gonna go ahead and ban out the Martis, and I am thinking BTK might get a read that best player might be playing that tank jungle, and he is able to swap around, but I feel like it all depends on the draft, right? And the fairness, the cult altar, the saving grace, as we both love to call it, might be an issue, because if Yato ult, right? Kurita's rough waves, if he's able to time that, there's no damage coming in. Is able to nullify a lot of it. So we are looking at pretty tight drafts right now, Weezy. You want to break it down for me more?
Yeah, definitely some tight drafts. I mean, the Cho is still on the table, and Shark and Joy Bosch are definitely well known for it. The Franco is still walking. We mentioned kind of those heroes that can pretty much get you chained up in that CC, kind of that suppression if you must. And I do expect one of them to walk through here, right? Is it going to be the Franco? Is it going to be the Cho?
Okay,
or will we see
I'm gonna
both
send
of them
you
picked up
something
for both teams?
in Discord
I think it would be
for you to
excellent
have.
answers,
Okay.
As BTK is trying to limit the jungler pool for best player right now. They are going to take out that Hayabusa. Hellcurt is still on the
chat.
table. The Lancelot is still available. They did take out that Mars.
There you go.
But when it comes to the roamers, that's really who I'm going to keep my eye
It's
on.
in the
right?
chat.
Go even further and try and pick up like a Minotaur or also
It's in the
a
chat of
Atlas,
After Party.
If they have last pick in the draft, or the Kufra definitely being a great option. But speaking of junglers, like I said, it was a very limited hero pool, and the Lancelot was really one of the only options outside of the Hellcurt, and best player is going to go ahead and secure it.
Yeah, I feel like Joy Bosch is going to pick up the Franco, potentially. Franco's still walking around the board.
Bienvenue au bureau des roulettes, mon ami.
Was that the Grok, the wild charge, and he did show how to use it very well in that last game. So I'm still looking at a lot though. I still see a Kufra still walking around. I still see a Lovi still walking around, but that all depends on how BTK wants to go with this draft, right? As long as they have that team synergy.
That's so loud.
So we are looking at still a lot of options. There is still Beatrix is picked up by the Higher Brothers. I'm maybe looking at Brody or potentially Leslie. Oh, there it is. We are looking at the Franco and the Leslie pick. So we are looking at more of a late game, mid to late game power spike for BTK, only because Leslie is being slotted for the marksman. So she does take the scale. But Shark, I wonder what he's gonna pick here.
Yeah, I mean, he could pick up the
like
show.
good,
No,
passable, or like good, like you pat a 4-year-old on the head. Like, yeah, you're getting it.
This Valentina in the mid lane for.
I mean, it takes
Gonna run
practice.
that Beatrix in
You're
the gold lane.
you're
It's
not
be
gonna
paired against ISO
like
on the
nail
left.
it on the
So
first
with
try.
the drafts
but
being locked in.
He's gonna
for
see
game
you and
one
see
of the
that you
grand
put the
finals of
effort
stage one
into
NACT
like
Fall.
learn a
I'm
language
liking what I'm
or
saying. I feel like both teams
a
have
phrase.
on the table. Again,
Welcome
it's
him.
just
He
gonna
would
go down to
appreciate the
execute
effort.
draft. You have
Yes,
the
of
sustainability
course.
From BTK, you have the from Rams
Of course,
keep them
of
alive, but you
course.
also have the co-alter from Hoon since he has the Valentina. So there's 2 co-alters on the table. There's Group CC from Super
Bienvenue
Shark
à
on this
bureau
Kadita.
des
And you
roulettes,
also
mon
have
ami.
some good Group CC fried
Bienvenue
chicken
à bureau
on
des
this
roulettes,
Arlight,
mon
right?
ami.
Mobazane running
Roulettes.
something that he's more
I have to
comfortable on.
throw that R a little. It's hard to do it lightly without not doing it.
I think it's going to be a battle of the
That was
XP lane
flawless,
this
bro.
time around, right?
Yes.
How does Milo go head-to-head up against Fried Chicken? The battle of Arlot up against the Fredrin in the XP lane as we are now jumping into Game 1 of the Grand Final Stage 1 NACT Fall.
All right. Fucking
Bloodthirsty
Grand
Kings,
Finals.
your champions from the
Don't you
NACT
fuck
Spring
me, Ohio
season,
brothers.
going head-to-head against the Ohio brothers.
You vote for
which
them?
is the runner-up for NACT 2023 Spring. We already see Retry being used in by Zane. A lot of good pressure coming in.
Now I'm
but
curious.
for the
What's at
early game,
stake?
I'm gonna have to give it up to
What's a what?
BTK, right? They have Yato running this fair
What
with a little
is
bit of
at
sustain with
stake?
his little orbs, right? But we also
It's
see
nothing, it's just
Chicken running this
points.
Arlot, a little bit of sustain
okay.
with that dash and the lifesteal that you get. But Zane also being a
100
running
points
that
for
tank
first
jungle
place,
gives you
90
that
points for
sustain.
second
So
place.
I feel like BTK is gonna
And
have
then
that
it will
aggro
eventually
for that
determine
early
the
game
seeding
stage,
for
which I feel like they should be able to take this into their
for the second
pocket, start
phase, and
snowballing,
then
and
the
the
seeding
issue
for
is the higher
the
brothers
final
block
playoffs
that
as
from
well.
Yeah, I definitely agree. When it comes to the
Nice.
draft, I would kind of
Okay.
favor BTK a little bit more. I feel like it's going to be a little awkward with Milo running this Fredrin in the XP lane. But he can still pull it off. Definitely going to have to play a little bit more
Fredrin's
passive.
super strong in the
Arlot
XP
is gonna
lane. I don't know
profit
what you're
when it
talking
comes
about.
to the set potential from Yato being able to pull people in
They don't
when he
even
rushes in
ban
with the Rammus.
Arlot anymore in C,
But that's really all he's
and
gonna profit on, right? I
Fredrin
guess
and
maybe the
Uranus
slow
are still
from
picked
Boxer
up.
could possibly proc those eyes. But when I'm looking at the Ohio brothers, I mean, they have some great CC. They have
Did he
good
take that?
combinations
Did he take that?
with these heroes and their utility. So I
can't
really
tell.
think
Yeah,
it's
he
just
did,
gonna
'cause I
come
could
down
see
to
the health.
5v5
I could see the
engagement.
health on Super
Mobazane
Shark.
definitely
He did
rotating
take
around,
it.
trying to out-farm best
Oh,
player,
there you
able
go.
to stop him in his tracks, but is going to Phantom Execution out. But oh my goodness, Joy Bosch is going to try. He used the flicker for that too. Almost able to grab him and pull him back to the turret.
Turtle. Who's going to contest
Absolutely.
that?
Now that is a flicker burnt, however, for BTK, especially in that row
Oh yeah,
position,
and
which means this battle
$100
might
for
be a
winning
little
the
bit of
series. That's correct.
disadvantage
I completely
when
forgot
Joy
about that.
Bodge is able to flicker hook and get the jungler. But
$100 added
topside
on to the
Milo,
normal power. But
Yeah, you are
oh,
looking at
Milo!
Milo rushing in, taking a lot of damage. But Hoon rushing in,
Hoon.
trying to get him to safety.
Nice. I love that slash
turtle
he
for the Ohio
used.
brothers, but Joy Boss with the bloody hunt. Mobazane for the kill, drawing first
So,
blood.
Turtle
He's gonna go ahead
or
and take
a
down
first
Super
blood?
Shark. BTK
Onto
able to draw a
Shark?
kill, but
I think that
losing the
works.
first
I think that
objective.
plays well because
Right now, both
that's
teams
a
are gonna
roam.
be tied in terms of gold, so neither side have the most major advantage.
And
Dan
plus,
able
you've
to pick
given
up
your
kill,
team an
though, which will
advantage
give the
now. They all
advantage
have
of rotating around
shields.
the farm, but
They all have a
RC
little bit
best
of
player
gold,
make
but
up
they're
for it by
dude. They
claiming
need
that
to
first
step it up
initial
when it comes to
objective.
competing
Now,
with
looking at the matchup,
jungling.
We are looking at Zia going up against
Yes.
ISO. ISO is the champion gold laner
No,
for
because of
BTK,
Sane.
and he was able to kind of work against Zia when it came to the spring season. So now flipping it back around, will Zia be able to even it out and win in that matchup? I mean, on
Spirited
paper,
Away.
he
Oh
can
yeah,
win in the
definitely
early
hit me
phase
up with.
against Leslie, who is going to take a little bit more time to scale. That's also going to be dependent
Or
on
you
the
can
team
DM
rotating
me,
around and creating the
Spirited
opportunity
Away.
for those gold lanes to profit.
But with these two teams, it's not really about book anymore. It's about the players that we are looking at and how much they are focused and how well they can team fight with each other. That's the real deal here, Wheezy. But looks like a little skirmish here. Here we go.
That's right. You are going to see Mobazane rushing in, trying to do some damage, but not able to hit the mark. It may be a little bit of a slower game. It's considering looking at the draft from BTK. They're not really too focused on being kill-oriented. They're trying to play for the long game, get ISO on those power spikes he needs to be able to deal that single burst damage onto the side of TOB, but looking like Zia not having any plans to let this go to the late, already chipping down the gold on on that turret to 50%.
Yeah, already a little bit of a goal advantage for Zia for the side of TOP. He's doing very well grabbing all of that farm, but ISO getting a little bit of vision, knows exactly where Shark is now, so he knows to be careful and not to step any 2 feet forward before he gets his toe stepped on by the side of Ohio Brothers, but Turtle being pulled in by Shark.
And Zane gonna rotate around to it and pull the aggro. Shark is trying to stay there, trying to get vision to create the opportunity for the denial and the contest. But Alter has been activated. From the side of BTK, and Mobazane will claim the turtle for his team. ISO takes down Milo.
Wow.
That is going to be the XP lane falling for the Ohio Brothers. Zia gets a kill, finds Joy Boss. Chicken is going to find Zia to respond as ISO picks up a double and finds best player. 3 members fall into the Ohio Brothers, 1 member for BTK. They were also able to claim that first turtle.
Beautiful Colt Alter coming in from Yato was able to nullify all the damage coming from Shark, and this is what I warned you guys earlier about in draft, right? The Colt Alter coming in, the rough waves is not going to do enough damage. It's going to nullify everything, right? ISO coming into the Colt Alter a little bit later saved him, but woo! Oh, what just happened? Weezy, I just blinked. I blinked.
Takes down Hoon. I know, I blinked too. I think we both almost missed that. But speaking of missing things, ISO falling to Zia, giving him the advantage in the goal lane. But Zane joining the party, trying to shut down Zia. Is going to flicker back, trying to get to safety. Does escape the wrath of Mobazane, the king of the junglers.
Might be.
Hook
Hook lands. It's over.
He's going to use the rough waves to get out, but Joyboss on the chase, needs the iron hook. Misses it! Zane on the chase, but a misdirection from Super Shark gets caught off guard and falls down.
Or not.
Wow. Baited in best player.
Best player out of position is going to use a Phantom Execution and the puncture.
Incredible.
The path through and escapes with 5% HP.
But that is a ult burnt for Yato. Ooh. Whoa. Weezy. You gotta be at the edge of your seats. I blink for 1 second and stuff's happening. I can't keep up, Weezy.
Yeah, but definitely the Ohio Brothers not wasting the opportunity. Instant transmission with those flickers on the screen to be able to draw that kill. And now 63 on the scoreboard. BTK leading the way as you are seeing some of the items picked up. ISO picking up the Berserker's Fury, having a little bit of that crit at his disposal.
Yeah, they're definitely pressing
ISO going
the gas
for
pedal
endless
for
battle
the side
now.
Of the Ohio Brothers, but BTK is kind of waiting for Zane to start farming, right? ISO
We were
might
waiting
be
on Zia because Zia was going for a BOD first. So he just got that BOD, so he should actually start coming online pretty soon with these sites.
Do kills, but for right now,
Why you have to call him right in front of the... Oh man, that was so bad.
Yeah, gonna trade that out. Who will be able to claim this turtle? First one went to BTK, but the second one going to the Ohio Brothers. They now have 2 turtles under their belt and may be able to pick off some kills as you already see the rough waves go down.
Okay, that's better. That's better.
Nice, much better.
Best
much better
buddies
engagement
now
there.
enemies across the land of Dawn, but a huge iron hook on the Super Shark by Joyboss and Yato securing the kill. But the suppression goes in from the IMU. Bloody Hunt onto Yato. Alter being forced out for BTK. Open the sniper from ISO from afar in their jungle. Shuts down Hoon. Not able to step in front of those bullets, and ISO secures that kill.
No, he got baited.
Milo and Zia now trying to push out of the mid-river. Need to get away, but wait a minute.
Beatrix was
Zia with the damage, and Milo to finish. Finds ISO and may be able to take out Chicken.
Beautiful play, and Zia, I love how you waited so patiently in that bush, but Chicken.
He's gonna rush in. Oh my goodness! Chicken, a menace! The placement of micro, the ability to make that work in his favor and pick up the kill, takes down Super Shark, outplays best player in Zia in that mid lane and sustains himself. And this just shows you how much of a valued asset he is for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Yeah,
hit for tat.
Too well. He's sitting at 1-4, and you know we thought that the Kaneda pick would
yeah,
be very
they
nice
just
here,
they just continually keep on. Like this is like the essence of just standing in the middle of the ring and both people throwing punches.
Right? I mean, there was a lane swap already. Marshall going to the top side for the Ohio Brothers. Zia up there trying to claim that turret, but it looks like Chicken was able to take it and deny
they punish her for
that pressure.
Oh,
on
Super
the map,
Shark, boy. Okay.
Bye bye.
And then Super Shark trying to rush out, but the Petrify, Chicken rushing in, trying to get the kill. Finds it, takes down Super Shark, maybe able to get another. The R-Line is unstoppable.
Okay, that was cool.
ISO
that was fine.
Is gonna find Hoon. 2 members falling for BTK, 2 members falling for TOB, nobody falling for BTK. Sniper goes down. Alter being activated. Venice Rage dropping from Zia, trying to contest BTK from claiming that
they
turret
don't
in the mid lane,
have
but they're now
any
gonna
problem
shift
to
their focus
contest
into
the Lord.
Yeah, BTK does have the advantage right now of turrets. 2 turrets into their favor and turtle favor into favor of Ohio Brothers. But they did a very good job defending that mid side.
1 turret in their favor. It's 2-1.
Pushed, but Lord is going to be picked up by BTK. Mobazane, the king of jungle, putting their hands on it. But
Yeah, Chicken is doing a lot of damage.
Chicken is just deleting the Ohio brothers right now with this. I mean, he is 4-0-4.
That R-Lot needs to be banned. You can't allow a chicken on that. He's literally the best XP
Ohio
player
brothers,
in the
all of their
right
kills are going split between Zia and Milo.
Chicken is not found.
But nobody has an answer for Chicken, right? He's always at the right place at the right time, and every time he sees an enemy, he's guaranteed to take them down. But concealed play has been called out from Joy Bosch. They are going to go ahead and try and seize this turret in the mid lane, and it looks like TOB will not be able to deny it.
Down.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of objectives has been lost for the side of TOB as Lord has been picked up by BTK, still pushing down that bot side, and TOB needs to come with a response, but here comes the invasion once again.
Okay.
Yep, invasion does go down. Rough Waves dropping in for a possible pickoff, but T with the final slash, not able to sustain himself. Best player will take him out. Ultimate Sniper onto Milo. 1 HP will be able to make it back to the base, all in the midst of this as the Lord is pushing in on the bottom side.
Yeah, but we might see another skirmish in the mid side. Here we go, Wheezy, step by step.
Yeah, possibly gonna fight it out as they are trying to take the tier 2 turret, slowly inching their way up the map. BTK leading the way as it is bleeding blue.
Fast.
The Kings of Kings, the bloodthirsty Kings, showing the world we are ready to take game 1. They're trying to repeat what we've seen in the NACT spring season with the Ohio brothers. Still confident to be able to turn this around.
Yeah, definitely trying to do that Control C and Control V from what happened in that last season, but still have a lot of insurance left, right? TOB still has time for Zia to scale, and once Milo starts getting a little bit more tanky, is able to take forward a lot of those damage, but mid lane, they gotta look for a little bit more. Macro, they are slacking just a little bit.
Also, the Leslie's ult, it's very useful to
this might be a little bit of
spot any enemies
TOB,
around.
but BTK has to keep their momentum going if they want to take this game to a win.
That's right. I mean, you're slowly seeing the turrets fall for the Ohio brothers, and they're not really able to do anything about it.
Power
At this
down.
point in the game, they just need to group up together and wait for the opportunity from BTK being over-aggressive. As you are going to see Chicken on the top side, alongside ISO, take yet another turret to tier 2, leaving only the tier 2.
Damn, he just lost his buff.
TOB is stripped down to their inhibitors, and now going to go ahead and contest on the purple buff as well. Zane picking that up, out-farming best player so far, leading by 4,000 gold. And also 4 turrets.
The advantage is
on the Ohio
4,000.
Macro, definitely BTK is winning, but might see a little bit of a skirmish. Now, the thing is with these two teams, they do know their limitations, so they know when to go in and when to back out. So you can definitely see the discipline coming in from both teams, but the issue is who makes the first mistake or a foul play for them to turn it into their side and their game.
Right, and right now, it's looking like BTK may be able to try and close this out early. But TOB, right? They are a top tier team.
Never send your jungler to clear out a lane.
Side, they can still find a way to turn this around, and it just goes off their
As soon as you send your jungler to clear out a lane, the enemy knows that your jungler is not there to start down this fucking lord.
Blink for a second, or they'll lose the opportunity.
Okay, what are we gonna do here? Are we about to lose this? Are we about to do a retreat battle?
Best player get in position to possibly take this lord, but BTK now joining the party as well. Mobazane running on this Boxia jungle that he's been known for so far recently on the professional scene, and now they're going to fight it out.
All right, they did bait out the cult altar. Do we have another cult altar? We sure do.
But the cult altar responded back from the bloodthirsty
No
Kings
cult
into
altars
the hands
anymore.
of Yato.
Sharks in
goes
trouble.
down. Super Shark trying to escape, but
Nobody's
not
gonna
able
help.
to as ISO finds a kill on an Iron Hook. Connected with the Bloody Hunt. Mobazane securing a kill on the best player. And now Zia doing a lot of damage on a Chicken. Tries to rush in, but Zia going to deny it. Shut him down. That is a 2-for-1 trade. TOB still behind in members. BTK may have the advantage they need to take subject. Milo is going to find Yato. Killing spree activated. Milo knocked airborne, but may get another. Does find ISO for the double. Joyboss very low. Milo wants to triple. He can smell blood. He's chasing down Joyboss. Zane not able to get the Lord. It will be reset. What a skirmish.
Definitely a skirmish here, but we are looking at retreat still into the favor of BTK, so this can be anybody's Lord as best player is coming back up to the ground. This is going to be another 5v5 skirmish, but ISO is taken down currently, so the Ohio brothers need to burst this Lord down as fast as they can before ISO comes back on the bubble. Mobazane coming in with the cheese wheel.
He's going to wrap around with the cheese wheel, trying to find the cheese of the retribution, but blocked by the side of TOB. Best player is going to claim the Lord for the Ohio brothers. Shark gets out with barely any HP, but they are still fighting it out. Not done yet. Hoon finds Yato. Final slash going in. That was the IMU from Hoon to set the team of BTK, and they have to now pull back. Lord goes into the hands of TOB.
Beautiful Renus Empathy coming in from Zia was able to snipe down Yato and make him extremely low and let the rest of the higher brothers finish up that game. Now they have to be careful, right? Capitalize everything, reset all the waves for them to be able to take this Lord and do something with it. Because usually we see Lords being taken down pretty early, but this is all dependent on how they want to sync their waves. So Milo already doing a good job cutting off some of the waves of BTK so they can't push up any further. But let's see how BTK wants to play their cards.
Anti-heal equipment.
Zia is going to claim yet another turret. Definitely outscaling ISO, up by about 1,000 gold on him and picking up all of his core items. Lord is going to crash into the tier 2, and down it goes in favor for TOB. Haas picked up from Zia to sustain himself
what a push
for the late game battles, as you are going to go ahead and see the Lord bursted down for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Was that 3
I'm gonna
turrets?
have to give big credits though, however, to Chickens.
Yes.
Chickens are
About to be 4.
literally dominating every single member of the Ohio Brothers. We're at the final slash, putting too much CC for the rest of the team to go ahead and do some
big suppress, big suppress.
Gonna rush in, Bench Phase dropping down, Cold Altar activated. Zia is gonna find Joyboss. ISO finds Super Shark, both marksmen picking up a kill from the opposing sides. Fried Chicken is gonna find Zia, finds the ADC for TOB. And now Bloodthirsty Kings on the hunt, trying to find more members. Milo in the bliss, they don't spot him out. Zane wraps around, going for the backline, is gonna go in for Hoon. ISO securing the kill. That is gonna be 3 members falling to 1.
They technically don't have the lead anymore. Dude, that's just... the fucking Arlot is so disgusting. Fucking Zia can't even get in range to ult them, because the moment he does, Arlot fucking... is it Final Slash? Or what the fuck is that called? His ultimate called?
A repeat in the story,
but he basically ults him into what?
Is gonna puncture through the
Give me a
minions
moment,
back to
I'm
safety.
gonna
Zane
look
very
for them.
confident and very tanky on
But Fried
this
Chicken just
Boxia.
slashes him into
It's the 9 best
range
player, the
of his
farm that he
team
needs,
and,
but we are
and
slowly
under the
getting to late
tower.
game right now.
It's like
16
ridiculous.
17-11, one of the highest skill games that we've seen so far
Dauntless
today,
Strike,
between these powerhouses, the best
Vengeance,
in North
and
America,
the
but
ultimate
this is
it's
the grand
called
final,
Final
right?
Slash.
The battle of merit,
Final Slash.
as the gods flip a coin.
What was I
who will
calling
land
it?
on
Ultimate is-
BTK or TOB.
No
I
idea.
definitely have to watch out for Chicken. He's doing a lot of work right now for the side of BTK. He is giving that set potential, followed up by Yato actually, doing a lot
Wait,
of
isn't
support.
what's her name's
2-3-12
called Final
right now,
Blow?
but Joybaj also
Fucking,
getting a kill and suppression on Hoon
Who?
to make sure the Cult Altar isn't
Benedetta?
interfered with Yato's, but looks like the 2 tanks are going at it right
me a
now.
second.
Zane and best player, and looking like this lance right now is gonna be a tank lance. It tanks a lot. We are gonna go shift back.
It sure
to
is.
previous
Electo
NACT,
Final Blow.
Where tanks a lot has
Final
been
blow,
prevailing,
final
but
slash.
Zane always
Moonton
on
getting
this
lazy.
tank jungle is going to do
Oh,
the
best
best
player.
in King of Farming. But here we go.
Battle on the
Oh,
way.
did they
Best
just
player
fuck up
soaking
there?
up a lot of damage.
Oh, Shark.
But Yato
Oh,
finds Super
Shark
Shark
is having
Zia
himself
with
a
the
fucking
sniper.
awful game.
Not able to save his teammate, and now needs to pull back. Speaking of
Now they
snipers,
know that
ISO
Zia's not in
sniper
range.
Zia.
They're
Now
fighting
making
this
his way all the
without
way
their
back. Zia running
marksman.
very far from this engagement. His team needs him, but he was not there. And Milo very low. Core altar from Hoon to keep him alive, but for how long? Does flicker away, but not the same for Hoon as he gets caught in the tracks of BTK and bursted down, creating the opportunity for them to take this Lord.
Absolutely beautiful immune though from best player coming in with Joybaj's ult, but wasn't enough to go ahead and sustain that team fight. But look at best player trying to look for something, but unfortunately might not make it.
What are you trying to do? Best player's trying. He's
Plays
trying.
with the passing. Thorn Rose not
Did
enough.
you really think that this Lord was gonna like? Is this? Does he think this is the final Lord?
No, my goodness! Zia steals the Lord from MOBA Zane with the Bennett's rage and gets away to safety, but ISO in a 1v1 matchup. Zia picks up the kill, still alive. The Haas class has sustained himself. High IQ plays. Nice goal lane you have, Zane. Now in the hands of TOB for the denial.
Absolutely. Now we are seeing a flip in the script that was supposed to be King of the Jungle, King of Retry. Zane taking that Lord, but looks like TOB. Zia is going to go ahead and take it with his
Phantom Slash, skill 1,
Man,
an eye
huge
for
play.
an eye,
That's what
skill
TOB
2.
needed. BTK, if they would have took that Lord, they could have closed it
Imagine
out.
if they win this. I
With
don't
their
think
backs against the
BTK
wall
comes
and their
back.
ADC not back in time for the next 10 seconds. They may be able to end this game and claim game 1 as the Lord is still intact, slowly making his way into the base. Cold Altar being activated over there from Yato and responded back from Hoon with the IMU, keeping both teams alive. Zia finds
so
Yato.
close.
Can he find another? Fried Chicken trying to front line to soak up the damage, clear out the minions.
So close.
Flippin' Sniper going down. Joyboss very low, goes back to the base for some regen, forcing TOB out of their base. pace, but they are not done yet. They want to claim another inhibitor. Mobazane soaking up the damage. Chicken beside him. Yato and Joy Bosch from afar.
Bro, Zia, you gotta work on that freaking range, dude.
Finds the ADC for TOB.
That's a
with their
freaking
marksman out of
Arvel.
position.
Or
BTK
Arvel,
gains
that's
the
an
advantage
Arlon.
again and will force TOB back to their side of the jungle.
Looks like they kind of overstayed their stay there, but BTK did a beautiful job recovering from that fight and was able to defend all their turrets beautifully well. Base Crystal is about halfway, but that will definitely regen as we keep going with this fight. And we are at a 20-minute game. Power Spike has been hit. Both sides are at stake, and looks like BTK wants to go ahead and pull all aggro towards the side of TOB.
And BTK
The
now
pull
flipping
and
it back
push
in their
game,
favor.
it's
Can they close it
real.
out? A battle of ping pong between BTK and TOB. This is what we always see when these two teams go head to head, and it just shows you how explosive their matches can be. But only one team will be able to claim victorious, right? This is the grand finals for stage 1 of the NACT fall season, best of 5. And this is only game 1, 20 minutes in. I don't even know which way this is going to go. It's just going to boil down to micro and macro from both sides.
It just keeps going back and forth, Wheezy. Like, there's no lead right now, right? Gold is literally neck to neck. There's literally 100 gold difference from both sides, but like literally EXP for the BTK is doing all the work, and for TOB, Zia is the one doing all the damage. So who is it really going to be taken off first? And I feel like one of those members is taken off for other sides. This can be anybody's game, but it depends on who.
TOB needs to be very careful. I feel like TOB has one answer, while Bloodthirsty King have more than one. You've got fried chicken, you've got ISO, Zane's 3-1-9 right now, so like they got a lot of people they can count on. Where I think Zia is the only one really kind of hoisting them up right now on the side of the Ohio Brothers. So the moment Zia gets caught, it's fucking over for Ohio Brothers.
Just love to see the battle.
Shark's not really. I feel like Shark's having a bad game.
Now enemies in the land of Dawn. I'm sure they're still friends
there's
outside of the land of Dawn. But I love to see the camaraderie between all of these players today. You are going to see the Cult Altar activated in the mid lane.
So Cult Altar has been activated in the back line. Milo, what are you doing? Are we really going to go into this?
Frontlining all the damage. Far behind enemy lines. Dodge the Iron Hook from Joy Bosch. Cult Altar being activated from Yato. It's time for the side of BTK, as we are going to see this lore spawn in.
Absolutely, both sides have used their ults for especially the Colt's Altar,
He's
where
dead.
Saving Grace is a better one, but ISO doing a lot of damage to Milo. But look at Joy Bosch.
He's dead.
Shark is going to find Yato, gets the kill. One member falling for BTK, and that may be what they needed. Who's going to find Joy Bosch, though? 2 members falling.
Oh, that's a wipeout.
A slight mistake from the Bloodthirsty King.
Arlot's
Zia finds
doing a good
Mobazane.
job.
Only ISO and Chicken by themselves and make that.
Is that it?
Wait a minute.
That's it
1v1.
for
Everyone's out of being proc. Zia finds Chicken.
No,
And it's just ISO left alone on an island, and 5 members of the Ohio Brothers. Best player takes him down. Who is going to take down ISO?
Oh, Yato.
And now a full wipeout, but Yato's still in the mix. Minions crashing down the mid lane. He needs to clear them out, but I don't think he has enough
Very
time.
good.
He is trying for dear life, but Hoon, John Killing Spree will shut him down.
That was a fucking great
My
game.
goodness,
That's worthy
the
of the
Ohio
finals,
Brothers shuts down BTK. Game 1 of the
Very
grand finals for
interesting
stage 1
positioning,
NACT
very
Fall.
interesting methods.
Absolutely, but not yet a shutdown yet. We still have 3 more games to go if this wants to be a official
That was
shutdown
sexy,
for
so
the
hot.
Ohio Brothers. But that is already a good first game coming in from both sides. BTK versus Ohio Brothers. We already seen this turn into a 20-minute game. And Wheezy, you're gonna have to be at the edge of your seat for these next games because we blink for 1 second and someone's just clipped off the board. So, oh my goodness, I can't even tell what's going on.
Every time these two teams fight, man, I love to see it, right? They all work so very hard to get to this point, and it shows in the land of Dawn. Even when your jungler's out, hey, your marksman knows where to be, and Zia able to get that denial and get that Lord in their favor, and, you know, ultimately, through the line, help them win this game. BTK did an excellent job. I think they were at the right place at the right times. Zane wasn't able to get that retribution in time. Maybe didn't expect Zia to hit that Bennett's Rage last minute, but nonetheless, it just shows you just a difference in the skill level between these top 2 teams. And now looking at the post-game stats,
Zane gonna scream.
Minutes of chaos.
Nah, Zane, dude, I'm gonna tell you, like, when it comes to being behind or taking a loss, he's fine with it. It's if he loses the series, he might be upset. But when it comes to the actual game time, I guarantee this dude, he's all business. Both both of these teams are like that. I feel like that's the difference between the top line team. Yeah, they're professional when it comes to shit like that. Yeah, after the series is over, you might see some whining and stuff like that, but during the game, yeah, they don't have room for that. They're just gonna figure out what they did wrong and try to cover that up next time.
Grand Finals final game, but this is the Grand Finals.
It's because when you're frustrated, then you're falling into the game, into the mind game of the enemy. So you need to keep your head cool.
From the Ohio brothers, able to fully wipe out BTK.
And no phone throwing here.
Yato by himself to kind of fend them off, and it just was not enough.
Yeah, it looks like the rich guy's gonna go to Zia, and Carry will also go to Zia as well, doing the most damage and also farming at the same time. But
Zia.
Sandbag is going to be Mobazane, as he did run that tank Baksha, was able to sustain a lot.
I hate that they're not touching on the fact that the original reason Zia left BTK is because he didn't want to mage anymore. He wanted to marksman. This game right here really solidifies himself as a marksman, and I would have been touching on that and been like, you know, like he's really kind of proving himself, especially against another marksman like ISO, who has been like the star player for BTK in the last few games.
Outplayed going up BTK, and now pretty much the same team that on TOB fighting it out with the addition of Milo instead of Promise. It's the same kind of feeling, right? You never know which way it's going to go. It's back and forth, and I just love to be a part of it. Definitely a shout out to BTK and TOB. We're supporting both of them. I know it gets kind of crazy in the battlefield, but you know, we want to see who will be able to represent us in M5, and I'm definitely proud to say if it was one of them, I'm cool with that, right? Even any of the teams in top 8, I can't wait to see where they kind of land their mark inside of history for Mobile Legends Bang Bang North America. But man, that was game 1, Eunice. Just game 1 of this best of 5 grand finals.
dude.
A long time.
Do you even? That's the thing too. Do you ban the R-Lot, dude? That shit would.
Hey, but at least we got some great matches.
I'd be so mad.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But I would have to say,
Zia still did he did such a fantastic job despite getting caught by R-Lot so many times.
Chicken, literally one blink of an eye, and someone just got knocked off the board.
Fanny ban.
Chicken really was such a huge
Fanny perma ban
of the Ohio brothers, so maybe limit out Chicken. And
why don't the Ohio brothers ban Fanny? Yuck, yuck, yuck,
yuck. He was doing everything. Literally shutdown happening 10 minutes in because there was no response for him.
Chill Pill Dre, what's going on, man? Thank you for the raid.
That's what BTK needs, right? Chicken kind of setting the tempo of the fights and the sets. Maybe that's what they needed this entire time.
Yeah, definitely.
His raid of 2 people. Is that you in the bot?
Chicken was definitely a lot more explosive and flashy with the plays that he pulled off. Milo was able to sustain himself, right? He didn't fall too many times, and he was also leading with majority of the kills for the Ohio brothers. So I
welcome,
definitely
guys.
think Chicken had the advantage when he slotted in that R-Lot on the first
if you don't know, I'm a streamer for North America. I'll be streaming next week with Gamic.
So now, with the Ohio brothers having first pick this time around, it's definitely going to change their strategy, right? They're going to go ahead and ban out this Kadita, ban out this Tarizla. Liking what I'm seeing so far.
Absolutely. Now, we already know that a ban is going to be taken off the side of BTK, as Fanny is a definite respect fan for best player, as he is one of the most known Fanny assassin players. So we do see another Angela getting banned. Now, Angela works so well with tank jungles. I promise you, literally, as soon as Heart Guard comes up, the fighter is literally back to full health. So no matter what you do to the tank jungle, you just can't kill him. Unkillable, unstoppable. Literally needs to be the name of the jungler. So we are seeing a lot of bans. Baksha just got banned out, which is now limiting Zane off of his jungle, but I already know Zane has a lot up his sleeve. He's literally pulled every single fighter you can think of, starting from Paquito to Bane to Alpha to Tinks-a-Lot to Frederick, you name it. Zane's gonna pull out that wild card in front of Ohio brothers. So
what are you talking about? Could you just sacrifice yourself to the fucking Ohio brother lords
maybe a Eve, a Valentina,
several times?
Something else that can limit some other
and that's the thing too. They won despite like shutting down. I want to say they shut down most of the team. Dude, Zia carried that fucking game hard. That's why I was saying, like, there's very little that the rest of the team was doing. It was basically all Zia. You could see it from the stats. While the Ohio brothers, you had ISO there. Mobazane only had 1 death. Fly Chicken was whacking them with the R-Lot. And for them to still come out ahead. Let Shark get something that he doesn't fail on, and see what happens.
A very great dude, an amazing player. Like you said, always playing behind the scenes on the top teams in North America. He was traveling around the world with the Valley back in the day. His brother was like a coach for them as well. So now to see him kind of living out his dreams and fighting it out and doing really well, right? And like I said, he wasn't the reason that TOB was kind of falling short at some of the moments in the game. He was actually able to hold his own.
And Anus, I love seeing an Anus.
Top competitors such as Chicken.
Who do you counter it with? There's no Terizla there too.
Provide Neil the opportunity to cut behind the lane of BTK and clear out those minions. And
are they going to go with an Arlot again?
I am looking for a Fredrin. Oh, there it is, and a Kaja. Now we already know Zane is the king of that Fredrin, a hand in his pocket, walking around. Just
you counter
and give a little bit of an energy boost
with
for
an
BTK,
Esmeralda.
but Joybosh is gonna go ahead and lock that Kaja.
I don't think Chicken goes with that. He might go with something a little stronger.
So I feel like that's a good.
He's got mechanical ability.
However, so it's going to be very
I wouldn't even put it past him to use something like, well, I don't think he would use Benedetta with the type of lag and MS he gets.
For any CC to be set.
I almost think he'll go with a mechanical XP lane. I'm gonna say like something like Benedetta, somebody with movement, so he doesn't have to fight with Uranus, but he can rotate faster than Uranus.
So we have to be careful. But I'm also thinking of a Franco pick here. Maybe you wanna just mirror the suppression, or is Shark looking?
Or you could just go with a Dyroth pick, I guess. But like Dyroth doesn't do well into what do you call it?
Lowly, but. They're actually not opting for an early marksman pick. Zia is going to run this Melissa.
Kaja's already out there. That's Joybosh is going to be using
now,
that.
I mean, you still got to worry about Joybosh. Even though you use that go away, I think you can still pretty much close that gap with Divine Judgment. And you can still hit him with the Ring of Order, too. So,
Divine Glass. Wait, does Divine Judgment close the gap on the go away?
Arlott with the final slash can still go through that go away bubble and take him out of it if he places it right. So,
I don't think so.
Eyes on that. It is going to be a mid to late
I think
game
the range is too much for the go away, and if he tries to dive inside, it's going to stun him out of the Divine Judgment.
He was able to continuously have more gold than him every single game. It's not like just one time; it was just consistently, right?
Another fucking Arlott, dude.
The same thing. He was out farming ISO in the gold lane as well. Yes, he did have the opportunity from the Ohio brothers trying to take some of the early neutral objectives to help him get that power spike, but nonetheless, that's
actually not a terrible idea now that I think about it too, because you've got more range than Beatrix, because you can throw your doll out there, so you don't have to get close enough to Arlott to get pooped on.
They still got to pick up their mage as well.
Absolutely, but looks like BTK is going to start banning out Shark, and my response for the higher brothers is
probably
going to ban out
I want to see a Hoon fucking Guzhin, something mechanical. I feel like Hoon has had to water down his mage picks because he has to support the team, and he has to be a team player. But like, he is so mechanically gifted.
So there's always a trade between the mid laners, but we are seeing a Kufra getting banned out, so very much limiting Shark's roam pick potential now at this point. So we are seeing Shark left with maybe a lowly or Franco's still up actually, so he can pick that up if he wants to.
I don't think he's gonna go with a Franco. You might. So you have two suppressants out in the field.
Of the members, as you know.
What else would he do? Maybe a healer? He's so wasted on healers though.
Definitely do a lot of damage to go away. Isn't going to be doing too much to help himself. So Yato's gonna go ahead and run the Faramis one more time.
Another
Faramis. This is the matchup we're gonna see again.
What are we gonna do here? What are we doing?
Is the best one. Best player is gonna do a copy and paste and go tanks a lot once
I
more.
vote Franco.
I wonder what Shark's gonna pick.
Again.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Rock is not available. Kufra's not available. They're really trying to shut down Shark for some reason. I feel like he was super ineffective last game.
Beatrix?
And they still won. So like I wouldn't focus on him almost.
Possibly something that could play a little bit further than close, especially since
Leslie
kind of bully in that lane. So Leslie could definitely be an excellent option. But when it comes to Shark, right? I mean, looking at the table, what's available, the show is still up on the board.
Oh, Cho too.
But I think they need groups.
Really?
So they are going to go in for the Lolita and Shark. I mean, we all know how he gets down with the Lolita, right? All the way back from even last year and the years before.
I do not like a Lolita with a Kaja, with a Fredrin, with an Arlott on the enemy team.
Right? I mean, you do have to watch out for Chicken on the final
Faramis
slash.
too.
Definitely
like
they all can
blast. Zane can rush in and you hit the energy eruption to cancel it out.
Literally,
Kaja,
he's not going to be able to hit a Numenon Blast. Not a single one. Numeron, I think it is. Numeron? Is it Numeron?
Anybody can pull it off. It's definitely
Numeron. Let me check.
Yeah, absolutely. But you mentioned that you kind of wanted
Lolita.
a marksman not really up too close to everyone's face for the side of BTK. So I was kind of hovering over Brody.
No, you're a support,
But maybe
Lolita.
Beatrix is the better pick. And looks
Numeon
like Weezy,
Energy
you're not going to
Core.
be slotted anywhere today. I'm sorry.
Numeron?
Brody is not being slotted today. But
Numeon
Weezy,
Blast.
take us to game
Numeon.
2
Numeon.
of BTK
Numeon.
versus TOB.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's right, as we are now jumping into Game 2 of the Grand Finals of NACT Fall Stage 1. A blast from the past, a similar matchup to the NACT Spring Season, as we are seeing the Ohio Brothers up against BTK in a best-of-5. TOB does have one advantage from taking Game 1 to boost their momentum, but it was a very close game. How will BTK respond?
I've been saying it right. Somebody told me I was wrong before. They're like, it's Numeron or Numeon. Or something like that. It's Numenon.
Literally at grand finals of NACT Spring Season, but here we go.
Milo draws
There goes
first blood.
Yato.
He's gonna find Yato.
Numenon,
Slight
yeah.
advantage
I
for
always
the
thought I was
Ohio
saying it right.
brothers.
And then,
Does
because
burst
Weezy
down
and
the mid
Deku,
lane,
and I
but
forgot
there's
who
King.
else, never say it correctly.
Zia,
They always say
ISO
Numeron or
battling it out in
Numeon
the
or something
top
like that.
side.
I'm like,
And we do know
Numenon.
that ISO
Well.
was formerly known as Easy Peasy, but he did change his
Wait,
name.
what the
so
fuck
for
is
people
that?
who are getting confused, that is ISO.
Is that supposed to be the basic emblem on
marksman player for
fucking
BTK, another
Uranus?
skirmish midside.
Yeah, as they were battling over that lethal Wanderer, but best player is able to secure it to give him a slight advantage when it comes to
Uranus.
farming.
The physical
Now,
one.
I mean, even last game, it's
I've
like the
never-
early game doesn't even matter, right? It just boils down to
Maybe
like
it's
how these teams
Can you do
engage
me
in
a
the late
favor,
game. I don't think
Soroku? Can
either
you
of them
go
are gonna
back
get an
to
early game
the,
finish against each other. They're just
Can
too
you go
good
back to the
on not allowing too many
when they
mistakes
showed
kind
the
of
emblems
cracks.
at the beginning
So
of the
maybe
beginning of the
trying
match and
they have to
screenshot
literally
that
play
for me?
perfectly against each other to
That's
really win it
incorrect. You gotta
out.
let them know.
Speaking of winning it out,
Bye,
Chicken
Chicken.
very low will fall. Super Shark draws the kill. That is 2 kills unanswered so far. TOB leading on the scoreboard.
I'm sick of
Yeah,
seeing
even if
Valentina
one
and
side, the
Farza.
early
This is
games
how
looking
sick I am of
more
seeing
lean forward.
Zayn
We
and
can't
fucking
even say that
Fredrin.
they're having a lead because usually with these two teams,
gonna
it's
send you
literally
one
a game
picture
of
and
ping
you are going
pong.
to tell
It keeps
me
going
if
back
this
and
is what you
forth, no matter
wanted,
how
okay?
many times we say whoever has the lead. So Weezy, let's not jinx ourselves here. Let's just say it's a neutral game for both of these sides because it really goes on to that late game. But here we go, Turtle Dance.
Yeah, on the way, best player trying to draw the retribution and zone out Zayn. Look at Milo providing that pressure and the separation, and the turtle will go to TOB. So far, they've claimed all the objectives they needed. 2 kills in a turtle, and we haven't seen BTK find a trade.
Zayn on
But the
Bane.
top side, Zia did pop that go away and popped out Joybot's flicker, denying
where do
the
you want
divine
it?
judgment coming in.
Just
which
put it
means they
in
failed the gank from the top, but here we
general
go,
chat or
Zia.
something.
On the way, Divine Judgment
In
dropping
the
down, grabbing
after
him up
party
in his
chat.
tracks into the turret, but able
Sure.
to get out just in time. Super Shark there for the denial alongside Hoon.
Let me
but
know if
Yato
that's what you wanted.
now making his way into the bush for a possible play.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's definitely the wrong
Yato's
emblem.
just there for a little bit of zonage and pathing. 4-man top.
He's going to rush in, trying to take down ISO. Did not know Yato was in that bush, and now Zayn is going to join the
I'm
battle.
gonna guess
as
that's
well.
the
So they
basic
can't really
emblem they're
gank
trying to show.
like they wanted to. That moment slipped through their fingers for that opportunity. Now 3 minutes in, you are still seeing both teams trying to find their footing, trying to figure out who is leading the way for the early phase right before we see this turtle spawn in. But looking at who got the first kills, right? Shark was the one who drew that for TOB, so it's not really the worst thing for BTK since it did go into the hands of a roamer.
Oh my
Yeah,
god, I
but it
wasn't even
kills the
paying
kills,
attention or
right?
taking
Gives a little
notes
bit of
yet.
that gold bonus, but
That's only
Shark.
2-0. I'll be alright.
Gonna go in. For a
Okay,
possible stun.
ISO.
very low. Zia draws the kill.
And that kill
Joybot
was
now
actually
having to fend
thanks
off
to
Zia
Lolita.
and Super Shark from chipping down the gold on this turret. Now Hoon wrapping around. They may
Hoon.
be able to take down Joybot. The dynamic trio in effect. Joybot's now trying to get away, but is able to clear out those minions with the Ring of Order.
And it's gonna set up for the next potential turtle on coming in about 20
Melissa
seconds.
hitting hard
Mid
the tower,
cleared in
getting
by
lots
best
of
player,
gold.
But looks like he might have overstepped his welcome.
Yeah, now very low. Use of the Thorn Rose will be able to puncture out to safety. But on the top lane, the proxy in the set from the Ohio Brothers to deny entry from BTK to fend off their turret. Zia will be able to take that with ease.
The Ohio Brothers are basically putting on a clinic
Beautiful,
right
and
now.
looks like the Ohio Brothers
Who are we
will
looking
start
at with the
drawing
late
out
game here?
this turtle into their favor, and Shark is gonna get his first hand on it.
Right, Shark is going to go ahead and pull the aggro, waiting for best play position, right? They were able to claim the first turtle, and now maybe be able to get one, drew the first
Second turtle,
and also 3 kills
uncontested.
left unanswered so far for BTK. They're slowly just allowing all these objectives to work into the hands of the Ohio brothers, which will give them the advantage when it comes to the 5v5 skirmishes.
Yeah, but we still have BTK with that late game insurance chicken. We gotta watch out for his R-Lot as he is a huge menace, but we do see the gold plating has now fallen, so we are looking at a very intense game from here on out. 5 minutes in, we are looking at a little bit of a skirmish in the mid side.
Yeah, skirmish on the way. Yato is going to go ahead and use that Colt Altar. But look at Milo, just showing the unkillable Uranus, providing the minions to stop in their tracks to allow their minions to push in to take the turret. Mobazane hit
nice.
a blast provided by Shark, and now a lot of damage dealt onto him. Do they take him out? Zia with the power of Muddles will find a kill. Joyboss falling to Hoon. You are going to see Mobazane drop to Zia as well. 2 members falling for BTK. Now a 5-0 lead for the Ohio brothers.
Absolutely, with objectives also into their favor, going to go ahead and ask for a pause for the side of Ohio brothers. But let's take a look at what's going on. Right?
Give
Objectives
BTK
are
a
all
break
into the
before
side
we
of Ohio
finish this off.
BTK still looking for an answer to see how they
Last
can deal
off.
with anybody from the side of TOB.
Shark did.
Everyone is at a
From the
perfect
Ohio
kill score.
brothers.
No deaths on the board yet for Ohio brothers.
That's right. Zia already picked up 2
Pause
kills
it. Throw
for
those
TOB,
bitches a
which
towel and wipe out the sweat off their face. Oh, damn! Robots attacked Wheezy. It's all over. Keep going. Keep going, Eunice. Eunice? Is she gone too? Did we lose them both on VMix?
And we are looking back into the game. We are starting to see the reset from both sides. Everything is still a little bit of a neutral. Ohio brothers does have a little bit of that gold lead, but not so much for the side of BTK. But I can't jinx myself. BTK can definitely come back from this, as we have seen not a one-side story, but more of a two-side story coming in from both sides. But looks like a little bit of skirmish coming in, but looks like they're gonna respectfully back off and restart their rotations. And it looks like Milo's doing a really good job on this Uranus, zoning out the entire side of BTK, but Yato pulling in Milo. Milo might have just gotten caught. Flicker has been popped in, and a little bit of an invasion coming in from the Ohio brothers to deny anything of Zane's buff to make sure he is stayed underfed.
God
for the
help
side of
her.
BTK. Well, that fight's not done. Final slash coming from Chicken. Colt's Altar has been popped in by the side of Ohio brothers, but you do see Shard coming in, Moon and Blast with Stun 3 members. Not enough to do enough damage, but Premium Judgment able to pull best play into the turret. Chicken is able to pick up that kill, and that is a 1-for-0 trade.
That was unfortunate.
That is the first death onto the board for the side of BTK. And now we are looking at the turret getting pushed in right now. Milo and Shark doing a good job trying to zone out the rest of the team for the Ohio brothers. Zane,
Look at Milo. He's got no fear.
not able to. Milo might have just overstepped his welcome.
He's just chilling.
Doing a
Oh,
lot.
Jesus. They put him in the bounce house of
Takes
doom.
the kill off of the Ohio brothers and into his hands. Milo off the board. That is a little bit unfortunate for the side of Ohio brothers, as their EXP lane is not there, but looks like TOB wants to take this turtle away from BTK. Zia doing a lot of damage.
Third turtle.
Was able to chip it off just a little bit.
They are
His best
contesting.
player able to secure this turtle.
Just a
yes,
little.
he is uncontested.
Not even.
And the waves are pushing it on the top side. Now we do see both win conditions are pretty good. TOB is definitely into the lead still. Looks like ISO and Joyboss are going to have to back off to start to defend these waves, as minions are not into their favor, but Shark setting up on Zane and Yada being stunned. Yada have to bring that Purify. Milo
Lolita
going in.
doing
Able to
lots
do
and
enough damage,
lots
but
of
is able to zone
stuff
off the
there.
rest of the team. But we do see Vesper getting taken off hold and is able to get out of there alive. But nice Hoon being able to use the Divine Judgment. Zia is able to do another kill. We do see Shark getting taken off by ISO. Zia doing a really good job trying to zone off the rest of the team. Final slash coming in from Chicken, not able to secure the deal, and looks like it is a 1-for-0 trade once again, but that is a roamer taken off. A beautiful pathing coming in. They are still looking for a little bit more blood. Yato is coming in, but
Pick
Joyboss
some,
dangerously low, but
go out.
ISO
Damn.
might be taking off Milo, ends up getting that kill, still doing a little bit of damage with that backline. Joyboss barely getting out of there alive. And that is now, you could say, a 1-for-1 trade for both sides for Ohio brothers and BTK. And we do see
Yeah,
a little bit of
BTK
tapping
feeling the pressure
happening
now.
from best player coming in from the bot side, but we do see that one small mistake can really be deathly over here. So BTK still looking for a little bit of answers for the side of the Higher Brothers. They were able to get 3 kills, but not really enough to answer the gold lead and the kill score. 73 right now, 9 minutes in. We are looking at a 4-5k goal lead. We do see Milo already starting to zone off. The rest of the team members give enough vision. Lord's coming up in about 20 seconds. Now we do see TOB trying to set up for the fight here and already starting their pathway down. BTK looking for a little bit of an answer as they know that this Lord might be a given Lord, as they can't really make room for mistakes. They don't have much wiggle room to make any foul play, as this can be such a huge disadvantage for the side of BTK. But looks like best player is going to go ahead and start this Lord once again. A little bit of dancing Milo. Just got drawn in by Joy Bodge. Look at ISO being dropped down. Yasuo burning Colt's ultra. Zane
Now you
dropped
gotta
down.
run.
Low Colt's
Now you
ultra
gotta
being burnt
run.
by Hoon using the IMU. ISO doing a little bit of chip damage. Milo doing a little bit of that body bag for the rest of the team. Already pulled out so much aggro away from the side of BTK. Now
They
this will
won
be a
Lord 2.
uncontested
Damn.
Lord. Oh, Higher Brothers should be able to pick this up very freely if BTK doesn't find an answer for it, but they're going to go ahead and pick up the first Lord 10 minutes into the hands of the
5,000.
Higher Brothers. Now this is how they respond is really going to be the real issue. Are they going to throw some foul plays here and there just like we've seen beforehand, or are they going to be calm with a ticking time bomb? We do see 3 people grouped up. Milo already doing a lot of decent damage by just taking so much damage in their face, and this is what we like to see on Uranus players, right? You want them to be able to sustain a lot and be able to do as much as they can. But mid side, we're gonna go ahead and take down this turret. Ooh, actually not. No, Zia just got pulled in. Shark in blast, not being able to land on any members of BTK. That is a little bit of that foul play I was talking about, which means Lord might be a little bit hard to get pushed in to the side of the COB, but here we go. Joy Bodge ends up getting that blue. Best player might be stuck. We do see the Thorn Rose being able to path beautifully here, but respectfully, they are going to start their discipline and be careful with which toes they decide to step on, and be careful how things play out into their favor. We do see Chicken trying to get a start on this Lord to make sure the Lord doesn't get pushed up too much here, and we do see everything being perfectly set by the Ohio, but the top side will definitely get pushed. Shark has good read on the side of Higher Brothers, doing a lot of vision checking, and looks like they are looking for something. Zane coming in, retreat, Chicken doing a little bit of damage.
Like
Joy
nobody's
Bodge trying to
business.
rest. Let's see what Milo's doing, getting a little bit of damage, taking a lot of damage once again. And looks like Zia's gonna go ahead and back off and start that lane clearage. They still have all their turrets up except for the top side, and you can tell that these team fights are very focused on that macro, and we are gonna see how things are going. We are looking at a 12-minute game, and the gold game is still there. We are looking at Zia with 8k gold ahead of everybody else in the game. And we are looking at the advantage.
Yeah, what
towards
happened
the
with
Ohio
Species?
Brothers. Now Zia is really going to be that huge power spike for the side of Ohio Brothers once he is taken off the board.
What happened with
This might
Species?
be a hard game
I
for
don't
them
know,
to
something's
end,
wrong
as
with
they
his
have
mic.
no push, as you could say, for any of the turrets. And we are seeing a little bit of concealed play coming from Shark, already pulling away a lot of aggro away from BTK. Zane did get a read on that as well, and Zia is going to go ahead and pick up that red buff and start pathing their ways. But Milo, being a huge menace with this Uranus, he is just unkillable and is able to slot in and take a lot of damage for TOB.
And the conceal play going in,
Nice.
trying to get a pick off onto Milo. Finish race drops down. BTK having a positioning. We'll be able to find it. ISO drawing the kill. Be able to shut him down.
Absolutely. Now that is Milo.
Damn,
taking off
Weezy,
the
at least talk a
board,
little bit
and
more.
they
Give her
can't
a
make
second
any
to
more
fucking
foul
breathe
plays
and take
anymore, or
a
else
sip
this
of
might be a
water.
huge issue. Lord is up, and Milo is not there to start zoning out.
I would have held
being
on to that ball just a little
sandbag,
longer, just out
as
of
everyone loves to
respect
call it,
for how long
for
she
the
was
Ohio
casting by
Brothers.
herself.
We are
Like, bro,
seeing a
get yourself a
little bit of
water.
fans, and I'm gonna give Weezy a little bit of a break.
Take a break.
As
Take
we
a
are
break.
seeing these things going ping pong head to head.
Go get some
Immediately
snacks.
tosses the ball back to her.
Together, but doing a little bit of poke damage, but Weezy,
Wow.
go ahead with the dance.
You are seeing the Lord still intact at about 50% HP. Mobazane trying to secure it. Best player still in position, but taking some hits. You are going to see him path in with the puncture, but taking down Joy Boss, securing the kill. No retribution for the Ohio brothers. Mobazane may be able to get the Fierce Bastard from ISO Zio. Taking out Zane and getting the Lord yet again. This is 2 Lord steals for Zia so far. Up against BTK. A huge advantage for the Ohio brothers as he picks up another one, takes down Fried Chicken.
That is a huge steal. That is a second Lord taken away from Zane. Zia is able to do miracle
Not
plays
taken
today.
away.
What is going on, Weezy? What buff
The Lord
did you
was
give him?
uncontested the first
I don't know
time.
what he's on right now, but it's definitely working. So keep at it as Zia is now leading the way for TOB, helping them take 2 huge Lords in both of the games that we've seen.
It's about a 5K gold lead. I don't think they're going to be able to stop this push as long as TOB don't fuck up.
And they can't make any foul play
Yeah,
here.
one
They do
wipe
sync these lanes
could
up perfectly.
be
In the previous fight, we did
detrimental.
see a little bit of a foul play coming in.
I don't know how the fuck
TOB's
Shark made this
unfortunately
work.
got hooked, but they are able to take this turret, and looks like they are just going to be disciplined and
But if
back
he would
off
make
and not
anything
send
work,
off
I'm
the
assuming it
bomb
would be
yet,
this
as
fucking
they're gonna take
Lolita
their
in the
time
first place.
shoving in with this Lord.
Yeah, they are going to be able to
Yeah.
shut that Lord, and now the base has been opened up. Lord still intact on the bottom side, is going to go ahead and crash into the inhibitor.
Up until now, they have not.
Oh, Shark got caught. Oh, bye. I was just talking.
In, far behind
And while they do that, they get a mid tower. Boys, where's your focus?
Mid lane will fall. Only the one on the bottom side standing strong. Cold Altar being activated from Yato to keep BTK alive. Best player is going to go ahead and take that in the last inhibitor.
2 towers for 1
All right, guys. All right, guys. Get safe. Get safe. Zia's down.
Zia. They don't have the push potential anymore as they did find the ADC. ISO gets another, finds best player. 3 members falling for the Ohio brothers. BTK still standing strong.
No, you need to go back. You need to go back.
30 seconds with some pushing. They need to make it through 3 towers. They might make it to the last
On
tower.
someone's toes, and someone got mad, but here we go. We might see a little bit of a skirmish here in the mid side.
Trap.
Yeah, as ISO is going to go ahead and claim that turret. It's only Hoon and Milo left to fend him off, but it looks like they will be able to hold them to fight another
he's just
fight.
playing
It's
with
only
them.
9-9 so far in this 15.
Zane needs to work on his retries. It's not Zane.
Oh,
It's his team isn't zoning
He
properly.
needs to get out of there, but he is running the unkillable Uranus. So he's going to use
Damn. They're all playing him like, nope.
Hit the Divine Judgment and the full team of BTK just beating him down.
Yeah.
ISO securing the kill.
That was
on the 1v5.
punishment.
Not much you
Out
can
of
really do in
position.
that situation.
100%.
Yeah, unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough to get away from that situation. Maybe if he was a Novaria being able to skip away with some walls, he might have been able to get out of this sticky situation. But we are looking at Milo taking off the board, and honestly, Milo has been just doing so much work.
Wow,
Able to do
the
a lot
precision
of,
of
push
Chark.
a lot of damage from the side of TOB. Use a lot of skills on him, and I wouldn't be surprised if his name is not on the sandbag by the end of this game. I'm gonna have a big issue with with the entire stat. Whoever's in charge of doing stats, we better see Milo on the sandbag. But Lord coming up right now, we are seeing a little bit of a Lord dance happening from both sides. Looks like Ohio's gonna play a little bit slow as Milo is now entering back into Land of Dawn.
That's right. Looks like it will be a 5v5 as you are seeing Milo make his way to join this amazing battle, but it's only going to go one way, right? Only one team can secure this objective, but they're going to
They
go
are
in for
very
the kills,
aware
right?
of their
There's more of a
skills
distraction
range.
as they're waiting for the teams to bait out their utilities so they can punish. But right now, with them all in position, ISO picking up that Haas clause, he will have a lot of sustainability.
All right, now we got Milo in the backline on Mobazane. Joy Baj is going for a flank, looking for a pinch move. He has the conceal in the back. Joy Baj. Joy Baj.
Oh my god, yes.
They have the beautiful Cold Altar and a Numeron blast.
The Ohio brothers Joy Boss activating killing spree is going to find Zia. Huge play.
Caught that.
BTK finds the marksman, but best player is going to claim the Lord. They need to pull out though. Mobazane is not going to allow them to escape for free. Is going to find Milo. 2 members falling for the Ohio brothers. Immortality being procced from Joy Boss, but he will be able to live to tell another tale. That Lord did go to TOB, so they still have the advantage.
They do have the advantage, but this is a 2-for-0 trade. Honestly, I wouldn't want that trade in any book, and that is a little bit unfortunate for the side of Ohio brothers, but BTK does have their full 5-man team standing, and they have to make the best of it work with this Lord coming down from the side of TOB, but are they able to defend this Lord and make sure it doesn't push down their lanes? And they don't want the same storytelling like it did before.
Yeah, I mean, and they still have time, right? If they can play a little passive, maybe able to keep this Lord alive. But BTK, they're not going to give him that opportunity. They're going to go straight to the mid lane and melt it down. Divine Judgment with the flicker in. ISO finds Hoon. for the mega kill, but the go away goes down. The stun.
Jesus, that damage.
Joy Bosh. Huge play from
Flee,
Shark.
ISO,
Gonna be on blast.
flee.
Yato falls. Shark securing the
Wow,
kill.
he's actually taking a whole
Slowly making their way up the
decent
mid
amount of
lane.
damage.
CLB on the push. Can they close it out? Is this
Milo?
what they were looking for the finish? As Yato does spawn
Where's
in
the
just
Lord?
in
Did
time.
they already kill it?
And again, it will be a stalemate between North America's powerhouse teams.
I looked off for a
Well,
second.
they have to be careful. They don't have Lord into their favor anymore. They only have these super minions coming down from
Did you say double Oracle Strawberry? I would throw your ass.
ISO and Yato running out this Beatrix and this Faramis. They have the clear, and Chicken already doing enough work to clear out these minions. Looks like they won't end yet, Wheezy. You gotta hold your horses yet. This ain't nobody's game yet.
Yeah, it's definitely on either side of the table when it comes to who can pull this off, right? I mean, it's pretty much been a stalemate when they get to the late game between these teams, and you never know what's going to happen. It literally just boils down to one slight mistake, and right now, this is just looking like a repeat from Game 1, but Game 1 was won by the Ohio brothers. Zia, even in this game, was able to steal a Lord from Moba Zane. They didn't need the retribution, but with this next Lord spawning in the next 60 seconds, it looks like both teams are ready to take this objective and make it work in their advantage. As BTK slowly making their way into the Lord pit, the Ohio brothers already in position.
They're absolutely looking for a full 5v5. We are looking at this 20-minute Lord about to be spawned in less than a minute, and both teams are playing this very slowly. They have to be cautious of what's going on around them. One small mistake, and this can turn into anyone's game. But Wheezy, let me know the win conditions.
The wind conditions?
Looks like we are going to have to see how win conditions might be for both sides, right? BTK doesn't have a lot of insurance, but they are literally only left
Eunice
with
is
their
more
base
professional than
crystal,
I
but
would, because
TOB has a
if
little
I
bit
would have
of
been like,
wiggle room
tell me about the
for a
win conditions,
small
Gamic,
mistake,
and I
but
heard
you
no
have to be
answer, I'd be like,
careful
that
with
exactly,
how
I
the
agree.
plan
What a
to
great
go
point,
on
Gamic.
with this
Now,
Lord
we're going to
camp,
see
right?
if these
They
teams
have
can actually
every single
apply
member of
those
the
win
team. Milo doing
conditions.
his job, trying to zone out that top side to go ahead and put pressure on that EXP lane to prevent Chicken or any of the minions to be able to push through, but we already see Ohio brothers getting a little bit of that aggro pulled in.
I honestly
First from
understood
Shark,
wind
then comes best
as
player,
in
Zia,
the
having a
blow
good
wind
position
or the wind
on
blow.
that tri-bush over there. Moon
I
being
thought they were
a
talking
good
about weather or something.
Valentina, a good mid laner, cleaning out the mid lane to give no pressure away for the side of BTK. You see the Lord Dance coming in. Chicken is going to be forced to recall as a wave is getting shoved in on that top side, which is not good for BTK, as Chicken really is their set potential, and they are looking for a little bit more here. Zane trying to do a little bit of a zonage from best player, but nobody knows who's in these bushes. We do see Joy Bosh and Yato just kind of chilling in that back bush. Joy Bosh showing himself, making sure that TOB knows that Joy Bosh's presence is there, but who is going to make the first move? Milo might just get caught out. Here we go, Zia. Do a little bit. Chart.
Wow, you guys need to win this fight. Oh, this is the game for. This is the game going to be for BTK.
Also getting stunned in as well. Chicken doing a little bit of work on the R lot. Zia getting taken off. Final slash was a little bit too much for TOB
Who died
to handle.
there?
And now
Zia
we are
did.
seeing the objective has been focused into BTK, and this is a good thing for the side of BTK. They have the Lord into their favor. Now they have a little bit more wiggle room to go ahead and see how they can execute this out. For the side of BTK,
so
they
close.
have aggro right now. They have Lord coming down in as well, and we are trying to see how we are going to have this Lord coming down this top side. If they can sink these waves perfectly, or are they going to make a foul play like they did before and make this game into the favor of Ohio brothers, or will the Ohio brothers make one mistake and make this into BTK's game?
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Come on, Eunice.
Oh, hello.
This match, BTK making a little bit of a fight back here, but holy cow, we're at game number 2. It seems like we're having a little bit of issues with Steph Wheezy right now, so for now I will be joining Eunice. Thank you for having me here.
Absolutely. Now, Trex, I don't know if you have been watching,
They
but
changed
you
for
have,
Trex.
you have to be on the edge of your seat.
I am.
Because one blink, oh, it's clipped. So you gotta be careful. Trex, take the stage.
Yeah, looks like the Lord is going to be coming in. Yato looking for something as well. Milo might get locked up, taunted up, and BTK trying to make a fight back here. Best player is going to try to defend. Super Shark does have this Numen on blast, so be prepared for it. He's landing them like a killer, and luckily because of Zia, they still have that shred, and now the tables are still even, Eunice.
They are even, but not just yet. We can't even say, and I'm pretty sure you do know as well, as you casted the grand finals for spring as well. It could be one-sided like this, but tables turn very fast. But here we go, Trex.
Milo goes down, ISO pops something. The puncture comes through. A lot of damage coming from Zia though with the go away. Yato forced to run away here. Milo looking for something as well, holding down the front side, and this time BTK forced to back off. Unable to crack that bottom inhibitor, it could become crucial in the macro for this next Lord, Eunice.
Absolutely. Now the Lord is coming up in about 30 seconds. This can be
One
anyone's
tower
game now.
standing.
Both teams have their base crystals up. Into the favor of Higher Brothers, however, they have one inhibitor turret left on their bot side, and no teams right now have space for any mistakes, no foul play, and the bombs can't be ticked off too early, or else it can be anyone's game right now. The Higher Brothers just learned their lesson, right? They did make one mistake, and the entire game has been flipped over, and the gold lead has now turned into BTK. But Trex, we both know gold doesn't really matter here. It's all about the immortalities that's going to be popped in from each side. But Lord is up. We're going to have to see this Lord dance, Trex.
Yeah, I mean, BTK has a nice position. One thing I do want to point out is it feels like BTK has to like try a bit harder to get these wins. The Ohio Brothers composition just works very well.
That was close.
Able to shred down through that cult altar, using the skills. I mean,
Arlott coming back because of the
Uranus. Here, but BTK, they always have that dog in them, and they're just able to kind of pull these fights off sometimes. Even the Numenon Blast, it works so well against the Cult Altar when they group up. So as long as the Ohio Brothers play it to a T, they can come out in these fights. But BTK got to get clever if they want to win this.
Absolutely, they gotta pull out their Joker card if they really want to take this fight to their side. But we are looking at a little bit of a dance here, Trex. I don't want to miss anything. Here
a lot of damage. Suppression does come in, but watch for the Numenon Blast. Out of 3 members, Cult Altar comes out, but the shred is still there. Hoon able to take out Mobazane, terrified on a Joybosh. He will go down next. Lastly, Yato Seminai might be the last to fall, and it's a 4-man wipe. Nothing but ISO stands, and he is going to go down here. The rest of the members collapse onto him. This should be GG's. Yato back up. Can he single-handedly defend this?
They don't have any
the
minions, man. You have to push
in,
the
but those are
lanes.
some long death counters, Eunice.
They are very long death counters, but this
Wow.
might be the end of the story.
They need to stop fucking taunting and fucking close this up. You still got another game to go, guys.
Sitting at that minute mark, we are looking at a 26
That's so bad. If they lose because of this,
might be the end of the story,
that's
but
just...
the question is, are they able to close this out perfectly, or is Yato with that saving grace, is he able?
I think this might end up
we
being
almost lost the
2-0
fucking entire
here.
feed.
Yato all alone. He might just have to give it to him. They've locked onto the base, and that will be it. In a best of 5, the Ohio Brothers have made it to match point.
GG. Okay.
Match point indeed 2-0 currently for the Ohio Brothers, but Trex, I think we're going to be in here for a very long time. Each match has gone over 20 minutes, and I'm at the edge of my seat. I'm not even doing play-by-play. I'm just the one doing the analyst, kind of trying to see everything what's going on. Oh, you made a low. Welcome back, Trex.
I mean, you've been doing some play-by-play. You've been doing a little play-by-play.
I had to. It's okay.
But, good job.
We've been trying, but Trex, I know you just got here. Everything is a little bit fresh for you right now, but I've been here, and it's been very intense. We've seen Zia take 2 Lords.
Bro,
no
oh my
retreat.
god, game 1
the
Lord
cat.
steal.
I want to see the cat
I was
games,
I was hanging out with G watching the games, and
all right, homie,
I was
guys, take care.
yelling my lungs off in game 1.
Have a good night, homie.
Didn't even click the retry. He was so sure he had it, and Zia still oh god. It's definitely been hype. Zia, though, has been on point these past 2 games, Eunice.
Eunice on speed.
Absolutely, and even without the Rennet with coming in with that Beatrix, right? Even with the Melissa, was able to have that buff with her doll over there, and was able to take out, and just like you said, shred people. He just shredded the Lord and took it away from Zane, and we have to see how BTK wants to respond to that, right? 26-minute game, 16-14. We are seeing the kill score into the favor of the Higher Brothers. The goal doesn't really matter at this point, but we are looking at a 79 to 81k lead from both sides. We do see orange buff, purple buff picked up pretty much evenly for both sides, depending on which side, which happened to be Ohio Brothers with the invasion more towards their side. Turtles all have been picked up by Ohio Brothers, and Lord, it took them 4
better than Kadita. Yeah, definitely better than Kadita.
Game for that second match, but Trex, I know you know what I'm about to say.
Go now.
This can be match point for Ohio Brothers, or BTK has to pull out some cards or maybe some cheese picks and get 2 games in the bag. for them to even stay
No,
right now.
that I have
make
to
it
go now.
Game 7.
Oh man, take care.
Really interesting. I want
Thanks
to
for
point out
joining
here
me.
with Zia, though. He
No,
picks up,
it
like,
was
the
very
trio,
fun.
right?
Thanks
the
for
normal
having
3
me.
items,
Bye
but
bye.
then
Yep,
goes
no
into the
problem, man.
ballistic
Take
armor
care.
here,
Have a good
and then
night.
also picks up the Sea
You too.
Halberd, which, like, you don't see the Sea Halberd that much, not very often, but I think it was, like, just the thing that really helps deal with Mobazane, deal with Fight Chicken a bit more. Even Joybaj on the Kaja has a little bit of heal there with the first skill. I mean, and it just helps that much more, and those are some of the things that I think just kind of helped seal the deal there. And Melissa kind of works like a Claude in a sense of dealing with that Cult Altar, and then that on top of it when it got to the end game, there was just no way to get to Zia, and even when they did get close, the go away comes out, and Zia can just buys even more time to shred through. And I think it was almost a good idea of opting for that instead of going for something like the Wind of Nature. Take us through these replays though, Eunice.
Absolutely, and I feel like Hoon did such a good job copying away Yato's Cult Altar, right? It's just a battle of whose Cult Altar got popped first in order to sustain, right? And Yato's Cult Altar came out very early, but Hoon, once anybody on his teammates got low, he was able to pop the Cult Altar, be that saving grace for the rest of his team, was able to secure out those team fights, which I feel like was so crucial. But Trex, look at this. I was talking about this with Wheezy, right? The sandbag. Definitely has to be Milo running this Uranus, and look at that. Look at how much damage he just body bagged for the entire side of the Ohio Brothers trucks.
286,000. That's definitely a lot. We're breaking it. We're past the $250,000 mark of damage that Milo.
Oh yeah, we are past the $250,000. Oh yeah, that's insane.
It's very insane, but that's exactly what you're supposed to do as the Uranus, though. He played it perfectly, right? You just soak up damage, you harass, you get to the back line, you cut lanes, and you are literally, he's why they made the name sandbag.
Chunk of
he's just
iron.
a walking sandbag.
It's a walking chunk of metal. It just continuously heals. I don't know. He literally walks around, does nothing. He just has to hit some minions, gets his passive in, takes some damage, trigger the passive. So Milo honestly did a really good job zoning out the rest of BTK. But did you see that first game, Trex? Chicken coming in with 4-0 on that R-lot.
Chicken's been a monster, but I'm also wondering, it's like, are we getting to a point now where maybe we want to switch something up for him, right? Because the R-lot, yes, he's been doing great on it, and I wouldn't say it's like completely his fault, but there's definitely something that needs to change, because now in both games, they've been having trouble getting to Zia, and they need to find a way.
Thanks for staying up with me, Strawberry.
So, I don't know what
I feel
the
so
answer
honored.
exactly is. If it's just
what time you get in the bed? You have to work tomorrow morning or something? You don't have to?
Or if there's something we got to get a bit deeper into these drafts. But now we are on the possibly final draft of the night, Eunice.
Yeah, possibly, because I know BTK can run this thing back if they wanted to. They have the potential, but Trex, we gotta do a little.
We haven't done this in a while. Here we go.
That's what I'm saying.
Last game.
But welcome back, Trex.
Not last game, who knows?
We are back. Who knows exactly? But we are looking at
Hey,
these
Kook,
bans
what's
right
going on,
now,
girl?
and Trex, I know that you saw, especially in MPL, a lot of meta has changed. So we're seeing like bans like Angela, Rhaenys, Terizla. So we are seeing
The bot's turned off right now, Princess, because there's too many songs and music and stuff that come on with it.
Who thought to ban out an Angela or a Florin in rank or like all of these heroes? So definitely a really interesting ban and meta right now.
How you doing, Coke Man? Have you been watching this whole
The
thing?
one tricks in the world are very happy right now, because it's like, it seems like all those old school one trick heroes are now extremely meta. So like a lot of people in ranked games are feeling good about themselves now. But you mentioned the Terizla while you were talking, and I think that could actually be a solid pick for Chicken if he can get his hands.
I got a night cleaning mode going on right now. I have a ton of cooking I have to do tomorrow. I got like a bunch of groceries
Wrong, the final slash works great, and we've seen
because I'm trying to do my meal prep and try to make it last for 2 weeks.
Oh yeah.
Get there, you know.
So I think I'm gonna freeze a whole bunch of it. But I got like, I'm so busy. Like for tonight, I have to. Well, actually, I'm not gonna be able to do anything else tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'm gonna wake up early. I have to go to the gym, come back, cook, and then I have to finish the script I'm making for this highlight things. And me and Xena have a meeting so that we can talk about the podcast. I need more ideas for the name of the podcast. I'm not sold on core yet. The more I say it, the more I don't like it. So I have to figure out another name for the podcast. But we're gonna have another meeting, and then we go over our script and stuff, and then on Tuesday we do a recording.
Between these two teams,
Then I gotta set up my freaking resume.
But we're gonna look at a trade again.
I should actually check to see if
actually in the
heard
first
back
game
from any of
Shark
my
ran the
interviews I
Kadita,
had
but
on
he
Friday.
was too hot on it.
Yeah, but I think he
I'll tell you
ran that to take it from Yato, right? It's like we're gonna take this. I think they kind of like they ended up like really BTK could have won that game, and I think DOB just kind of like they got a little greedy there. It's like, all right, we're gonna steal the Kadita from Yato, and then we're also gonna pick the Valentina, and like it worked. But I think Yato, if he can lock in the Kadita,
it was very
could be
risky.
A good way to get to the
it
back.
Was so risky.
Yeah, very risky.
Yeah, taking away that Kadita, right? There was way too much CC for Shark to handle any of it, right? We kind of needed that front line body bag besides Milo. But since Milo was always getting taken off a little bit fast, it was actually BTK's favor towards literally the first half of the game because Chicken was just slashing everybody back and forth and back and forth. But we are seeing Zane pick up the Fredrin, his good pick, but Yato's gonna pick up the Kadita. You just made your genie pop on the bottle, and there's your wish. Granted,
Riverbush podcast.
All right. I see you.
I'd come in here and flex, Eunice.
No, I'm sorry, Trex. Let me back off and let you do the talking.
No, yeah, I
So
think
what's
it's
going on,
so fair.
Nightwing?
That could be a way they get to Zia, right?
And Shark picked up the Kaja, though. We haven't seen Kaja picked up by Shark yet. We've seen Kadita, Loki,
Nub question: why is TOB constantly banning Terizla? I mean, he's actually super strong if you think about it. And I believe the Bloodthirsty Kings banned Uranus first. So if you literally Terizla and Uranus are the two best XP laners out there. If you ban Uranus, then you have a Terizla and nobody else who can handle him in lane right now. If you ban Terizla, then you have a Uranus out there that I think Uranus is probably a little easier to deal. No, I don't know. I don't want to say he is easier to deal with, but they're both the strongest XP laners right now, and you don't want to give one of them up.
There's Zane to body bag everything, take all the punches, and let them do all the damage dealing. So I feel like there's two different styles here. It just depends on how they want to execute it. But look at these bans tricks.
So I like the Franco ban from the side of the Ohio brothers, especially since they already picked up the Kaja. And then on the side of BTK, we're homing in on to best player here. Take out the
freezer meals for the win, man.
Open right now. Could be a possible ban, but it's been open and he still hasn't played it, right? It hasn't been something that he's picked up.
Yeah, he hasn't been playing it at all.
So I mean, maybe it's something he doesn't want to run right now. I'm sure there's some sort of reason. So maybe BTK just not too worried about it. Zia though locking in this carry. So yes, it shreds down the Fredrin, but it does lack in range. And Zia's done so good at
mobility
keeping
too.
His range, and they've been having trouble getting to him. But now it's like Yato has this Kadita, plus Zia's gonna have to get up close and personal. That could be a good chance. Fermis is open right now, but they already have Hoon already has Mage, and they already have Rome, so that's definitely not popping up for the Ohio brothers. What do they pick? They need an EXP in a jungle, huh?
What? I'm thinking.
Joy jungle question mark? He played it.
I'm thinking. Let me wait until the pick comes out for me to decide which pick I think they're gonna go with.
He played it against Bloodhounds, but they lost with that draft.
I would like it in the XP more. I would definitely like it in the XP more, but still, they're looking.
I'm calling a
squishy right now.
I'm calling a Kufra. Maybe for Joy Bosch, and maybe a Beatrix.
Okay, Beatrix
or Brody. Beatrix or Brody.
Brody might work. I think the Beatrix is like the safer pick. Beatrix, I think, is the safest pick on the board right now. The other two are high risk, high reward. I feel like.
But if Joy is getting slotted into, there's so much magic damage on the side of Ohio brothers already. They have Joy, Kaja, and Valentina, and they're lacking more magic because they literally only have Yato. Here's a Leslie.
There you go.
I called it. But what is Milo gonna play?
I think it's like 2-1. And
the problem is not that their mage pools are limited. It's that these are the best mages right now. Kadita is basically a pick or ban in every single region I've seen. MPL, MDL, fucking even in those what the fuck tournaments were they? The Snapdragon and stuff like that. Valentina, if you can use her properly, she's super hard to use properly and utilize, but if you can, I mean, she's a monster to have on your team.
Because so that means Joy is jungle. Joy is going to be jungle. Grok EXP. I'm going to lay down some win conditions now. I think BTK need to be aggressive here in the early game. I think they should be trying to bully this Joy because of how squishy it is.
They also have late game. They have late game.
Oh, yeah.
They have hella lot of late game because of ISO with Leslie. It was able to literally, you can get one shot literally anywhere. But now my issue is, I like
Mirko's he really does favor. He likes that gold lane. I think he plays it himself as well. But that's a big thing he was, and that was a big problem he had with Basic from the Valley, is that Basic never really seemed like he was a game saver or somebody that stood out from the team or somebody that you could depend on even if your team was doing bad. No, there's a little twerk. A little twerk action there from the Joy, but Basic was one of those players that does well if your team is doing well, but he's not one that's going to be able to like come out and save your team if you're doing bad. I feel like Zia has really proved that. ISO has proved it in the past, but the Ohio brothers are really doing a great job of being able to shut him down, and this is allowing Zia to really shine.
But when it comes to BTK, they have,
and especially, like I was going over this before, especially because Zia left BTK initially because he didn't want to play a mage anymore. He wanted to play a marksman and they wouldn't let him. So he's like, all right, I'm just going to go somewhere else where they'll let me play a marksman. So he has fun with it. He enjoys this role, and this is what he wanted. So I mean, he's doing super great on it now too.
Typical Ohio brothers, typical Shark and Hoon. We're going to get in your face, even if it feels like your composition can match it.
Yeah, and you know, best player just gonna take away everything, and no one really, I haven't really seen a roam so far. Joy Baj can put it up to par, but no one can stop Shark from body bagging any of the jungle, no matter who he's against. He's just always in their face. He just says, "Hello, I'm here. Aloha, I'm here to kind of give a little bit of vision." Look at this again. He took it. He took it.
This is
Shark
regular
just took.
for them.
Oh my god! Like I'd be so pissed. But here we go.
Oh, now Zone in bad spot. Gonna get
wow, Zane.
Hoon is on him, and first blood goes over to best player there. Joy Baj a little bit late to the party, and Joy Baj and Yato need, I mean, I know it's like hard to do, but they gotta stay a bit closer to Zane, man. They need to always have vision on either Shark or Hoon. One of them needs to, I feel like.
Yeah, they definitely have.
Now Zane's probably raging. This is the point where he is probably raging.
Is a very tanky hero, but he is really squishy in that early game. Was able to get first blooded into the hands of Ohio brothers, and Turtle also getting picked up. So a lot of objectives has been into the hands of Ohio brothers. But look at just look at Milo too. Already getting zonage on BTK's buffs and everything. So they have a read now what's going on. But mid lane matchup also Shark and Hoon. Those two are unstoppable.
Yeah, and I mean they have really good lane clear, right? Because you have the first skill.
I've always wondered about that too, is why Zane doesn't play marksman.
So they have all those answers. Not to mention something we forgot about is Hoon's.
He's always been a jungler though.
Which Hoon's a very.
The sad thing is from what I gather from the rumors about when he returned, is he offered to play on Team Gosu as the marksman when he first came back to Mobile Legends. But one, it was he had just returned and Gosu was going to M1, so why would you take a brand new fucking player to Mobile Legends and assume he's gonna work his ass off to play a marksman? Two, the marksman that was on the team was General, so like why would he give that up?
Wrapped around the backside of
and I think that is what created strife between Gosu and BTK initially, is because they felt slighted because they didn't pick them up immediately when they came back to Mobile Legends. I think they were initially on Gosu. BTK was initially on Gosu, or BTK, Zane was on Gosu long ago before he left for Arena of Valor, and then when he came back, I don't think they
what was Zane getting melted down and taken out. Best player gonna get first kill. Purple buff also taken away, denied in the suppression. Hold on, watch it, Baj. Able to get the Tyrant's Rage, but it's still not enough. Baj will fall. That is a 3-for-0 trade. Ohio brothers taking off in this race right now.
Alright, Joy, are you literally doing squats in the middle of the map? Come on now. But we do see them going up to that top side. ISO might be in danger.
ISO is dangerous. I'll tell you something, ISO is going to go down. It's a mega
Goodbye.
kill over to best player. TOB 5-0, 3K gold lead. Turtle back on the map.
Even though I want to say like the lead is always in TOB, whatever, the thing is I can't even say that they're going to be in the lead because for some reason, and knowing that these two teams literally play neck to neck, it always gets flipped around. Somewhere, somehow, at one moment, it's always going to be flipped. So I'm still going to say it's an even game until I see the power spike happen. Tracks. I've seen enough of this. We've seen it for both games. Literally, it looks like BTK is going to close it.
Dude, this is 0-5. This is a broken BTK right now. They're frustrated. They don't know what to fucking do. Fly Chicken has not been able to find success on our lot despite playing super superior games.
I'd love to see a game 4, and I love me some BTK. But here's the thing, right now, tonight, the Ohio brothers have been playing a little bit of a better game, man. And the way this is going, it's getting hard to defend BTK in match number 3. But here we go. Maybe they're going to give me something to defend them about. Best player might not make it out of this. Mobazane looking for the kill.
Nice.
Finally able to get the shutdown, put a little bit of gold into his pocket.
I thought he was going to get away.
Now, also getting backed off. Maybe a chance for BTK. But
Meanwhile,
off screen,
Milo's getting a fucking kill.
Single-handedly taking him out, which this is going to even the board in this little small skirmish here.
Buy one, get one free? Is that what we're doing with deals now, Trex? Are we doing deals?
Deals on fried chicken today. There's deals on fried chicken today.
Oh, deals on fried chicken? Oh, word. I'm down for some good dinner after this, but here we go. Oh, Milo coming in on Grok. Good zone-ish though, however, but beautiful lane swap coming in. But actually, they were able to take down the mid lane turret, but they're going to go ahead and trade it out for that bot side. So I guess it's a trade, but I am favoring more towards TOB as they did open up the map a little bit more as the mid lane turret came down.
All right, so what do they do from here? Luckily, towers, they've lost one in the mid. BTK has been able to take a bot side tower, so they are even in that sense, right? The Ohio brothers do have this gold lead, which has been shortened a bit. When it's at 2K now. BTK, we've seen them fight back against teams even with like 3 or 4K deficits, so we know they do have that in them. They got that dog in them, as some people like to say. But Super Shark looking for something. Rough Waves used as a getaway here. Bahoon gonna sneak up on Joybodge there. We can kill him. Best player finds a turtle on the boss side. Best player might be in a little bit of trouble down there. Wide Chicken able to take him out, so BTK getting something out of this. A 1-for-1 trade. Turtle does go over to the Ohio brothers. Can they make it 2? Also,
see, now Fly Chicken's going off,
TOB.
but they still have to man this push up at top that's happening from TOB.
Absolutely not.
Look at all this damage coming up here. This is the mid tower, though. You guys need to either make something happen or fuck off. Yeah, it looks like they're going to go ahead and disengage from that.
KDAs aren't looking too great for the side of BTK, but Chicken is very definitely holding his ground there and doing well. Being able to sustain and take off members from the Ohio brothers, which is best player Milo going down.
I think fucking TOB is getting a little sloppy this game.
Still in favor of TOB by Joybosh.
Jeez, Zia, dude. Zia's just such a freaking, he's so good now. I'm so happy that he found a good place when it came to the marksman.
Remember how I was giving that long talk in the beginning about him not being able to get away?
Oh yeah, getting up in personal.
That lets him do that a bit more. Yato tries to get the knock up, he pops the Purify. Joybosh tries to get the knock up in the stun, he pops the Purify. So that could be crucial here.
Yeah, but I feel like that Purify, though, it has to be used for either Joybodge or Yato. He has to really pick which one he needs to use it for. Even the final slash from Chicken. But, ooh, who almost got caught out there in the mid lane.
My only real issue here is when we come to team fights, Zia has the lowest range. The fucking carry has the lowest range. He's going to have to get within range of Fly Chicken, who's going to be able to, like, absolutely decimate him.
He purifies. Then somebody has to follow up with that purifier being used, or it's kind of useless, right? But, ooh, Trex, I know you're watching.
I'm definitely watching, and I mean, what's surprising here is TLB has a discipline. Well, it's not really surprising, but they have discipline. Even though they know they have a lead, it's like, we're not going to force this, right? But they are constantly keeping tabs on BTK. BTK trying to do the same thing back, but now Lord back on the map. Both of them are going to be vying for position.
We do see a little bit of a dance coming in, but Joybodge is doing a good job. Kind of, the thing is, Kufra gives so much pressure, right? Even though he's not actually jumping, but nobody can step up. But here we go.
Oh, nice final slash. Everyone against the wall, and members start falling. ISO able to find one, and best player goes down as well. Zia might just be next. White Chicken onto the backside, dashing through, taking him out. Double kill for ISO. Can they find another one? Joybaj able to lock onto Hoon there. Hoon look for something. Terrified onto White Chicken. Can't get the last hit. White Chicken just gets away there. But they get away with a whole lot because this should be a lord in the hands of BTK.
Wow, that was a beautiful set by Joybaj. The Flicker Tyrant's Rage. Wow. Did you just see the 4-man stun on TOB? Absolutely denied it.
See, she's continuing to do play-by-play. She's just going over what Trex just said about it instead of like expanding on how it happened, why it happened.
Unfortunate for TOB, but BTK actually picked up the Lord, so aggro is definitely in the favor of BTK. Also more turrets. And Trex, you just said TOB has been playing well for the past 2 games, but you sure about this?
It was all part of the plan. It was all part of the plan, Eunice. Sometimes you gotta. BTK plays good when someone doubts them, you know. So that's why they actually put me on the desk here. They wanted me to come
Trex.
down a little bit. I'm an inside man. I'm an inside man.
I actually no, I wanted to see BTK win this one. You said TOB is playing too well, and I said hold your horses, but. Joybaj, this Kufra is giving way too much pressure for the side of TOB, right? Zia can't really step up, and he can't step up anywhere unless he's with Milo or Shark, because Yato is just going to continue to camp, right? So here we go, Joybaj.
She decides
not. It takes some time in casting to kind of learn these things, and the problem is like when they do the MLSA, I don't really think they really talk to each other, or maybe even know where each other like needs to do better.
The average player does that.
Oh, they got Joybaj.
Skill play comes in. Joybaj able to use the flicker, but wait, who jumped in? Yato looking for the knock up in the finish. Does not knock anyone out, but he gets enough damage so Chicken can look for the finish. Mobazane there as well. The Ohio brothers.
They're lucky they didn't lose anybody there. That's so sloppy. What are we at right now? 2K gold lead? 1K? Under 2K.
And I'm pretty sure he built Radiant for best player and Hoon to be able to kind of irrigate a lot of that magic damage, but that was one mistake, right? No pull, no flicker, but here we go. We might see a little bit. Ooh, slash.
Oh, bad hit. Best player goes in too deep, taken out. Now BTK smells some blood in the water. They want to look for something here. Minions are coming in. Mobazane dashing on the tower. Yato also on the backside. Pops rough waves. Gets a little bit of damage on Milo there. But still unable to break an inhibitor. But a large wave is crashing into the bot side as BTK crashes the top. Who comes in? Uses a final slash of his own. But Joybaj,
but you only got 2 people in there. Are you going to be able to do something out of this?
Still not enough damage from BTK.
They took down Joybaj.
And in the end, Joybaj gets pulled in.
They punished him for that. That 112 15.
Joybaj literally jumped out, and then who was like, no, you're coming right back here. Just Joybaj getting like swooped right back into the hole. But we are looking at the win conditions right now, right? We're looking at the 13-minute game. It's not really too deep yet into the power spike, but we are looking at the gold currently still kind of neck to neck. We're not looking at too far of a gold lead, but just like you said, Trex.
All right, they got the momentum back on their side. Are we gonna be able to? How are they? This next Lord's gonna be telling for the pace of the game. If BTK gets it, they might be able to get this win. If Ohio Brothers get it, I think it's gonna be a wrap for BTK. Let's see how they're gonna set up here.
Literally waits for the absolute last minute, or
Ooh, look at Grok. Look at Milo on that Grok.
Hold on.
Oh my God! Great set, 3-man set there.
Get the finish. Where's all the damage?
Oh my Milo! What were you doing on the wrong side of the map, dude?
They are going to possibly be able to take this forward, but I'm still seeing some issues here.
That was perfectly scripted. I was going to say just like that, and Joybaj literally landed it right when I was saying it. I mean, call me a scripter. My goodness. But Joybaj already putting a lot of pressure, right? But I really feel like maybe if TOB had more of like an AoE CC, like maybe a Lolita, this would have been a little bit more easier. But even Lolita wouldn't even be good here because Zane has taunt, cancel, Joybaj
So this solidifies that BTK is still in the game. I don't know if this means that if this is gonna be a meaningful push, but it just means that they're still alive in the game. I still feel like this is heavily in favor of Ohio Brothers.
Even do any step potential if he were to go.
They just need to not get caught out. I don't know what was going on with Milo there. I saw him on the opposite side of the map getting some decent vision on them, but then he gets caught because they spot him.
I'm wondering, the Ohio brothers.
This actually might be a good push for them.
Luckily, hasn't taken like any deaths.
You got the Lord up at the top, and now you're splitting, pushing on the bottom because you're gonna have to deal with two sides of this fucking map, and you have to make a decision. Do you push with the Lord? Well, actually, these lanes are pushing in too soon, and Lord is. So they're gonna be able to close down these lanes first, and then they're all gonna be able to deal with the Lord.
And if they can dodge some of those things, they can come out on top here.
Man, that was kind of a misplay there by BTK. Nobody was up there clearing for the Lord so that all these lanes clash together. Then they could hit top and bottom tower together and guarantee. They should be able to get one. They're gonna get this one. Now we're putting pressure onto the top. Oh, big Tyrant's Rage into a Tyrant's Revenge.
They get knocked into the air and down goes Super Shark. Another one falls. Zia gets caught up on the final slash. Fried chicken.
This is BTK.
Cooking up some chicken here. Let him cook his best player now in a little bit of trouble as well.
Good job, BTK.
Trying to do something
They came
about
back.
it.
They're at least going to a game 4.
The last one on the block, and they're trying to chop. Waiting for some minions now. Hoon's still here to defend. We got 25 seconds on the clock for Zia, 20 for Shark. Can they make it in time? Joybaj working his way around. Hoon finally falls with these minions. BTK should be able to finish it. Match point denied. It's now 2-1.
Are we gonna be here for a long time, Drex?
You know, I've come to this decision. Let me tell you something. I
Okay,
got
tell me something.
It was 2-0, right? And the people,
Yeah, tell me something, Drex.
The people they heard about me. They said, I think Trex is a good.
Oh, they heard about you.
They sabotaged this whole thing. They heard that Trex was a good luck charm for BTK. You recall the NACT Grand Finals, you know, and now, you know, they were like, oh man, BTK's losing. We're gonna sabotage Wheezy's internet, and we're gonna send Trex in there. And no, they were losing that whole game until I jumped in. I'm just saying, something's up here. I don't know what.
Something's
This is
up
the
here,
reverse
but
Trex curse right here.
For you guys that don't know, Weezy's internet unfortunately cut off a little bit too short, so I have Trex with me for now, and he is going to be casting with me. Maybe, I'm pretty sure.
I don't like the carry pick. I don't feel like carry. I have to. I'm gonna have to rewatch some matches to see how those engagements went off. But like they were already having trouble when it was Beatrix. Thankfully, Beatrix, the damage that she was able to do, eventually she was able to find some positioning and do a really decent job at it. Carry has to get too freaking close to the fight for allowing an R-lot out there.
God, Ohio has been playing really well. Well, look who won. BTK won. So why are you?
Look at him there, 3-0-8 right there. He was fucking on fire. And let's see, how did Zia do? 0-2-5. Like they completely shut him down.
Now, 15-minute game, one of the shorter end games, right? We were worried about that carry.
I think we're gonna see a focus on the marksman's next game.
They were really able to deal too much.
At least to try to shut down Zia.
Was only able to get those assists, right? We are looking at that gold. It's always tight between these two, but if we look at the items, Zia went for the casual Trinity build, but went directly for Sea Halberd. Now Chicken sitting at perfect KDA 308, but ISO only taking off one death off the board. But Trex, you do the play-by-play.
I mean, this is kind of the final moments, and honestly, a lot of it comes down to Chicken once again getting those final slashes off on point. I was doubting this R-lot, but he comes in game 3 crushing it. But honestly, everyone does. Joybaj the same one, landing a lot of important Tyrant's Rage there. Definitely being extremely pivotal to the team. Let's take a look at some of these stats, Eunice.
Absolutely. Now, Hoon is going to be the one doing the most amount of damage, but in return, ISO doing 27% damage. But in return, Yato running that Kadita 22% damage as well. ISO is going to be good.
See, and then the things that I'm talking about, I wish that they would kind of cover a bit too.
Carry is going to go into the hands of Hoon, was able to do the most amount of damage. Joybaj, being the sandbag as usual, the Kufra, has taken 111. Wow, that's a lot again. Like I'm seeing in both these rooms, they're taking so much. Like even the EXP is already taking enough. But Trex, I'm putting you on the spot right now. Right now. We're gonna do it right now. You said Chicken, right? I said we gotta watch out for Chicken's R-lot. You said maybe it's not cutting it enough.
Maybe.
So what's the deal with that? What's the deal with that?
He played better this game.
I never doubted Chicken.
I never said you did doubt him. I just said
no,
I said
I know, but like you were like maybe they needed something else.
I felt like they needed something else.
No,
I mean, after 2-0, it feels like they definitely needed something else. But they found that
Maybe
something
they
else.
played it well.
They found some heart. You know, they found friendship, and they were able to pull through with the power of friendship.
I don't know what they'd be doing in their VCs, but maybe they found some friendship,
Something.
right? But we did. But I just feel like that draft, TOB had a decent
LOL
draft,
reading
but
the
I just
stats.
feel like it all came down to the marksmans. Marksman couldn't get up in close in face, nowhere near any of BTK, right? Even if Zia was there, he had the Purify, but he had to either choose it for Joybaj or Yato, and once one of it is burnt, he's kind of stuck in a pickle. And he can't really step up because there's Zane with the taunt, there's Yato with the airborne, and then there's Chicken with the slash, which is another CC, and his first skill, which also is another long 2 second, 1 second, I don't know how long it is, it feels like a million light years if you're actually playing. So, Trex, we're gonna have to do this guessing game again. So, I'm already guessing we're gonna see the same bans once more. Teresa, Uranus, Kadita, Fanny, Baksha, Angela. It's the same thing.
So
now,
this time the Kadita's banned out, so Yato's not going to be able to get
yeah,
that. So
Yato
we are seeing
can't play
a few
it.
changes. Marta's still open, Uranus still open, Trizla. So last time the Ohio Brothers banned out the Martis, if they want,
I feel like they're gonna ban out Eve though.
The Eve is still open. So no matter what, at least like the Uranus is slipping. Something is slipping through the cracks here.
Something is
because of
gonna
that
slip
Kadita
through.
ban, right?
She just keeps repeating it.
Even if it slips through, Yato still has a chance, right? Let's say, for example, they ban out Eve, right?
Ohio
They
Brothers
ban out,
Eve.
let's say,
They
and
ban
let's
out
say,
the
for
R
example,
lot.
they ban out the R lot. Oh, they said.
There we
screw
go.
chicken, I don't want
Holy
chicken
shit!
wings.
How many games has it taken?
Let's say, for
Three
example,
fucking
like, right
games,
now,
and we
they'll
finally ban out the R-Lot. Thank you, Ohio Brothers.
Uranus.
Now, but
TOB
why were we not
pick
banning
up
out the R-Lot before? What are we
And
afraid
then
Chicken's gonna
BTK
take?
will probably trade that out for Eve, and then Eve and a Fredrin maybe. I'm
Kaja,
guessing.
maybe?
Then TOB is gonna trade that out for a Valentina and.
Damn, you're guessing the whole
I'm
draft,
thinking.
huh? All right, so here we go. Eve, I'm doing Eve Kaja. Eve Kaja.
Okay, you say Eve Kaja.
Yeah, who's your other
over
pick?
there? For what?
For BTK,
TOB
you got a
or
couple
BTK?
seconds.
Franco.
Franco. I say Kaja.
She fucking threw a shot in the dark for no reason.
All right, the Ohio Brothers.
Yeah, or else it might be banned out.
How does the Ohio Brothers
But-
respond here?
I already know who's gonna lock Valentina. Valentina's open. Good mirror. And then I feel like both suppression rows.
Would he go Valentina or can he go for Ramis? He can go for Ramis right now because they can't take a Valentina. They could they already have a mage, so they can't take. They have no counter for the Ramis, so they won't have a counter for the cult altar.
And maybe a
Valentina is a smart pick though because then you're basically mimicking them and you're putting it on Hoon to do better than the BTK's.
Avalon played it a lot. Ooh, whoa. Ling got picked up early this time.
And we haven't seen him play Ling at all these games. Even
No,
though
he
hasn't
played
been
it
banned.
yesterday.
But I'm saying like today, and it hasn't been banned.
today,
he hasn't
no.
picked it off. So I was thinking there
Bro,
was
she's
maybe a
arguing
reason
a
he wasn't
lot with
playing it,
Trex,
but he's
dude.
pulling it out in game number 4, so it's definitely a nice clutch pick here.
Trex, I said Valentina. Where's my credits at?
You got one. You got one. We both said Fredrin.
And here comes the Fredrin. Yeah, okay, we're even. Okay.
All right, so looking at these three, looking at both these sides, what do we
Bans?
think right now? We don't have to guess bans. What are we feeling about the draft?
Not Ling. You don't like Ling?
I think they have prio right now still because they have.
I think
a
best
really good
player,
early game with the Fredrin, if that's taken
It's
into
the
account.
only Ling is the only real counter for Fredrin when it comes to turtle fights because they both can accomplish the same thing just in different ways. Where they can try to hold the Lord. Well, Moba Zane can try to hold the Lord and get his retry, while best player has already shown that he can just come in there with that Finch pose and steal the Lord away from Zane. So I mean, it's one wants to sit in there and fight, the other one is going to be able to use his mobility to get in there, get the retry, and get out. This also, I like that. Wait, is Kufra not banned? Kufra needs to be picked up either by the Ohio Brothers or BTK. If they pick up Kufra, that's a huge fucking counter for the Ohio Brothers right now.
Maybe he picks up the Joy EXP. That could also be a possibility.
That will shut down a Ling. It will shut down the Valentina.
I like it. I like it. I think yeah.
Damn, they didn't even ban it out. I feel like Kufra's a fucking must-have right now.
Maybe that Fred ring gets.
Oh, maybe they go with a. They could also go.
I mean,
Oh, you wouldn't want that against. I was gonna say you could go with a. You could go with a.
We haven't seen a lot of it in the XP, but
demonic force. What the fuck is his name?
Torpedo's actually picked up so much in FPL.
I know. I think it's a solid pick.
Oh my god, what is his name? Where's my shit? I'm so out of practice right now.
If 1-1's not banned out, I feel like Ice is gonna pick it up, and then Shark's gonna go Kufra. Oh,
Phoveus.
they banned out all
I just haven't seen
Just going
Phoveus in
straight
so
to
long. They could, like, Bloodthirsty Kings could go with a Phoveus in the XP lane, but that would definitely lose to a to Rizla.
Okay, so then
They'd win the team fights though when it came to it, because he could definitely get on there with best player and Hoon. It's just that during the laning phase he'd be fucking shat on.
But that's 4 magic damage compared to 2 physical, or 1 physical. I mean, Bane jungle. I've seen Zane play Bane jungle. That can also work.
Over.
Oh, they already have Kazu. You're correct.
Definitely get swapped over. I definitely think that could be part of the strat here. I would like to see it. I think it would maybe catch the Ohio brothers off guard.
I feel like ISO might land Beatrix or 1-1, because 1-1 is ISO's like bread butter marksman, and then in response, oh, they picked up Claude. I forgot about Claude.
I think Claude's solid, but we haven't really seen him doing too well in NA recently. Like, I feel like a lot of the teams that have been picking him haven't been like killing it with him.
Fred XP is very strong though.
Like
it's actually a very great flex pick. And it actually might be the Fred XP, because that's one of the other things that could help counter Terizla. He doesn't do great during the laning phase, but he can hold himself during the laning phase, and he's got a dash to be able to get away from Terizla. And during the team fights is where he really comes online. So I mean, you deal with a little bit of negativity in the laning phase, and you don't actually get beaten in the laning phase. You just get held down, and then you make up for it by having a great CC'er when it comes to the team fights.
Interesting. We get some CC because it was something that the Ohio.
Brody's a great counter for Claude though. Not counter, but he can help in lane. He does so much damage that every single, like, Claude's not going to be able to match that damage. He's going to need help. But then Shark's going on the Edith. Is this real life right now? I've never seen Shark on the Edith, so this is very interesting. The Edith though, it's a good pickup. Only
there's gonna
God.
Be the swap, the flex. Mobizane's gonna pick up the Martis. Fly Chicken gonna take the.
I understand the Edith pick because that also knocks out ISO. That knocks out ISO from his Blazing Duet. The pop-up from Edith, that'll be more than enough. And it's got great, it's actually got super duper great setting potential for Shark to land that pop-up on the whole team if he can. It's a lot smaller area than, say, like a Numenon Blast, but I mean, you're talking about Shark here. So it's gonna be very interesting.
I just feel like it really sets the tempo for the entire game, because these two drafts are actually
how are they going to deal with the early game of Mobazane though?
Teams have good,
that's my big question.
Mages who can just use the IMU
if Zane takes off in the early game, I really fret for how the Ohio brothers are going to be able to deal with it.
Or are we going to a game 5, Trex? You let me know.
All right, here we go. The Ohio brothers were at match point, but BTK trying to even the playing field here. They take the last game, and now we're at game 4 in a best of 5.
We are looking at this game currently, BO5 right now. We have a lot at stake. This can be
we are looking at this game right now.
Or this can be BTK's turnaround game because they don't want to go home, and I'm pretty sure they don't want to go home. And that trade in that mid-game joy voucher
right now is the game between the Ohio brothers and BTK. This is the game that we are looking at. These two teams competing.
Zane will have a finishing touch a little bit earlier than TLB.
TLB are just so freaking aggressive, and when I was looking at
That's
the competition,
definitely
I'm
the
thinking,
basic emblem that they're
BTK,
misshowing.
Yes, they have late game, but also like they have some possibilities for early game. You have this Martis who can
They
scale
do.
insanely in the early game. But the problem is BTK hasn't been able to be that like aggressive team against TOB. Like if you want to try to push that early game, like they have that in them, but they need to actually play like they have that in them. They got to like get up close and personal to best player, which means
Game point for the Ohio
Joybaj
brothers.
and Yato need to do that. They have to open that path for Zane to come in and get those decimations. And if they're going to continue to get
I'm going to
pushed
guess he
their
already
side of
has,
the river,
ISO already has
they
steel leg
completely
plates. That didn't
lose
do a
that,
lot of
right?
damage
So
to him.
We'll see if they can pull something off to help Zane scale, or if they're going to have to completely rely on ISO.
Wait, he can't have steel leg plates yet. It's only the 130-minute mark.
Looks like there's a little bit of a fight happening on that bot side. A lot of trades happening, but look at top side, right? And I feel like this meta, it all depends on the EXP, right? Yes, we've had our...
Yeah, Edith wasn't successful before either. But we're talking about Shark here too, so it'll be very interesting to see.
For the next turtle coming up, but I know both teams will have the real world manipulation coming in from both sides, as Hoon is definitely going to use the IMU to copy off some of the utility.
Oh, wow, caught Zane.
Dark with the
And
flicker,
here comes the
knock up,
Mortal
Zane trying
Coil,
to get
but
out,
Zane
trying
not
to get away,
enough,
but Hoon
not
gets
quick
the
enough.
first blood. That should be a turtle over the side of
Damn,
the
we were just
Ohio
talking about
brother.
you were just talking about that Edith too wasn't successful. That's just a taste of Super Shark being able to use it as a just a CC him
And
down.
you were like, what the heck just happened? I literally, Wheezy and I, we turn around for 1 second and something happened. Like someone died, someone took something, and I can't even tell what's happening sometimes. But like Trex, you have to be on the edge of your seat, literally on the edge of your seat.
All right,
Can't
I'm there.
blink, can't breathe, can't
Okay.
do nothing.
They're holding my eyelids open, you know. We're ready to watch. We're ready to see what's happening.
Oh, I thought you had the tapes. in, but
God
no, you
bless
had
Trex right now.
Oh, my.
Take us through the
But
items, Eunice.
Oh yeah, let's look at the items though. We are looking at the goal lead towards Zia right now, just by a little bit. But I just feel like the mid lane control is coming definitely from TOB. Shark and Hoon really have
Take us through the
that
items,
really
Eunice.
good
Yeah, we're taking a look at the items, and I'm just gonna go ahead and talk about the gold lead, and then completely ignore the items that are actually out there.
Compared to the early game, mid game, Valentina definitely has that faster clear with Edith. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Joyball should be able to get away from that one. But still, like, we're just seeing the possibilities from Shark on this Edith right now.
Things happen too fast. Like these two teams are so fast paced. Like they one team makes a move, and the other one's they're right there to respond. Ooh, Zia just got took some blazing bullet right in the face. But
All right, there's
Milo,
best player. Nice. You can be able to get Mobazane here. Oh, we're coming out. Oh, nice. Mila goes down, but is that going to be enough?
From this. No, he wants to come back in. He's trying it. He's challenging it. But
Nice. So you
best
be able to get
player
fried chicken.
gets the
Oh,
outplay. Hoon
Hoon!
is here with the RWM, able to take out fried chicken. Best player maybe going a little bit too deep. Yato drops RWM of his own. Best player, is he going to be able to get away from this? No, Yato able to get the final hit, final blow, and ISO then comes into the scene, but Hoon still steps away safely.
We're going to call that 350.
that one basic attack actually killed the best play. That's so unfortunate, but that is a jungle taken off. BTK should have an easier time, but Shark doing a good job zoning out BTK, giving them vision, good proxy over the turtle now, but they should still have aggro actually for the side of TOB. But Joybaj has no ult actually, so this might be a little bit easier for TOB to work on this turtle.
I mean, Shark's just like prepping it, you know? He's got it in the oven right now. He brought
He's
the turtle
cooking.
over.
Let
He's
him cook.
cooking
Let him cook.
He's
Let him
like,
cook.
I'm gonna
Let
get
him
this
cook.
ready for you guys. It's gonna be good. But
Oh,
wait,
nope,
he
never
messed
mind,
it up.
never
He
mind.
burnt it. He burnt the turtle. But now Turtle's gonna get reset, and this is gonna give some time. BTK gonna be able to reposition themselves, and we're gonna have a little bit of a clash here. Looks like possibly a full 5v5 for the second turtle of this game. And wait, nice divine retribution comes on to Milo there. Milo taking a little bit of damage, able to get out of the RWM just in time. Super Shark able to get the knockup though onto Yato. Zia outputting some damage, finds the kill. Mobazane now on the run as well. This could be this will be another turtle for the side of TOB.
I feel like Joybaj used her ult a little bit too early on Milo. And I feel like he should have saved it, and maybe that would have been an easier turtle fight. But look for a direct invade. Oh my, Trex,
They're on him.
When you see aggressive. Oh my gosh.
This is like, and this is the way TOB has been playing against everybody. The one thing about them is whether they're against Avalon or Bloodhounds or Aggravate ones, whoever, or they're up against BTK, they still keep their style
I'm not gonna lie. Last game, TOB had a good lead. They were doing really well against Zane. They were fucking pressuring him, and they still lost. So I'm not gonna hold anything here, especially in the opening 5 minutes. Joybaz comes in, lands the Divine Judgment. Zia's gonna try to flicker out. Does not get away.
ISO with the Blazing Duet in the backside. So a nice pickoff from BTK there.
Yeah, beautiful ult actually coming in from Joybaj, and that was a really good lead right there for BTK. That gives Claude a little bit of wiggle room, but conceal play.
Super Shark looking for ISO. They want to get a marksman of their own now. ISO will get knocked up. Best player locks in. ISO able to use the BMI, trying to escape but can't. Killing spree going over to whom?
Trading marksman now.
Is it just me or Milo's penalty? Oh, wait, I guess I'm okay. Let me shut up. No,
you're good.
Actually,
you're
no,
good. Nothing happened.
I can keep talking. Yep, I can keep talking. But is it just me, or every time you watch Turtles like this penalty zone, it looks so slow motion? Or is it just me? It just looks like you could see like the mark, but it lands so like late. Or is that just me?
It might just be you.
Oh, it's just me. Okay,
You have slow eyes. You might have slow eyes. It's sorry.
These two teams.
Ooh, Joybaj is gonna be trapped here. He's done. Good job by him there. Oh, Zane comes in just a few seconds.
Oh, here with the flicker. That one wasn't in slow motion. They landed down hard. White Chicken getting airborne, but best player in the backside drops Tempest of Blades. Able to find Boba Zane and Yato, and Joybaj and Yato. This is looking a little bit rough. It's 9-3. It's a 4,000, 5,000 gold lead for TOB.
Beautiful Tempest of Blades, but I want to go back to what I was gonna say, right? I feel like, especially with high elo teams, especially with these two, they literally guard their mid lane turret like there is a Grammy Award trophy sitting fat on top of the turret. Like, they don't care about the side lanes falling. Usually it's not as... It is important in the early game, but with these two, they really care about their mid lane. And conceal play from Shard, it was called, but I don't think they were trying to look too much for
I don't think it's GG just yet.
This mid lane is really important to these two because it opens up too much.
Oh, damn, Zane is 1-4, dude. We're really leaning on ISO here. ISO and Yato, we're waiting for them to get their fucking
need to watch out
their
for
items
a lot
here.
Of open map when it comes to these people playing their map.
ISO and Zia seem to be kind of tied when it comes to like their presence on the map right now, kills and what they've got as a kill. Oh, we have a conceal play coming out in the mid. Are we able to find a Divine Judgment? We find it on the Milo, but that's
still trying to get away there. Pops penalty zone, and now they're fighting back. Yato
the kill on it. They trade it for a jungler though, and now they're pushing in Joybaj in trouble. Is he gonna be able to get it? Best player thinks twice.
Best player takes a couple tower shots, but still, it's a 1-for-3 trade.
Did you see that penalty zone?
Yeah.
Trex?
That one was in slow motion.
Yeah.
It was that
good. It was just that good. Oh yeah. It was
Milo just doesn't go down.
Oh no, it doesn't. And we are looking at gold though, but Zia definitely in the lead now. It's 1,000 difference between Zia and ISO.
You were about to say what?
Looking at the power spike towards TOB, they have a little bit of that advantage lead. Hoon hasn't died yet. Hoon's mid lane right now, especially in that previous.
BTK gonna rely on ISO and Yato. I mean, Yato's doing good. He's not doing awful. He's not doing great.
Yesterday?
Like right now, best player is lighting him up. Who lighting him up?
Earlier today.
Ohio Brothers, this is the opposite of what the first game was, though. So last time,
wait a second,
Milo again. Is that Milo? No, that's
Zia.
Zia.
The decimation pops off. That is a good pick before this Lord and BTK know it. They're going to try to rotate over but keep our eyes.
What was I going to say? Like the first game where TOB actually, no, they just wasted it. They just found out Shark. Does he see it?
Wow. Locks on ISO. Anyways, calls the BMI and instantly shuts him down. The future sight on Milo there. Definitely very clean.
Buy one, get one free, I guess, right? It's a marksman for marksman, right? Buy one, get one free?
Every time BTK finds Zia, the Ohio Brothers find ISO. It's a 1-for-1.
Oh yeah, so definitely 1-for-1. So it's not buy one, get one free. It's buy one, get one.
Lose one, lose one. Something like that. You're on the right track.
Something like that.
We'll brainstorm it.
I can't even say 50% off. We'll find words for it later on in the game, but actually BTK has no macro right now. They took no turrets away from TOB, and that's how you know TOB has actually been so aggressive the first literal like 5-6 minutes of the game. They set the tone, And I feel like with these two teams, it depends. Like, and I see this so many times, but it's really like how this game goes. It's how this game works, right? Whoever controls the first 5 minutes and whoever shows who's more dominant and how aggressive they play, that's usually how the story goes. And TOB is really holding up the
That's
pace,
actually the
but
opposite of how the story went in the first game.
Hopefully they don't make any
Like
foul play,
this is the
so
position that
many
BTK was in the first game, and TOB were still able to come around with a win. Joybaj finds it. Oh, do we have it?
Again, the penalty zone responds. Joybaj goes down. Tempest of Blades into the backside, get a little bit of chip damage, but he falls under the tower.
That was a little
right
deep, bro.
into
I don't know why he went for that.
Shut down. It's going to be a nice chunk of gold into his pocket as Lord creeps in. ISO still up. The MIs trying to get a little bit of a better position. Should be able to melt this down. All TOB want is maybe crack an inhibitor here, but White Chicken dives in, and Lord is broken.
Lord is broken, but they are able to take some turrets away. They took the top side, but ooh, Milo just got chunked down. Really
I don't like
low.
how deep that best player dove in that. I don't think he really needed to do that.
He's starting to move. He's getting comfy.
He's starting to cook. He's starting to cook. It was a little undercooked, so he put it back in the oven. Yeah. So now it's getting more cooked. So
he's ready.
Let him cook. He's farming.
Yeah, Strawberry. You can tell.
On his side. Oh my God, Weezy's
like she's. It feels like she's thrown casting right out the window.
Weezy's on TOB.
Weezy's on TOB. Stop. Anyways, Super Shark in the conceal play, looking for something here. I can't get into that one. That's a bit I'm not going to get into. I have fun with you, Eunice, but we're not going to.
Okay, but Weezy says himself he is the walking Brody, but he is actually giving a lot of damage right now, right? Zia sitting at 3-2 is able to do a lot of damage towards that backline, but I feel like once Zia starts to do whatever damage, Claude is coming right up to par, right? ISO's chasing right up his alley. So I feel like TOB, they can't let this go to late game, or else this is going to be a big issue, as, you know, Claude is able to go towards that backline and peel, but Zia really he's kind of like up in their face, but kind of not. He can control who he wants to target, right? But Claude, he just gets that full AoE experience. So I really hope this doesn't go late game for TOB, but it's actually in favor if BTK goes to late game.
Definitely. I mean, yeah, like you said, I mean, you called it in the very beginning of this whole match. BTK does have a clean late game, and I was worried that, you know, they might have had that they shouldn't rely too much on it.
Dude, they're not even going to make it to late game right now. This shit. They're looking at like an 8K gold lead. As long as TOB holds it together, doesn't make any mistakes when it comes to some of these Lord pushes, I think they're going to be all right. There's like already you're at a point where Martis is starting to fall off. All these dudes have defense for him. They're not going to get one shot by him anymore.
Any other
You're really going to have to.
Would have already been out of this a few minutes ago. Last
man.
Lord push, but BTK have been hanging on as we've seen. I mean, this is like this is the regular storyline for these two teams. Somehow BTK hangs on in these fights, even when they're behind, and gets dubs against TOB.
Poon already picking up some Divine Glaive there. He's going to have a lot of penetration now. So it's not going to matter about some of the defense. We're going to see what he goes. I'm pretty sure he has the real world manipulation. Okay, we got mid tower.
You're waiting.
All right, so TOB working around the front side. They have not extended too much, and that lore's going to get shredded down. So now they're just going to wait on the minions. They're going to take their time with this. I think they really want to make sure it is secure. They have a huge gold lead, but they don't want to force it. They don't want to make one single mistake. BTK will capitalize on that, but with ISO shredding down these minions, the Ohio brothers are going to have to make the play at some point. They're going to have to make the first move if they want to go for it. Shark looking for something as well. Milo there too. Azia and best player to sit in the backside. They're like trying to bait him out. They're like, come on, just
yeah. The problem is Milo's being really smart about his positioning. The rest of them, Zia's been starting to get smarter so that he doesn't get poked out. And Milo's up front. Every single time that they've been able to grab Milo with a divine judgment, it's hurt their team. So they don't want to grab him anymore. Ooh.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Wait,
I'm trying to tell my story.
He's got flicker.
There it is.
Able to find one. Mobilethane goes down. Milo comes in as well on the backside. The RWM does drop from Yato, though, to slow them down. Best player there, taking his time, finally locks on to ISO. ISO instantly deleted. Monster kill over to Hoon. And now the Ohio brothers have found that moment. BTK comes out of the base, and they fall out of the base. Best player
this might be
With
the
the Tabitha
end
Blades,
track.
able to dash in, able to find Joy Boss. Chicken might just be next. We're at
That's
match
it.
point, and the Ohio
That's
Brothers
game.
are trying to end it. A wave of minions comes out, but a wave of minions enters as well. Joy Boss able to get the suppressant on the best player, but now Zia unloading onto the base. One more hit, and that is it for stage 1. The Ohio Brothers will take the victor 3-1.
She's got the it's past my bedtime energy boost.
That makes BTK second place for this series, and TOB does take that first place slot and makes them the finals for this season, for that first season, right? They still have season 2, season 3, so who knows what can happen into the next 2 rounds. But now, as we are working towards a new system, right, we are looking at points now. So they are sitting at that 100-point mark. BTK will take that 90 and so forth down the line. So congratulations, Ohio Brothers. You did very well. But I'm going to have to
7-hour
give
cast.
my little props over to BTK. Chicken did so much work. Same with the marks.
7-hour cast of what
let's
could
go
have
to the
possibly
stats.
been like
We are
a
looking at
fucking
15-minute game, 16
8
to
and
7 in
9.
favor of Ohio Brothers. And we do see these
This
KDAs
format's a little taxing. I'm not gonna lie. Like, especially for some of the newer ones, Eunice, Wheezy, Yui.
anything pretty much over.
Like me and Trex have cast for like, we used to do 8 hours and then possibly 10 hours. But like, this is like super long, dude.
Games. Perfect KDAs, beautiful executions, lots of damage coming in from the side of Ohio Brothers. But same goes for BTK, right? Yato was able to get that cheese pick last game with that Kadita pull. But now, once you give up that Valentina over to Hoon, which is his bread and butter, it doesn't really tell the same story, Trex.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't tell the same story.
I feel like the rest of Zane's team, like, is this the last one?
Take a look at some of these replays. Now, this is at a point when
Yeah, that was that smart by Zane? Like, I feel like that was not his team's fault. He didn't have any clearance in his bush. He saw some of them run into this bush, and he tried to cross over there. I think that was a super poor play by Zane.
Target CC so well between each of them. It's like, all right, we get one, then we get the next one, and then we get the next one.
Made it just in time for the end.
Absolutely.
Dude, I hope Zane, I'm sure like a lot of these games there's some blame that can go onto his team, but definitely that last play, getting caught there, there's no excuse for that.
Damage. That is a lot for the side of TOB. Zane being the sandbag for this game, and Milo kind of being the forgotten one, but he was giving all.
I made it. I'm not too late, am I? They just closed down the last match, huh?
Oh yeah,
you're all right.
You do this.
Oh my God, Zia broke Joybaj's legs there, and then takes out ISO. Zia was just the monster this whole game, and I could watch that last play 100 times. I could replace all of these replays with just that one and play it 3 or 4 times in a row because it was insane.
Yep, Ohio Brothers. Zia, bro. I honestly, hats off to Zia. He fucking did a fantastic job, and I'm just like really happy because of him like finding his spot in the marksman lane.
Again,
especially with a team that is able to back it up, so it's not just him trying to carry like in Ackerman.
They do so well at taking these neutral objectives.
I don't feel like he was able to shine in Ackerman a lot, but here he had
right before, and Zia comes in
just some great room to kind of maneuver around.
And this is what I mean by Zia just being on fire non-stop all night. Yes, Chicken and ISO kind of helped carry BTK, but Zia was definitely the carry for the side.
Oh, there she is.
Ooh, what a battle, guys.
Oh yeah, Zena, I know you were watching the entire time, right?
I was totally watching it, but what a battle! What can you expect from the greats of NA? So both teams were putting up a fight first round, but the Lord was stolen by Zia, which turned the tides. And continuing their stride despite the resistance, taking the win, the Ohio Brothers. Congratulations, our MVP will be Zia, the Lord-stealing marksman. What do you guys think of that?
Zia, the great gold liner. Take us through it, Eunice.
I mean, honestly, at this point, it's not even the great goal laner, it's the good retry sealer, right? Zia was able to take 2 lords away, right? I mean, who needs a retry player on the side of TOB? Just put slot Zia in, be able to shred everything and take away 2 lords away from Zane. And Trex, just like you mentioned earlier, right? When Beatrix was sitting in that back tri-bush, Zane really thought he had it in the bag, but just like you said, he didn't even click the retry. He didn't pop the retry.
He was that
No, he
confident.
was so sure. He was so sure, but Zia ended up taking it not once, but twice, and really sealed the deal with the extra strong tape.
Did he have his retry during that first steal?
So congratulations, Zia. You are the MVP for this
How
series
crazy
today
would that
for
be?
The game Ohio Brothers versus BTK.
TOB just
I love
strawberries. Stop it.
But let's
So $20 each.
recap the day. Day 2, stage 1 of the
That's a lunch.
fall. The Ohio Brothers having a close call against Bloodhounds in the first series, but pulling through by sneaking a backdoor. BTK snowballed Avalon with a 2-0, and Avalon taking bronze.
They won $300 additional dollars, or yeah, $300 so far.
Bloodhounds, and again, meeting on the battlefield, the Ohio Brothers versus BTK with the Ohio.
So does that mean they're at least going home with 800, right? Right
What
now?
an action-packed
Am I dumb?
First stage. I cannot wait to see stage 2 and 3 have in store for us. What are your guys' final thoughts on everything?
Well, I mean,
Like, isn't eight? What's the prize pool for 8th place?
100 points. BTK gonna secure 90, and then Avalon gonna secure
Gas money
80. But there are
noise.
still 2 more rounds, and the next 2 rounds being double
It's not over
elimination.
yet.
We could definitely still see some comebacks. On another quick final thought, I'm sorry, but this is gonna be the second time I've had to sub in. Last season, I also got to sub in with Eunice.
Yeah,
so
you
somehow we
did.
always get to cast together, and it's always a
Yes.
very fun desk. I feel like it's the 0 IQ desk of NA. They have them over in the
Wow.
Philippines. Well, it's because we have so much fun. We're goofy, and it's always a blast
Right.
to cast with you.
Right.
So
It
thank you
is.
guys
Thank
for
you, Trex.
having me.
And thank you, Tress, for filling in last minute. But guys, it's not over yet. There is still more 2 seasons to go. Nothing can be finalized yet. And who knows? The same story might tell itself once again, or history might repeat itself. But we are at the conclusion of our first season. We are looking at the finals, which is going to be TOB, locking in that win. Runner-up for this season will be BTK. And in 3rd place, it would be Avalon. And we will see the new faces for next season, as who knows, the finals might be just a little bit different.
Yes, still lots of points to earn, and it could be anyone's game, really. But be sure to follow us on all of our socials on Mobile Legends North America, and we shall see you guys next week for stage 2 of the NACT fall season.
Yeah, I was so late. Oh man. I think that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. That was a long night. 10 o'clock right now. Ugh. Thank you guys so much for coming out too. And thank you guys a lot, especially all you guys who are out here supporting Xena. If you don't know, I will be casting tomorrow. Next weekend, Saturday, I start casting and open up the stage 2 of this regular season. You can catch me there. I'm going to be casting with Gemic. International sensation, Frenchman, and from what I hear, coach and analyst extraordinaire. I'll probably be getting more information about that a little later, but yeah, hopefully everybody had a great time here. Also, this week, me and Xena are working really hard on a podcast that will be dropping this week. We'll go over everything from NA, from highlights to discussion points to standings and everything that's going on. In case you weren't able to watch all of the NACT, we'll have like a nice little brief overview of everything that happened, and hopefully something that's entertaining for you guys. It's going to be a short podcast, but hopefully you guys enjoy it. I will catch you guys all a little later. Thank you so much for staying out here. Xena, exclamation point Xena in the chat, please. That will show you all of her socials, everything that you need to follow. You saw her on there as a host as well, and then you can press exclamation point NACT for more information about the NACT and where to follow them. That'll take you to the NACT channel. But I hope you guys have a great night. I will catch everyone out a little later. Does it not work? Oh my god, I have the wrong bot on. Give me a second. We're probably not going to start with drama with the podcast. And there's some drama that's going on right now that's definitely not even worth getting into. That I don't think the person deserves to even be named. Hold on. Let me do it now. Then NACT. But guys, yeah, thank you so much for joining me. I will catch you guys later. Thank you, Princess and Strawberry, for sticking it out with me. I know you guys have early days. All right, guys, take care. Cheers.